Hu Jianjun nodded. He has returned, just reporting to his superiors now. Send someone to call him over once he's done. Gu Wenbin said. Hu Jianjun looked at Li Jie, who immediately ran off. Soon, Li Jie returned with a dark-skinned man, who looked tired after finishing a mission. Captain, political commissar. This man was Shen Feng. After saluting the two, he looked toward the training ground. Is Qin Shiyu out of his mind? He's not crazy, he's just angry, Hu Jianjun sighed. With such a big family from the Qin clan almost causing harm to his wife and children, how could Qin Shiyu not be angry? How could he not be upset? At this moment, he might even hate himself more, regretting why he didn't bring Yun Jiji to join the army directly. Even if he had to leave urgently for a mission, Yun Jiji could have been cared for by others, by the military district leaders and kind-hearted sisters-in-law. But given their situation back then, who could have guessed they would end up with such a family? What happened? Shen Feng was confused. When he returned to the unit, he went straight to report on this mission, but he also heard that Qin Shiyu's wife and children had come. Could it be? Did his wife do something? His family matters are. Hu Jianjun briefly explained. After hearing the details, Shen Feng's face looked grim, mostly in disbelief. He knew that Qin Shiyu's parents didn't treat him well, otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the army. Shen Feng and Qin Shiyu enlisted in the same year. Back then, Qin Shiyu was so thin he looked like a little chick. It was only after staying in the army that he gradually gained strength. But he didn't expect that, even if Qin Shiyu was disliked by his parents, since he joined the army, he has been sending money home every month without fail. They don't spend money on food or accommodation in the army, and sometimes they get bonuses for missions. From an initial allowance of 10 yuan to now 75 yuan, Qin Shiyu often sends back most of it, along with tickets and certificates, which he has also sent home many times. Once, when Qin Shiyu returned home from visiting his family, it was clear he was very happy. He said his parents valued him more and they even built a new house. He now has his own room. The money for that house was saved little by little from the allowance Qin Shiyu sent back. He is a hero in the family, so isn't it right to leave him a room? But he was as happy as a fool, just unwilling to break the illusion that he was loved by his parents. He clearly worked so hard, only wishing that his parents and brothers would take care of his wife and children when he was on a mission. They failed him completely, even spreading false rumors in the village that his wife ran off with another man. It was extremely hateful and infuriating. Why don't they just die? Shen Feng cursed angrily. No wonder Qin Shiyu felt upset. He was probably blaming himself now. Even though Qin Shiyu didn't do these things, he saw it as being caused by him. Stop him. If he keeps running, where will he end up? Hu Jianjun said. Shen Feng nodded and went to the training ground to stop Qin Shiyu. This time, it didn't take much effort. After all, he had been running for so long. No matter how incredible Qin Shiyu's physical strength was, everyone has limits. Shen Feng, it's my fault, isn't it? Shen Feng looked at his good brother with concern and patted his shoulder. Old Qin, it's not your fault. Could you have predicted these things would happen? Think about how they treat you every time you go back. If you wanted to eat dragon meat, they would find a way to get it for you. That's because they crave the allowance you send home each month. And what are they really like in private? We don't really know. Qin Shiyu chuckled bitterly. I thought they would see my efforts, be happy because I was successful, and treat my wife and children well. But since Zizi married me, it's been a mistake. Maybe Yun Wanrong knew from the start what his parents were like, which is why she deliberately set him up with Yun Jiji. You and your sister-in-law haven't done anything wrong. This is a test in your fate, to make you both accept your family and live your lives well in the future. As for that kind of family, it's better not to have them around. If Shen Feng weren't wearing his military uniform, he would want to rush to Yunhe village and get rid of that family for Qin Shiyu. I know you're feeling guilty, thinking it's all your fault. But I still say, people can never predict what will happen in the future. Since we can't foresee it, we should focus on making each day better. Right now, you shouldn't blame yourself, but take care of your sister-in-law and children and make up for the lost years. Shinfeng patted him on the shoulder and said, I know you're feeling guilty. But what's done is done. Focus on caring for your wife and kids now. Hu Jianjun also told him that on her first day at the army, Yun Jiji came to ask for a divorce from Qin Shiyu. Although he hasn't met Yun Jiji yet, he thinks she is a brave woman. What Qin Shiyu needs to do is take good care of his wife, protect them, and look after them. What's the point of feeling guilty here? Can guilt change what happened over the past 3 years?
No.
What he should do now is care for his wife and children and heal the wounds caused by these years. Got it. Qin Shiyu immediately straightened up and gratefully looked at Shinfeng. Shinfeng, thank you. Our brothers don't need to say more. Go back quickly, Shinfeng replied. Qin Shiyu nodded and turned to run away. Seeing this, Shinfeng also shook his head. His good brother has always had a hard life. He used to feel unloved at home and would look for reasons within himself, thinking maybe he wasn't good enough, which made his parents dislike him. Even during missions, Qin Shi worked very hard. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such a position at such a young age? He earned it with his life. The life Qin family has now is also because he risked his life. Otherwise, why would he feel so much pain? Political Commissar, did old Qin say how he plans to handle his family matters? Shinfeng asked Hu Jianjun. They have their own ideas. Their parents' actions have already caused enough trouble for them. But they should want to go back and resolve things themselves. We respect their decision. Some matters need to be settled by themselves, Hu Jianjun sighed. Shinfeng nodded understandingly. Yes, it's time to settle it. Qin Shi ran back to the residential area. Before reaching home, he saw a group of people gathered on the small playground. Gigi is here. Make way. When Qin Shiyu heard the sound, he stopped walking. He was tall, so even standing outside the crowd, he could see what was happening inside. Gigi, look at this child's leg. There's so much blood. It just won't stop. Did he cut a blood vessel? Yun Jiji was at home telling a story to her child when someone suddenly pulled her out, saying a child had been playing on the small playground and accidentally cut his leg on a piece of bent metal, causing heavy bleeding. Yun Jiji grabbed a silver needle and followed quickly. Make way, Comrade Yun is coming. At this moment, many people had gathered around. When they heard Yun Jiji was coming, some quickly moved aside. Yun Jiji saw the child. His blood-stained pants had been torn off and thrown aside. His lower leg had a long, deep wound, about the length of an adult finger. Blood was pouring out like a river, flowing down his leg. The child's mother was holding him, her face pale, tears uncontrollably falling as she called his name and tried to cover his wound with her hand, panicked and helpless. Tainyo, don't scare your mom. What should we do? What can we do? At this moment, Kai Chahua was so frightened she didn't know what to do. Such a big wound. How much would it cost to treat? She didn't even dare to think about it. Let me take a look. Yun Jiji crouched down in front of Tainyo. The child's wound was deep, with rust on the metal, and it had cut into a vein. The conditions here were limited. All she could do was stop the bleeding first, and then take him to the hospital. First, I need to stop the bleeding, but we must get him to the hospital quickly. The wound is so big it needs stitches, Yun Jiji said after examining him, and looked at Kai Chahua. At this moment, Kai Chahua was also staring at Yun Jiji. Everyone saw Yun Jiji take out a silver needle from her bag and start stitching the child's leg. Such a big wound. Can sewing it up really stop the bleeding? Someone asked curiously. The wound was so large with flesh exposed, it looked frightening just to see. Better to take him to the clinic first. Delaying treatment could be life-threatening, another person said. No matter how skilled Yun Jiji was in medicine, she couldn't expect to stop all the blood with just a few silver needles. Suddenly, someone shouted. It stopped. Everyone looked over immediately, and sure enough, the bleeding from Tai Nyo's leg had stopped. The blood had truly ceased. Yun Jiji checked on the child's condition again and said, he has lost too much blood. He needs iron supplements. Let's send him quickly to the military hospital. The health clinic can't handle his wound. The health clinic can treat minor illnesses and injuries, but this wound is 10 centimeters long and the skin is torn open. It's not easy to treat, so he needs to go to the hospital. Comrade Yun, can't you treat him? Kai Chahua asked, seeing the bleeding stop and calming down. She looked at Yun Jiji and asked, going to the hospital might cost a lot. And with such a serious injury, they might have to admit him. Sister-in-law, I can't treat the child. There are no tools or medicines here and no proper conditions. If he gets an infection later, it might be too late to go to the hospital, Yun Jiji explained. Kai Chahua, why are you still being so stubborn? If Iron Nyo's leg isn't treated well, what if he can't find a wife in the future? Many people knew Kai Chahua's personality and knew what to say to be effective. They spoke directly. Yun Jiji had already put away the silver needle and said, the bleeding has stopped. It can last for 2 hours. Comrade Yun, can you come with us? If he bleeds again in the meantime. Jiji already said it can last for 2 hours. Hurry and take the child now. Once the wound on his leg is stitched up in 2 hours, if you delay further, Iron Nyo might really lose his chance at marriage, Yang Shuqin said, noticing her. She guessed Kai Chahua wanted Yun Jiji to go to the hospital with them. When the hospital asked for payment, Kai Chahua said she was too anxious and didn't bring enough money, so Yun Jiji paid first. In such situations, everyone tends to help cover the costs, but if it keeps piling up, it might never be paid back. Sister-in-law, I'm not very convenient. The children at home are still small and need me, Yun Jiji said, sensing everyone's reactions. She guessed the main reason might be that Kai Chahua was difficult to deal with. There are so many people in the courtyard, I'll go with you. Before Kai Chahua finished speaking, Qin Shiyu's voice rang out. He then walked over to Yun Jiji and looked at Kai Chahua. Kai Chahua was stunned. Who? Qin Shiyu was going with her? Kai Chahua really didn't dare. Anyone else could go, but not Qin Shiyu. She was afraid she was crazy to let Qin Shiyu go to the hospital with her. No, it's not necessary. I think I can manage on my own. Kai Chahua's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. She quickly hugged her child and didn't linger, heading outside immediately. Fortunately, someone had already gone to call for help after seeing Iron Bull was injured. Their family courtyard has a cart, and walking to the military hospital would take about half an hour, but riding in the cart is much faster. Kai Chahua didn't dare look back, afraid that Qin Shiyu would follow her. Let me come. Qin Shiyu took out a silver needle, wiped the blood off with a cloth, and then put it back into the needle case. Yun Jiji didn't stop him and simply let him do as he wished. Since they weren't divorcing, she wouldn't argue with him in front of others. She would keep her dignity and leave some respect for the man. However, everyone now had a new understanding of Yun Jiji's medical skills. When Iron Bull was bleeding so heavily, they were all terrified. But Yun Jiji only used a few silver needles and easily stopped the bleeding, which truly amazed them. After Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu finished tidying up, they prepared to leave. Just as they stood up, Yun Jiji saw Wang Sueji standing not far away, glaring at her with a look full of resentment. Yun Jiji was not afraid of her. She directly glared back and asked sister-in-law Wang, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wang Sueji didn't expect Yun Jiji to stare at her and even question her. She was so startled that she hadn't reacted in time to hide her resentment. Everyone else also turned to look. Before Wang Sueji could hide her resentment, everyone saw it clearly. Sorry, sister-in-law Wang, I really can't tell the baby's gender. But if someone is hurt, they can still come to me, Yun Jiji said straightforwardly. Wang Sueji and old lady Li had asked her to check the gender, but probably only a few people in the courtyard knew about it. She was worried that Wang Sueji's earlier stare at her was because she resented Yun Jiji, which no one could understand. Now that Yun Jiji had explained openly, everyone understood what was going on. People looked at Wang Sueji with different expressions, some feeling speechless. They knew Wang Sueji had placed all her hopes on this child in her belly, wishing it to be a boy. Now, because Yun Jiji couldn't tell the gender, she resented her? Money-loving daughter-in-law, they say expertise is specialized. Yun can't do it, and that's just how it is. Your mother-in-law already found someone to check, so why don't you have confidence? Wang Suiji didn't want to talk much with them. Old lady Li had said that she should avoid speaking to the daughters-in-law of these new brides. If the girl's luck was transferred to her, she might end up stealing her son's fortune. Just now, they mentioned that Wang Suiji's sister-in-law only had one daughter. Wang Suiji glared at them, then supported her belly and carefully walked away, not wanting to stay with them any longer. Guifan, don't you know she doesn't talk to us, the new daughters-in-law? She's afraid her luck will be taken away. Yun Jiji really had seen everything in life. Maybe they were a bit crazy. They would risk anything, even taking strange medicines, just to have a son. They listened to anything. If Wang Suiji's baby was a boy, it would be fine. But if it was a girl, Wang Suiji might end up resenting everyone in the big courtyard. Captain Qian had such a wife and mother-in-law. It could only mean they were unlucky. Let's go back. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are at home. Okay. The couple walked back together. Neither of them spoke immediately, but it was clear their moods were heavy. Especially after hearing those things, they felt unhappy. Husband, after I finish my work, I will ask for leave. We will go back to the countryside to handle these matters, Qin Shi said. Yun Jiji turned her head slightly and looked at him. Do you know when Yun Wanrong and Heming Yuan's wedding day is? Qin Shi looked confused, not understanding why she suddenly asked. I'll find out, he said honestly. Okay. Although curious, Qin Shiyu didn't stop her since Yun Jiji wanted to know. Maybe she had her own reasons. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, What are you thinking? I'm still looking into my family background. Also, if I really am their child after we go back, I want to split the family and take back the money they've sent over the years. That money was for you and the kids. It belongs to us, and I want it all back. He was honest about his thoughts. Since they took his efforts for granted, he decided to stop. He used to believe that the more money he sent and the higher his position, the more his parents would see his worth and recognize his abilities. Maybe then, they would care for him a little more. Looking back now, they have always taken things for granted. Even the kind words they said were just attempts to get more money from him. Thinking about it now, how ridiculous that is. Are they refusing? Yun Jiji asked. It's clear that this man is also heartbroken by his own parents. Otherwise, Qin Shiyu wouldn't look like that right now. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath. Even if they refuse, I have ways to make them give in. Yun Jiji didn't ask further, and she agreed with that. Since the money was for her and the children, she couldn't let the Qin family, who looked down on them, get it for nothing. After reading the information she found, she actually felt a bit sorry for Qin Shiyu. The Qin family became the best family in Yun's village, mainly because of Qin Shiyu's hard work. And what's the result? They raised a family of ungrateful, mean-spirited people. If she hadn't gone through so much, Qin Shiyu would still be sending money and bills to her family every month, just like before. When the couple returned home, they saw Lu Chun Tao standing in the yard, watching over the two children. Thank you, Chun Tao, Yun Jiji said gratefully. Lu Chun Tao rolled her eyes and looked at her with some annoyance. It's just a small favor. I heard that Tainyo was badly hurt. Is he going to be okay? Tainyo is only 6 years old, the same age as Xiaoman. Lu Chun Tao naturally didn't want anything to happen to the child. No matter whose child it was, they didn't want harm to come to them. It's fine now. The bleeding has stopped, and he was taken to the military hospital for bandaging, Yun Jiji replied. Lu Chun Tao nodded and didn't ask more. She had wanted to go see him, but the porridge was boiling on the stove, and she couldn't leave for too long. So she didn't go. Today was a big day, and even if she didn't see him, someone in the courtyard would talk about it. So she decided to stay and cook the medicine while checking on the children. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had already become familiar with Lu Chun Tao and grew closer to her. After exchanging a few words with Yun Jiji, she left with Qin Shiyu to go home. The two children were very happy to see them back, but when they saw the kids had gotten dirty playing, Yun Jiji felt a bit helpless. Recently, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan loved playing with mud. They especially enjoyed shaping little figures out of mud, making them look quite realistic. When Yun Jiji saw this, she felt somewhat helpless. But she didn't want to disturb the children. It seems she needs to find time to go to the city, secretly bring out some fun sand for the kids to play with, and set up a small wooden table to hold the sand for them to enjoy. The fun sand feels soft, has no smell, doesn't stick to hands, and most importantly, can be shaped repeatedly. No child would dislike it. What do you want to eat tonight? Qin Shiyu asked Yunjiji, noticing there was some leftover food from lunch, and the steamed meat buns from the morning were still available. Go boil some water first so we can wash the little ones, Yunjiji replied. Then we can eat the meat buns we made this morning. The weather is cold, and leaving food out for too long isn't good. She didn't like eating leftovers, but the lunch was okay. Reheating it at night would be fine. Okay. Qin Shiyu agreed, and went to the kitchen to get busy. Yunjiji looked at the two children with some helplessness, but she wouldn't blame them. This was the time for them to explore. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had been through hardship since birth. Now that life had improved a bit, she didn't want to be too strict with the children. They needed to do what they wanted, not be constantly controlled. Let them play freely. If they got dirty, they could just wash up later. She had her own space, which included a washing machine and a dryer. Without others knowing, she could simply toss clothes into her space, wash, and dry them quickly. Everyone has their own chores every day, so no one keeps track of whether others wash their clothes. She would occasionally hang clothes outside to dry, but not always. Since it's winter, clothes don't dry easily, and no one knows when she washed or didn't wash. Qin Shiyu boiled the water, poured it into a basin, and carried it inside, saying, "You start washing Yuan Yuan. I'll finish what I'm doing and then help tidy up Tuan Tuan." Okay, Yunjiji replied, taking Yuan Yuan to wash. Qin Shiyu adjusted the water temperature perfectly, poured it into a basin, and let Yuan Yuan sit inside. Moving a bit faster wouldn't make her cold. If it got colder later, she could also heat some coal nearby for warmth. If possible, she wanted to take the children into her space to wash, where the temperature was most comfortable. However, Yunjiji didn't know if her space could be restricted now. If it could, anyone she brought in would be unable to reveal the space's existence to others due to the restrictions. Mom Yuan Yuan saw Yunjiji thinking deeply and reached out to tug at Yunjiji's sleeve. "What's wrong?" Yunjiji was slightly surprised and looked at Yuan Yuan with curiosity. Yuan Yuan blinked and asked, "Will Mom get divorced from Dad?" Although Yuan Yuan was young, she understood what divorce meant. The little tiger in the village had said that Iron Dan's parents had divorced. If parents divorce, it means the mom doesn't want them anymore. Although Yuan Yuan and Tuan Tuan were small, they knew about the situation after going to the political officer's office at noon. They knew their parents were talking about their grandparents and other relatives. Are they all bad people, so they will get divorced? Children are simple-minded. Because in Yunha village, some parents divorced and then the mom left. To them, divorce means the mom doesn't want them anymore. Yunjiji was slightly stunned, surprised that Yuan Yuan would ask this. Once again, she confirmed that even though they are young, children understand a lot. Does Mom not want you and brother anymore? Iron Dan's parents divorced, so his mom doesn't want Iron Dan, Yuan Yuan said, her eyes red and looking very upset. Yunjiji sighed softly, gently wiping Yuan Yuan's face with a towel and speaking softly, "Baby, I want to correct you. Divorce doesn't mean I don't want you and brother. It just means they are not happy living together, so they separate. But they still love their children very much." However, Yuan Yuan shook her head. Iron Dan's mom will never come back. Yunjiji was taken aback. Indeed, in this time, some people remarry after divorce. When they remarry, the new husband's family might be afraid she will use the family money to support her own children, so they won't see their children anymore. Yunjiji also realized that explaining this with modern ideas wasn't suitable for children. "Baby, Dad and Mom won't divorce. Those things were done by Grandpa, Grandma, and other relatives. Mom will never abandon you and brother. You must know Mom loves you and brother very much. I will never leave you." She lifted the child out of the water, gently dried her, then hugged her in her arms, softly comforting her. Yuan Yuan looked up at Yunjiji and asked, "Mom, really?" Yunjiji smiled and nodded. "Yes, of course. If you don't believe me, You and brother can ask Dad. The baby trusts Mom. The small round face also lit up with a smile. She reached out to hug Yunjiji, rubbing her face against her chest. Yunjiji gently patted the little one's head and quickly helped her put on her clothes. Since Qin Shiyu was at home, Yunjiji didn't throw the clothes into the laundry space. Baby, after you smell nice, you can't go play with mud again, okay? Yunjiji said. Mommy, baby wants to eat rice. Yuan played for a long time and started to feel a bit hungry. Okay, after Gurga finishes washing, we will eat. Yunjiji went to the kitchen to change with Qin Shiyu. The food just needs to be heated up before eating, Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji nodded. Qin Shiyu then took Tuan to take a bath. The little one was covered in mud, so Qin Shiyu grabbed some clothes and took Tuan to the bathhouse. This was Tuan's first time bathing in a bathhouse, and everything felt new and interesting to him. Since Qin Shiyu had run around a lot earlier and was sweaty, he also washed himself while bathing Tuan. But knowing they were waiting at home for dinner, Qin Shiyu decided not to wash his clothes now and planned to do it after eating. Dad, will you divorce Mom? At the same time, Tuan asked the same question as Yuan. Clearly, the siblings had already discussed this before. Dad won't divorce Mom. Qin Shiyu was momentarily stunned, then squatted down, looking firmly at Tuan and saying, Tuan, these past 3 years, I haven't taken good care of Mom. When you were born, I couldn't be there for you right away, and you had to suffer a lot. That's my fault. But from now on, I will take good care of you and Mom, and I won't let you or Mom suffer anymore. Can you trust Dad? After spending so many days with the children, Qin Shiyu could see that his 2 kids were very sensible and depended greatly on Yunjiji. Although Tuan was only 2 years old, he was more mature than other children his age. Maybe it was because they had endured a lot in the village, or perhaps someone had told them things on purpose, which made the children suddenly ask such questions. Really? Tuan asked uncertainly. Really? Qin Shiyu's eyes grew more determined. Tuan's small face finally showed a smile. After a week of good, filling meals, his face looked fuller, not as thin as before. But Qin Shiyu knew it wasn't enough yet. He needed to give the children more delicious food to nourish them. Qin Shiyu reached out and picked up Tuan, letting him ride on his shoulders. This was the first time Tuan had ridden on his dad's shoulders. His eyes showed happiness. Although he didn't cheer loudly like Yuan, Qin Shiyu could feel the child's joy from his gentle bouncing little feet. TSK, some people don't know what to be proud of every day. Commander Qin still doesn't want her. Zhao Zhenju stood by the wall, looking at Yunjiji, and proudly spoke. She used to think Qin Shiyu really liked Yunjiji. The things Qin Shiyu said before made Zhao Zhenju sad for a long time. She couldn't understand why Qin Shiyu liked someone as plain as Yunjiji. But today, when Li Jiamin came back, he brought good news. Qin Shiyu was going to divorce Yunjiji. Zhao Zhenju didn't want to divorce Li Jiamin before, because Qin Shiyu's words that day were very hurtful. She was also worried that after the divorce, she wouldn't be able to remarry. But when she thought about Yunjiji also being divorced, Zhao Zhenju became full of hope again. Just now, she went with Li Jiamin to file for divorce. Now she was waiting for Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji to divorce, so she could be with Qin Shiyu. Did you and comrade Li Jiamin divorce? Yunjiji looked at Zhao Zhenju calmly. Yes. You should hurry and divorce Commander Qin too. Anyway, Commander Qin doesn't like you. He's not blind, he wouldn't prefer a woman like me, so why would he like someone old and plain like you? Zhao Zhenju thought Qin Shiyu's hesitation before was because of his position, so he didn't want to admit his feelings for her. But now, since Qin Shiyu was divorcing Yunjiji, it showed he still cared about her. This made Zhao Zhenju very happy. Congratulations, Zhao, on getting what you wanted. Zhao Zhenju was momentarily confused, not understanding what Yunjiji meant. You're smart. After I marry Commander Qin, I don't mind if the 2 little troublemakers you gave birth to are a bit better. Zhao Zhenju thought Yunjiji had realized her situation, so she congratulated her on soon marrying Qin Shiyu and clearly showed her attitude. Haha. Yunjiji couldn't help but laugh, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Qin Shiyu, who was carrying Tuan Tuan. Sure enough, when men heard Zhao Zhenju's words, their faces darkened to the extreme. Their good mood disappeared completely, and they warned coldly, "Comrade Zhao, if you keep ruining my reputation, I won't mind reporting you to the police for harassment of a soldier. Baby, move your little hands and click to urge more updates." Heartfelt love for all. Heartsuit when Zhao Zhenju heard Qin Shiyu's voice, her face turned pale. She turned around and saw Qin Shiyu returning, with Tuan Tuan riding on his shoulder. He was holding the child's hand and carrying dirty clothes in the other. This man, no matter what, still looks so handsome that it makes her heart race. "Captain Qin, Li Jianmin and I are already divorced. When you and Comrade Zhao, please show some respect." Qin Shiyu's face was cold. As he entered the yard, he put down the cloves in his hand and looked at Zhao Zhenju with a stern expression. He said coldly, "Comrade Zhao, I don't care where you heard that we are getting divorced, so you came here to spread rumors, but I want to tell you clearly, we are not getting divorced." Zhao Zhenju is a bit vain and somewhat foolish, but only a little. Hearing Qin Shiyu's words and seeing him standing with Yun Ziji, it was obvious from his expression that their relationship looked quite good. "But Li Jianmin clearly said you two are getting divorced." Zhao Zhenju couldn't understand. Didn't they plan to divorce? Li Jianmin said he heard it from people in the military when he went to submit his transfer application. But why do they look like they are not planning to divorce at all? "Comrade Zhao, maybe Li Jianmin only said that to successfully divorce you." Yun Ziji crossed her arms. They are neighbors, so she also heard some of their arguments when they fought. Earlier, Zhao Zhenju was arguing about wanting a divorce, but then she changed her mind. Li Jianmin probably also had enough of Zhao Zhenju, because which man can accept his wife thinking about someone else? Li Jianmin isn't a fool. Can he really keep this anger inside forever? Or maybe, when Li Jianmin was in the military, he did hear some rumors, but she thinks he only heard part of it, not the whole story. At this moment, Zhao Zhenju realized this too. She stormed into the house, and soon, the sound of their argument could be heard. Yun Ziji curled her lips and glanced at Qin Shiyu from the side. Some people's charm is really strong. Qin Shiyu turned his head to look at the woman with her arms crossed. She stood tall and straight. From the side, her nose was high and smooth, with delicate lines. Her slightly curled eyelashes fluttered like little fans, trembling gently with her occasional blinking. Although she still looked thin and weak, her face was a little better than when he saw her in the reception room a few days ago. Her cheeks no longer looked sunken like before. He kept staring at her, and the faster his heart beat, the more intense his gaze became. Thump, thump, thump. It felt like he could hear his own heartbeat. "Eat your meal. The food will get cold soon," Yun Ziji said without noticing the man's expression. She glanced at him and then turned to walk toward the kitchen. The man's eyes involuntarily followed her, as if a seed was sprouting in his heart, growing very quickly. After Zhao Zhenju argued with Li Jianmin and came out, she saw this scene. Qin Shiyu was watching Yun Ziji's back with a look full of admiration. How could that be? Yun Ziji is so unattractive, and she looks much older than Qin Shiyu. How could this happen? Li Jianmin, you. Zhao Zhenju angrily turned around and scolded, venting her frustration on Li Jianmin again. Qin Shiyu only glanced back briefly, planning to ask later when Li Jianmin and the others would leave. They argued all day and never seemed to stop, which was really annoying. It was truly disgusting. Qin Shiyu also couldn't understand why he might have given Zhao Zhenju the wrong signals, making her think he had feelings for her. He shivered uncontrollably, feeling as if some villain was watching him, a feeling that made him feel cold and uneasy. "Qin Shiyu, dinner is ready," Yun Ziji called out when she saw the man hadn't come in yet. "Honey, I'm coming." Hearing this melodious voice, Yun Ziji felt puzzled. What kind of mood was he in? She only called him for dinner, not doing anything else. But it was clear he was very happy. She didn't understand why he was so pleased. She didn't care and simply handed the kids meat buns and bowls of soup. When Qin Shiyu came in, he took the food from her hands and told her to sit and eat. Yun Jiji looked at him and asked with some confusion, "You seem in a good mood? What exactly was he so happy about?" "Yes. My wife called me for dinner. Of course I'm happy." Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji. It was just a meal after all. Could it be that simple? But to Qin Shiyu, it was definitely worth celebrating. His mood was truly strange. "Baby, eat some meat," Qin Shiyu said as he cut a piece of rabbit meat, removing the bone, and placed it in the child's bowl. "Thanks, Dad," the child cheerfully said. "You're welcome." Qin Shiyu equally served rabbit meat to Tuan Tuan, who softly and sweetly thanked him. Qin Shiyu also helped Yun Jiji with her food. She initially wanted to refuse, but remembered what Yuan Yuan had asked her earlier. The two children seemed a bit sensitive, and when they saw Qin Shiyu helping her, they both looked over as if waiting for Yun Jiji to eat. "Thank you," she said aloud, then ate the rabbit meat in front of the two children. Soon after, Yun Jiji received 3 happy smiles. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. It was fine that the two children were happy, but what was Qin Shiyu so excited about? During the meal, Qin Shiyu kept adding dishes for Yun Jiji. Seeing her eat, Qin Shiyu was very happy. Every time Yun Jiji wanted to say something, she saw the two children staring at her. Not wanting to upset them, she quietly continued eating. Although she felt a bit annoyed, with someone helping to remove bones and thorns, the meal was quite relaxed. Qin Shiyu also took full responsibility for caring for the two children, so Yun Jiji just focused on eating. After the meal, Qin Shiyu washed the dishes while saying, "There's still hot water in the pot. You can wash up first." "Okay." Yun Jiji didn't refuse. With him at home, the children were also looked after, so she didn't mind and let Qin Shiyu take care of the children. "Wait a moment." Seeing Yun Jiji about to leave, Qin Shiyu suddenly called out as if he remembered something. While she was still a bit confused, the man had already washed his hands, entered the kitchen, and helped carry the hot water into the bathroom, saying, "The water is ready. I'll come to pour it later." Yun Jiji. She really could take care of herself. Dig a channel in the bathroom when you have time, so the water can flow directly after washing. No need to carry it back and forth. Later, they could add a basin to collect the water, which could be used for flushing the toilet or watering the plants. "Okay, go wash quickly, or the water will get cold." Yun Jiji responded and took her clothes into the bathroom. The man called the two children, then turned to clear the table. The two children followed him like little tails, happily chasing after Qin Shiyu. They looked very happy. Maybe they knew their parents wouldn't divorce, and their mother wouldn't abandon them like Iron Egg's mother, so they were so cheerful. "Wanrong, that he family is so poor. What are you after?" Chun Monxiang was almost furious. Over the years, she had introduced many good suitors for Yun Wanrong. For example, the son of the village head, the son of the Pigeon Tail Association director, and the town's postman. None of them were worse than He Mingyuan. As a result, Yun Wanrong was determined to marry He Mingyuan. Chun Monxiang thought that He Mingyuan was not a good person. He never went to work and always held that old book, talking about knowing the melon and knowing the melon. Chun Monxiang couldn't understand what he was talking about. Clearly, their family was very poor, yet he pretended to be a noble young man. Chun Monxiang found it annoying. She didn't want to agree because she hoped that after Yun Wanrong married, she could help support the family a little. But instead, they chose He Mingyuan, who was the only young man in their village no girl wanted to marry. Chun Monxiang was angry. She thought she hadn't married him yet and believed she could persuade Yun Wanrong to change her mind. When the time came, she would just go and refuse the marriage herself. With the He family situation, how dare they come to cause trouble in front of her? They were really bold to come and make trouble. "Mom, you don't understand at all. Brother Mingyuan will be successful in the future," Yun Wanrong immediately said. In her previous life, He Mingyuan became a rich man. She couldn't even imagine how much money he had. Anyway, in this life, she was determined to marry He Mingyuan. Only by marrying him could she live a life of privilege. Things will become clear in the future. Chun Monxiang scolded her irritably, getting angrier the more she thought about it. "Mom, I already told you before that the Qin family is not a good family. Look at what happened to Yun Jiji after she married into them. So you still have to trust your daughter, Yun Wanrong said. Chen Manxiang also remembered how the Qin family treated Yun Jiji. She initially liked Qin Shiyu because he was an officer, earning a monthly allowance and tickets so they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. That's why Chen Manxiang specifically told her precious daughter. At first, Yun Wanrong was very happy, but suddenly one day, she said she didn't want to marry Qin Shiyu because the Qin family was not good. Chen Manxiang naturally disagreed because he was an officer with a good monthly allowance. Unexpectedly, Yun Wanrong appeared to agree on the surface, but when Qin Shiyu came to visit, she secretly made some small moves, giving Yun Jiji the good marriage instead. Things happened, and Chen Manxiang had no choice but to let Yun Jiji marry into the Qin family. Later, Yun Jiji really didn't have a good life there and was even driven out, left to fend for herself. Only then did Chen Manxiang believe what Yun Wanrong said. But she wondered, could He Mingyuan really be successful with his personality? With He Mingyuan's character, I still don't believe he will succeed. Chen Manxiang, who had lived for many years, thought she could judge people well. Overall, she didn't think highly of He Mingyuan. Mom, you can't refuse. I will definitely marry Brother Mingyuan. If you oppose, don't expect me to care about you after I marry him. After saying this, Yun Wanrong angrily walked out. Chen Manxiang felt her chest hurt with anger. Why do you worry? Our daughter is chosen by heaven. Think about what Wanrong said before. Are those things all true? Mingyuan will surely be successful in the future, or Wanrong wouldn't insist so much. Yun Hongmin sat nearby smoking a pipe, glancing at Chen Manxiang. Earlier, Yun Wanrong told him that there was a ginseng on the mountain. At first, Yun Hongmin didn't believe it, but Wanrong kept promising. So, he went to check. They actually dug up a 50-year-old ginseng. He secretly sold it on the black market for 200 yuan. He gave 50 yuan to Wanrong and kept the remaining 150 yuan for himself. Neither he nor Wanrong told Chen Manxiang about this. So, Chen Manxiang didn't know that she had earned money from selling the ginseng. Later, Wanrong also took him to catch some wild chickens and rabbits or dig up other things. Now, Yun Hongmin has nearly 1,000 yuan saved up. He completely trusts his daughter's words. Mingyuan is a late bloomer, but becoming the richest person is only a matter of time. But that Mingyuan, enough. I already said that our daughter can marry him. Do you understand? Wanrong not only wants to marry but also wants a grand wedding. Prepare more dowry for her. Chen Manxiang was almost furious, but Yun Hongmin is the head of the family. She couldn't ignore his words, which made her even angrier. But she also knew that this was a decision made by their daughter and son. She couldn't change it. Comrade Yun, we are from the Health and Wellness Department. My name is Sue. We've received a report that you've been treating patients without a medical license, which is a legal practice. Please come with us for an investigation. Yun Jiji finished washing up and was drawn out by the knocking at the door. While Qin Shiyu prepared breakfast and kept it warm in the pot, she went to work. Now, only Yun Jiji and the two children were at home. The officials from the Health and Wellness Department came to the family compound, attracting many people's attention. Everyone was curious and gathered to watch the commotion, not expecting they were here to find Yun Jiji. When they heard about illegal practice, everyone's faces changed. Comrade Sue, could there be a mistake? Jiji went up the mountain to pick some herbs, but she didn't secretly treat anyone's illness, right? Lu Chuntao quickly said, who is so cruel to report Yun Jiji. At this moment, Lu Chuntao's mind flashed with several names, but she had no proof, just her guesses about who might have done it. If she found out who was responsible, they would tear her apart. Lu Chuntao, you're covering for someone. Everyone in the yard knows Yun Jiji treated people. Zhao Zhenju immediately shouted. Then she said to a few colleagues from the health department, Comrades, I can testify that Yun Jiji was treating someone. Yun Jiji looked calmly at the Discipline Inspection Committee members and said, Comrades, I did treat Xiao Man. See, she's admitting it, Zhao Zhenju exclaimed excitedly. How dare Yun Jiji admit it at this moment? Zhao Zhenju was just waiting for the health department people to quickly take Yun Jiji away, preferably lock her up with some snacks. Yun Jiji coldly glanced at Zhao Zhenju and then said, "Comrades, I don't have a medical license, but I passed the entrance exam at the Military District Health Clinic. I filled out and submitted the application form. If you don't believe me, you can go directly to the military district and verify with Deputy Director Hu." Everyone was surprised to hear this. "Jiji, you're going to be a military doctor now?" Yang Shuqin quickly asked. Yun Jiji nodded. "Yes." Zhao Zhenju's face looked very unpleasant. No way. She must be lying. She just wants to avoid Comrade Su's investigation. Yun Jiji turned slightly to look at Zhao Zhenju and said, "Comrade Zhao Zhenju, I know you like my husband and are hoping I will divorce him, so he can marry you. But you can't just make things up. Do you think if I get involved in this, Qin Shi will avoid punishment from the troops?" Comrades, don't believe Zhao Zhenju. She just can't stand seeing Jiji do well. Everyone immediately started talking, recounting everything Zhao Zhenju had done these past few days. The colleagues from the health department looked at her with frowns. Their eyes changed as they looked at Zhao Zhenju. How could she do such things? And even though she was married, she still fancied other men. Everyone knew who Qin Shiyu was. Yunji stood there, scanning the crowd, quickly spotting old lady Li hiding among them. Her face looked unhappy, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. "Comrade Yun, please cooperate with our investigation. Until the matter is clarified, you cannot leave your family." "Cooperate with what investigation?" Before the health department officer could finish, Hu Jianjun spoke up. He stepped forward, looked at the scene, and asked, "What's going on?" "Political commissar, someone maliciously reported that Jiji is practicing medicine illegally." Lu Chuntao immediately responded, not giving anyone a chance to speak. Hu Jianjun's sharp gaze swept the crowd and said in a serious tone, "Comrade Yun is a doctor at our military district health clinic. She has passed the assessment and has her medical license and appointment letter." He handed a paper bag to the health department officer and said her medical skills were verified through multiple reviews before hiring. "I hope you can hand over the complaint letter to us." Seeing it was a misunderstanding, the officer looked at Yunji's medical license and the official appointment documents from the military, realizing someone was jealous of her and maliciously reported her. "If it's a misunderstanding, then of course," Su Tiancheng quickly agreed. "We will still need to deal with the military in the future, so there's no need to ruin our relationship. It wouldn't benefit them." The crowd, which had been noisy and aggressive earlier, handed the complaint letter to Hu Jianjun and then hurriedly left. "Who do you think would bother to report Comrade Yun?" someone asked curiously. All eyes on the letter Hu Jianjun held, eager to see who it was. Besides those who don't get along with Comrade Yun, who else could it be? Maybe Zhao Zhenju? Or Old Lady Li? They lowered their voices, afraid Old Lady Li might overhear. Since Yunji moved into the family compound, everyone knew she was skilled at medicine but kept a low profile. She was very polite to the military families in the courtyard. Apart from Zhao Zhenju staring at Qin Shiyu, the only other incident was when Old Lady Li brought Wang Sueji to ask about the gender of her unborn child. Because Yunji didn't help check, yesterday they saw Wang Sueji glaring at Yunji with resentment. Therefore, besides these few people, they couldn't think of anyone else for the moment. "All right, everyone disperse. The military will investigate the report, find out who did it, and give a warning," Hu Jianjun said in a serious voice. Everyone agrees that Yun Jiji's medical skills are obvious. Bringing a good doctor to the hospital is definitely beneficial for anyone. She can treat strokes and even illnesses caused by pregnancy, which shows how skilled Yun Jiji is. In short, if these people force Yun Jiji to leave, he definitely won't let them get away with it. Zhao Zhenju pouted and turned back to her room. Anyway, she was about to leave the family compound, so the warning didn't matter to her. She couldn't understand how Yun Jiji was so lucky to become a military doctor at the district hospital. What's so special about her? But even if she was unwilling, Zhao Zhenju knew she couldn't stop it. She could only hope Yun Jiji would make a mistake and get into trouble someday. At the same time, Old Lady Li quietly slipped away when no one was paying attention. However, Yun Jiji saw her move. Put away your uniform. When it's time to go to work, someone will take you to get it, Hu Jianjun said. Thank you, Commissar, Yun Jiji replied gratefully. He waved his hand and was about to leave. Commissar, can I see the report letter? Yun Jiji asked. Although she had some guesses, she wasn't sure who among them wrote it. Hu Jianjun didn't stop her and handed her the report letter. It listed accusations like Yun Jiji practicing medicine without a license and causing harm, with exaggerated details. The language used was quite fair, pretending to be for the people's good, worried that Yun Jiji's medical skills were unprofessional and that illegal practice could harm many people. It sounded very righteous. After reading it, Yun Jiji handed the letter back to Hu Jianjun and said, I believe the organization will give me justice. Hu Jianjun was stunned. He finally understood that Yun Jiji couldn't tolerate any loss, and as for the person who reported her, they deserved what they got. Meanwhile, at the Qian family, old lady Li looked very upset after returning home. Wang Xueji had just finished washing everyone's clothes and prepared breakfast when she saw her mother-in-law's gloomy face, which made her a little scared. Whenever her mother-in-law was unhappy, she would take it out on her. Now, she was clearly upset and might even beat her. Where are you going? Old Lady Li asked coldly and sharply when she saw Wang Xueji. Wang Xueji was startled and shivered as she turned around, calling out, Mom, you're back. Old Lady Li glared fiercely at her. Come here. Wang Xueji didn't want to, but when she met Old Lady Li's gaze, she shrank back and walked forward to stand in front of her, weakly calling out, Mom.
Mom.
Old Lady Li was so angry seeing her timid look that she reached out and pinched Wang Xueji's arm several times, feeling unsatisfied. I'll tell you, if they investigate the report letter, just say you wrote it. Say you reported because you were upset that Yun Jiji wouldn't let you see the doctor, but was willing to see others. Say it made you unhappy, so you reported her. Yes, that report letter was written by Old Lady Li for Wang Xueji. She couldn't read, but her daughter-in-law could. When she and Zhao Zhenju discussed this secretly, Old Lady Li made Wang Xueji write the report letter after she returned. Unexpectedly, Yun Jiji actually became a military doctor. Mom, Lao Qian will scold me to death. This is something you and Zhao Zhenju did. Why do I have to admit it? Thinking of this, Wang Xueji grew angrier and more wronged. She hadn't done anything wrong. She only helped write a letter. If it weren't for your uncooperative pregnancy, would I have gone to ask that mean girl Yun Jiji for help? She clearly looks down on you for having several daughters, so she wouldn't see you. If it weren't for you, would I have gone with Zhao Zhenju to report Yun Jiji? Old Lady Li coldly looked at Wang Xueji, blaming everything on her uncooperative pregnancy. Mom, it was you who reported Yun Jiji. However, before the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could argue, they heard a furious voice coming from the door. When Qian Jingping returned to the residential compound, he heard everyone talking about someone reporting Qin Shiyu's wife to the health department, accusing Yun Jiji of practicing medicine illegally. In fact, Yun Jiji was now a military doctor and would be working at their district hospital. He also heard that someone from their courtyard reported her. He vaguely remembered that this incident was somewhat related to his mother. Qian Jingping knew his mother was usually the type to cause trouble, but he didn't think she would actually report someone. As soon as he reached the door, Qian Jingping heard his mother criticizing Wang Xueji. The report was indeed made by his mother and Zhao Zhenju. When Grandma Li heard her son's voice, she was startled and quickly saw Qian Jingping with a pale face, looking angry at her. Grandma Li was a bit afraid of her son because he was very much like her late husband, very honest and sometimes unable to distinguish between public and private matters. Whenever someone in the family made a mistake, once he knew the truth, Qian Jingping would be fair and never favor his family members. Son, it's not my fault. If your wife's pregnancy had been better, Yun Jiji could have helped others with their health issues. Why can't she check if the baby is a boy or girl? If she had checked, could I have caused trouble for her? Grandma Li didn't think she was doing anything wrong. Qian Jingping also wondered who she was doing all this for. Wang Xueji had already given birth to 3 daughters, and this was her fourth pregnancy. If it was still a girl, their old Qian family would truly be finished. Who was she thinking of? Clearly, he was the one thinking of their family. Qian Jingping couldn't afford to be confused at this moment. Whether it's a son or a daughter, they are all my children, Qian Jingping's children. I've told you many times, having a son or daughter isn't up to Tsueji. It's our man's decision. Why don't you listen? And you? Did you help Mom write the report letter? Qian Jingping glared at his wife. Wang Tsueji used to be different. She used to love daughters too. When did she start to prefer boys over girls? If it weren't for Qian Jingping, his 3 daughters probably wouldn't have had a good life in this family. But he also had many responsibilities in the army and couldn't always pay attention to what was happening at home. Yes, it was Mom who forced me. I was afraid not to listen to her. Wang Tsueji lowered her head in fear, not daring to look at her husband's expression. Qian Jingping closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Now, you all go with me to apologize to Comrade Yun and admit your mistake to the political officer." "I won't." Grandma Li refused immediately. "If you don't, I'll buy a ticket right now and send you back to the countryside," Qian Jingping warned coldly. Hearing this, Grandma Li's face turned pale. Going back to the countryside was absolutely out of the question. The people in her village would be so jealous of her having a company commander son who could come with the troops and enjoy public meals. Apart from not having a grandson, she is the most fashionable old lady in the village. Now, whenever she returns to the village, everyone will flatter her. If she is sent back to the village at this time, who knows how people will mock her. Anyway, Grandma Li cannot go back to the village with them. In the end, Grandma Li and Wang Tsueji came to Yun Jiji's house under Qian Jingping's cold gaze. This journey attracted many people. Yun Jiji hasn't been in the community for long, but she is kind and has not offended anyone, except for Zhao Zhenju, who likes to cause trouble, and Wang Tsueji and her mother-in-law, who wanted to check the baby's gender but failed. She hasn't really argued with anyone else. When the report incident happened, everyone immediately guessed it was either Zhao Zhenju or the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Seeing Qian Jingping with a serious face, bringing gifts to Yun Jiji's house, there was nothing unclear about the situation. Yun Jiji looked at the upright man in front of her, then at Wang Tsueji and Grandma Li, and felt a bit sympathetic toward Qian Jingping. Having such a mother and wife was bad luck for him. "Comrade Yun, I am truly sorry about the report incident. I didn't take good care of my family. I sincerely apologize to you here." Qian Jingping stepped back 2 steps. Since Yun Jiji is now a military doctor, they are colleagues. Moreover, soldiers respect military doctors because during training or missions if they get injured, it is the medical team that saves their lives. Without timely treatment from military doctors, they might not survive. So, soldiers respect military doctors and military doctors respect soldiers. Their respect is mutual. Wang Tsueji and Grandma Li are simply 2 fools. If Yun Jiji were a bad person, and if she slightly tampered with his injuries, his life could be at risk, and he might even face a career change. Although it was wrong of him to think so badly, what his mother and wife did was beyond normal human behavior. Yun Jiji glanced at Grandma Li and Wang Tsueji. Seeing their defiant expressions, if it weren't for Qian Jingping bringing them here, she wouldn't think they did anything wrong. "Captain Qian, let's leave this matter to the organization to handle," Yun Jiji said calmly. "Since they're not willing to admit fault, there's no need to force them to apologize to her. It's appropriate, but they should also apologize to you." Qian Jingping felt it was only right. His mother had made a mistake and even reported the matter to the Ministry of Health. If Hu Jianjun hadn't just delivered the medical license and appointment letter to Yun Jiji might have been taken away by the health authorities. Before the case was clarified, she would have been detained. He also knew Yun Jiji had 2 two-year-old children, and Qin Shi was busy in the military. What would happen to those children? For Yun Jiji, this was an unfair disaster. Her mother and wife seemed unwilling to apologize, which made Yun Jiji understandably angry. "Captain Qian, since auntie and sister-in-law aren't willing to apologize willingly, don't trouble them further. Let the organization handle this. I'm new here, and don't know all the rules, but I also know that if people start reporting everything just because they feel like it, and if the reports are based on real reasons, it might help solve some problems. But if people just report others out of spite, can we still live peacefully? Yun Jiji asked coldly. Many military wives listening thought she made a good point. She could stay calm and speak reasonably with Qian Jingping, showing that although she was angry, she didn't want to take it out on him. However, Grandma Li was very annoyed and mocked. "Comrade Yun, we've come to apologize, so don't be so shameless. Do you really think you're some kind of hero? Whether my wife is a hero or not doesn't need Aunt Li to judge." Qin Shi's voice came from behind a few people. Then he stepped in front of Yun Jiji and softly said, "Sorry. I came back late." Yun Jiji was slightly surprised. "It's okay. I can still take care of myself." Qin Shiyu pulled Yun Jiji behind him and looked at Qian Jingping. "Captain, since Auntie and the others aren't sincere in their apologies, let's leave this to the organization." What could Qian Jingping do? His mother looked so defiant that even if she apologized, it wouldn't be sincere. He was just a subordinate here, and his mother's words could make his own words seem worthless, like nothing. Dealing with such a mother, Qian Jingping didn't know what to do. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sincerely said, "Comrade Xiaoqin and Yun, I am truly sorry." He knew his apology sounded empty and powerless. This matter was caused by his mother and wife. He did not supervise them well, which led to their actions. Qian Jingping was not wrong either. He turned around, angrily glancing at his mother and Wang Xueji, and prepared to take them back home. After taking a few steps, Qian Jingping suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to speak to Yun Jiji. "Comrade Yun, Zhao Zhenju was also involved in this matter." Zhao Zhenju was originally watching the commotion in the yard. When she heard her name, she couldn't even hide. Old Lady Li suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Yes. Zhao Zhenju told me that Yun Jiji doesn't have a medical license. She said that if I report her, I will be sure to succeed." "I didn't plan to report Yun Jiji. It was Zhao Zhenju who said that." "You old woman, you're talking nonsense. When did I let you report Yun Jiji? You said that Yun Jiji didn't give your daughter-in-law permission to check the baby's gender." "I only said that Yun Jiji doesn't have a medical license and can't treat people easily. If you want to report her, that has nothing to do with me." Zhao Zhenju also scolded. Yun Jiji looked calm. Neither of them was innocent, so there was no need to blame anyone. Yun Jiji just glanced at them and didn't bother to argue. She called Qin Shiyu to go back and eat. They hadn't even had their meal after all the fuss this morning. Yun Jiji was very hungry and didn't want to bother with them now. However, during the chaos, Old Lady Li, Wang Xueji, Zhao Zhenju, and Qian Jingping were called away to the political commissar's office by Hu Jianjun. Only then did Old Lady Li realize how serious the situation was. She started crying and making a scene in the office, which made Qian Jingping lose patience. He scolded his mother loudly. Old Lady Li also wanted to cry, but she finally learned that her son had to go back and write a 20,000-word self-criticism and publicly apologize in front of the military district leaders during the new year. Only then did she calm down. Hu Jianjun watched them leave, pinched his nose, and thought about how bad the atmosphere in their family compound had always been. He knew they needed to clean things up now, or when the higher-ups come to inspect, they might be even more upset. It's better to fix things now rather than wait for official discipline. At first, they didn't realize how serious this was. Reporting such matters is really bad. Even if the report is true, it's okay. But if it's a malicious report just to vent anger, that's very serious. The matter of Qian Jingping's punishment quickly spread throughout the compound. When Grandma Li and Wang Xueji returned, they looked like two defeated roosters, sheepishly following behind Qian Jingping, too afraid to look at his expression. They didn't expect the situation to become so serious. They simply disliked Yun Jiji, which is why they reported her when they found out she didn't have a medical license. They never thought it would turn out like this. Now, Yun Jiji not only has a medical license, but also became a military doctor, and in the future, she will work alongside her son. Moreover, if Yoon-jiji is a military doctor, she can earn military honors and be promoted like her son, possibly reaching officer rank. At this moment, Grandma Lee was curious about how good Yoon-jiji's medical skills really were and why the army valued her so much. Her son was a regimental commander, yet just because she reported her, it didn't seem like a big deal to others, and Yoon-jiji didn't seem to suffer any injustice. When the health department officials arrived, they hadn't even taken Yoon-jiji away before Hu Jianjun brought her medical license and appointment letter. They really didn't know what luck they had. If Yoon-jiji had been taken away and detained for a few days, and then later released after the army's review, Grandma Lee wouldn't feel so frustrated now. Yoon-jiji faced no trouble, but her son was punished, and she and Wang Tsueji were publicly criticized. Now, they were extremely upset, especially since, when they returned, many people in the family courtyard pointed fingers and gossiped about them, which made Grandma Lee even angrier. Yoon-jiji only learned about this afterward. When she found out that Qian Jingping was punished, she was very surprised, as she had been completely involved. Qian Jingping was unlucky. He probably complained at home about his mother, but Grandma Lee clearly wouldn't listen. "Husband, if you're unhappy about this, I can go to the army and report it," Qin Shiu said. He couldn't understand Yoon-jiji's expression or whether she was still angry, but if she was dissatisfied with the punishment, he would go to the army to get them to reconsider, no matter what, to give Yoon-jiji a satisfactory answer. "Comrades from the political department are already on my side, and this punishment isn't light. If I still act stubborn, it will be my problem," Yoon-jiji replied. She was indeed reported, but Hu Jianjun was quick to come and resolve the issue, and Zhao Zhenju had also protected her earlier. Yoon-jiji also knew that she hadn't done anything wrong, and it was Zhao Zhenju and others who caused trouble first. Qin Shiu's character and actions in Hu Jianjun's place should be able to withstand tests. So, they supported her and stood by her side. In fact, the behavior of the military wives in the family compound also relates to their husbands' promotions and evaluations. However, these wives' awareness was clearly lacking. Some of them, who held higher positions because of their husbands, probably looked down on others. "Are you really okay?" Qin Shiu asked with some concern. "I'm fine. Don't worry," Yoon-jiji replied. But she also had something bothering her. "Actually, I want to ask the political commissar something. Once I start working, I will definitely need to take the children with me. But they won't affect my work at the clinic. Do you think I could bring them to work?" Nowadays, bringing children to work was quite common, as long as it didn't interfere with normal duties. Qin Shiu nodded and said, "Okay. I'll ask and see. If it's not possible, should we send Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to an early daycare, or maybe hire someone to help take care of them? Are you thinking that since the children are still young, I should stay at home to take care of them and not go to work?" Yoon-jiji was also a bit curious. Most men use the children as an excuse to ask their wives to give up their careers and stay at home to care for the kids. She wondered what Qin Shiu really thought inside. Does he think that she went to work when the children were just over 2 years old? You're a mother, but you're also yourself. Having children doesn't mean you have to give up your career. The children are ours, not just yours to give birth to Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. This burden is ours. I will talk to the political commissar to see if we can bring the children to work. If it's really not possible, we can think of other ways to find someone to help take care of them, Qin Shiu honestly said. Although Qin Shiu only had a rough understanding of Yoon-jiji's medical skills, he wouldn't be the one to block her path forward. It's not just because of the grievances she had suffered over the years. He wanted to make up for her. Everyone's value in life isn't solely within a family. Yoon-jiji had her own dreams and abilities. Keeping her at home and preventing her from shining might actually be her true worth. It is possible that, when caring for 2 children, they might feel a little neglected. However, as long as the children can feel their parents' love, they will understand that their parents do love them. The parents are busy with their responsibilities, working hard for the country. As the country develops better and better, someone has to work quietly behind the scenes. In his position, Qin Shiu understands all of this very well. As soldiers, they can focus on their duties at the front because they have a strong support system at home that makes them feel at ease. Yun Jiji looked at the man. From his expression, it was clear he was serious about this matter, and not joking at all. He was facing the issue, directly. You're quite surprising, Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu was a bit confused. Isn't that how it should be? He didn't think there was anything unusual about this. Isn't that how couples usually get along? Not everyone thinks like that. Some believe women should stay at home to take care of the family, afraid that their wives might be more successful than they are, or even try to outshine them. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, Qin Shiyu, if one day I achieve more than you, would you feel jealous? Qin Shiyu was slightly surprised. Why would I feel jealous? If my wife is more successful than me, I'd be happy for her. I shouldn't feel jealous. Instead, I should reflect on myself whether I've worked hard enough. If I fall behind, it's because I haven't done enough. Yun Jiji was quite surprised by his thoughts. Clearly, he was more progressive than many men of this era. He looks for problems within himself, willingly shares his income, and unconditionally supports his wife when needed. Few men can do that. Over the past 3 years, because of his missions, he couldn't always be there for Yun Jiji and the children. But when she brought the children to the military base, he never doubted their identities. This truly touched Yun Jiji. Her opinion of Qin Shiyu changed a bit because of these things. It's not impossible to get to know him better. If he turns out to be the person she's observed, life together could still work out. Their current way of living is still harmonious. You're quite special, Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu was a bit confused. He didn't understand what she meant. At that moment, Yun Jiji finished her meal and took her bowl to the kitchen. Although Qin Shiyu was curious, he didn't ask further. Let's set aside the matter of inviting someone. Our status might cause others to criticize us, and a single report could be enough to cause trouble. When Yun Jiji came out of the kitchen, she added this comment. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu understood and responded with a nod. Got it. Qin Shiyu knew that now was not the time for such petty behavior. His career was still on the rise, and such actions would not be appropriate. If Yun Jiji really became busy later on, it might be helpful to ask Lu Chuntao for assistance. Whether they give Lu money privately is their own business. Although Qin Shiyu didn't spend much time with Lu Chuntao, he believed in Lu's character. Moreover, if Yun Jiji could cure Xiaomon's illness, Lu Chuntao would feel grateful to her and pay more attention to the children. They didn't intend to pressure or reward anyone. If they needed to invite someone, they preferred to trust a person with good character. At least, Lu Chuntao was the most suitable person for this. Clearly, both of them had the same idea. I'll go back to the army first. I need to go to the city today. Is there anything missing at home? Qin Shiyu asked. Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows and thought for a moment before replying, check if there's any black sesame. The winter solstice is coming soon, and we can make some sesame-filled dumplings. She didn't see any at the supply and marketing cooperative, so she was planning to sneak some later. Anything else? Yun Jiji shook her head. No, if you need anything, I can take the kids to buy it later. The supply store isn't far from here. Okay. Qin Shiyu didn't say more. He looked at the time and decided not to stay longer. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Yun Jiji was about to hang up her clothes in the backyard when she saw him come back, looking a bit awkward when he looked at her. What's wrong? Yun Jiji asked. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and asked, Wife, I want to ask you for some money. Hearing this, Yun Jiji thought that he had given all his money to her and she probably didn't have any cash on him. Wait a moment, she said, then went back to her room. Actually, she had stored all the money in her space. She didn't know what he wanted the money for, but since it was his salary, he could spend it as he pleased. She took out the envelope with the bonus he had given her earlier. She wasn't sure what he was planning to do, but taking a little more wouldn't hurt. Qin Shiyu looked at the envelope she brought and was momentarily stunned. I'll give you the extra one later. After saying that, Qin Shiyu ran out, probably in a hurry. As for men going to the city, it was likely due to some arrangement in the army, so Yun Jiji didn't ask about it. As for why the man needed money, she wasn't very curious. After all, it was his money. She was only temporarily keeping it. The man's clothes had already been washed. They had been hanging in the yard last night, but there was some rain later in the night. Qin Xiu took them back in the middle of the night, and she hung them out again. Gigi. Spring Peach Sister. Seeing Lu Chuntao, Yun Gigi smiled. Lu Chuntao waved at Yun Gigi, and she walked over to the fence in the yard. She looked at Lu Chuntao with some confusion and asked, Spring Peach Sister, is something wrong? Zhao Zhenju and Li Jianmin were kicked out. Didn't you see? Yun Gigi raised an eyebrow. I didn't notice. She really didn't know about this. Lu Chuntao then explained how Hu Jinjun had people watching Li Jianmin and Zhao Zhenju move out. There was a report, and Zhao Zhenju was the main target. Hu Jinjun was so angry, he almost lost his temper. It was also a warning to the military wives. Think carefully before doing anything. Things shouldn't be done just because they felt like it. They didn't consider their own men, and also wanted to warn others in the army. They needed to take care of their families because their interests were connected. They shouldn't act recklessly without thinking. Originally, Zhao Zhenju and Li Jianmin had 3 days to pack. But today Li Jie brought a few soldiers over, and in just a few minutes, they packed everything and sent them out of the family compound. You didn't see how bad Li Jianmin's face looked. He even volunteered to transfer out, and the army would consider his achievements over the years and find him a job. But because of Zhao Zhenju's actions, he was kicked out like a stray dog, Lu Chuntao said, recalling how dark Li Jianmin's face was, almost like a bottomless pot. He probably hated Zhao Zhenju to death. If it were anyone else, they'd be furious. They still had a stable job, but Zhao Zhenju messed everything up, and now it's all gone. Lu Chuntao shrugged, thinking Li Jianmin deserved it. Li Jianmin didn't seem like a good person either. She didn't believe he didn't know what Zhao Zhenju had done. They were a married couple, living under the same roof. There is probably some protection for Li Jianmin, so I don't blame Lu Chuntao for thinking badly of them. Just looking at what they did, it wasn't good. But luckily, Zhao Zhenju won't be able to enter our family compound anymore, and I won't have to see her again. Just thinking about her makes me feel unlucky, Lu Chuntao said. Yun Gigi chuckled. You definitely won't see her again. Zhao Zhenju deserves it. Yun Gigi doesn't feel sorry for her, but she also doesn't bother to pay attention to such people. That's true. Lu Chuntao felt happy thinking about it. Old lady, Li probably regrets everything now because her actions caused Captain Qian to be punished. She has no place to cry. They deserve it, Lu Chuntao said. Seeing that Yun Gigi wasn't very interested in these matters, and everyone already knew about them, she changed the subject. Gigi, congratulations. Thinking about Yun Gigi becoming a military doctor in the future, Lu Chuntao was happy for her. Thank you, Sister Chuntao, Yun Gigi replied. Gigi, if you go to work, just let Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan stay at my house. I'll watch over them. I usually stay at home anyway, also taking care of Xiao Man. Having Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan come over means they can keep Xiao Man company. As long as you don't mind Xiao Man being a little fragile, Lu Chuntao said. Yun Gigi didn't expect Lu Chuntao to bring this up first. Hearing this, she was quite happy. Sister Chuntao, there's no rush. Qin Xiu and I have discussed it and want to ask the political commissar if I can bring Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to work with me. If it's possible, I want to take them along. They've been with me since they were born and some bad things happened before, so they don't feel very safe, Yun Gigi explained with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Chuntao understood. If you get overwhelmed, just tell me. I have nothing else to do anyway, Lu Chuntao said quickly. Okay. The two chatted for a while longer. Then Lu Chuntao asked if Yun Gigi wanted to go sea foraging. Since the weather is cold now, going from 9 a.m. to 3 or 4 p.m. is better. Once the sun comes out, it won't be too cold by the sea. Sounds good. Yun Gigi immediately became interested. She had never gone sea foraging before. She used to enjoy watching live streams of people catching fish underwater. The hardest to catch was eel. Sometimes they only caught 1 or 2 eels in a session, and that was considered a good haul for their live stream. There are many seafood items like small green dragons, sea cucumbers, clams, razor clams, conchs, spicy snails, and swimming. Of course, these are not found on land, but you might encounter good catches like sea cucumbers if you're lucky. When Lu Chuntao mentioned tide fishing, Yunjiji felt very interested. After she starts working at the army, she won't have much time to join such group activities, especially tide fishing. Let's pack up and go to the beach. If you have rain boots, that would be best. The weather is cold now, and wearing rain boots will keep you dry. Lu Chuntao told her some safety tips before going back inside to prepare. Yunjiji hung up her clothes and saw the two children playing in the yard. She went into the room, found a one-piece raincoat from her space, and also picked two suitable ones for the children. Since they were going to the beach, she would definitely take the kids along. She planned to watch them carefully so nothing would go wrong. She also found some tools in her space for tide fishing like small shovels, crab tongs, small nets, and also gave Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan two little sand toys. She planned to put the children in a safe spot, letting them dig in the sand. She thought kids love playing in the sand, so it would be fine. Thinking this way, Yunjiji felt confident. At worst, she would stay closer and watch the children herself. When she finished dressing, she called Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan inside and put on the matching raincoats for the kids. One good thing about her space is that items taken out automatically change to styles suitable for this era, though they are ugly and unappealing. Yunjiji didn't care about looks. If they work, that's enough. Lu Chuntao and others saw Yunjiji leading the children out, both surprised by the raincoats. Jiji, your raincoat is really good. It's waterproof, and you won't get wet. Where did you buy it? I want to get one too, so I won't worry about getting wet when tide fishing in winter, Lu Chuntao asked excitedly. The raincoat looked comfortable, and as long as a big wave didn't hit, it would keep the water out. Everyone was very interested and asked Yunjiji where she got the raincoats. It was from a northern merchant I saw by chance when I went to the city last time. I heard everyone say there's a sea in Haishur, and I really wanted to go tide fishing. I thought I might need a raincoat, and it turned out I did. Yunjiji smiled and joked, I can't tell them I bought it in space. It's not just for beachcombing. You can wear it when climbing mountains too. Next time I go to the city, I want to buy one as well. Me too. Yeah. Tuan Tuan's younger brother and Yuan Yuan's younger sister. As they were talking, Shenjin pulled his sister over, with Xia Kaifeng following behind. Seeing Yunjiji, she immediately smiled warmly and approached, saying, Comrade Yun, congratulations. Yunjiji is now a military doctor with a medical license. Xia Kaifeng was truly happy about this. She remembered how she used to secretly visit Yunjiji for treatment. Now that Yunjiji has a medical license, she no longer needs to hide when seeking help. Xia Kaifeng was very pleased. Especially after using the medicine Yunjiji gave her. Her itching stopped, and she felt so refreshed for the first time in a long while. Everyone looked at Xia Kaifeng, feeling a bit surprised. When did she get so close to Yunjiji? As far as they knew, her two children had visited Yunjiji's home before, but they never saw Xia Kaifeng spending time alone with Yunjiji. Can I say this? Seeing everyone's curiosity, Xia Kaifeng looked at Lu Chuntao. Lu Chuntao smiled and nodded. Xia Kaifeng then said with a smile, Well, I didn't want to say earlier, but maybe because Comrade Yun didn't have a medical license before. During that time, I kept feeling itchy and uncomfortable, and I had a strange smell. I didn't even want to go out. A few nights ago, I asked Comrade Yun to check me, and she gave me some medicine for washing. I felt so comfortable after the first night, and I haven't felt that way since. I could walk a few steps without wanting to. She looked a bit shy and continued, I've been using the medicine for 3 days now, and I feel very comfortable these days. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare go beachcombing with you all today. Everyone was surprised to hear her words. In the courtyard, they knew she hadn't been going out with them recently. Before, they had called her to join, but she always had reasons or excuses to refuse. They were quite curious then, and now they finally understood why. Is it really that effective? Someone asked immediately. I've experienced it myself. Why would I lie to you? Xia Kaifeng replied with a shrug and a smile. Comrade Yun, you should take Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to go beachcombing. When the time comes, Shenjin can watch the kids, and we can relax and enjoy the beach. That's great. Yun Jiji immediately smiled. Shinjin is a responsible child, so Yun Jiji felt reassured. Everyone went to the seaside to gather seafood separately. Don't go to dangerous places or deep water. It's best to go in groups of 2 or 3. Safety first when gathering seafood. Remember that, everyone? Lu Chuntao checked the number of people and, seeing everyone arrived, announced loudly. Got it. They weren't new to gathering seafood, so they all knew safety was the most important. Jiji, you'll be with me later. Lu Chuntao knew Yun Jiji was going to gather seafood for the first time today. Since she was the one who suggested it, she would naturally take her along. Thank you, Sister Chuntao. Lu Chuntao rolled her eyes playfully, and everyone started walking out of the family courtyard. It takes about half an hour to walk from the family courtyard to the seaside. But Lu Chuntao had already arranged for a donkey cart in the morning, and no one wanted to walk that far. Everyone was happy to pay a small fee for the ride. They thought that spending half an hour walking was less worth it than using that time to gather seafood, maybe even find some good stuff to bring back. Plus, they all had children and the donkey cart was mainly for the kids. Since everyone paid for the ride, no one complained. If you wanted to ride, you paid a penny. If not, you could walk. They chatted and laughed along the way. They were a bit worried at first because Yun Jiji was so thin, and they wondered if her small body could handle the walk to the seaside without getting tired. Would she be able to gather seafood in time? But Yun Jiji didn't even gasp for air. Instead, they were the ones panting heavily, some struggling to walk and having to sit on the donkey cart for a break. Fortunately, there were empty seats on the cart, or they wouldn't have fit. When they arrived at the seaside, it was only 9 o'clock, perfect timing for gathering seafood. Everyone went to their designated groups and started looking for sea treasures. Yun Jiji looked around and found a clear spot. She let the kids play there. Tuan, Yuan, Mom is over there gathering seafood. You and Shinjin and Sweetie Sister stay here and play. If you need anything, call Mom. Don't run toward the water, okay? Yun Jiji told them seriously. Mommy, baby is good and will sit here. Won't go anywhere, Yuan said softly, her big eyes only focused on the sand in front of her. It must be fun. Mom, Tuan is watching his sister and not running around, Tuan said obediently. Auntie, don't worry. I will take good care of my younger brother and sister, Shinjin promised like a little man. Hearing this, Yun Jiji reached out and gently rubbed Shinjin's small head, smiling. Little Jean is so good. When Annie catches some good stuff, I'll make tasty food for you. Shinjin's eyes sparkled brightly. He had tasted what Auntie Yun made, and it was really delicious. Shinjin thought that Auntie Yun's cooking was much better than his own mother's. After trying it once, he couldn't forget it. He even wanted to ask his mother to learn cooking from Auntie Yun. He wondered how her dishes could be so tasty, while his mother's cooking was not as good. I tell you, Auntie Yun's food is really good. Like those blueberry yam, sweet and sour and salted egg yolk pumpkin strips. Today, not only Shinjin and Shin Tian, but also other military wives brought their children. When they heard Shinjin say that Yun Jiji's cooking was so delicious, they all felt very eager. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Yun Jiji looked at them and found it funny. She reached into her cloth bag at her waist and pulled out a handful of milk candies. Everyone, watch the younger brothers and sisters for Auntie. Auntie has candies for you. The children saw the candies and became very happy. They promised to take good care of the kids and were very eager. Some older children also came today, the oldest being 8 years old. They were curious about why this child wasn't in school. But with them watching, Yun Jiji felt much more at ease. After giving instructions, Yun Jiji followed everyone to go see for gathering. It was low tide now, and the seawater had receded from the reef flats. There were already many people on the rocks, including some villagers from nearby, all coming to gather seafood. Jiji, do you recognize these sea creatures? Lu Chuntao was a bit worried that Yun Jiji might not know these sea animals since it was her first time gathering sea products. Chuntao Jia, I know them, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Chuntao nodded. All right, then you pick them first. If you need help, just call me. I won't go far. Okay. Yunjiji responded happily. It hadn't been long since the tide went out, and there were still many fish caught in the shallow pools and between the rocks, unable to swim back to the sea in time. Someone caught a crab. Someone exclaimed. Cloud Weaver looked up and felt a bit jealous. Then she saw a small crab crawling out from under a rock in front of her. She squinted her eyes and looked serious as she grabbed her crab tongs and caught it. Her method was quick, precise, and firm. The crab struggled in her tongs, but Cloud Weaver was very happy. This was her first time collecting sea treasures, and she had already made her first catch. Spring Peach sister, look. I caught one too. Cloud Weaver happily showed off her catch, and everyone else came over to see. Cloud Weaver, you're lucky today. That's a big one. Probably about a pound, Lu Chun Tao said with a smile. Cloud Weaver was also happy. It was like her first time riding a bridal sedan, and she was excited. After placing the crab into her net, she looked toward the children. They were digging sand and building little houses, so she felt relieved. Next, she continued searching among the rocks and found some flatfish, small shrimp, and even a few spicy snails and sea cucumbers. When Lu Chun Tao returned, she saw that Cloud Weaver's bucket was full of sea treasures. She couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and said, Cloud Weaver, you're amazing. Lu Chun Tao had also collected quite a bit, but seeing how much Cloud Weaver had gathered on her first try made her genuinely happy for her. This is just beginner's luck, Cloud Weaver said with a smile. Spring Peach sister, you've collected quite a bit too. Lu Chun Tao knew that some beginners could find good things early on, so she didn't mind. Everyone had their own treasures, and no one was jealous of Cloud Weaver's bounty. The harvest today is pretty good, they all agreed. Looking at everyone's buckets full of sea creatures, no one envied another. Everyone had what they liked, and they all felt happy. It's still early. Let's take a look around some more, Lu Chun Tao said, checking the time. It was only 10 o'clock. They had arranged for the donkey cart driver to pick them up at 10:30, so there was still half an hour to explore. The adults brought their children out and kept an eye on them. Seeing the children playing happily, everyone felt more at ease. Since they weren't far apart, they helped watch the kids for each other. Cloud Weaver had given the children small shovels and buckets for digging sand, and the kids were having a great time. They went back to the sea for a while. Cloud Weaver was very lucky today. She caught 2 fish, some oysters, and her bucket was almost full. She decided to stop and head back. Wow. Mom has so many things. As soon as Yunjiji returned, Yuan and Tuan noticed. They stopped playing in the sand and hurried over to see Yunjiji's harvest. When they saw the bucket was full of fish, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Mom, look, Yuan pointed at the fish in the bucket, blinking with big, shiny eyes. Okay, later when we get home, I will make fish balls for you to eat, all right? Yunjiji saw the kids were well behaved and told them to play here without running toward the sea. The children listened carefully, so Yunjiji decided to reward them. Are fish balls tasty? The children asked curiously. Mostly, Shinjin kept saying how delicious Yunjiji's cooking was, and they were almost drooling with hunger. Fish balls are very tasty. Later, Auntie will fry some, and Shinjin can come call you to eat, okay? Yunjiji smiled and said. Yunjiji also wanted her children to get along well with the kids in the courtyard. When she starts working, her children will play with the courtyard kids. They will also watch over her children and take care of Tuan and Yuan. Children are simple-minded. As long as they are not naturally bad, they are willing to take care of their younger siblings. Especially now. In this era of food shortages and warm clothing shortages, snacks are very rare. Yunjiji was willing to share some snacks with these children to satisfy their sweet tooth. Naturally, they would be more willing to play with their younger siblings. Although using this kind of benefit isn't right, Yunjiji believes no one would care for her children without reason. Only by giving first can she receive some return. Yay! The children cheered happily when they heard. Seeing this, Yunjiji smiled and gently rubbed their heads. At this moment, a donkey cart arrived. The children were carried onto the cart, and they weren't in such a rush anymore. Since everyone had plenty of seafood, they also put the water bucket on the cart. After playing tired, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, who seemed to be seeing seafood for the first time, had their eyes shining even brighter as they stared at the fish in the bucket. Baby, you can't touch it. Can bite and hurt you. Yun Jiji stood nearby and quickly stopped the little one when they excitedly reached out to touch the crab, worried they might actually try to grab it. Can it bite? Tuan Tuan was also curious. Yes, they can bite and cause bleeding, so they shouldn't be touched. However, are very tasty. Mom will cook some for you at noon. Is that okay? Yun Jiji softly said. Tuan Tuan heard that can bite and cause injuries, so he didn't dare to touch them, just stared curiously. But some brave children, not afraid of the danger, reached out to grab a crab. At that moment, a crab's claw bit and made them scream loudly. The adults all looked speechless. The child's mother quickly freed her child's hand. Aunt Yun said can bite. Why didn't you listen? Yun Jiji was both amused and helpless, checking the child's finger. It's okay, just apply some medicine when we get home to reduce the swelling. The skin was broken a little, but it wasn't serious. The adults acted quickly and skillfully caught the crab, tend to struggle and bite harder when they are grabbed. Everyone gained a lot and felt very happy. On the way back, some people hummed mountain songs, and those who could sing joined in. Suddenly, someone's singing changed pitch from a beautiful song to one filled with fear. Everyone was startled by this change. Someone quickly asked, "Gui Fun, what are you doing?" It was frightening. Someone is grabbing my foot. Wang Gui Fun looked terrified, her face pale with fright. Where do ghosts come from in broad daylight? Don't scare yourself, someone said impatiently. A military wife walking with Wang Gui Fun also stepped back in fear. There's a ghost, really. Really a ghost. They were all frightened because they saw a pair of thin, bark-like hands clutching Wang Gui Fun's foot tightly. Yun Jiji and the others also saw it when they went closer. It was no wonder Wang Gui Fun was so scared. The hand's skin looked a creepy gray-white, lifeless and bloodless. The fingers were twisted and deformed like dry tree branches, with swollen joints that looked like fierce lumps. Help!
Help me!
The voice was hoarse and deep, each word sounding like a broken old wind-up toy struggling to open, with heavy breathing. Who is this pretending to be a ghost? Old Yang, the donkey cart driver, was brave because he was a man. And since they had family members with them, they weren't too afraid. He stepped forward a few steps from the donkey cart, reached out, and pulled the hand holding Wang Gui Fun's foot away. With a little force, he dragged the person out of the bushes.
Alive.
It's alive. Wang Gui Fun finally realized the situation. Seeing that it was a living person, she felt less afraid. Why is he spitting blood? Someone shouted. Grandpa Yang was so scared that he quickly let go. I just pulled him out. I didn't do anything else. Grandpa Yang was also very frightened. Why is this person so fragile? He started bleeding again after being pulled out. Is someone trying to blame him? Let me see. Yun Jiji stepped forward when she saw this. She approached the old man and saw that he was bleeding continuously, but was still awake. Yun Jiji relaxed a little and checked his pulse. Lu Chuntao and the others looked worried. They didn't know what was wrong with the old man, but they hoped he wouldn't die in front of them.
Jiji, how is he?
Lu Chuntao asked nervously. He's poisoned, Yun Jiji replied. Yun Jiji checked the old man's wrists and ankles again. Finally, she found 2 wounds near his ankle that looked like snake bites, with black blood oozing from the teeth marks. Jiji, are these snake bites? Lu Chuntao asked. In the middle of winter, could there really be snakes? Seeing how the old man was bitten, if it really was a snake bite, it would be very frightening. Yun Jiji examined the wounds carefully and said, yes, they are snake bites. But this old man probably also ate some poisonous mushrooms or something similar, so the situation is more serious. What should we do? They didn't know much about these things. They were scared earlier, and now hearing about poisonous mushrooms and snake bites, they could only think that the old man was very unlucky. I'll give him an injection to control the poison. We need to take him to the hospital, Yun Jiji said. She could do acupuncture and save lives. But with so many people around, she couldn't get medicine from her space. The best she could do now was detoxify the old man temporarily. The rest would have to be handled by the hospital. Her main goal was to save his life. Kaifeng, Shuqin, stay here with Gigi. I'll take everyone back to the family compound first, then find a vehicle from the army to send the old man to the hospital. Lu Chuntao, as the eldest sister among them, quickly made arrangements when she heard about taking the old man to the hospital. Okay. Xie Kaifeng and Yang Shuqin agreed, without hesitation. They were happy to stay and help. They had a good relationship with Yun Jiji, and at this moment, leaving her alone didn't feel right to them. I will take Weave, Tuan Tuan, and Yuan Yuan back first. They will stay with me for now, under Xinjin's watch. Don't worry. Thank you, Sister Chun Tao. Wang Guifin was quite frightened. Now that she was sure the person was alive, she felt a little calmer, though her legs still felt weak. In the end, everyone helped Wang Guifin to sit on the donkey cart. Xie Kaifeng and others watched nearby. This was the first time Yang Shuqin and Xie Kaifeng saw Yun Ji give acupuncture. She worked quickly and firmly, without hesitation. They trusted her medical skills and believed each needle was very accurate. They didn't understand medicine, but they could tell what they saw. When they saw the old man's face was no longer as pale and his lips weren't purple, they thought Yun Ji had definitely controlled his illness. Ji is really amazing,
Yang Shuqin whispered.
Yeah, I think even the old Chinese doctors are not as good as Ji. The two whispered softly, afraid that talking loudly would disturb Yun Ji. But Yun Ji still heard their conversation. Seeing the old man's face improve slightly, she used her body to block the view and took a small amount of spiritual spring water from her space to feed him. Only Yang Shuqin and Xie Kaifeng could be at ease. Earlier, when the family members were all there were more than 10 pairs of eyes watching her, and she couldn't make any small moves. Now, Yun Ji's actions looked like just giving the old man some water to them. The old man's face looked much better, and even the swelling on his hand had gone down quite a bit, which surprised them greatly. This was so amazing. Ji, you're really incredible. Yang Shuqin sincerely praised. This was the first time Yang Shuqin saw Yun Ji treat someone. Judging by the old man's recovery, Yun Ji's medical skills were very good. The old man looked like he was about to die before, almost like a ghost. It really scared them a lot. Now, although his face was still pale, it was no longer as bad as before. Yun Ji had finished her acupuncture and said, "He's not fully recovered yet. The poison is under control, but he still needs to go to the hospital for proper treatment." "That's good enough. At least he won't die now," Lu Xuqin said. Just using silver needles to control the illness showed how skilled Yun Ji was. The old man was slowly waking up. When he saw the people around him, he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. "Grandpa, don't talk anymore. You have been bitten by a snake and also ate some poisonous mushrooms. This is our military hospital doctor, Yun Ji. She has already treated your wound and controlled the poison. Now, my sister-in-law from the family compound is also going to the army to find a vehicle. Soon, they will take you to the hospital." When Xie Kaifeng saw the elderly man wake up and try to speak, she immediately spoke out. The elderly man couldn't speak, but looked at Yun Ji with gratitude. "Sir, rest now, everything is fine." Yun Ji comforted him. The old man blinked, but said nothing more. At this moment, the military vehicle arrived. The person who came was Li Jie, sister-in-law. Li Jie waved quickly when he saw Yun Ji. After they parked the car, Yun Ji spoke, comradely. This old man was bitten by a snake and ate some poisonous mushrooms. She explained the old man's condition to Li Jie and then asked them to carry him onto the car and take him straight to the hospital. After tidying up, Yun Ji looked at Xie Kaifeng and Yang Shuqin and smiled. "Sister-in-law, let's go back now. The kids are probably waiting anxiously." "Okay, let's go." They were happy to have saved someone. Hearing Yun Ji, they had no objections and followed her back. Yang Shuqin couldn't help but ask Yun Ji some questions. "Ji, lately I keep feeling back pain when I stand up. Can you check for me?" Yang Shuqin said. Yun Jiji took her pulse and checked her lower back, then looked at Yang Shuqin with a complicated expression. Jiji, I hope I'm not seriously ill. Yang Shuqin looked at her nervously. There's no way I'm seriously ill, right? Yun Jiji was speechless. Sister-in-law, your health is good. Just don't be so active with your husband at night. Both women paused for a moment. Finally, Yang Shuqin blushed deeply and felt too embarrassed to look at them. You think I want to? But my husband, he's really intense. We can't finish after half a day. It's so annoying, Yang Shuqin said, a bit annoyed. Are you unhappy? Xia Kaifeng teased, nudging Yang Shuqin with her hand.
Yang Shuqin blushed again.
It's good, but it's exhausting. Yun Jiji listened silently, not joining the conversation. The sisters-in-law's car started and drove off. They were going a bit fast on the highway and Yun Jiji couldn't keep up. Jiji, Captain Qin must be very strong. Look at his build. Yang Shuqin suddenly looked at Yun Jiji with curiosity. Yun Ji's mouth twitched slightly. Sister-in-law, let's go quickly. The kids are waiting for us. She then quickened her pace and moved forward. Xia Kaifeng and Yang Shuqin saw this and both laughed happily. Jiji is feeling shy now. That's normal. They haven't seen each other in these 3 years. They are truly newlyweds. Kids, move your little fingers and send love energy, woohoo. Xia Kaifeng reached out and took Yunji's arm, curious. Qin Ying's build must be very strong, right? Cough cough. Yunji choked a little. Sister-in-law, why are you curious about this? Yunji felt helpless. Everyone who's been through this knows. My husband is very intense in that area, or I wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. But now I listen to you. After I recover, if he doesn't wash himself properly, he won't get to sleep in my bed, Xia Kaifeng said. She hadn't thought much about this before, and no one had explained it to her. Afterward, she was exhausted and didn't want to move, so she just slept without tidying up. She didn't think much of it before, but recently she felt unwell. After taking medicine with Yunji's help, Xia Kaifeng realized that this was not okay. Moderation is necessary, Yunji said. Does he still need to wash up? Yang Shuqin, listening nearby, was curious and quickly asked. Without Yunji needing to say anything, Xia Kaifeng explained female hygiene knowledge thoroughly. Yang Shuqin nodded repeatedly and then said, yes. From now on, I'll also make my husband wash up before sleeping. They looked back at Yunji and couldn't help asking Comrade Yun, what about Captain Qin? Yunji's mouth twitched again. Why did the topic keep circling back? Sister-in-law, today you've gained so much good information. Have you thought about how to use it? Yunji quickly changed the subject. She couldn't let them keep asking about Qin Ying's situation. Besides their wedding night memories, they hadn't slept together since. She remembered that first night vividly. She really felt like she was dying. It rained that night. When she saw the man's bulging parts, she was startled. His strength was undoubtedly impressive, but they weren't that close yet. She had no mood to feel anything. With her small body now, if that man's steel-like arms touched her, she was afraid she might lose her life. Indeed, they can't drink alcohol in the army. Otherwise, today that spicy snail dish would have been paired with a small amount of wine, making people feel very happy. Yang Shuqin and the others thought Yun Jiji's skin was thin, and when she changed the subject, they didn't find it rude. They kept asking her questions about different topics. Getting along with people can be tricky. If you don't find the right balance, you might lose a good friend. I'm planning to marinate the fish I caught today so I can eat it later. I also dug up a lot of horse teeth, a type of shell, and tonight I'll make horse tooth soup. Just steaming a couple of will be enough, she said. They all come from different places, like Yang Shuqin from Sichuan province. She didn't like seafood like fish, and at first, but after living here for a while, she gradually learned to enjoy them. Yang Shuqin still remembers the first time she ate mantis shrimp. She didn't get any meat from it, and her lips were cut by the shell. After that, she was afraid to eat mantis shrimp for a long time.
She was so scared just seeing them.
The second time she ate them, her husband Lu Weidong peeled them for her. After trying, Yang Shuqin fell in love with mantis shrimp. She learned to peel them herself and is now so skilled she can peel them with chopsticks. She was very proud of this achievement because Lu Weidong could only peel them with his hands, piece by piece. Me too. We can marinate and sun-dry those fish so they last a long time. I want to marinate too, but I also want to try fresh ones. As for those snails and others, we'll just boil them tonight, Xia Kaifeng said. The two looked at Yun Jiji and asked, Comrade Yun, what about you? Sister-in-law, just call me Ziji, she replied with a smile. They didn't argue over the name and agreed quickly. I'm planning to make fish balls with the fish meat. I promised some kids I would do it this morning, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Jiji, how do you make fish balls? Can you use any kind of fish? They asked curiously. Recently, since Yun Jiji arrived, the smell of delicious food often drifted from the courtyard. They knew it was Yun Jiji cooking. Everyone who has tasted her food knows she is very skilled. Many kinds of fish work. The best are eel, but we can't catch those. Other good options are shark, mackerel, yellow croaker, and hairtail, Yun Jiji explained with a smile. Note: wild gray six-gill sharks and big blue sharks are edible, but species like great white sharks, whale sharks, basking sharks, hammerhead sharks, shortfin mako sharks, tiger sharks, hammerhead sharks, and lemon sharks are strictly prohibited from catching and selling domestically. The fish has very little meat. I see you caught too. Are you planning to make fish balls with all of it? Xia Kaifeng asked. Yes. I used it all to make fish balls, replied. Xia Kaifeng thought for a moment. Today, her son had been bragging about Yun Ziji's cooking skills and how delicious her dishes were. Shinjin had eaten at Yun Ziji's house before. After returning, Shinjin told her that Yun Ziji's cooking was very tasty and unforgettable. Actually, Xia Kaifeng was also quite curious. She guessed that Yun Jiji was making fish balls today mainly for the children. Jiji, I don't know how to make fish balls. I also caught 2 hairtail fish today. I'll bring the fish to your house soon. I'll bring the ingredients I need, and I want to make some for the kids to enjoy, she said immediately. Last time, Shinjin only played with the 2 children for a while. Yun Jiji had kept the kids at her house for a meal. Xia Kaifeng felt she couldn't just sit back and do nothing, nor let the children eat her food for free. Since Yun Jiji was making fish balls today, she would definitely give her own son a good share. She couldn't pretend she didn't know anything. Then I'll join too. I want to learn, Yang Shuqin said right away. Sure. Yun Jiji didn't refuse. She briefly explained the ingredients needed. The 3 of them talked as they walked and soon returned to the residential area. Their things were at Lu Chuntao's place, so they went directly to pick them up. Lu Chuntao couldn't help but ask about the poisoned elderly person. After learning that the person had been taken to the hospital, she felt relieved. When she heard they were making fish balls, she became interested and decided to come over after dinner to make fish balls with Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji also brought back some seafood and 2 small sand children. Even though they wore raincoats, when kids are happily playing, they don't think much about it. They got covered in sand all over, even filling their pockets. Yun Jiji could only help them tidy up first. Then she cooked seafood noodles for lunch. The 2 tired little ones didn't need her to coax them. They went straight inside for a nap. After the children slept, Lu Chuntao and the others arrived with fish and ingredients. The kids are sleeping, so let's be gentle. We don't want to wake them. When Lu Chuntao entered the yard, she saw Yun Jiji quietly closing the door. She immediately realized that it was nap time and suddenly thought they should come later. Disturbing the children's afternoon rest was really not right. It's okay, as long as there are no sudden loud noises. They won't be scared, Yun Jiji said with a smile. The family compound is noisy every day. Even in Yunhe village, it's impossible to have complete silence. The noise in the village almost never stops. Then we should be quieter, Lu Chuntao and the others, all mothers agreed. Even though Yun Jiji said so, they didn't want to make too much noise. They moved a table into the yard. The weather was very nice today. The afternoon sun was warm on their skin. They had cleaned the fish at home and brought it over. Following Yun Jiji's instructions, they even ground the fish into minced meat before bringing it. Sisters-in-law, you work much faster than I do. Seeing this, Yun Jiji looked at them with a bit of amusement. You've already taught us the basic methods, so of course we want to try, Lu Chuntao said with a smile. Yun Jiji thought that was reasonable. She quickly started processing the fish, cleaning and removing the head, tail, and bones. Then she scraped the fish meat off the bones, soaked it in clean water to remove blood and impurities, and then made fish paste. To make fish balls, they also needed pork fat. They had all brought some. Seeing Yun Jiji work so quickly, Xie Kaifeng and the others watched her closely. Although she was small and thin, she worked very efficiently. When she finished making the fish paste, they were still a bit stunned. Next, they followed Yun Jiji's instructions, mixing the fish and pork fat into fish paste, then adding seasonings like egg whites, starch, salt, and a little water. This fish ball looks simple, but it's not easy to make, Lu Chuntao said. While they were working, they kept asking Yun Jiji how much water to add. They were worried that adding too much water would make the mixture too runny, and too little wouldn't be enough. It really required precise control. You all are so clever. I just say it and you get it, Yun Jiji said with a smile. You're so sweet, they replied. Then it was easy. Just squeeze out evenly sized balls from the fish paste and drop them into cold water in the pot to cook. They are not the kind of people who argue, so they just cooked here, at Yun Jiji's place. Cooking also depends on the right heat. Can't we just let the water boil? Xie Kaifeng asked curiously. The water needs to warm up slowly. If it boils all at once, the fish balls might fall apart. They realized there were many skills involved and watched carefully until the snow-white, cute fish balls floated to the surface, which looked very happy to see. After all the fish balls were cooked and briefly rinsed in cold water, they were finally ready. I want to try one. Yang Shuqin looked eager and didn't care whether the fish ball was hot or cold. She picked one and put it in her mouth. Actually, Yang Shuqin was a bit worried that the fish balls might have a fishy smell or not be chewy enough, but when she tasted it, her eyes lit up.
Wow!
It's so springy,
Yang Shukin exclaimed happily.
After finishing a fish ball, she couldn't help but give Yun Jiji a thumbs up. Jiji, you're amazing. It was really delicious. Lu Chuntao and Xie Kaifeng were also curious and each took a piece to try, their eyes shining. These fish balls are really tasty. I used to make them too, but they weren't this springy, Lu Chuntao said. Yun Jiji smiled and looked at them. We've been mixing for enough time today, so they're more springy. I guess the older sisters didn't mix them that long before, so they weren't as springy. It's not just about time, but also about technique. If you mix for too long, they won't taste good either. Xie Kaifeng thought Yun Jiji was being too modest. Most people couldn't control the timing and strength so well, but Yun Jiji managed it with perfect precision. Today, they followed Yun Jiji's instructions exactly, which is why the fish balls turned out so delicious. Older sisters are just too modest. Yun Jiji chuckled. All right, Yun Jiji is amazing, and so are we. Lu Chuntao teased, seeing their modesty. Yes, we're all amazing. Hearing this, everyone laughed. After the fish balls were ready, they didn't rush back right away. Instead, they cleaned up the yard together. The fishy smell was hard to get rid of, and leaving it there without cleaning was not an option.
Oh.
Qining, you're back. Just as they finished tidying up and were about to leave, they saw Qin Shiu coming back from outside. Hello, older sisters. Qin Shiu paused for a moment and greeted them. Jiji, Qining is back. We're heading back now. The fish balls were also prepared, and they didn't stay long after that. When they saw Qin Shiu carrying something, they didn't pay much attention and left with their things. Yun Jiji came out of the kitchen and saw Qin Shiu return. She was slightly surprised. So early today? Didn't he go to the city? And he has to work, so how did he come back so early? This made Yun Jiji a bit confused. Finished my work and came back, Qin Shiu replied. When he saw the water bucket nearby, he paused. Did you go see harvesting with your sisters-in-law? Yes. We went this morning. Seeing so many things in the water bucket, Qin Shiu was still surprised. Did you catch all these? Is there a problem? Yun Jiji asked, raising her head. Very impressive. The man praised. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, feeling a bit speechless as she looked at him. She ignored him and turned to walk into the kitchen. But as she just entered, Qin Xiu also followed her inside. What are you doing? She felt a bit confused and looked at Qin Xiu with curiosity. Since he came home, he didn't do his own things but followed her around. Qin Xiu took a deep breath and handed her a bag. What's this? Yun Jiji asked, a little puzzled. Seeing him keep looking at her, she reached out and took the bag. Open it and see, he said expectantly. Yun Jiji was even more confused but still opened the bag and took out the items. A watch? When she saw what was inside, she was very surprised. She didn't expect Qin Xiu to buy her a watch. His expression looked a bit unnatural as he said, I should have bought you one when we got married, but at that time, we didn't have industrial coupons that day when we went to the city. This time, I had a bonus from a task, and there was a coupon. I'll buy you a sewing machine and a bicycle later when I get coupons for them, Qin Xiu quickly added. But he currently didn't have the coupons for the bicycle or extra industrial coupons, so he could only buy her watch first. Usually, she looked up at the sun, probably to check the time. He suddenly realized he should buy her a watch. He should be more thoughtful. Today, since he was going to the city and had some extra time, he decided to do so. Yun Jiji looked at the watch in her hand. It was a simple style from Jingpai, very suitable for women. Thank you, I like it very much, Yun Jiji said. She really needed a watch, but she didn't expect Qin Xiu to buy her one first. She didn't have a watch in her space, and she had been planning to find a chance to go to the city and see if she could get one. I'll help you put it on. Cloud Ji couldn't put on the watch. Qin Xiu stepped forward nervously, watching her closely, worried she might refuse. He saw her hesitation and realized she couldn't fasten the watch, so he took it from her hand. Sorry to trouble you. Qin Xiu immediately smiled and took the watch. When he saw her slender wrist, his eyes narrowed slightly. The strap is a bit long. I'll remove 2 links so it fits better.
Okay.
Cloud Jiji let him do as he pleased. When the watch was finally on her wrist, the strap was just right. She looked at the watch on her wrist, feeling happy that she no longer needed to look at the sun to tell the time. Also, this. Qin Xiu took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. It cost 120 yuan to buy the watch. I saw some apples and bought a box. The rest of the money is inside. He placed the remaining money into her hand. Cloud Jiji looked at him and said, Qin Xiu, this is your salary. You can spend it however you want. You don't need to report to me. You are my wife. Of course, I need to tell you. Dear readers, if you like this, please add it to your bookshelf, leave your footprints, and give a 5-star review. The book's rating depends on you. Love you. Cloud Jiji looked up at the man and saw him staring at her seriously, focused, and attentive. He was very handsome. The first time she saw him, she was sure he looked too good to be real. Even in later generations, if his face appeared in the entertainment industry, fans would definitely adore him. He had a strong, masculine aura, full of charm. Because of years of training and his profession, he naturally exuded a captivating presence. Even in a crowd, he was easy to spot.
Wife.
When he saw her staring at him intently, his heart started pounding. He lowered his head to look at the small woman in front of him. Their eyes met in the air. His gaze was fixed on her face, with a few playful strands of hair on his cheek, adding a casual touch. Qin Xiu instinctively reached out to brush her hair away from her face. Cloud Jiji was startled and instinctively took a step back. She tripped over the doorstep behind her and staggered backward. Be careful. The man reacted quickly, catching her slender waist and pulling her back. Her forehead gently bumped into the man's strong chest. At that moment, she felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and her nose ached from the impact. Hiss. This man's chest felt as solid as a wall. Are you okay? Qin Xiu immediately noticed her reddening eyes, with tears swirling in them. This surprised Qin Xiu quite a bit. Are you made of iron? Why are you so hard? Yun Jiji touched her sore forehead. Qin Xiu's body stiffened slightly, and he quickly reached out to hold her hand. Let me check. His voice softened a little as he took her hand away, revealing her slightly red forehead from the bump. Qin Shiyu felt a bit guilty.
Sorry.
I should have been gentler. Something about his words sounded strange. As she reached up to rub her forehead, Qin Shiyu leaned down, his warm, rough palm resting on her forehead, gently massaging it. A soft breath brushed over her skin. Is it better now? Qin Shiyu looked worried when she didn't reply. Yun Jiji froze there, looking up at the man in front of her. She could clearly see the concern in his eyes.
Yes.
Much better. Yun Jiji quickly responded, taking a step back. This time, she looked over her shoulder to make sure she wouldn't bump into the door frame before feeling relieved. Seeing her forehead no longer red, Qin Shiyu finally let out a breath of relief. I'll wash an apple for you to eat, Qin Shiyu said, then turned to grab an apple. Did you buy it? Yun Jiji asked, a little surprised. Qin Shiyu nodded.
Yes.
I saw some for sale in town, so I bought a whole box. After washing the apples, Qin Shiyu handed one to Yun Jiji and said, I'll tidy up here. You go rest. The fish balls had been cooked, but the kitchen was still messy. Okay. She didn't refuse. She had been busy all morning, and now she was a bit tired. The bright red, round apple in her hand was sweet and crunchy when she took a bite. Fruits in this era weren't artificially ripened like in later times, and the air pollution wasn't as severe, so these apples tasted especially good. Fruits were rare and considered a luxury. A pound of apples cost about a dime, and rice was around 12 cents a pound. Most people couldn't afford to spend a dime on apples. She hadn't expected Qin Shiyu to buy a whole box. Seeing him busy in the kitchen, Yun Jiji's gaze unconsciously drifted to him. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his body lines are smooth and natural. He stands tall with good posture, well-proportioned and long, straight legs. Right now, this man is holding a cloth and cleaning the stove. Very pleasing to the eye. Mom, she can't help but admire something beautiful, but halfway through her appreciation, she hears a cheerful voice from inside the house. Coming, Yun Jiji quickly finishes the apple in her hand and walks into the house. Until Yun Jiji leaves, Qin Shiyu turns to look at the little woman leaving, a slight smile on his lips. Shin Feng was right. As long as he behaves well, his wife will see his good side. He can't change the past, but for the rest of his life, he will cherish her with his own life. Shin Feng also said that with such a good-looking face, he should make good use of it. Just now, Yun Jiji looked at him intently. He felt it, but he was just forcing himself not to turn around. Now, he wipes the sweat from his forehead and finds it harder to flirt with his wife than training soldiers on the field. Dad, he is thinking about something, so his hands keep moving. When he finishes tidying the stove, she comes out holding the two children. Yuan sees her dad at home and lets go of Yun Jiji's hand, then runs over and hugs Qin Shiyu's thigh. Did the baby wake up? Qin Shiyu picks up the little girl. The little one snuggles in her dad's arms and says, smells so good. Qin Shiyu kisses her face. Are you hungry? Hungry. Dad will make milk for you and your brother. Dad also bought some egg cakes today. Do you want to eat? Qin Shiyu rarely goes to the city and bought some things. Besides buying a watch for Yun Jiji, he also bought egg cakes, milk candies, apples, and black sesame as Yun Jiji asked. Yes. Qin Shiyu places her on a chair, then turns to prepare milk for the children and brings out the egg cakes. Yun Jiji washes their faces and hands before letting them sit and eat on their own. She had promised to make fish balls for them earlier. Now that the children are awake, she starts making fish balls, frying them until golden on both sides. After taking them out, she sprinkles barbecue seasoning, and the delicious smell makes everyone's mouth water. Mom, it smells so good. Yuan blinks her bright eyes, looking at Yun Jiji with anticipation. Yun Jiji chuckled softly. First, let's finish the egg cakes, then you can take them to play with your friends. Didn't you promise your friends you'd treat them to fish balls? Yes, I did. After a short morning together, the children had already started playing with each other. Since Shinjin was good at playing with the kids in the courtyard, he was willing to take the two children to play, which made Yun Jiji feel much easier. Mom, I want to find my brother to play. Okay. Brother Shun is under the big tree at the entrance. You and your brother can go find him and play. Is that okay? Ji wanted them to go out on their own to meet more friends. Kids should play with other kids. Keeping them at home all the time isn't good for them. Mommies, stay with us. Yuan blinked eagerly, looking at Ji. Ji sat down and looked at the little ones. She said, Yuan and Tuan are brave children. They can play with their friends in the courtyard. Mommy will cook at home. When the food is ready, I'll call you back for dinner, okay? Seeing their faces look a little hesitant, Ji wasn't in a hurry. When the two children were in Yunhe village, many kids there disliked them, so they were a little scared to meet children from outside. They worried they might be disliked again, just like before. But Ji hoped they could go out and play. Staying at home all the time isn't good for their growth. The small playground is visible from home. Mom and Dad are at home. If you call out, they can hear you. So you can go play by yourselves. Tuan and Yuan come out and play. Just then, Shinjin's voice rang from outside. The two little ones' eyes lit up. Mom. Shingij Yuan looked at her. Go ahead. Ji took them out. Uncle Shinjin saw Ji and cheerfully called out. So well behaved. Ji handed the fish balls to Shinjin. Shinjin's eyes brightened. Thank you, Aunt Yun. I will take good care of my little brother and sister. 7-year-old Shinjin already acted like a little adult, confidently promising. Ji didn't say anything else. She just told the children not to go somewhere dangerous and let them play. With Shinjin there, Ji wasn't worried about how to share the fish balls. She had observed earlier that the other children were somewhat afraid of Shinjin and mostly followed his lead if anything happened. It's probably because he hits harder. Qin Shiyu finished cleaning the child's milk bowl, then came out and saw her standing there watching. He also approached her and asked, Are you worried? No, as children grow up, they need to learn to let go gradually. Otherwise, they will always stay under their parents' protection. I just feel relieved when I see them brave enough to go out on their own. Qin Shiyu was slightly surprised. When you were in Yunhe village, did the children there also often bully them? He could guess that without a father around, the grandparents wouldn't be affectionate, and Ji, being a weak woman, would do her best to protect her child. Those people would also point and gossip. Yes, they scolded them a lot, so the children are afraid to go out. They also worry that the kids in the big yard will call them without fathers, just like in Yunhe village. Ji turned around and looked directly at Qin Shiyu's expression. She couldn't hide the grievances her child suffered from Qin Shiyu. His eyes showed pain. He could imagine how hard it must have been for the children at that time. It's my fault. Qin Shiyu apologized sincerely. Forget it. That's not what you're thinking. In the future, pay more attention to the children. They both lack a sense of security. If Shinjin hadn't come earlier, I think they wouldn't dare to go out at all. They felt Shinjin's kindness, which is why they came out together. Otherwise, if they had gone out alone to find friends, they probably wouldn't dare. Okay. Qin Shiyu nodded. When Ji was about to clean the seafood from the water bucket, Qin Shiyu was already a step ahead. Let me do it. You rest for a while. She had been collecting sea creatures and taking care of the children, so she must be tired. Can I go up the mountain? Ji suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Shiyu. It's fine now. Qin Shiyu paused briefly, then said, You can go up the mountain, but don't go deep inside. There are wild boars in the back mountain. If you encounter one by accident, it could be dangerous. If you want to go into the mountain, I'll go with you after my holiday. Qin Shiyu added, because he didn't want Ji to go alone into the mountain. Last time, they encountered tomb raiders. What if next time they meet wild boars or venomous snakes? Even if she could handle it, Qin Shiyu still felt uneasy.
Got it.
Seeing her like this, Qin Shiyu knew Ji hadn't fully listened to him. But he also understood that these things needed to happen gradually. Their relationship wasn't close enough yet. If he interfered too much, it would only make Ji dislike him more. After Qin Shiyu asked her how to handle the seafood, she went to prepare dinner. They made steamed scallops, boiled shrimp, scallop fish with scallion oil, spicy snails, and stir-fried vegetables. This dinner was even more lavish than during the New Year. When the two children returned, Yun Jiji saw that they were very excited. Yuan, with her small mouth, eagerly shared the games they played in the afternoon and the new older brothers and sisters they met. They felt the children's kindness and became brave enough to go out and play with them. Yun Jiji was happy to see this effect. Mom, I want to play with the older brothers and sisters again tomorrow before bed. Yuan was still very excited, clearly happy about playing with everyone today. Okay, Yun Jiji replied with a smile. Watching the little girl fall asleep peacefully, Yun Jiji's expression softened even more. As long as they take this first step, she believes they will walk steadily in the future. The next morning, Yun Jiji went to report to the Military District Health Clinic. The clinic was built in rows of two-story buildings, with wooden chairs placed along the corridors. Are you Yun Jiji? As soon as Yun Jiji entered, a middle-aged man in his 50s approached her. After sizing her up from top to bottom, he said, I am Su Guanghui. Hello, Director Shu. Yun Jiji also observed the man in front of her. After dinner yesterday, Qin Shiyu had introduced her to the staff at the health clinic. Su Guanghui is the main person in charge of the clinic, her direct supervisor. There are 5 doctors and 5 nurses, mostly surgeons, while she is one of only 2 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the clinic. Hu Jianjun also told her that people generally hold some suspicion towards traditional Chinese medicine, so after she joined, she might face some exclusion or lack of acceptance. I'll introduce you to the staff, Su Guanghui said kindly. Although Hu Jianjun had told him about Yun Jiji's abilities and he was somewhat doubtful, he didn't mind having an extra person at the clinic, more hands to help. Thank you, Director Su. Su Guanghui waved his hand and led Yun Jiji into one of the doctor's offices. Director. Tang Wan looked a little surprised when Su Guanghui entered, then stood up. Dr. Tang, this is our new doctor, Yun Jiji. After speaking, Su Guanghui looked at Yun Jiji. This is our surgeon, Tang Wan. Hello, Dr. Tang. Hello, Dr. Yun. The two greeted each other. However, Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji a bit longer. She realized that this was Qin Shiyu's wife. She was very thin, and her complexion looked poor. When she learned that Yun Jiji was a doctor, Tang Wan was surprised. She couldn't understand how a doctor could live such a life. But since she didn't know much about Yun Jiji's personality or their family situation, Tang Wan kept her thoughts to herself and nodded slightly at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji also noticed that Tang Wan looked at her strangely, but she could feel the other person's kindness, so she didn't think much of it. I'll introduce you to some other doctors, Su Guanghui said. Besides the nurse, Xiong Lia, who worked night shifts last night, and 2 other doctors on duty with the troops, Yun Jiji also met the other 2 doctors. Comrade Yun, I want to assign you to night shifts this week. Next week, you'll have 1 night shift like the others, Su Guanghui told Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji responded immediately, Thank you, Director. I have no problem. Su Guanghui liked this obedient attitude, as most people didn't enjoy night shifts. One more thing, Commissar, who said you want to bring your children to work. Is that right? Kids, please send more updates plus add to bookshelf plus power the story. With love, Yun Jiji nodded gently. There's no one at home to take care of the children. They usually stay at the health clinic. I will watch over them, and it won't affect my work. That's okay for now, but it definitely won't be good in the long run. If someone at home can take care of them, that's best. We belong to the military district, and if there are missions later, you'll need to go with us. So, there must be an adult at home to watch the children, Su Guanghui said honestly. He also couldn't understand why Yun Jiji's children were so young, and whether it would be better for her to stay at home taking care of them. She joined the military district health clinic, which was a special exception. Su Guanghui wasn't sure about her abilities. He was still cautious. If she could only focus on her children and neglect her duties at the military medical clinic, he hoped she would prioritize her family over her job. Currently, my job is like a slot in a game. Each person has their own role. She needs to take care of her children and work, so she can't focus fully on one thing. In that case, it's better for her to stay at home and take care of the kids. I will handle this matter, please rest assured, Director Su, Yun Jiji said quickly. Su Guanghui nodded, then took her to his office and said, This is your consultation room. Thank you, Director. Su Guanghui waved his hand and didn't stay long. Since everyone is here, let's start. If it gets too difficult, we can send them away. Yun Jiji looked at her office and saw someone come in. The sign on the door with her name was placed in the door frame. The office was simple, just a desk, chairs, and basic medical tools like a thermometer and stethoscope. There was a small bed under the window, and behind a curtain was a little rest area for the on-duty doctor. She had observed before that each doctor had their own consultation room. Right now, there were no patients in the clinic, so it was very quiet. Su Guanghui also said that the clinic usually isn't busy unless there's a mission or training and someone gets hurt. More serious injuries are sent directly to the military hospital. Director Su. After Yun Jiji cleaned her desk and was about to take some water to drink, Qin Shiyu ran in with a soldier carrying an injured person. Su Guanghui heard the noise and hurried out. Seeing what was happening, his face darkened. What's going on? Qin Shiyu said. The equipment on the training ground suddenly collapsed, and several people were trapped underneath. Tang Wan and others came out when they heard the noise. Most of the injured were hurt by the falling equipment. Considering how heavy military training gear is, there's a risk of broken limbs or worse. I'll check, Tang Wan said, and ran over to examine one of the bleeding injured. Doctor, he has a major artery bleed in his lower leg. We need to send him to the hospital. We can't stop the bleeding here, Tang Wan said quickly after checking. The bleeding keeps flowing. Will he survive until we get to the hospital? The small soldier asked. Yun Jiji also came over. Stop the bleeding first. How can we stop it without medicine? Tang Wan asked, not looking at who it was. I'll do it, Yun Jiji said, already taking out a needle kit. One of the doctors, seeing the situation, said quietly, Dr. Yun, you don't think a quick needle can stop the bleeding, do you? Yun Jiji ignored him and looked at Dr. Tang. Dr. Tang, trust me. When their eyes met, Dr. Tang felt that her words sounded somewhat believable and instinctively stepped back.
Thank you.
Yun Jiji didn't say much. She squatted in front of the bleeding young soldier, took out a silver needle from her needle case, and quickly and precisely inserted it into his lower leg. Dr. Tang watched from the side. Seeing Yun Jiji's confidence, she also moved closer to the young soldier's leg. The bleeding seems to have slowed down. Everyone looked over. Yun Jiji had just finished inserting the last needle, and sure enough, the blood was no longer flowing. Dr. Tang, you can disinfect and sew up his wound now. Dr. Tang finally realized and quickly took out supplies from the medical box to treat the wound. Su Guanghui had been paying attention to this side. When he saw Yun Jiji stop the bleeding with just a few silver needles, he was a bit surprised. But he didn't have time to think much, and went to treat the other injured person. Yun Jiji also got busy. Only 3 of the injured were seriously hurt, the rest mostly had sprains or dislocated joints. Bring 2 wooden boards here. I'll secure him. After finishing with 1 injured person, Yun Jiji stood up and heard Dr. Liu talking to a nurse. Dr. Liu, I just have a dislocated joint, no need to immobilize it. The young soldier looked confused. Can't you just put it back in place? That's a dislocated bone. Without immobilization, it won't heal properly, Lu Xianghua said without looking at the soldier. Yun Jiji happened to pass by and looked at Lu Xianghua. Dr. Liu, may I take a look? Lu Xianghua wanted to refuse but remembered how Yun Jiji had just stopped the bleeding with silver needles, so he didn't refuse. Go ahead. Thank you, Yun Jiji said politely. She gently touched the young soldier's arm. The dislocation was at the elbow joint, likely caused when he reached out to help someone or support them and got pulled. She reached out and held his arm, asking, was it dislocated from pressure?
Yes.
When the equipment fell, I instinctively reached out and got pressed. And then, before the young soldier finished speaking, he heard a cracking sound from the bone. He looked at Yun Jiji in shock. You're very brave. Yun Jiji smiled. The young soldier was still a bit stunned, but Yun Jiji smiled and said, move your arm around and see if anything feels uncomfortable. The young soldier also reacted quickly and, following Yun Jiji's instructions, gently moved his arm. His face lit up with joy. Doctor, it's reconnected. Yes, it's fixed now. but you still need to be careful later. Don't lift heavy objects for a while, even during training. Pay special attention to this hand to avoid a second injury. Yun Jiji nodded. The nurse who brought the wooden board looked at Lu Xianghua and then at Yun Jiji. Dr. Lu, do we need to immobilize it? At this moment, she was a bit unsure. What do you think? Lu Xianghua asked back. He didn't pay much attention to Yun Jiji now and quickly checked the young soldier's hand. He had heard that traditional Chinese medicine was very effective. For dislocated joints like this, they could often just touch and realign them. Lu Xianghua had never seen it himself, so he wasn't fully convinced. But now, seeing Yun Jiji's skill, he was completely convinced. They had encountered some soldiers with dislocated joints from overtraining before. Each time, they had to immobilize them and keep them still for several days until the bones realigned. But Yun Jiji could just touch and fix the dislocation in one go, which saved a lot of trouble. Dr. Yun, can you teach me how to put dislocated joints back in place? He asked. At this point, the patient had been treated enough. After Lu Xianghua realized this, he hurried over to Yun Jiji with a hopeful look. Yes, of course, Yun Jiji replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Lu Xianghua was instantly happy. Since there were still some injuries to treat, after getting the confirmation, he went to handle his own work. Once all the injured soldiers were cared for, and the seriously injured ones were transported to the Military District General Hospital, everyone could finally rest. At this moment, Su Guanghui's gaze towards Yun Jiji changed. Despite so many patients, she remained calm and composed. She had checked each patient she treated, and the injured soldiers she helped praised her highly. This surprised Su Guanghui and made her realize why Hu Jianjun had made an exception to hire Yun Jiji. Drink some water. As Yun Jiji sat down, a military water bottle was handed to her. She looked up at Qin Shiyu and paused. Are you hurt? Qin Shiyu was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. His wife was caring about him. I'm not hurt. The soldiers on the training ground this morning are from the 2nd Battalion, he replied. During the conversation, Qin Shiyu said that his wife cared about him, which made him very happy, but he also didn't want her to worry about him. When Yun Jiji heard this, she nodded and said, That's good. Yun Jiji was also a bit thirsty, so she took the military water bottle and drank. I need to go back to the unit to report the situation. I'll be leaving now, Qin Shiyu said, taking the water bottle from her hand. Seeing how busy his wife had been earlier and noting that there were no injured people now, he also wanted her to rest well. Okay. As Qin Shiyu was about to leave, he said, I'm going now. Seeing the man's reluctant expression, Yun Jiji felt a strange feeling. At this moment, Tang Wan came over. Watching Qin Shiyu's departing figure, Tang Wan teased with a smile, This is the first time I've seen Captain Qin like this. Yun Jiji was slightly surprised and looked up at Tang Wan. Tang Wan, as her name suggested, was gentle and wise. Standing quietly, she looked like a blooming lily, giving off a soft, gentle aura. She had a slender, graceful figure, and every movement was elegant. Dr. Yun, let's get to know each other again. My fiancé is Shinfeng. I don't know if Qin Shiyu has mentioned him to you. He and Shinfeng are good brothers. Tang Wan introduced herself with a faint smile. But from Yun Jiji's expression, it was clear she didn't know Shinfeng very well. Suddenly, Tang Wan felt more confident. She had known Yun Jiji longer than Shinfeng had, so next time they met, she could show off to Shinfeng. I know Vice Captain Shen, but I haven't met him yet, Yun Jiji said. She was aware of Shinfeng's existence, having heard Hu Jianjun mention him before. During the 3 years Qin Shiyu was on a mission, Shinfeng helped him send his monthly allowance. Their brotherly bond was clearly very deep. Otherwise, they wouldn't have trusted Shinfeng with such an important task. Regardless of whether they're men, Dr. Yun, I also want to learn how to set bones. Here in the military district, injuries like dislocations are common during training. The most common injuries here are bruises, sprains, various wounds, and most often, dislocations and bone misalignments, Tang Wan said with a smile. Lu Xianghua didn't say he wanted to learn, but Tang Wan also wanted to learn. She had heard her grandfather say that a skilled traditional Chinese doctor was very impressive. However, over the years, traditional Chinese medicine had been suppressed, making it hard to find a truly talented doctor. "We can learn from each other," Tang Wan said, knowing her words were in agreement. Right now, the two of them have little to do. The injured who need rest are already in the hospital ward, and those who need to be sent to the military hospital have already been transferred. They are now free to relax. Tang Wan and Yun Jiji chatted for a while. Since they are about the same age, they grew closer as they talked. Tang Wan also shared some information about the hospital, and Yun Jiji learned more about the staff there. Su Guanghui is the director. He seems gentle but is strict about medical skills. He expects high standards from the staff. If someone is just there to pass time, he would consider firing them. Lu Xiangbua is very passionate about medicine. Besides treating patients, he loves reading medical books. He often studies difficult cases and has always wanted to join the military hospital, but he lacks the necessary qualifications. Xiong Lia has talent, but looks down on traditional Chinese medicine. She thinks it is outdated and unscientific, a leftover from old times. Yun Jiji felt a bit speechless after hearing this. She believes Chinese medicine has lasted thousands of years, which proves its strength. Those who belittle it are just trying to take market share for Western medicine. In recent years, Chinese medicine has been suppressed and pushed aside. Many skilled Chinese medicine masters have been exiled, persecuted, or oppressed. The current state of Chinese medicine is difficult because of these issues. However, we are in the military. Even if Xiong Lia doesn't like it, she has to obey the organization's arrangements.
But
Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji and said, "You should be cautious around Xiong Lia. She doesn't like speaking badly about others behind their backs." Since Shen Feng and Qin Xiu are very good friends, and she is Shen Feng's fiancée, she couldn't help but say a few more words to Yun Jiji. What kind of bad things might she do? Yun Jiji asked, a little confused. Tang Wan hesitated, feeling it was hard to explain, but finally said, "I really don't know how to say it.
anyway,
Once you meet her, you'll understand." Seeing that Tang Wan didn't want to say more, Yun Jiji didn't ask further. "Dr. Tang, does our hospital have a Chinese medicine pharmacy?" Yun Jiji asked. When she visited earlier, she didn't see any cabinets for storing Chinese herbs. There is one, but the Chinese medicine cabinet is in Lao Hua's clinic. Lao Hua is another Chinese doctor here. He doesn't come to the hospital often, only occasionally, Tang Wan replied. Old Hua and Xiong Lia do not get along well. If Old Hua weren't so old and experienced, Xiong Lia might have a different attitude towards him, based on her personality. But Yun Jiji is different. She is too young. Even Tang Wan thinks that skilled traditional Chinese doctors are usually older, not someone as young as Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji nodded knowingly. When does Old Hua usually come over? She was quite curious about Old Hua, because they are both traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, which made her feel somewhat close. Tang Wan thought for a moment. Old Hua comes once a week. If he doesn't come today, he might come tomorrow, the day after, or the day after that. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. That was basically the same as saying any day within the week. She remained very curious, but didn't say much. After looking at Tang Wan, she asked her own question, feeling confused. Dr. Tang, do we have any effective hemostatic medicines? Earlier at the family hospital, I saw a child with a scraped leg bleeding nonstop, and today I saw another. It seems we don't have any suitable hemostatic medicines. This matter confused Yun Jiji greatly. If they had slightly better hemostatic medicines, treating wounds would be easier. Not to mention the leg of the small soldier, who was bleeding heavily. Even the legs of other injured soldiers took some effort to stop the bleeding. This made her even more puzzled. There are some, but their effects are average. They might not be faster than our own treatment, Tang Wan sighed. As doctors, they naturally hoped for better hemostatic medicines so they could save patients more quickly. It would also reduce the suffering of these young soldiers. For some injuries that can't be stopped, their only option is quick disinfection and stitching. If they had better hemostatic medicines, they might avoid the pain of stitching altogether. To be fast, they have to stitch directly. Without anesthesia, they could only sew through the pain. They could only endure the pain. Yun Jiji understood that China's medical techniques are still quite backward. She knew this well, and her arrival might bring change. She knows her abilities are limited, but she has space, wood element supernatural power. Her herbal medicines include plants, and if she uses her wood element power to extract medicinal ingredients, she could maximize the medicine's effects. She had previously researched a hemostatic formula, and with some improvements, it might be possible to produce it in large quantities. She can wait until evening before resting to handle inside the space. After making this plan, Yun Jiji felt more clear about her thoughts. Dr. Yun, want to eat at the cafeteria? Tang Wan looked at the time. It was almost the end of work. She decided to go eat first, thinking that since Yun Jiji was new here, she should take care of her. I'm going back to the family residence. My child is still at home. Yun Jiji smiled. Tang Wan sighed. Is your cooking good? Definitely better than the cafeteria. Tang Wan didn't wait for Yun Jiji to answer, sighed again, and then said, in the end, I swallowed those cafeteria foods. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. Is the food at the cafeteria really that hard to swallow? Yun Jiji hadn't actually eaten the cafeteria food before. Qin Xiu had said he used to be in the kitchen unit, and his cooking skills were quite good. At least, the meals he made weren't gourmet, but they definitely tasted good enough for normal people to enjoy. Not just hard to swallow. It's tasteless, as long as it's cooked, Tang Wan said. She had high standards for food. When she was at home, it was okay, not delicious but not terrible either. But since coming to the military district, her days had become quite different. Yun Jiji was a bit surprised because she hadn't eaten it herself and couldn't say much. She looked at Tang Wan with some sympathy and said, I'll go back first. The kids haven't seen me all morning. They must miss me. Okay. After they parted, Tang Wan resigned herself and went to the cafeteria, while Yun Jiji went straight back to the family residence. It was lunchtime now, and every household in the residence was emitting cooking smoke, with the aroma of food drifting out. When she reached the door, she saw a busy man in the kitchen, washing and chopping vegetables. His figure moved actively in the kitchen. Yun Jiji was a bit surprised. She didn't expect him to be back already. Mom Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan saw Yun Jiji and immediately cheered happily. The two little ones hadn't seen Yun Jiji all morning. Now that their mom was back, they happily ran toward her like two butterflies, one on each side, hugging her legs. Yun Jiji had to report for duty that morning and wasn't sure if she could bring the kids to work, so she temporarily left them with Lu Chuntao for half a day. When Qin Xiu returned, he picked them up and brought them back. Although she is already very familiar with Lu Chuntao and they both like to visit Brother Xiaoman, the little guy misses his mom very much because he hasn't been apart from her for so long. Do you miss Mom? Yun Jiji asked with a smile as she crouched down and gently hugged the two little ones. Yes, the two children nodded immediately, snuggling in Yun Jiji's arms and not wanting to let go. Mom also misses you. She kissed each of the children and then took them inside the house. In the kitchen, Qin Xiu saw her return and said, Wait a little longer, dinner will be ready soon. I'll help out, Yun Jiji offered. Qin Xiu replied, No need, just spend time with the kids. It's just one dish, it will be quick. Qin Xiu hurried home after work. In the morning, he had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some groceries, and there were some seafood at home that hadn't been eaten yet, so lunch was simple. Okay. Seeing that there was really nothing she could help with, Yun Jiji didn't go into the kitchen again, and instead spent time affectionately with the two little ones. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan found it very interesting that their mom was at work. They kept asking questions with their small mouths, eager to know what Yun Jiji had done in the morning. They asked and Yun Jiji answered seriously. When they learned that they could go to work with their mom in the afternoon, they were very happy. For them, as long as they could stay close to their mom, it was a happy thing. Is the food in the cafeteria bad? During lunch, Yun Jiji remembered what Tang Wan had said earlier and looked at Qin Xiu with curiosity. It's enough to fill you up. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, and she could guess how the food tasted without asking further. What's wrong? Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji with some confusion, not understanding why she suddenly asked about the cafeteria. Tang Doctor said it's not tasty. Qin Shiyu knew who she meant by Tang Doctor. Seeing that she and Tang Wan got along well enough to talk about the cafeteria food, it showed they had a good relationship. This made Qin Shiyu feel more at ease. Tang Doctor is Shun Feng's fiancée. She's a good person. You two should get to know each other, Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji responded she's nice. She also introduced me to the staff at the health clinic. Qin Shiyu understood and said, just get used to it. There's nothing I can't adapt to. As a doctor, she had experienced all kinds of tough conditions, so Yun Jiji was quite satisfied with her current situation. In the afternoon, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were brought to the health clinic. I asked around, and it's okay to bring them, but only for now, said Yun Jiji to Qin Shiyu. There is always a way to solve this. Qin Shiyu nodded. Since it's not convenient for him to bring the children while in the army, he can only trouble Yun Jiji to take care of them for a while. He already had someone in mind, but he wasn't sure yet, so he didn't mention it to Yun Jiji for now.
All right.
Yunhe Village, Qin family. In the main hall, all the members of the Qin family were gathered, and everyone looked very worried. Father, could the third son be dead? Otherwise, why hasn't he sent us money? Old Qin Jingye, asked. Although Qin Shiyu hadn't returned in over 3 years, he had been sending money home regularly, 60 yuan plus tickets each month, without fail. And he usually sent money only on certain days each month. This month, Qin Weimin was 2 days late, but the post office said they hadn't received any remittance slips, which shocked them. Qin Weimin immediately called the army to ask about Qin Shiyu, but the switchboard operator told them Qin Shiyu was on a mission and hadn't returned yet. Qin Weimin then asked why they hadn't sent money this month, since they usually did. He didn't get a clear answer and was told to wait for more information about Qin Shiyu's mission, but they only received silence in response. I don't know. They said Qin Shiyu went on a mission 3 years ago and hasn't come back. I asked around, but no one would tell me anything, Qin Weimin said with a serious face. He was worried. What if Qin Shiyu really died on the mission?
Who would send money home then?
Did you ask Yun Jiji? Qin Weimin's wife, Zhao Suliang, asked hurriedly. When Yun Jiji left Yunhe Village, they didn't know. Later, they found out Yun Jiji hadn't appeared, and when the team issued grain, they went to the cattle shed to find her, only to discover she had already left. They later went to the team leader, who told them Yun Jiji had a referral letter and had exchanged all her grain for money, taking her child and saying she was going to the army to find Qin Shiyu. When they heard this, Qin Weimin and Zhao Suliang were worried, but they quickly dismissed their fears. Yun Jiji looked almost dead. She probably wouldn't have made it to the military district. No, she didn't go, Qin Weimin replied. Zhao Suliang heard this and smiled happily. With her deadbeat look, does she really think she can take 2 kids to the army? She probably would have starved halfway there. She remembered how difficult it was for Yun Jiji to walk during that time. The villagers didn't dare get close, afraid that if they pushed Yun Jiji, they might hurt her. Zhao Suliang didn't expect Yun Jiji to have such courage, daring to go to the army to find Qin Shiyu. Fortunately, Qin Shiyu was on a mission. Old man, how about we go to the army? If the third son really died, wouldn't there be a pension? That should be a good amount of money. Zhao Suliang quickly suggested. Anyway, they needed to have that money in hand. Although it was a bit sad that Qin Shiyu had died and the family would lose some income, there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't just ignore the money. Don't rush. If he really sacrificed himself, the army will notify us. But if he's alive, rushing there might cause unnecessary trouble. Qin Weimin still had some sense. What if the money doesn't come back now? Zhao Suliang looked unhappy.
60 yuan.
That's 60. Thinking back to 3 years ago, when Qin Shiyu first sent money home and gave 30 yuan to Yun Jiji, Zhao Suliang was very angry. They didn't share the money, and it should have gone to her, as the mother. And how Yun Jiji married Qin Shiyu, did she expect Zhao Suliang to say it outright? Instead, he just gave 30 yuan to Yun Jiji? Would Yun Jiji even feel comfortable holding that money? I'll check the post office in a couple of days. Maybe there was a delay on the way, Qin Weimin said, taking a heavy puff of dry tobacco. Qin Jingye and his brother Qin Jingyi from the old home exchanged glances quickly, then looked away, each hiding their own thoughts. All right, Zhao Suliang felt reluctant, but what could she do now? Since Qin Shiyu hadn't sent the money back, they couldn't go directly to the army to find him. And since he was on a mission, even at the provincial military headquarters, they wouldn't get in. Zhao Suliang had never felt so frustrated as she did today. After sending her son and daughter-in-law away, she still felt uneasy. Old man, do you think Yin Jiji is really dead? Qin Weimin squinted his eyes. Didn't she run off with some outsider? Zhao Suliang was stunned first. Yes, she did run off with some outsider. Are you the new one? The beautiful woman in front of Yin Jiji was dressed in a dark blue coat with a red dress underneath. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of high-heeled ankle boots. Her shiny black eyes carefully examined Yin Jiji, and she frowned slightly, showing her disapproval of her outfit. Hello. I am Yin Jiji. May I ask who you are? Yin Jiji looked at the woman and began to guess her identity. This must be Xiong Lia, whom she hadn't met before. Yesterday, Tang Wan mentioned her, but Yun Jiji didn't expect Leah to be such a glamorous beauty. Yun Jiji couldn't help but look at beautiful things or people more than once. Why would Qin Shiyu like you? Leah asked when she was sure Yun Jiji was the person she thought. Her eyes showed some disdain. You're not a good match for Qin Shiyu. Yun Jiji was slightly surprised. Dr. Leah likes my man? Leah was momentarily speechless. I don't like men with poor taste. Yun Jiji felt a bit offended. If Leah liked Qin Shiyu, it was hard to tell from her expression. Besides her disdain for Yun Jiji, she now seemed to dislike Qin Shiyu as well. I heard you're a traditional Chinese doctor? Leah asked again. Yes, Yun Jiji nodded. Leah looked at her carefully. A fraud from the martial arts world. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. As expected, Tang Wan had said, Leah looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. She called her a fraud right away. Yun Jiji didn't get upset. She smiled and said, Dr. Leah, you haven't been feeling well in your shoulders and neck lately, right? Leah was stunned for a moment and looked at Yun Jiji. Her shoulders and neck had indeed been uncomfortable recently, especially her shoulders, which felt like they were being lifted by a rope. She often shrugged them out of habit, but the more she did, the more tired and strained she felt. Leah had never told anyone about this, but Yun Jiji saw it at a glance. If you trust me, Dr. Leah, you can come see me when you have free time. I can give you a few adjustments, Yun Jiji said, then turned to go inside. Leah watched Yun Jiji's back, feeling strangely annoyed without knowing why. Leah was always proud and high-minded. Plus, she came from a wealthy family and everyone around her was someone with status and influence. When she saw Yun Jiji dressed so plainly, she instinctively felt there was no need to make friends with her. Moreover, Yun Jiji was studying traditional Chinese medicine, which Leah looked down on the most. But now, Yun Jiji had seen her shoulder and neck discomfort at a glance, which surprised her. No need. After saying this, Xiong Leah turned around and went back to her office. Yun Jiji didn't pay much attention. When she entered her office, she saw Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan sitting obediently and playing. On the table in front of them were toys that Yun Jiji had sneaked out from the space, and the children were very interested in the new toys. Additionally, Yun Jiji had some pencils, crayons, and paper set aside, so when they finished playing, they could draw. Jiji, your kids are really well behaved. Powered by love, powered by love, powered by love. Yesterday, Tang Wan had already become familiar with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, and she now called Yun Jiji Jiji instead of Dr. Yun. Didn't you have a night shift last night? Why did you come over? Yun Jiji asked, a little surprised. I swapped shifts with Dr. Lu last night. Today, his mother-in-law's birthday, so I exchanged with him, Tang Wan explained. Yun Jiji understood. Tang Wan looked outside and then lowered her voice to ask, I just saw Xiong Leah stop you and talk. Did she bother you? Yun Jiji chuckled. No, she didn't. That's rare. Tang Wan said with a pout. But she called me a fraud. Yun Jiji thought it was a bit funny. Tang Wan's mouth twitched. Why didn't she say that to old Hua? If old Hua heard Xiong Lia say such things about traditional Chinese medicine, he would definitely give her a good lesson. Most people now have this view. It's just a matter of timing. Jiji, I believe in you. Tang Wan immediately said when she heard this. Yesterday, Yun Jiji's method of stopping bleeding with acupuncture impressed her. She later looked at medical books and heard that some good traditional Chinese doctors are very skilled at acupuncture. Not all Chinese medicine practitioners can master acupuncture well. You have so much confidence in me? Yun Jiji asked with a smile. Of course. Seeing Yun Jiji preparing herbal medicine, Tang Wan became curious. What are you making?
She asked.
Making hemostatic powder. Hearing this, Tang Wan became very interested. At this moment, the health clinic had no patients. The injured soldiers from yesterday had already been checked in the morning, and their dressings had been changed. So, when Yun Jiji said she was preparing hemostatic powder, Tang Wan was very curious. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm going back now. She knew some traditional Chinese medicines had secret recipes that were not shared outside, so Tang Wan didn't stay any longer. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, Aunt Tang will come to play with you later. With that, Tang Wan left first. Yun Jiji only considered that she was busy with something, so she didn't stop her. She was busy preparing medicine, occasionally glancing at the two children. Seeing they were happily playing, she paid no more attention and focused on mixing the hemostatic powder. Dr. Yun. While busy, Yun Jiji heard someone calling outside. I'm coming. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, you can play here. Mom will be back in a moment. Okay, don't touch the medicines, okay? As Yun Jiji stepped outside, she explained to the children. She had placed the medicine powders on higher shelves, all stored in boxes, so she wasn't worried. Director Shu. When Yun Jiji came out, she saw a young soldier beside Su Guanghui, with one arm hanging limply and a look of pain on his face. He dislocated his hand during training.
Can you fix it? Su Guanghui said.
Knowing that Yun Jiji could perform reductions and dislocations, they no longer applied splints to patients. Okay. Huang Lia heard the noise inside the office and immediately got up to come out. She wanted to see how Yun Jiji would set the dislocated arm. However, just as Huang Lia stepped out, Yun Jiji had already reset the young soldier's arm without her even seeing it happen.
Done.
Yun Jiji finished, gave some instructions, and sent the soldier back. Turning around, she saw Huang Lia standing there and nodded lightly as a greeting. Dr. Yun, next time please go a little slower. I didn't see clearly. Su Guanghui said with some frustration. This was a military hospital, and most of the patients they saw had sprains or dislocations. Su Guanghui thought they really should learn this skill so that if Yun Jiji wasn't on night shift next time, they could handle it themselves. Director Su, if we had a model, we could borrow it to teach the injured. It might be a bit painful for them, Yun Jiji said with a smile. All right, I'll get one, Su Guanghui immediately replied. Yun Jiji nodded and went back to her office to continue preparing medicine. Mom, I'm hungry. Yuan Yuan came over now, blinking at Yun Jiji. Hungry? What do you want to eat? Nai Yun Jiji smiled and went to prepare milk powder for Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Her office had a hot water kettle. Knowing the children sometimes wanted water, she had already poured a cup earlier to cool. Now she just needed to adjust the temperature and prepare the milk powder. Additionally, I brought them small bread, which I took from the space. She had already removed the packaging. While they were eating, Yun Jiji continued preparing medicine until she finished mixing the hemostatic powder. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. After giving instructions to the child, Yun Jiji took the hemostatic powder and headed to Su Guanghui's office. Director Su. Yun Jiji knocked on the door. Come in. Su Guanghui was changing the dressing for an earlier injured person. When he saw the bandage was removed and blood was still flowing from his hand, his face darkened.
Didn't I tell you not to move recently?
Do you still want your hand? When Yun Jiji entered, she also saw the man's arm injury. The wound was somewhat long, looking like a cut from a sharp blade. There were many bottles of medicine on the table, marked with the military hospital's logo. It was probably medicine from the military hospital, and after returning to the unit, he went straight to the clinic to change the dressing. "Dad, I just accidentally hurt myself," Su Ching'en said awkwardly. He also wanted his wound to heal quickly, but this morning, he slipped on water on the floor and reached out to steady himself, tearing the wound open.
Huh.
Su Guanghui sneered. Yun Jiji was also a bit surprised and went over to look at Su Ching'en. "Director Su, Comrade Su's wound has become inflamed," Yun Jiji said seriously after examining the wound. Su Guanghui also noticed, but could only clean the wound and apply medicine for now. "Do you need something from me?" Su Guanghui asked while disinfecting Su Ching'en's wound, also turning to Yun Jiji. "Director Su, I made a hemostatic powder and want to show it to you," Yun Jiji said honestly. Hearing this, Su Guanghui paused and looked at Yun Jiji with surprise. "Hemostatic powder?" "Yes." "Has it been tested clinically?" Su Guanghui asked uncertainly, since this medicine would be applied to wounds. "If it hadn't been tested clinically, it couldn't be used. We used it ourselves before and tested it on small animals," Yun Jiji replied. Of course, she had clinical data, but those reports were from professional testing equipment. She couldn't show them directly to Su Guanghui to avoid unnecessary trouble. Then Su Guanghui said, "Let's try it first. If it really works, we can use it." "Are you our Qin Battalion's wife?" Su Ching'en had not spoken yet. He had heard before that Qin Battalion's wife had arrived and had gone to the military hospital. However, Su Ching'en had never met her before. He only knew that Qin Ying's wife was very thin and looked a bit older than Qin Ying. When he saw Yun Jiji now, he tentatively asked her about it. Yun Jiji was momentarily stunned, then nodded and replied, "I am Qin Shiyu's wife." Upon hearing this, Su Ching'en immediately said, "Dad, can I try this medicine?" Yun Jiji and Su Guanghui both looked at Su Ching'en. Yun Jiji was surprised. She didn't expect that he only knew she was Qin Shi's wife and was willing to use her homemade hemostatic powder. Su Guanghui, however, glared at his son. This medicine hadn't been tested in clinical trials, so he wondered why his son was so bold. "Dad, I heard that our squad leader's father-in-law is being treated by Dr. Yun, so she must be very skilled." Su Ching'en admired Qin Shi the most. He only found out yesterday when a comrade mentioned that Yun Jiji was treating the squad leader's father-in-law. Now, hearing that this medicine was a hemostatic powder and seeing his injured hand, Su Ching'en thought it was worth a try. He had used many medicines recently, but the results were always average, so he decided to give it a shot. "Dr. Yun, about this medicine." "Director Su, the hemostatic powder contains ingredients like Panax nodo ginseng and Rhizoma rehmanni, among other traditional Chinese herbs. It has no side effects. My powder can stop bleeding, promote blood circulation, relieve pain, detoxify, and reduce swelling. The ingredients are completely safe," Yun Jiji explained, knowing his concerns. Su Guanghui understood that medicines only show their full effect when used on the human body. Then he looked at Su Ching'en and asked, "Suppose this medicine would completely ruin your hand. Would you still be willing to try?" "Willing." Su Ching'en answered almost without hesitation. He was a soldier. The country's progress depended on them. His father was a doctor, and he knew very well how important a good hemostatic powder was to the military. Maybe this medicine would indeed cause irreversible damage or make his hand unusable, but Su Ching'en was willing to take the risk. "All right, then you can be the test subject." Su Guanghui nodded when he saw his son's determined look. Since his son was willing, they might as well try. Maybe it really could work. Hearing their conversation, Yun Jiji felt a bit speechless. This was just a hemostatic powder, not a dangerous poison. They didn't need to be so pessimistic. But Su Guanghui exaggerated the situation to make it seem more serious, hoping that Su Ching'en would understand that he was being used as a test subject, with all kinds of possibilities. Since he had decided, he was prepared for the worst. Su Guanghui didn't give him the medicine right away. Instead, he turned back to his desk, quickly wrote a consent form with paper and pen, then returned to their side.
"Sign this."
Su Ching'en saw the content and twitched his mouth. This really is a father. However, Su Ching'en still signed his name.
Come on. Su Cheng'en looked at Jung Fifi.
Yun Jiji chuckled and sighed, feeling mostly touched. After cleaning the serum from Su Ching'en's wound, she took out a hemostatic powder and carefully sprinkled it on his injury. Su Ching'en closed his eyes, expecting it to hurt, but surprisingly, when the powder touched the wound, he felt no pain. Instead, there was a strong, pleasant medicinal smell and a cool, soothing sensation on the wound. How do you feel? Su Guanghui asked curiously. Very comfortable, it doesn't hurt, Su Ching'en replied. Su Guanghui didn't ask further, since he couldn't get much useful information. He did notice that the bleeding from the wound, which was previously flowing out, stopped after applying the powder. This was quite amazing to him. They had used hemostatic powder before, but it usually didn't stop the bleeding so quickly. Seeing that Su Ching'en's wound no longer bled surprised Su Guanghui. After applying the medicine and bandaging the wound, Yun Jiji checked his pulse and said, "Don't take these medicines anymore. I'll give you another prescription. Just take it for 3 days." Su Guanghui didn't say anything this time. Since his son was willing to be a test subject, he trusted Yun Jiji and let her handle everything.
Okay.
Yun Jiji went to write a prescription and handed it to Su Guanghui. With old Hua not around, Su Guanghui went to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the village to get the medicine. As for how Su Ching'en's wound would heal, they could only wait and see. Su Guanghui hoped that Yun Jiji's medicine would be effective, so it could benefit everyone. Not only could the military use it, but it might also be produced on a larger scale to help more people. Yun Jiji was very confident in her own hemostatic powder. After leaving Su Guanghui's office, she went back to her own. However, she saw Xiong Lia inside her office, sitting with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, drawing pictures. "Dr. Xiong," Yun Jiji said in surprise, not expecting Xiong Lia to be here. "Mom," Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan called out happily when they saw Yun Jiji return. "Mom, Auntie is teaching me to draw flowers." "It looks pretty," Yuan Yuan said, holding up her notebook with a small flower drawn on it. "Thank you, Dr. Xiong," Yun Jiji said. Xiong Lia had already stood up, feeling a bit awkward.
Dr. Yun,
Seeing her expression, Yun Jiji guessed she was here to see her about something. "Dr. Xiong, please sit here," Yun Jiji said, noticing her discomfort. Xiong Lia usually looked down on traditional Chinese medicine, so unless her neck and shoulders were really hurting, she probably wouldn't have come to see her. Xiong Lia saw that Yun Jiji wasn't mocking her. Though still a bit uncomfortable, she followed her advice and sat down on the side. "Dr. Xiong, you need to take off your coat," Yun Jiji said with a smile. "Such trouble," Xiong Lia muttered, but she still cooperated and took off her coat, holding it in her arms. Yun Jiji didn't say much and began massaging her shoulders. "It hurts," Xiong Lia winced and looked back at Yun Jiji. "Your shoulders are very tense. It might hurt a bit at first. If you're worried about the pain, I can help you with acupuncture to loosen it first," Yun Jiji offered. Xiong Lia probably liked shrugging her shoulders and sitting improperly, which caused her neck and shoulder tension. If she didn't loosen up, she would keep shrugging, making the pain worse. "Go ahead and press," Xiong Lia said, as Yun Jiji prepared to insert needles into her. She really didn't want that. She already lacked confidence in traditional Chinese medicine, and if needles were used on her, she couldn't accept it. "All right," Yun Jiji said, not arguing further. "It might hurt a little at first. If you can't stand it, just say so," Yun Jiji said with a smile. Xiong Lia had a quick thought about that and immediately said, "I won't call out." How embarrassing. If she cried out in pain, she'd feel like a pig. Yun Jiji didn't say anything and started loosening her shoulders. Seeing how much Xiong Lia was hurting but not making a sound surprised Yun Jiji. Xiong Lia was in so much pain that she thought a massage would help, and it should have. It shouldn't be this unbearable. She never expected to feel such intense pain, but to avoid losing face in front of Yun Jiji, she didn't dare to cry out even once. Later, Bing Lia clearly felt her shoulders and neck relax a lot, no longer as uncomfortable as before. Your massage technique is pretty good. It's barely comparable to Qin Shiyu's. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, and she asked curiously Dr. Bing, who do you think is worthy of Qin Shiyu? Qin Shiyu may be very talented in some ways, but no matter how good he is just one person. In some areas, Yun Jiji doesn't think this man is better than herself. Bing Lia just doesn't understand her enough. He's very strong. At least in our military district, I haven't seen anyone stronger than him. Bing Lia has been on missions with Qin Shiyu and has seen his abilities firsthand. She naturally knows how impressive Qin Shiyu really is. Even if he's very strong, he's still just one person. You don't understand me or my abilities. Just because I'm a traditional Chinese medicine doctor and you don't know much about my skills, how can you be sure my medical skills are poor? Yun Jiji asked back. Bing Lia was stunned for a moment, realizing Yun Jiji had a point. She hadn't seen Yun Jiji's practical skills herself and wasn't really sure how capable she was. How good can traditional Chinese medicine really be? Even Dr. Bing, traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down in our country for thousands of years. If it really didn't work, why would it be handed down? Famous doctors like Hua Tuo and Bian Ke are still remembered today because of their medical skills, Yun Jiji interrupted with a smile. She wasn't angry at Bing Lia's misunderstanding. Now, many people don't understand traditional Chinese medicine. It's not just Bing Lia. If she encounters someone biased against Chinese medicine, she wouldn't argue or get angry. That would be endless. Do you really believe your medical skills are that impressive? Some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are indeed quite skilled, but in my opinion, they're mostly older folks. You're still too young. Yun Jiji might seem a bit older than her, but in the medical world, she's still quite young. She didn't think she was particularly powerful. With true talent, age is never an issue. Xiong Lia didn't expect Yun Jiji to have such a proud side. I want to see how good your medical skills really are. Xiong Lia suddenly looked forward to it, eager to see if Yun Jiji truly had this ability. However, at this moment, Xiong Lia felt that her shoulders were no longer as tense as before, and she felt much more relaxed overall. Yun Jiji glanced at her and smiled. Dr. Xiong, do your shoulders feel more comfortable now? Although reluctant to admit it, Xiong Lia indeed felt better. Your massage skills are quite good. Seeing Yun Jiji stop, Xiong Lia got up and put on her clothes. Yun Jiji chuckled. Dr. Xiong, you can relax more when sitting. You tend to hunch your shoulders out of habit, but that will change. If you still feel uncomfortable, you can come see me again. Though a bit awkward, Xiong Lia replied, thank you. Kids, I'll come to visit you again next time. Xiong Lia said as she finished dressing and left Yun Jiji's office. Yun Jiji couldn't help but laugh. She realized that Xiong Lia was a bit proud and stubborn. Jiji, did she trouble you? Tang Wan, who hadn't come earlier, now hurried over after seeing Xiong Lia return to her office. Yun Jiji shook her head with a smile. No, she didn't. Seeing that Yun Jiji was fine, Tang Wan finally relaxed. Why did she stay with you for so long? Tang Wan was very curious, mainly because Xiong Lia had been in Yun Jiji's place for quite a while. Her shoulders and neck were uncomfortable, so she came to get a massage, Yun Jiji honestly explained. That's strange. Since she was sure Xiong Lia hadn't caused trouble, Tang Wan wasn't worried anymore. After playing with the twin siblings for a while, she looked at the time and said, Jiji, today is the winter solstice. You don't need to come to the clinic this afternoon. What delicious food are you planning to make? Oh, right. Today was the winter solstice. I'll make some tangyuan sweet rice balls this afternoon, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Tang Wan, who was from the north, heard about eating tangyuan and didn't seem very interested. And you? I'll have dumplings with shunfeng at the cafeteria tonight. Although the taste wasn't great, at least she could eat. Here, she didn't care much about how good the food was. Just being able to eat was lucky enough. Okay. As noon approached, Tang Wan didn't stay much longer. With a look of boredom, she headed toward the cafeteria again, while Yun Jiji simply tidied up and took the two children back to their residential compound. Today is the winter solstice. Qin Shiyu plans to celebrate with his friends at the military camp during lunchtime, so when they return home, Qin Shiyu is not there.
Mom. Dad?
Yuan asks curiously. Dad is celebrating with his comrades at the camp. We will eat alone at noon. What does the baby want to eat? Yun Jiji explains. Mimi, I want to eat Mimi. Yuan immediately reaches out his little hand, looking at Yun Jiji expectantly. Hearing this, Yun Jiji smiles and says, Okay, but we won't have Mimi for lunch. How about rice noodles? They are just as tasty as Mimi. Yuan's eyes light up as he looks at Yun Jiji, hearing the word delicious. He obediently nods. Okay, the two little ones agree happily, and Yun Jiji then goes into the kitchen. Since Qin Shiyu isn't coming back, she wants to make something special. The space has just unlocked rice noodles. Since they want rice noodles, she decides to make cross-bridge rice noodles for lunch. The space already has all the ingredients, so she just needs to cook. She takes out rice noodles, chicken, ham, tofu skin, bean sprouts, chives, wood ear mushrooms, shrimp, and other main ingredients from the space, along with scallions, garlic, and other seasonings, filling the stovetop. Of course, a good broth is essential for delicious rice noodles. She first washes the chicken, then stir-fries it until fragrant and changes color. She adds cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, then pours in the prepared chicken broth from the space and boils it vigorously. Next, she prepares all the ingredients for the shrimp, ham, and tofu skin, then starts cooking the rice noodles. The cooked rice noodles are placed in the pot, and the shredded chicken, sliced ham, shrimp, and tofu skin are neatly arranged on top. Finally, she pours in the hot broth and sprinkles chopped scallions. Looking at the rice noodles, Yun Jiji feels her mouth watering. After serving the rice noodles, she also brings 3 small bowls. Baby, time to eat, Yun Jiji calls out, and the two little ones happily run into the room. Mom, it smells so good. Tuan and Yuan wash their hands, sit politely at the table, and look at the noodles with big, curious eyes. The rich ingredients on the noodles make the two little ones feel very surprised. Let's eat, Yun Jiji says with a smile, scooping rice noodles into 2 small bowls and adding shrimp and ham on top. It's a bit hot, baby, on it before eating. Okay, the two little ones obediently agree, holding chopsticks and spoons, and start eating. The texture of rice noodles is completely different from that of regular noodles. The two little kids were eating rice noodles for the first time. They blinked their big, bright, black eyes happily and said, Mom, this is so good. If you like it, eat more. The soup is also very tasty. Yes. Yuan happily nodded. Tuan, is it delicious? Yun Jiji asked, noticing Tuan was again busy eating. Unlike Yuan, who always likes to express what he finds tasty or fun, Tuan rarely talks about it. This sometimes makes Yun Jiji a little worried. It's very good. Mom's noodles are the best. After the little one finished speaking politely, he continued to eat his noodles. Yun Jiji didn't bother him anymore, just told them to on the noodles to cool them first, and then she stopped worrying. She had been working all morning and was now hungry. She really loves crossing bridge rice noodles. Out of all the noodles, her favorite is rice noodles, but her stomach isn't fully healed yet. Once her stomach is better, she can enjoy all kinds of noodles. Hot and sour, snail noodles, mixed noodles, lamb noodles. Just thinking about it made her saliva start to flow. Yun Jiji looked at the bowl of crossing bridge rice noodles and thought it smelled incredibly delicious. It smells so good. Not only was Yun Jiji happy eating, but Tuan and Yuan were also very happy. The two kids love ham, and she plans to sneak some back home later. When asked, she said she bought it from the city. Does Qin Shiyu believe her? What does it matter to her? Yun Jiji realized she had been a bit too cautious recently. Seeing Tuan and Yuan happily eating, she felt she had been too careful before. Qin Shiyu isn't home every day, so she doesn't need to worry so much. When he's not home, she can do more things freely. Thinking this, Yun Jiji relaxed a lot. The mother and two children happily finished the crossing bridge rice noodles, even drinking all the soup. Mom, this is so good, I want to eat it again. Next time, Yuan pouted, looking a little reluctant to stop. Okay, I'll make it for you again next time, Yunjiji said with a smile. Dad. Yunjiji's mouth twitched, and she gently tapped the little one's nose. You. She really remembers everything about Qinshiyu, as if she's afraid to forget even a small detail about him. The little one smiled like a flower, and Yunjiji didn't want to overthink. If Qinshiyu performed well, it wouldn't be worse than her own. After all the money she had now was given by Qinshiyu. Suddenly, Yunjiji felt truly poor. But luckily, she had a job at the health clinic, earning 70 yuan each month. Although it was 5 yuan less than Qinshiyu's salary, she believed that with a bit more effort, she would eventually earn more than him. After the two little ones finished eating, they happily ran to the yard to play. Yunjiji then prepared to make glutinous rice balls. She planned to make some with red bean filling, black sesame filling, and peanut filling. The black sesame was already roasted when Qinshiyu bought it, so she just ground it into powder, mixed it with lard and fine sugar, divided into small portions, and froze them in the space freezer. For the red bean and peanut fillings, she used ready-made ones from her space. She slowly added hot water to the glutinous rice flour, mixing until crumbly, then added cold water and kneaded into smooth dough. She divided the dough into 3 parts. 2 of them were colored green and purple. Only then did she bring the ingredients to the yard, set up a table, and start making the rice balls. Gigi, what did you add to the dough? Why does it have color? Lu Chuntao was also making rice balls in the yard. When she saw Yunjiji's colored dough, she couldn't help asking. Chuntao, I used vegetable juice for the color, Yunjiji replied with a smile. Your method is so clever, Lu Chuntao said happily. Yunjiji chuckled and continued chatting with Lu Chuntao while making the rice balls. When Qinshiyu returned, she had already made most of them. By then, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had also woken up from their naps. Seeing their mother making rice balls, they seemed very interested. Go wash your hands, Yunjiji said with a smile. Yay, the two little ones cheered happily upon hearing that. Yunjiji couldn't help but laugh and cry at their excitement. After washing their hands, they eagerly watched her. She gave each of them a small piece of the dough to play with on the side. Qinshiyu also washed her hands and came over to help. Wife, let's go to the auditorium to watch a performance on New Year's Day. The art troupe has prepared a show, Qinshiyu said casually while making rice balls. Okay. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan haven't seen a performance before. Cloudajur did not refuse, so that day the colleagues from the health center also went to the army to watch a performance and had half a day off. Cloudajur has never seen a performance by the cultural troupe of this era, so she was very interested. When she heard Qinshiyu speak, she agreed without hesitation. Qinshiyu's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile, and the happiness in his eyes was hard to hide. Just as Cloudajur looked up, she saw the man there happily smiling, not knowing what was so funny. It was quite puzzling. With Qinshiyu's help, Cloudajur's speed in wrapping the rice balls improved a lot. Later, she took a bowl, filled it with some rice balls, and handed it to Lu Chuntao, saying, Sister Chuntao, try the rice balls I made. They're all sweet. Your rice balls are really round and smooth. I won't be polite and refuse. Lu Chuntao said happily. Lu Chuntao didn't make fancy rice balls like Cloudajur. She made the simplest, common kind, but hers were savory. For the dish, she peeled and cut turnip into strips, stir-fried them, then boiled them with water. After the rice balls floated to the top, she added a little salt for flavor, very tasty. After cooking, Lu Chuntao also brought a bowl of the dish to Cloudajur and the others. Seeing the dish, Cloudajur was a bit surprised. She lived in the north in her current life, and turnip is mainly produced in Zhejiang and Xinjiang. She had never seen it in Jing City. In her current life, she once tried turnip during a business trip to Zhejiang, in O City. The taste was quite different from radish, and she liked it very much. She didn't expect that in this life, living in Haiqing, she would have plenty of chances to eat it in the future. That evening, they ate rice balls for dinner. Whether sweet or savory, they were very delicious. However, because glutinous rice is filling and hard to digest, the two children only ate a few and felt full. Cloudridger also took them for a walk in the residential area for a while to help digestion before taking them home to sleep. "Honey," Qin Shiyu called out as he boiled water. Cloudridger, tucking Yuan into bed and coming out of the room, looked at Qin Shiyu with some confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Since she corrected him that calling her honey was useless, she no longer did so, as he wouldn't listen anyway. But she didn't bother to argue over this one term.
"Well,
"The brothers in the army want to meet you. They said they didn't get to drink our wedding wine, so I was thinking when you have some free time, maybe you could prepare a meal at home. What do you think?" Qin Shi looked at Cloudridger, waiting for her answer.
when?"
Yun Jiji asked, "Did you agree?" Qin Shi saw her expression and knew she had agreed. "Day after tomorrow, I will have a day off. Do you think you can too?" Since Qin Shi was hosting, he didn't want Yun Jiji to work hard. He happened to have a holiday the day after tomorrow, so he could prepare everything at home himself. Yun Jiji thought for a moment and nodded, saying yes. "Okay." Qin Shi looked happy and immediately said, "Wife, thank you. Children, 2 updates coming. See you tomorrow." Yun Jiji looked at the man. Was he really that happy? She had to go to work and she didn't have a day off the day after tomorrow. She definitely couldn't help at home. Most likely, Qin Shiyu would prepare all the dishes himself, and he looked very happy about it. Yun Jiji couldn't understand this strange excitement and didn't want to try. Seeing that he had nothing more to say, Yun Jiji went inside to rest. Qin Shiyu watched her back and a slight smile appeared on his face. He knew Yun Jiji might not understand what made him so happy, but for Qin Shiyu, this was a good start. His wife was willing to let him introduce her to his friends, and if they could come to dinner at his house, they must be his closest brothers. That was what made him happiest. He knew Yun Jiji hadn't fully accepted him yet, but he saw everything moving in a good direction. As long as he treated her well and showed her his sincerity, they could walk through life together. Maybe this process would be long, but he would work hard for that goal. How could Yun Wanrong be so unreasonable? She kept choosing and finally married someone like He Mingyuan. It's hilarious. TCH. When we went to Yun Hongmin's house to propose marriage, they looked at us like we were crazy, saying my son wasn't good enough for Yun Wanrong.
But now?
Is He Mingyuan better than my son? The speaker was the village chief's wife. When she heard Yun Wanrong was going to marry Qin Shiyu, she was quite disappointed at first. After all, Yun Wanrong was a well-educated girl from their village, pretty, sweet-talking, and well-behaved. She had no faults, always smiling at everyone. She was famous as a good girl in Yunhe village. Plus, Yun Hongmin's family was well off. They were the first in the village to build brick houses. Many young men in the village were eyeing her. When she was about to marry Qin Shiyu was a military officer and a talented young man in their village. Everyone had nothing to say against him. But later, Yun Jiji shamelessly climbed into her brother-in-law's bed and took Yun Wanrong's engagement, which gave some families in the village hope again. The village chief's wife didn't wait long and immediately went to propose marriage with a generous gift, hoping to prevent Yun Wanrong from becoming a joke in Yunhe village. She came with sincerity. However, that woman Zhao Sulian actually insulted her son, belittling him completely. She said her son was short and ugly, not worthy of Yun Wanrong. The village chief's wife had never been humiliated like this before, so she was naturally upset. She left angrily with her gift. Years passed, and Yun Wanrong was almost an old girl in the village. She planned to wait a bit longer, then bring a gift again to propose marriage. When an old girl like her wanted to marry out, she would need a rich dowry. But who would have thought? Yun Wanrong kept choosing and finally picked He Mingyuan, a poor household. Not only was their family the poorest in the village, but He Mingyuan also considered himself noble, always looking down on others with his nose, despite being a country bumpkin. He carried around a broken book, didn't work in the fields, and was lazy. So, why did Yun Wanrong choose someone like him? That's true love. Look at Yun Wanrong. Even if she married He Mingyuan, the dowry from their family would probably last his family a long time. The village chief's wife also saw the dowry in Yun Hongmin's yard: brand new quilts, sheets, pillowcases, enamel basins, cups, water bottles, and even a new wardrobe and tables and chairs. Maybe Zhao Sulian secretly gave Yun Wanrong a lot of money. When the He family gave the betrothal gift, they only gave 5 yuan, with no cakes, candies, or even watches or jewelry. Everyone in Yunhe village thought Yun Wanrong's final choice to marry He Mingyuan was just a joke. Some even suspected that Yun Wanrong had some leverage over He Mingyuan, which forced her to marry him. Inside the house, Yun Wanrong listened to the gossip outside, her face dark and very unhappy. She knew everyone was laughing at her for marrying He Mingyuan. The gossip inside was loud and nonstop. Listen to what they're saying. Do you really have to marry He Mingyuan? Zhao Sulian's face looked very unhappy. She thought about her carefully raised daughter, who was ultimately marrying a timid man like He Mingyuan. This made Zhao Sulian feel angry, and her chest hurt. But no matter what she said, they never listened. Yun Hongmin was even more convinced that after Yun Wanrong married He Mingyuan, she would have a good life. With someone like He Mingyuan, Zhao Sulian could only see that in the future, Yun Wanrong would sometimes come home needing money to support the He family. Mom, you have to believe me. Brother Mingyuan is just going through a rough patch now. His future achievements will be incredible, Yun Wanrong told herself, preparing mentally. She believed that enduring hardships now was only temporary. Once things opened up in a few years, they could start their own business. They would make their first fortune, and life would only get better from there. In her past life, Yun Jiji married He Mingyuan and also suffered for a few years. Later, after He Mingyuan became the richest man, he treated Yun Jiji with great respect. That was because they had worked hard from the worst times to become wealthy. He Mingyuan was someone who never forgot his roots and would love his wife even more once they were rich. In her previous life, all of this belonged to Yun organization. She was the wife of the richest man, but as the wife of a martyr, she was limited in everything. She couldn't even speak more than a few words to other men outside, for fear of being judged as immoral. People would criticize her for enjoying the honor brought by Qin Shiyu, while secretly betraying him. She lived too constrained in her past life, and heaven must have seen her suffering. That's why she was reborn. To her, heaven's gift of rebirth was meant to give her the life she truly deserved. As the wife of the richest man, with assets worth hundreds of billions, she believed she should be the one living that life. Just wait and cry, Zhao Sulian snapped angrily. My choice is right, just wait and see. But Yun Wanrong ignored her mother. She took a deep breath, looked at her stunning reflection in the mirror, and smiled slightly. She watched He Mingyuan surrounded by people, smiling happily in front of her. Seeing the handsome, elegant man before her, Yun Wanrong seemed to remember the day her husband became the richest man in her past life, standing proud on TV. Rong, I'm here to marry you, He Mingyuan said gently, extending his hand to Yun Wanrong. She placed her hand in his, blushing shyly. Then she stood up, said goodbye to her parents with He Mingyuan, and they headed out together. She seemed to see herself walking down a path paved with money, all of which would eventually fly into her pockets. The people who mocked her today would, in time, come to flatter her one by one. Just thinking about this made Yun Wanrong's smile grow wider. Finally, she arrived in front of a dilapidated mud brick house. The yard was so empty and run down that not a single guest was present. Yun Wanrong's original smile froze on her face. Brother Mingyuan, where is the banquet? He Mingyuan looked at her with an apologetic expression. Rong, I'm sorry. You know our family isn't well off, so we didn't hold a celebration.
Can we skip it?
He Mingyuan seemed worried she might leave, so he quickly added, Rong, trust me. I will make it up to you with a wedding later. Wedding dress, banquet, gold, diamond rings. All the things you deserve. Yun Wanrong's face, which had been a little unpleasant, finally showed a hint of a smile when she heard the man's words. Brother Mingyuan, you know I don't care about those things. I want to marry the person you are. She was touched inside. In his past life, after he became successful, he really did hold a wedding for Yun Jiji. She had attended that wedding. He Mingyuan invited all the villagers of Yunhe village to celebrate. The wine served was top-quality Matai, costing several hundred yuan per bottle. She remembered that Yun Jiji was wearing a pearl-sized diamond ring. When Yun Jiji and He Mingyuan raised their glasses, that ring almost blinded her with its shine. Even though Yun Jiji was 50 years old at the time, her face showed almost no signs of aging. Curious about how much her ring was worth, she secretly looked it up and found that Yun Jiji's outfit that day was valued at 30 million yuan, and that pearl-sized diamond alone was worth over 10 million. At that moment, Yun Wanrong was so jealous her eyes turned red. She couldn't understand why Yun Jiji had such good luck. Why did she have such a fortunate life? But now, she had taken the lead. She married He Mingyuan, so that 10 million yuan ring and the wedding dress worth hundreds of thousands were hers. All of He Mingyuan's future wealth would belong to her. A little hardship now was nothing. Just thinking about the bright future ahead made everything seem insignificant. "Old Hua, you're here." When she heard the voice, Yun Jiji came out of the house. Seeing the elderly man entering, she paused slightly. He looked somewhat familiar. She thought she had seen him before. Since this is a military hospital and Old Hua occasionally visits, I didn't think much about it, assuming he had seen the place before at the staff quarters or somewhere else. "Dr. Yun, come here. I want to introduce Old Hua to you," Su Guanghui called out as Yun Jiji came out. Yun Jiji hurried over.
Director Shu.
Su Guanghui nodded and looked at Old Hua. "Old Hua, this is our hospital's new traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Comrade Yun Jiji. Dr. Yun, this is Old Hua." After introducing the two, Su Guanghui stood to the side, without speaking. Old Hua was observing Yun Jiji and asked, "Young lady, why do you want to learn traditional Chinese medicine? Not many people are studying TCM now, and some even avoid it completely." Yun Jiji looked at how young Old Hua was and was surprised that he was studying TCM. "It started because I was sensitive to medicinal herbs, but I didn't think about becoming a doctor at first. Later, I met two old doctors who went to the countryside, and that's when I began to learn about TCM. I wanted to study medicine because I was poor and couldn't afford a doctor for my child's illness, so I hoped to learn myself to save money," she explained. She couldn't tell Old Hua that her medical skills came from her previous life as Yun Jiji. In the 1970s, she learned medicine from Zhang Pengcheng and Zhuang Wenhui. It was really because her child, Tuan Tuan, had a fever and she had no money to see the village barefoot doctor. Zhang Pengcheng helped by preparing some fever-reducing decoctions, and her child was cured. Later, Yun Jiji developed an interest in learning simple medical skills. The two old doctors didn't teach her much, but others didn't know that, and she couldn't explain it in detail. "You're quite serious about this." Old Hua raised an eyebrow and said, "Come with me. I want to test you." Yun Jiji was a bit surprised, but when she saw Su Guanghui nodding at her strongly, she felt a little confused. "Director Su, please keep an eye on Tuan Tuan and Yuan for me," Old Hua asked. Su Guanghui agreed without hesitation, and Yun Jiji quickly followed Old Hua. Old Hua opened his office door, and as it swung open, a strong smell of medicinal herbs filled the air. Inside, there was a row of medicine cabinets, with the scent of herbs drifting from them. It was Yun Jiji's first time in Old Hua's office. Seeing the row of cabinets, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Since you study TCM, you should know a lot about herbs. I'll test your knowledge of medicinal materials," Old Hua said happily when he saw her excited expression. Then he went inside directly. When he came out, he was holding a wooden box. He placed the box on the table and said, "You have 10 minutes to sort out the herbs inside." Yun Jiji stepped forward and couldn't help but twitch her lips. The box contained several similar-looking herbs mixed together. At a glance, Yun Jiji saw that among the herbs were huangqi, cushion, baishao, qiyao, as well as red beans, love seeds, suzi, and tusi seeds, all mixed together. Huangqi and cushion look very similar, and baishao and qiyao are hard to tell apart. Without careful observation, it's difficult to distinguish red beans from love seeds. This box of herbs was quite tricky to sort. It shows how strict Old Hua is about traditional Chinese medicine. "Start." Old Hua looked at Yun Jiji and immediately spoke. Yun Jiji curled her lips, poured the herbs out of the box, and slightly raised the corners of her mouth as she began to sort them. However, Old Hua frowned, clearly unhappy with Yun Jiji's sorting method. Yun Jiji ignored Old Hua. He had already sat down with a cup of tea, leisurely drinking, and didn't care much about whether she could sort the herbs correctly. Old Hua only cared about the result, not the process. Yun Jiji glanced at him, and her movements became faster and faster. When Old Hua looked over with a slight surprise, he then sat up straight and watched Yun Jiji's hands. She could quickly identify each herb without smelling them. Seeing her accurately pick out each herb, Old Hua's face changed from relaxed to focused as he watched her hands. Old Hua, I've finished sorting. Old Hua had already stood up and come over to stand beside Yun Jiji. He looked carefully at the herbs in front of her, arranged into several piles. He examined them seriously, and none of the herbs were mixed with others. Each one was perfectly sorted. He stroked his beard and looked at Yun Jiji with a hint of admiration. Tell me about the properties of these herbs, he said. Old Hua knew that some people are very sensitive to certain herbs, but if asked to identify their uses, they might not be able to explain the effects clearly. Huangqi, sweet taste, slightly warm in nature, enters the spleen and lung meridians. It has the effects of boosting qi, raising yang, strengthening the surface to stop sweating, and promoting urination to reduce swelling. Rehmannia root, bitter leaf, cold in nature, enters the heart, liver, stomach, large intestine, and bladder meridians. It is used to clear heat, dry dampness, kill parasites, relieve itching, promote urination, and unblock urinary flow.
Bai Shao.
Yun Jiji spoke clearly and accurately about each medicinal property. Old Hua's eyes showed greater satisfaction. Clearly, he was very pleased that Yun Jiji could remember pharmacology so well. Good. You know the pharmacology very well, Old Hua said as he approached the door and casually called a few nurses from the clinic. When they came in, Old Hua looked at Yun Jiji and said, check their pulses again. If your diagnosis is inaccurate, I will still have to send you out of the clinic. Do you understand?
Sigh.
I won't wait until midnight to post anymore. After 12 o'clock, the system doesn't review submissions, and I have to wait until early morning to get approval. I suffered from this yesterday. Next time, I will set a scheduled update in advance. Old Hua's words surprised everyone. Yun Jiji had been at the clinic for a few days, and they knew about her. So now, seeing Old Hua still testing Yun Jiji, they felt confused. With her medical skills, why did she still need to be tested? But Old Hua's status in the clinic made them hesitant to say anything. They quietly waited as he instructed. Yun Jiji didn't mind. Maybe Old Hua's strictness was hard for some to accept, but she thought it wasn't a bad thing to be careful. After all, whether traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, doctors must be cautious when treating patients. A mistake in prescribing medicine or misdiagnosing could delay recovery, which is bad enough. But if it worsens the condition or causes irreversible damage, it could be life-threatening. As a doctor herself, Yun Jiji knew that strictness was part of being responsible for her patients. A nurse came over to Yun Jiji. Stretch out your hand, Yun Jiji said. The nurse responded with a nod and extended her hand. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observing, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse. Yun Jiji looked at the nurse's face and asked, have you been feeling especially thirsty lately, no matter how much water you drink? Yes. I've been feeling very thirsty, and drinking water doesn't help, the nurse replied immediately. In the past 2 days, she had almost been holding a water jar, drinking while in the bathroom. No matter how much water she drank, her thirst wouldn't go away. Instead, she felt more and more thirsty, which was really giving her a headache. I originally planned to ask someone to look at it after work today, but I didn't expect Old Hua to have Yun Jiji see to their medical needs. This saved her quite a bit of trouble. Dr. Yun, I've been feeling very thirsty lately. What should I do? I'll give you a prescription. You can boil the herbs and drink the water, Yun Jiji said. When Yun Jiji saw that Old Hua only had a brush pen here, she didn't think much and picked up the brush to write the prescription. It included ginseng, astragalus, roasted licorice, Rehmannia, and each was worth 1 qian. After finishing the prescription, she handed it to Old Hua. Old Hua didn't expect that Yun Jiji, who looked quite young, could write such good calligraphy. Since fountain pens became popular in the country, many people no longer learned to write with brushes. But he had practiced calligraphy since he was young. Even now, when seeing patients, he still preferred to write prescriptions with a brush. He initially thought Yun Jiji wouldn't be able to do it, but now, seeing her beautiful handwriting, he felt a bit more impressed with her. Seeing Old Hua look at the prescription, Yun Jiji didn't pay any more attention and instead showed the second nurse. Every prescription she wrote was first handed to Old Hua. After he checked it, he would give it back to her, so she could go get the herbs herself. The nurses who were called in thought Old Hua would definitely give some guidance to Yun Jiji. But until the last nurse finished reading, Old Hua didn't say a word. However, he carefully looked over each prescription, and from his eyes, they saw a look of appreciation. They had been at the clinic for quite a while. Although they didn't see Old Hua often, they knew him well enough to realize that no one else in the clinic could receive such admiration from him. Even Su Guanghui couldn't get Old Hua's special attention. "Old Hua, I've finished reading," Yun Jiji said with a smile as she handed the last prescription to him and stood up. Old Hua looked at her for a moment before asking, "How long have you been studying medicine?" 2 years, Yun Jiji replied. The 2 years she mentioned were from the 1970s. "But I've been interested in herbs since I was young. I only started formal medical training 2 years ago." If she claimed she had learned everything in just 2 years, that would be a bit unbelievable. She didn't want to seem too extraordinary either, to avoid attracting resentment. "Very good," Old Hua nodded with satisfaction. "Work hard at the military district clinic." Old Master Hua was not very optimistic about Yun Jiji when he first saw her, because she was so young. She looked to be only about 20 years old and was already working as the chief doctor at the military hospital. According to Su Guanghui, Yun Jiji was very skilled at treating wounds, as if she had done it many times before. Recently, young soldiers who came to the hospital for injuries also liked to see Yun Jiji. Su Guanghui said that she could treat wounds quickly and with little pain, and the wounds would heal well. Old Master Hua was suspicious. Before coming, he had learned that Yun Jiji's husband was a very important person to their military leaders. Plus, Qin Shiyu was known as a tough and fierce soldier in the army. He thought that the praise for Yun Jiji's skills might be because of Qin Shiyu's influence or out of fear that Qin Shiyu might interfere if they trained her unfairly. They came to see Yun Jiji to get treatment, hoping to make their training easier. Old Master Hua knew that imagining a soldier's intentions like this was probably wrong. But when it came to medical skills, he would not tolerate anyone pretending or cheating. Seeing Yun Jiji treat their injuries successfully made him very happy. He saw her real ability, not a fake show created by others. "Thank you, Old Master Hua," Yun Jiji said happily. Her medical skills had been recognized by him. She could tell that Old Master Hua had real authority in the hospital, and Su Guanghui respected him very much. "Old Master Hua, I want to ask you something," Yun Jiji said after giving some medicine to a few nurses. She looked at him carefully. "Go ahead," he replied. At this moment, Old Master Hua looked at Yun Jiji with great kindness, even more than he looked at his own granddaughter. His granddaughter was studying Western medicine, but Old Master Hua was very worried about that. He liked young people who wanted to learn traditional Chinese medicine. "Old Master Hua, when I first came to our military district, I didn't have many herbs. I want to ask if I can use the herbs in your office. That way, if a patient needs medicine, I won't have to look everywhere for herbs," Yun Jiji said, looking at him. From the strong smell of herbs when she entered, she could tell that his place had a lot of good medicines, even some rare and expensive ones. "But you can rest assured that I will quickly replenish the medicinal herbs in the medicine cabinet," Yun Jiji said quickly. She is sure to go up the mountain to gather more herbs later, and she will add those herbs herself. Also, herbs don't grow on their own. These herbs were collected bit by Old Hua. "Okay." Old Hua didn't refuse or overthink. He took a key from his pocket and handed it to Yun Jiji. "This is the key to my office. When you need herbs, just come and get them yourself. When Su Guanghui arrived, he heard old Hua's words and looked at him with surprise. At this moment, he even widened his eyes in shock, unable to react for a while. Thank you, old Hua. Yun Jiji quickly took the key with both hands and thanked him. Go to your work. Old Hua had already tested Yun Jiji and was satisfied with the results. Now, he looked at Yun Jiji with great kindness. Su Guanghui felt like he was seeing a ghost. The change in old Hua's attitude toward Yun Jiji was really shocking. He knew old Hua was testing Yun Jiji's medical skills. Just now, he had called in a few nurses, but Su Guanghui didn't come in, so he didn't know exactly what had happened. Okay. Yun Jiji responded and greeted Su Guanghui before leaving old Hua's office. When she returned to her own office, she saw Tang Wan and Xiong Lia there, sitting with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. When they saw her come in, both looked a bit nervous and watched Yun Jiji carefully. Everyone knew old Hua was coming to check her medical skills. They didn't know the details, but they knew old Hua's character. He is very strict about medical skills. If Yun Jiji fell short in any area and didn't meet old Hua's expectations, he might directly ask her to leave the hospital. Su Guanghui highly respects old Hua. Although he is the head of the Military District Health Center, everyone knows that old Hua has a lot of influence there, especially in traditional Chinese medicine. If Yun Jiji failed old Hua's assessment or said something to make him dislike her more, given old Hua's personality, he might just ask her to leave immediately. You too. Why are you suddenly so close? Although Yun Jiji hadn't been at the hospital for long, she knew that Tang Wan and Xiong Lia didn't get along. Usually, when the two of them meet, they can't help but exchange a few words of sarcasm. Tang Wan doesn't like Xiong Lia, and Xiong Lia also doesn't like Tang Wan. Yun Jiji isn't sure what exactly caused the disagreement between them, but now she sees them sitting here waiting for her and looking at her with concern. It's truly unexpected. Jiji, what did old Hua say? Did you pass the test? Tang Wan quickly stood up and asked Yun Jiji, ignoring Xiong Lia. Xiong Lia also looked at Yun Jiji with anticipation, clearly waiting for her reply.
I passed.
Yun Jiji smiled. Hearing this, Tang Wan's face lit up with joy. That's great. I knew you wouldn't have a problem, Jiji. Although Tang Wan was worried, she also knew Yun Jiji was definitely capable in this area. She was just a bit anxious earlier because she didn't get the answer she wanted, which made her worry hard to hide. But now, she felt completely at ease. Old Hua is easy to talk to. He didn't make things difficult for me, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Tang Wan's mouth twitched. Old Hua is not easy to talk to at all. Tang Wan still remembered a previous visit from a traditional Chinese medicine doctor who was also tested by old Hua. The result was that the person's skills were lacking, and old Hua scolded him harshly. He even made a young man cry. In their view, that young man's medical skills were quite good, at least in some areas. But during old Hua's assessment, perhaps because he was too nervous, he made several mistakes. As a result, he was severely scolded by old Hua. They still remember how he cried more loudly than a young girl. And although they've always been at the military hospital, whenever old Hua visits, they are extra careful. They're afraid of making mistakes and upsetting old Hua. Jiji, what kind of key is this? Suddenly, Tang Wan saw Yun Jiji holding a key in her hand and became curious. Yun Jiji glanced at it and said, "This is the key to old Hua's office." Old Hua gave you his key? Tang Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Hua actually gave Yun Jiji the key to his office. Others might not know, but they did. They all knew how much old Hua treasured the medicines in his office. Before, they also wanted to go into old Hua's office to get some medicine, but he never allowed it. Whenever old Hua wasn't at the hospital, his office was always locked, and they couldn't get in. Now, surprisingly, she gave the keys to Yun Jiji, which they never even dared to imagine. However, they are now sure that old Hua is very pleased with Yun Jiji's medical skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her the keys. Although Xiong Lia has not spoken much before, her look at Yun Jiji has changed now. She didn't expect old Hua to give her the office keys. This means that if Yun Jiji wants to go to Old Hua's office, she can go anytime. I'm leaving. Xiong Lia stood up straight. She has found the answer she wanted and didn't want to stay any longer. Seeing this, Yun Jiji smiled and said, Dr. Xiong, thank you. Xiong Lia was slightly surprised, waved her hand, and said, Your massage skills are good. If I get kicked out of the clinic, who will I ask for massages? Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, but after a few interactions with Xiong Lia, she realized that Xiong Lia has a very awkward personality. She would never admit that she was worried about her. Tang Wan looked at Xiong Lia's back and pouted, saying, She usually doesn't get along with everyone, but I didn't expect her to care about others. Tang Wan was actually quite surprised. When she came to Yun Jiji's office waiting earlier, Xiong Lia arrived shortly after, seeming to come to play with the little kids, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. But soon, Tang Wan noticed that Xiong Lia was also looking around constantly. At first, she didn't think much, but later she became suspicious of Xiong Lia. When she asked if Xiong Lia was worried about Yun Jiji, Tang Wan was impressed by her stubbornness. Xiong Lia didn't have much contact with Yun Jiji, but it was clear she liked her. At least, she considered her a friend. Otherwise, she wouldn't care about her future. Dr. Xiong is very good. She was patient when she was drawing with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan earlier, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Although Xiong Lia looked cold and tough, she was very patient with children. Recently, she has been coming to play with the kids from time to time. When she had free time, she would sit here and spend half a day with the two children. It seems I didn't understand her well enough before. Tang Wan raised an eyebrow. She used to have some prejudice against Xiong Lia. Every time she saw her stern face, she didn't want to talk to her. But after this incident, her opinion of Xiong Lia changed. Xiong Lia was different from what she thought. She worries about Yun Jiji's assessment because she fears Yun Jiji might be expelled from the clinic. Perhaps everyone's prejudice against Xiong Lia makes it hard for her to tell the truth. Jiji, do you think I can still befriend Dr. Xiong now? I heard from others how she is, how distant she seems. I really thought she was like that, but after today's events, I realized she might be kind-hearted but cold on the outside. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji with a frustrated expression. She felt she had been too quick to judge, believing what others said about Xiong Lia. She thought Xiong Lia was exactly as described, but in fact, she hadn't taken the time to understand her at all. This made her feel guilty. Xiong Lia must be upset to be misunderstood. Because she had been misunderstood many times, Xiong Lia always kept a serious face and seemed hard to get along with. Tang Wan disliked cold and strict people. After coming to the Military District Health Center, she heard many negative comments about Xiong Lia. When she first met her and greeted her, Xiong Lia ignored her. Later, Tang Wan was also a person with a temper. When others ignored her, she didn't want to waste her warmth on someone cold. Their relationship wasn't very good. They mostly just nodded at each other when they met, with little to no further communication. Was there a misunderstanding between you two? Yun Jiji asked curiously. Not exactly a misunderstanding, Tang Wan replied. Before I came here, I heard people say that Xiong Lia is difficult to get along with, too cold, and not easy to connect with. When I first arrived, I tried to greet her and make friends, but after a few attempts, she didn't pay much attention to me. She sounded a bit wronged, because she genuinely wanted to be friends with Xiong Lia at the time. However, Xiong Lia's attitude made her lose hope of forming a friendship. Yun Jiji was also surprised to hear this. On New Year's Day, I invited you to my house for dinner. Sometimes, making friends means sharing a meal, Yun Jiji thought. Their holiday was coming up and recently, Xiong Lia and Tang Wan had been helping her watch the children from time to time. Yun Jiji also wanted to find a good opportunity to thank them. Since that was the case, it would be better to invite them over for a meal. Sounds great. Tang Wan immediately agreed happily. The food in the cafeteria was so bland, she almost lost her sense of taste. She wasn't sure about Yun Jiji's cooking skills, but she believed it would definitely be better than the cafeteria food. Thinking about it, Tang Wan started to look forward to eating at Yun Jiji's house. She also planned to buy some vegetables to bring along. How about hot pot? Yun Jiji asked. The weather has been a bit cold these days, so a hot pot sounds like a good idea. I want something spicy, Tang Wan said eagerly, looking at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji nodded with a smile. Sure. Tang Wan became even more excited. She was curious about how delicious the food would be in a few days. No matter what, she planned to eat less at lunch that day so she could enjoy more when she went to Yun Jiji's place later. Seeing her happy expression, Yun Jiji also wondered how bad the food in the military cafeteria was. She smiled slightly, amused by her excitement. Tang Wan was quite adorable, and she was also very good at medicine. She looked delicate, but her way of acting was not fragile at all. Anyone who becomes a military doctor tends to be tough. Although she often complained about how bad the cafeteria food was, she never wasted food. When it was time to leave work, since there was nothing urgent at the clinic, Yun Jiji took Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan home for lunch. When she returned, Qin Shiyu was already home. There were many dishes in the kitchen: chicken, ribs, black fish, bean sprouts, and more. There was quite a lot. Yun Jiji remembered that Qin Shiyu was hosting a dinner that night, and the man had already prepared all the dishes, arranged on plates. Wife, you're back. Wash your hands and come eat, Qin Shiyu said as he brought the food to the table. There were steamed eggs, sweet and sour ribs, garlic greens, and fish soup with black fish slices, looking very tempting with its milky white color. Wife, I added yam, red dates, black fungus, and goji berries to the black fish. You and the kids should eat more, Qin Shiyu said, filling a bowl with fish soup and placing it in front of Yun Jiji. Hearing this, Yun Jiji smiled and replied, Thank you. Qin Shiyu gently shook his head and also served a bowl of fish soup for Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, which contained plenty of fish meat. He picked out the fish slices himself, but he ate the fish bones and head himself. Baby, remember to sip carefully when you eat. Watch out for fish bones, Qin Shiyu softly told the two little ones. Okay, thank you, Dad Yuan Yuan politely said, taking a spoonful of fish soup. Qin Shiyu looked at the two children tenderly, his eyes full of warmth as if they could melt. While Yuan Yuan suddenly cheered happily. Yun Jiji was slightly surprised and looked up at Yuan Yuan, who then said, Dad's cooking is really the best. Yun Jiji couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This little one really knows how to boost her mood. After saying that, she happily ate her meal, her small face full of joy. Thanks to careful feeding over the past half-month, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had gained some weight. Their originally thin faces were now round and chubby, making people want to pinch their cheeks. Yun Jiji had also gained quite a bit of weight in this time, but because her absorption was not very good, the effect wasn't as obvious as with the children. Still, compared to her initial thinness, she now looked like a normal person. Although she was still a bit slim, with more good nourishment, she would improve even more soon. Yun Jiji took a sip of fish soup and smiled. It's very tasty. Qin Shiyu's face instantly lit up with a bigger smile. Then I'll make it for you again next time. Yun Jiji didn't refuse. The slices of black fish were very tender, showing the fish was fresh. The soup had a slight sweetness and a touch of pepper, making it very flavorful. The black fungus was crisp and the yam soft and sticky. She truly liked it very much. Seeing her genuine enjoyment, Qin Shiyu was also happy. He silently remembered her preferences, planning to make more of these dishes for her in the future. Watching Yun Jiji eat happily, nothing made Qin Shiyu happier. Wife. After dinner, Qin Shiyu was tidying up the table and looked at Yun Jiji with a hopeful expression. Yun Jiji looked at the man with confusion and asked, If you have something to say, just say it. Qin Shiyu chuckled and quickly said, Wife, about the pickled fish you made last time. I'm not very good at making it. Could you please make some tonight? He looked at Yun Jiji nervously. The taste of that pickled fish was so good last time. When he was thinking about what dishes to prepare for a guest, the first thing that came to mind was the pickled fish, but he had never made it before and didn't know how to cook it so that it tasted as good as Yun Jiji's. Is there no pickled cabbage at home? Yun Jiji asked, having just checked the kitchen and not seen any pickled cabbage. I told Sister Chun Tao this morning I traded for it with black fish, Qin Shiyu replied immediately. The The black fish was caught by him in the river this morning. Since he wanted to eat pickled fish, when he met Lu Chuntao on his way back, he exchanged the black fish for pickled vegetables. However, Lu Chuntao had to leave earlier in the morning and promised to bring the pickled vegetables when he returned at noon. "Prepare the side dishes. I will cook when I get off work," Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiu heard this and looked happy. He reached out, hugged Yun Jiji, spun her around, and then put her down. "My wife, you're so kind." Yun Jiji looked up and noticed Qin Shiu's steps had become lighter, which was quite strange. She was just helping with cooking, so why was he so happy? However, Qin Shiu was actually thinking that Yun Jiji had agreed. Even if she hadn't, he wouldn't force her to help cook. If he cooked himself, it might not taste as good as Yun Jiji's, but tonight, he was planning to invite his good comrades and friends. Her helping in the kitchen was like a sign of their relationship, and he could also show off how good her cooking was. He believed they would be very jealous. If Yun Jiji knew what Qin Shi was thinking, she would probably mock him for being childish. But it was just one dish. She still needed to eat too. Because Qin Shi stayed at home in the afternoon, Yun Jiji didn't take Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to the clinic for work, and there were more things to do at the clinic that afternoon than in the morning. A few days ago, the soldiers from the training camp returned, with various injuries. Yun Jiji was treating their wounds, including 2 young soldiers bitten by poisonous insects that had attached to their skin. At first, there was no reaction, but on the way back to the camp, the 2 soldiers fainted, their faces turning black. It was too late to send them to the military hospital, so they were finally taken to the clinic. At this moment, Su Guanghui and others were very worried. Tang Wan, Xiong Lia, Su Guanghui, and Lu Xiangbo looked at the 2 soldiers with concern. They had never seen these insects before. The breathing of the 2 young soldiers was getting weaker, and their faces were turning more purple. "Director, maybe we should call Gigi to come take a look," Tang Wan suggested. Seeing the situation, they didn't have any good antidotes, and even if they did, they weren't sure what to do. "All right, go call her over," Su Guanghui nodded. They really had no other choice but to ask Yun Jiji to examine them. If they kept delaying, it could cause serious problems. After receiving Su Guanghui's reply, Tang Wan quickly ran to call Yun Jiji over. Yun Jiji was just finishing bandaging one of the young soldier's wounds, so she handed the gauze to a nurse nearby and immediately followed inside. "How is it?" Yun Jiji asked as she entered the treatment room. Seeing the condition of the 2 young soldiers, she paused slightly and reached out to check their pulses. At the same time, Yun Jiji's expression darkened as she asked, "Has the poison insect been removed?" "It's attached to the blood vessels. We need to cut open the skin to take it out. The poison from the insect has entered the bloodstream. It can't be neutralized, and the bleeding can't be stopped. They're dying faster," Su Guanghui said in a serious tone. "I'll first try to control the poison for them. Director, prepare the surgical tools," Yun Jiji said without hesitation, already taking out a silver needle. Before Su Guanghui could say anything, Yun Jiji had already pinched the silver needle, pulled open the clothes of the poisoned young soldier, and inserted the needles into specific acupoints. "Take off his clothes too," Yun Jiji ordered without looking back. Tang Wan was the first to react and helped remove the young soldier's clothes. One by one, Yun Jiji inserted the silver needles. Su Guanghui and others kept an eye on the expressions of the poisoned soldiers. "His breathing is steady now." Su Guanghui was a bit surprised. "Yes. His complexion looks much better too," Tang Wan added. Yun Jiji didn't speak, but continued to insert needles into the other young soldier to control the toxin. At this moment, Xiong Lia also brought her set of surgical tools, disinfected them, and handed them to Yun Jiji. Tang Wan raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised. Everyone knew how much Xiong Lia treasured her tools, especially her surgical instruments. Usually, if anyone accidentally touched them, she would get very upset. "I'll go get some medicine." After controlling the poison, Yun Jiji quickly left to fetch medicine from old Hua's medicine cabinet. She also took some hemostatic drugs and 2 cups of spiritual spring water from her space. The toxins inside the 2 young soldiers had spread throughout their bodies via the blood. Although Yun Jiji had used needles to control it, simply using needles couldn't fully detoxify them. Now, the plan was to remove the poison insects and then give them the right medicine to completely detoxify. If Yun Jiji guessed correctly, the poison insects attached to their skin were called Shijing insects. Once these insects latch onto the skin, they burrow into the body through blood vessels. The Shijing insects are toxic all over their bodies. Once inside the blood vessels, their venom quickly spreads throughout the body via the bloodstream. Soon, the internal organs will begin to fail rapidly, leading to death. After Yun Jiji returned with the herbs, she looked at Lu Xianghua and asked, "Dr. Lu, you are strong. Could you please help me grind these herbs into powder? I need to use it soon." "Sure." Lu Xianghua said nothing and took the herbs from Yun Jiji's hand. He then went to the side to grind the herbs using a mortar. "Dr. Xiong, could you give me a hand?" Yun Jiji asked Xiong Lia. "Okay." In front of the patient, Xiong Lia's expression remained cold, but her attitude was more serious. She stared intently at the patient, her face darkening. At this moment, Yun Jiji had found the location of the poisonous insect, almost near the thigh of the little warrior. The blood vessels there were swollen, dark, and clearly visible. Purple veins spread across the skin, looking very frightening. "I will start removing the poison insect. I need help wiping the blood," Yun Jiji said. "I'll do it."
Su Guanghui immediately replied.
For some reason, when Su Guanghui saw Yun Jiji's expression, he felt confident that she could handle it. Seeing this, Yun Jiji immediately took a knife and began. When she cut the skin, black toxic blood flowed out. The poison insect was attached to the blood vessel, and it would come out very slowly and carefully. If the insect was cut open, all its venom would flow through the blood to the whole body, which could be deadly even for a divine being. The stone insect was also ranked first among the most toxic insects. Yun Jiji looked focused. After removing the insect from the blood vessel, she quickly placed it into a cup nearby and covered it with a lid. She couldn't apply medicine yet. She needed to let the venom drain until the blood turned red. Then she would quickly inject to stop the bleeding and sew up the wound. After sewing the wound, Yun Jiji looked at Xiong Lia and said, "Dr. Xiong, here is the hemostatic powder. You can take care of the bandaging." "Okay." Another little warrior was also in a hurry, and Xiong Lia knew she couldn't delay. She immediately took over the bandaging. Yun Jiji also removed the poison insect from another little warrior, let out the venom, then stitched and bandaged the wound. Once everything was handled, Lu Xianghua came in. "Dr. Yun, the herbs are ground," he said, handing the powder to Yun Jiji. "Thank you." Lu Xianghua waved his hand dismissively. Yun Jiji put the powder into the prepared spiritual spring water to make a medicinal broth. "Since they are unconscious, how will you feed them?" Tang Wan watched Yun Jiji work quickly and was quite impressed. Also, after removing the poison insects, their faces had returned to normal. Although still pale, they no longer looked as frightening as before. "You're about to wake up," Yun Jiji said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, the two little soldiers, who had been unconscious earlier, opened their eyes. They looked around at the people surrounding them with confusion. After a moment, they asked, "Where am I?" Baby friends, please send a free flower, hearts. When they saw the familiar Su Guanghui, they finally realized they were at the military district health clinic. They also felt a lot of pain in their legs. Su Guanghui explained the situation to them. After learning they had been bitten and poisoned by poisonous insects in the mountains, they finally remembered what had happened earlier. They had been training in the mountains these days. At first, they didn't feel anything, but starting yesterday, they felt very tired. They thought their fatigue was just from the training. On the way back, they felt very uncomfortable, even nauseous and wanting to, but they couldn't. When they returned to the unit, they immediately fainted. After that, they remembered nothing. "Drink the medicinal soup first," Yun Jiji said. The two looked at the dark-colored soup in the bowl, feeling confused. "It's for detoxification," Yun Jiji explained helplessly. Because there wasn't enough time and the poison from the stone insect was very tricky, normal medicinal soup would take hours to simmer. But since there was no time, the best they could do was grind the medicine into powder and give it to them. This would still help detoxify, even if it wasn't as effective as simmered medicine. Yun Jiji added spring water to maximize the medicine's effect. The two little soldiers looked at the dark soup with a bitter expression. But when they heard it was for detox, they remembered how uncomfortable they had felt earlier. They immediately took the bowls and drank the soup in one gulp. They thought it would be very bitter, but surprisingly, even though it looked dark and smelled bad, it wasn't as bitter as they expected. Yun Jiji poured water and handed it to them after they finished the medicine. Rest well. I'll come back later to check your wounds, she said. Then Yun Jiji picked up the cup with the stone insect poison and left to tend to other injured people. Tang Wan hurriedly followed her out. Jiji, can you teach me your silver needle hemostasis method? It's amazing. Tang Wan had previously seen Yun Jiji stop bleeding with silver needles, but she didn't find it as clear-cut as today. At that time, when Yun Jiji used a scalpel to cut open the little soldier's leg wound, blood immediately gushed out. The blood vessel was a major artery, which could cause a rapid bleed. If the blood flow was too fast, it would be hard to find the poisonous insect inside. After injecting poison into the blood, Yun Jiji quickly used a silver needle to insert it, instantly slowing the bleeding. They didn't dare to perform surgery earlier because they were afraid that cutting into the area where the poison insect was hiding could cause a dangerous bleed. If the bleeding couldn't be controlled, the insect could enter the body more quickly. Removing it later would be much harder. But Yun Jiji managed to do it successfully. Yes, it's possible, but studying traditional Chinese medicine can be very dull. It's different from Western medicine, Yun Jiji said to Tang Wan. I'm not afraid of it being boring. Your blood-stopping technique is really amazing. If you had done it earlier, those two little soldiers might have died before even reaching the military hospital. Soldiers often get injured during training or missions. Sprains, falls, and cuts are common, so I want to learn how to stop bleeding. That way, these soldiers can bleed less, Tang Wan said seriously. Her fiancé, Shen Feng, was also a soldier. She deeply understood this. Once, Shen Feng was injured, and because he wasn't treated in time, he lost a lot of blood. She watched his face turn almost transparent. If she hadn't given him a blood transfusion quickly, he might have died. She was the doctor on that mission, but she felt helpless. She could only watch as Shen Feng's blood kept flowing and couldn't stop the bleeding. She really wanted to learn this skill, not just for Shen Feng but for many other patients. Then, let's start with acupoints. I'll bring you a map of acupoints later. First, memorize all the acupoints on the body, Yun Jiji said. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine are quite different. I want to learn too. As Yun Jiji and Tang Wan talked, they suddenly heard a voice. They turned around and saw Xiong Lia standing behind them. When the two looked over, Xiong Lia looked a bit awkward, uncomfortable, and even a little annoyed. Didn't you always say you don't agree with Chinese medicine? Tang Wan said, changing the subject. Bear in mind that previously, Xiong Lia looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. Tang Wan was very clear about this. When she heard Xiong Lia wanted to learn, Tang Wan truly didn't expect it. I admit my previous thoughts were biased, mainly because I hadn't met a good Chinese doctor. Yun Jiji is indeed quite skilled. At least. Today we couldn't do much, but she managed to. Maybe I was too narrow-minded before. Yun Jiji is right. Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years, forming a complete system and laying a solid foundation. Xiong Lia knew she had been prejudiced. On one hand, she hadn't met a skilled Chinese doctor. On the other, when she was young and sick, she saw a charlatan instead. Since then, she hadn't encountered a truly good doctor. Although old Hua was experienced, he was old, and sometimes when he came, Xiong Lia couldn't see him. Or rather, she didn't see patients recover as clearly as she did today. Some treatments are slow, and results take time. But today, those two little soldiers were almost dying. Yun Jiji used her skillful silver needles, and after she finished, their recovery was obvious. As Tang Wan said, Yun Jiji's hemostasis technique was amazing. Their health center often treats injured soldiers. If they could help them bleed less, that would be best. Dr. Xiang, tomorrow I'll bring you a chart of acupuncture points. You and Wanwan can start by learning the points. Yun Jiji was a bit surprised. Xiang Lia openly admitted her previous prejudice against Chinese medicine, which surprised them but also made Yun Jiji see her in a new light. Why do you call her Wanwan, but call me Dr. Xiang? However, Xiang Lia frowned at Yun Jiji, clearly unhappy with the nickname. Yun Jiji was a bit stunned.
Then,
Should I call you Lia? Xiang Lia snorted twice.
fine then.
Yun Jiji chuckled. Xiang Lia was quite interesting. Dr. Xiang, I also had prejudices against you before. I apologize to you. Tang Wan saw she was not shy, so she decided to admit her mistake openly. I also used to be aloof and had my issues, she said after thinking for a moment. Tang Wan was a bit surprised and exchanged a look with Xiang Lia. She was friendly and immediately went to Xiang Lia's side, took her arm, and said, Lia, from now on we are friends, okay? Yes. Xiang Lia's lips curled slightly at the corners. Although not very obvious, this small smile showed her happiness. She is not good at expressing her feelings, which makes people think she is difficult to get along with. However, after spending time with her, they realize she is actually a little bit adorable. Dr. Yun, my wound has been very itchy these past 2 days. Can you take a look? As they were talking, Su Qing'an walked in. He immediately saw Yun Jiji in the yard and quickly approached her. Since using the hemostatic powder made by Yun Jiji, Su Qing'an felt quite comfortable at first, and he came back for a dressing change once. Today is the 3rd day. Since last night, his wound has been very itchy. Su Qing'an wanted to endure it, but he couldn't stand the itch anymore, so he hurried to the clinic to see Yun Jiji. Come here, let me take a look. Su Guanghui also heard Su Qing'an's voice and came out to see him. He asked what's wrong. It's the wound, it's itchy.
Su Chenggen said earnestly.
He sat down, and Yun Jiji unwrapped the gauze, revealing the wound on his arm. It's healing well. Su Guanghui, who had been paying close attention to the wound, stepped over in surprise. It's normal for a wound to be itchy when healing. Yun Jiji was very confident in her hemostatic powder, so she wasn't surprised by Su Qing'an's recovery. But Su Guanghui was extremely excited at this moment. His eyes looked at Yun Jiji as if she had discovered a treasure, changing back and forth. He had previously doubted the effectiveness of the hemostatic powder, especially since they had used a different one before, which had little effect. However, seeing his son's wound healing so slowly, and after using Yun Jiji's hemostatic powder, the results in just a few days were remarkable. Su Guanghui was truly amazed and very happy. It was so powerful. Compared to the other hemostatic powders he had seen before, this one was far better. He could even imagine how many people would benefit once this hemostatic powder was put into production. If this technology could be used in the military area, injured soldiers' wounds would heal faster. This way, they could suffer less pain and hardship. Right now, Su Guanghui was clearly excited, his eyes burning as he looked at Yun Jiji. If Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun were here, Su Guanghui would definitely hug them tightly to thank them, because their insight was so sharp. They immediately saw that Yun Jiji was extraordinary and that the hospital had gained a real treasure. My wound has actually healed, Su Qing'an said, surprised. Previously, his wounds took more than half a month to heal, and this time, since his injury was severe, normally it would take at least a month to recover. When he saw his wound, he didn't think about healing, he just felt itchy. Based on his past injuries, recovery was never this quick. He initially thought Yun Jiji's hemostatic powder was causing the itch. He never considered it might be for another reason. Today, I'll give you a different medicine that can stop the itch and reduce scars, Yun Jiji said with a smile, turning back to her office. To outsiders, it looked like she was just going to get medicine, but in fact, she was avoiding everyone and took out a small bottle of ointment from her space. The ointment was stored inside a clam shell. After coming out of her office, she handed the ointment to him. This is a soft skin ointment. Applying it to healing wounds and the surrounding area can stop the itch and also speed up healing and scar repair. This was her second medicine after the hemostatic powder. She had already considered this when making the powder. Men like them probably wouldn't care much about scars, but some people, especially women, cared a lot. Although their military area didn't have female soldiers, China did have women soldiers who went on missions and got injured. In her view, some men also cared about scars, on exposed skin or on the face. They certainly didn't want to leave many scars. Men don't mind scars. Su Ching'en waved his hand. I only have a few scars. Just think about their squad leader. He has so many scars. This scar repair isn't very strong, just mild. If you want to remove scars completely, I have other, more effective scar-removing ointments, Yun Jiji said with a smile. He became curious about how many prescriptions Yun Jiji had in her hand. Whenever she talked about medicine, it sounded like a child's pretend game, as if she could casually take out any remedy she wanted. However, Su Guanghui was not greedy. Just the formula for the hemostatic powder was already very powerful. As for the effectiveness of this soft skin ointment, he was not sure yet. He had doubted the hemostatic powder before, but now he truly believed in it. Thinking this way, Su Guanghui felt even more hopeful. Stop talking nonsense and apply the medicine quickly. Su Guanghui glared at his son and urged him to get the medicine on. Su Ching'en twitched his mouth, but was also curious about how well the medicine worked. He didn't argue anymore and started applying the ointment. Seeing how clumsy he was, Su Guanghui was annoyed. He reached out and snatched the soft skin ointment from his son's hand, personally applying it. Although he looked disgusted, Su Guanghui's movements were very gentle when he was applying the medicine. Yun Jiji could clearly see that he was careful and tender because he cared about his son. When necessary, he would scold him, but he was always cautious and gentle when needed. It's cool and refreshing. It's not as itchy as before. Su Ching'en had been itching so badly earlier that he almost scratched himself. But after applying the ointment, he could clearly feel that his wound was no longer itchy. This made Su Guanghui feel very happy. He just looked at him and then turned to Yun Jiji, saying, Dr. Yun, let's go outside to talk. Yun Jiji understood that Su Guanghui wanted to discuss the hemostatic powder with her. She nodded lightly and followed him outside. Su Ching'en glanced at her and thought his sister-in-law was amazing. Besides being a bit thinner, she was perfect. Although Yun Jiji now looked much older than Qin Shiyu, Su Ching'en thought it was because she had been hungry and malnourished in the countryside. As long as she took good care of herself and ate well, there would be no problem. He had seen Yun Jiji only a few times, but he noticed her eyes were bright and clear. Her eyes were very beautiful, and recently she had been eating better and gained a little weight. It was clear that Yun Jiji was not unattractive. He also knew that Yun Jiji was 4 years younger than Qin Shiyu, so she couldn't be older than him. At this moment, Su Ching'en felt a bit hopeful. He wondered how people would react once they realized that Yun Jiji was actually very beautiful. Yun Jiji followed Su Guanghui to the office. Dr. Yun, can your hemostatic powder be produced in large quantities? Su Guanghui asked eagerly as soon as they entered. The hemostatic powder worked so well that he really hoped it could be mass-produced so that all soldiers in their country could benefit from it. Director, I have limited ability alone. I am willing to give the formula for the hemostatic powder directly to the country, so it can be produced on a large scale. That way, more people can benefit. Everyone, please give me some free flowers. Su Guanghui was momentarily stunned, looking at Yun Jiji with surprise, clearly not expecting her to say such a thing. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say for a moment, just staring at her. But her expression was focused and serious, showing she wasn't joking but sincerely willing to share the formula unconditionally with their country. Dr. Yun, you should know that if you produce it yourself, then... Director, I already said I have limited ability. The herbs for making the hemostatic powder are gathered from the mountains here, but they will eventually run out. I don't have the resources to get so many herbs, so I can't help more soldiers. Maybe in the future, we can also make it available to the general public, so the people of Huagua can use good medicine. Our country will only be strong if we are powerful enough that foreign enemies dare not easily interfere. And I also hope traditional Chinese medicine can become strong, not be suppressed or humiliated. The two doctors who taught me medicine were once outstanding talents, but because of the current situation, they were sent to the countryside and suffered a lot. They should be shining in their fields. So, I hope my hemostatic powder can open a new path for traditional Chinese medicine, Yunjiji said seriously to Su Guanghui. She knew from her future that many predecessors in this era had sacrificed selflessly, which helped their country gradually become stronger. Without these pioneers, there would be no strength to make outsiders feel threatened. Her ability was limited, but since she was part of this era, she also wanted to contribute a little.
All right.
Su Guanghui pounded on the table and suddenly stood up. He looked excitedly at Yun Jiji and said, Dr. Yun, your determination is a blessing for our country. I will report this matter, don't worry. What you deserve, I promise to do my best to fight for it. I know you will say it's unnecessary, don't bother. But everyone wants a good reputation in life. Even if it's not for yourself, you should think about Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Su Guanghui saw her want to speak, but quickly interrupted. Yun Jiji didn't think much about it, but after hearing Guanghui's words, she realized his intentions and didn't stop him. She knew she should consider the two children. Go ahead and do your work. I will talk to the political commissar and others about this, Su Guanghui said, then turned to leave. But when he reached the door, it seemed he just remembered something. He turned back and looked at Yun Jiji, saying, Do you still have that hemostatic powder? If yes, give me some.
Just a moment.
Yun Jiji returned to her office, then took the powder from her space and handed it to Su Guanghui. Su Guanghui took the powder and ran out, dragging Su Qing'an with him. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched involuntarily. Su Guanghui is really impatient, but she understood his feelings. He probably wanted to get the medicine approved as soon as possible, which is why he's so anxious. The rest of the matters were left to Su Guanghui to handle. Yun Jiji didn't interfere. When it was time to submit her secret recipe, she would give it then. That would be enough. She checked the injured patients again, confirmed they were fine, and when it was time to leave work, she told Tang Wan and others before packing her things to go home. Jiji, I'll go with you. Tang Wan ran out when she saw her leaving. Okay. Yun Jiji agreed and walked out with Tang Wan. I'm going to your house. Yun Jiji was a little surprised but quickly understood. Today, Qin Shiyu must have invited Shin Feng, and since they are engaged, Qin Shiyu probably also invited Tang Wan. Are you not going with Shin Feng? Yun Jiji asked curiously. They left this afternoon. Yun Jiji was momentarily stunned but quickly realized. Qin Shiyu was quite straightforward, probably called some friends over to help. But she really didn't have time to go back and help. Since the men had already made arrangements, Yun Jiji didn't say much. Jiji, I heard Shin Feng say that Captain Qin's cooking skills are very good, much better than the army canteen. Is that true? Tang Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been eating bland food for too long and was eager to try something new. She was really looking forward to eating at Yun Jiji's home. He really is a good cook, Yun Jiji nodded. Although she hadn't eaten the canteen food herself, every time Tang Wan went there, her expression was like she was about to face a dangerous situation. It shows that the food in the army canteen is indeed very unappetizing. I'm really looking forward to it now, Tang Wan said, holding Yun Jiji's arm, more excited about tonight's dinner. It was after work hours now, so the two of them stopped talking about work. Regarding Yun Jiji's ability to detoxify, it was clear she was not only highly skilled in traditional Chinese medicine but also quite capable in Western medicine. She was very curious about how Yun Jiji could be so talented. Some people are naturally gifted, and their talent is just like that. Even if they start learning medicine later than others, they tend to be stronger than most. Jiji, work is over, right? When Yun Jiji entered the residential area, she met Yang Shuqin, who greeted her with a smile. Shuqin, sister-in-law. Hearing this, Tang Wan also smiled and greeted her. Dr. Tang has arrived. Most of the residents in the neighborhood knew Tang Wan. Although the military district health clinic mainly served injured soldiers, people with minor illnesses or pains would also go there to get medicine for home. Over time, they got to know her. Another reason they knew Tang Wan was because she was Shun Feng's fiancée. Earlier, a sister-in-law in the neighborhood thought Tang Wan was very pretty and, being a doctor at the health clinic, wanted to introduce her brother to her. The situation was a bit awkward. In the end, Shen Feng stepped in and stopped her from having unrealistic ideas. That's how everyone came to know Tang Wan. Yes. Come to Gigi's house for a change of taste, Yang Shuqin said, understanding her meaning. You're lucky. Gigi's cooking skills are the best in our neighborhood. Yang Shuqin remembered the fish balls she made with Yun Gigi last time. Their family almost fought over who would eat more. They were so delicious. Her husband even asked her why she didn't make more. He also didn't think about how many fish they could catch by going to the sea. Usually they only caught a few because they were lucky and they couldn't go to the sea every day. Right now, the weather is freezing. The sea and sky are even colder than the residential compound. No matter how greedy you are, you shouldn't go to the beach to catch a cold wind. If you catch a cold, it wouldn't be worth it. Really? I'm so looking forward to it. Can I still lie to you? Gigi is definitely the best cook among the military spouses in our residential area. In Yang Shuqin's mind, Yun Gigi's cooking skills are the best in their neighborhood. Sister-in-law, you're exaggerating. Your cooking is also very delicious, Yun Gigi quickly said. Yang Shuqin happily replied, you always say nice things. I love hearing it. Sister-in-law, we're going back first. When we have free time later, we'll make some more tasty food together, Yun Gigi said with a smile. Yang Shuqin was happy to hear that. Since Yun Gigi started working at the military hospital, she has been spending less and less time at home. Sometimes, she doesn't see Yun Gigi all day long, not to mention taking Yun Gigi out to the sea or mountains to find some good food. But they all knew Yun Gigi was doing important work. It's said that after this training exercise, many soldiers were injured, and the military hospital must have been very busy that afternoon. Seeing Yun Gigi so busy, they didn't want to bother her to join them. After saying goodbye to Yang Shuqin, she took Tang Wan and headed back. Soon, they arrived at Yun Gigi's small courtyard. Gigi, isn't the house next door empty? Tang Wan blinked her bright eyes, sounding a bit excited. Yes. The former lieutenant colonel applied for transfer, and the house next door is now empty, Yun Gigi replied. Tang Wan stared at the empty house next door, lost in thought. Wan, Shen Feng saw Tang Wan and immediately called out. Yun Gigi raised an eyebrow. She had noticed Shen Feng earlier. His expression was not cold, but not very warm either. However, when he saw Tang Wan, he suddenly seemed gentle and tender, like spring rain. It was clear Shen Feng had deep feelings for Tang Wan. Shen Feng, go apply for a marriage license. Let's get married, and then you can apply for a house in the neighborhood. I want to be your neighbor, Tang Wan said as soon as she saw the empty house next door, with a bright idea in her mind. She really wants to be neighbors with Yun Gigi so that they can go to work and come home together. In the future, they will always have each other's company. Also, Qin Shiyu and Shen Feng are good brothers, so their relationship is even closer now. Shen Feng was a bit confused at this moment. Who would have thought that Tang Wan would suddenly change her mind? Wan, are you sure? Shen Feng looked at Tang Wan uncertainly. He had wanted to get married for a long time, but Tang Wan had previously been reluctant. He respected her wishes. But he never expected that when Tang Wan saw the empty yard next door to Yun Gigi's house, she would instantly want to get married. Suddenly, Shen Feng felt that inviting Tang Wan to dinner at Qin Shiyu's house today was really the right decision. Of course I've thought it through. Do I look like I'm joking? Tang Wan glared at him annoyed and added, if I can't get the approval for the yard next door, I will change my mind. Shen Feng was speechless. It was too casual. Marriage somehow linked to a yard. But thinking about Tang Wan's personality, Shen Feng felt that. Besides her, no one else could do such a thing. I'll go right now. Without waiting for their response, Shen Feng quickly ran off in a flash. Yun Gigi was confused. So, Shen Feng was going to report the marriage and apply for the family yard? Wan, shall we go inside first? Yun Gigi asked Tang Wan. Sure, she replied, and they walked into the yard together. Mom, Tuan Tuan, and Yuan Yuan were in the yard. A little soldier was riding two small kids on a big horse. Just as he turned around, the little kids saw Yunjiji. They immediately struggled to slide off the soldier's back and rushed over to Yunjiji, grabbing her leg. Yunjiji looked at the two kids hugging her, feeling both amused and helpless. How can you let Uncle lie on the ground so you can ride the horse? That's not right. She looked apologetically at the little soldier and said, Sorry about that. No, sister-in-law, I was just playing with them. The little soldier quickly waved his hands. It's okay. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan wanted to play with me. They're so cute. At first, they didn't want to sit, but I carried them onto the horse. Seeing this, Yunjiji didn't say anything more. Thank you, she said. You're welcome, sister-in-law. The little soldier said shyly, scratching his head. Tuan Tuan, Yuan, can you only see Mom? Can't you see Aunt Wan? Sigh. Aunt Wan was really very sad. Seeing them both holding onto Yunjiji's thigh, Tang Wan deliberately showed a sad expression and wiped imaginary tears from her face. However, to Tuan Tuan and Yuan, it just looked like Aunt Wan was crying. They immediately let go of Yunjiji's thigh and ran forward to hug Tang Wan's leg, calling sweetly. Aunt Wan, hearing their adorable voices, Tang Wan instantly felt happy. She reached out and hugged the two little ones, giving each of their faces a big kiss. Wan, please watch over them for me. I'm going to the kitchen, Yunjiji said with a smile. Go ahead. Tang Wan replied without looking up. Yunjiji couldn't help but laugh and turned to walk toward the kitchen. Actually, Qin Shiyu had already heard Yunjiji's voice from the kitchen. He had been waiting, stirring the dishes in the pot while occasionally glancing outside, hoping to see when Yunjiji would come in. At this moment, he heard her footsteps and felt even more excited. When her figure appeared at the door, Qin Shiyu's face lit up with a big smile as he gently called out, Wife. Yunjiji looked up and met his gentle gaze. Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but twitch her lips and asked, Is the fish ready? Yes, it's ready. Qin Shiyu had already prepared everything, waiting for Yunjiji to arrive. He had finished all the chores, killing the fish, marinating it, and preparing all the side dishes. What's on the stove? She asked. I've braised some pig's trotters, Qin Shiyu replied. Yunjiji nodded and said, Help me start the fire. Okay. Qin Shiyu immediately moved aside without hesitation. When he sat down at the stove, he still stuck his head out and said, Wife, thank you for your hard work. Yunjiji shot him a glance. Start the fire. Got it. Qin Shiyu sat there obediently, like a well-behaved student waiting for the teacher's instructions. Yunjiji's lips twitched. Sometimes she thought this man was quite childish. Despite being a strong, rough man, his personality was sometimes amusing. She started cooking pickled fish and didn't bother with Qin Shiyu anymore. She heated the pan, added cold oil, and stir-fried the pickled vegetables. Watching her focus on cooking and smelling the delicious aroma, Qin Shiyu felt truly satisfied. Why was Yunjiji's pickled fish always tastier than others even though it was the same dish? It is clear that Yunjiji's cooking skills are better than theirs, which is why her dishes turn out especially delicious. Yunjiji saw him focused on cooking and lifted the lid of the braised pig's trotters pot to check. When Qin Shiyu didn't react, she added some spices inside. Hubby, did you add something to the pig's trotters? Note: the original text mentions writing late at night about dishes like pickled fish and braised pig's trotters, which makes her crave food and feel hungry. She humorously comments about being overweight. Qin Shiyu smelled the aroma and felt it was different, perhaps even more fragrant than before. He wasn't sure what Yunjiji had added. I added some spices, Yunjiji admitted honestly. Sweetheart, next time, teach me how to cook. Your skills are much better than mine. Once I learn, I won't trouble you anymore, Qin Shiyu said seriously. Yunjiji looked at the man in surprise, clearly shocked by his words. Their relationship didn't have a strong emotional foundation, and many things had happened before. She thought Qin Shiyu would dislike her, especially since Yun Wanrong's reputation in Yunhe village was very good. Because Yun Wanrong was educated and cultured, many families in Yunhe village wanted to marry her. Yun Jiji believed Qin Shiyu, being an officer, also hoped to marry a compatible woman. But she had disrupted his relationship with Yun Wanrong, and in everyone's eyes, she was shameless. She entered Qin Shiyu's room late at night and deliberately slept with him. Shouldn't Qin Shiyu dislike her for that? However, some things were very different from her expectations. Qin Shiyu's attitude toward her surprised her even more. It seemed he didn't dislike her as his wife and never hated her. So, did he really have to rush back to the army on their wedding night because of an urgent mission? Her gaze kept drifting to Qin Shiyu, as if trying to see through him. Qin Shiyu naturally noticed her occasional glances. She was quite excited, her heart pounding wildly. The wife was watching him. "All right," Yun Jiji said, raising her head to look at the man. Qin Shiyu, hearing her, took out the firewood from the stove and placed it into the ashes outside before standing up. All the dishes were already cooked. "Come, serve the food," Qin Shiyu called out. A few people in the yard responded and ran inside. When they saw Yun Jiji, they all felt a bit shy and called out, "Sister-in-law." "Hello," Yun Jiji replied with a gentle smile. It was their first time meeting Yun Jiji. They had been worried she might not welcome them since they arrived in the afternoon but hadn't seen her all day. At that time, Qin Shiyu told them that Yun Jiji worked at the health clinic and would come back after work. Initially, they felt confused. Why did the commander invite them for a meal at a time when Yun Jiji was working? It turned out that their commander cooked the meal himself. Later, when Su Ching'en came over and explained the situation at the clinic, he even praised Yun Jiji highly, saying she used a hemostatic powder that was 100 times better than what he used before. This made them even more curious about Yun Jiji, their sister-in-law. "Jiji, did you make fish with pickled vegetables? I could smell it from far away," Hu Jianjun asked loudly before entering the yard. It smelled so good. After eating pickled fish last time, Hu Jianjun couldn't forget the taste. Since he was an elder, he didn't feel it was polite to ask the younger ones to cook for him. So now, smelling this aroma, Hu Jianjun was sure Yun Jiji had made fish with pickled vegetables. It smelled wonderful. Political commissar. Seeing Hu Jianjun, Su Ching'en and the others quickly greeted him politely. "This isn't the army, no need to be so formal," Hu Jianjun waved his hand and glanced at the table. When he saw the 2 big bowls of fish with pickled vegetables, he couldn't help but give Qin Shiyu a thumbs up. He was very impressed. He liked such considerate young people. The soldiers in Qin Shiyu's hands were all starving, like hungry ghosts. They hadn't tasted the fish yet, but once they did, they would all rush to eat. If there was only 1 bowl, it wouldn't be enough. But with 2 large bowls, he could have a few more bites. "The food is ready. Come on, let's eat. It's so cold outside. It'll get cold soon," Hu Jianjun said. Hearing this, everyone quickly brought the dishes to the table. "Wife, come sit here." Qin Shiyu saw Yun Jiji about to sit at the next table and called out immediately. Just as he was about to take the children to sit at the other table, Qin Shiyu suddenly called out. Yes, Jiji, come sit here," Hu Jianjun hurriedly said. "I'll sit here and watch the family together," Yun Jiji replied. "Bring the kids over too." Hu Jianjun immediately added, "I also want to talk to you about the hemostatic powder." Since Hu Jianjun said that, Yun Jiji had no choice but to take the 2 children to Qin Shiyu's table. After sitting down, Qin Shiyu reached out and took the children in his arms. "You've been busy all morning. You must be hungry. Eat first. I'll take care of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan." The 2 little ones happily snuggled beside Qin Shiyu. Today there were many people, and everyone was feeding Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, so Yun Jiji didn't need to watch over them. Seeing that they really didn't need her, Yun Jiji also invited everyone to eat. "This tastes just right." Hu Jianjun couldn't wait to serve himself a bowl of fish, pickled vegetables, sour radish, and vermicelli. Every bite was a delight. "How can it be so delicious?" "Political commissar, this is so tasty," Shen Feng asked. "It's not tasty at all." "Not at all. It's very sour. You know you dislike sour food the most, right? You should try the pig's trotters. They're braised with a very fragrant aroma," Hu Jianjun said seriously. "In that case, I really have to try it." Shen Feng wasn't stupid. Seeing Hu Jianjun enjoy himself so much, it was clear that the pickled fish was truly delicious. Hu Jianjun didn't expect him to believe it right away. After finishing the first bowl quickly, he hurried to serve himself a second one. Not a drop of broth was left. It was sour and spicy. Such a wonderful taste. Wan, try this fish. It's especially delicious. Shen Feng took a bite and quickly served a bowl to Tang Wan, carefully placing the fish bones into his own bowl and filling her bowl with fish slices. Tang Wan was already curious, and hearing Shen Feng say that, she took a bite. Her eyes lit up immediately. Gigi, Sister Yang said you're the best cook in the world. Tang Wan gave Yin Gigi a thumbs up.
Wow.
This is real food. Thinking about the meals in the cafeteria and then looking at what Yin Gigi cooked, she truly wondered what kind of life she had been living before. She knew that the pickled fish was made by Yin Gigi, while all the other dishes were prepared by Qin Shiyu. Although they weren't as good as Yin Gigi's, compared to the cafeteria food, Qin Shiyu's dishes were quite good. But in front of Yin Gigi, she couldn't compare. Qin Shiyu simply couldn't compare to Yin Gigi.
He was too weak.
Shen Feng, you should learn cooking from Gigi in the future. You must learn how to make this pickled fish. I love it, Tang Wan said to Shen Feng. She has always had high standards for good food. Since becoming a military doctor, she hasn't tasted such delicious food in a long time. Now, she is very sure that no matter when, her desire for good food remains strong. Political Commissar, we are applying to get married. Can you help us rent the yard next to Gigi's place for us to live in? No matter what. She must become neighbors with Yun Gigi. If she can't live next to Gigi, she would really cry. We can reserve the yard for you, but you need to hurry, Hu Jianjun said. Before Qin Shiryu got married, Hu Jianjun was worried about her marriage. Later, when Qin Shiryu married, he was more concerned about Shen Feng. They were really two key fighters in their unit. But since Shen Feng always had a marriage partner, Hu Jianjun knew that no matter how anxious he was, they had no plans to get married. This made Hu Jianjun feel helpless. He didn't expect that now, because of Yun Jiji's appearance, the rate of marriage in their unit actually increased. Although only Shen Feng and Tang Wan got married, he knew that many female comrades in the arts troupe had been eyeing Qin Shiryu before. Now that Qin Shiryu is married and has a child, they finally gave up. Next, they should find partners and get married too. Thinking this way, Hu Jianjun felt their marriage rate had suddenly gone up. He could worry less in the future. No one knew what Hu Jianjun was thinking. From the beginning, they could still say a few words, but now everyone was hurriedly stuffing food into their mouths like a whirlwind, as if afraid of missing out on a bite. Watching the scene, Yun Jiji also felt a wave of sympathy. The food at the military district cafeteria must really be terrible.
Burp.
The entire table of food was finished in an instant. Even the broth used for marinating pig's trotters was used to mix with rice and eat. Someone let out a loud burp at this moment. The air suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at each other. This is so satisfying. Captain, can we join you? We'll pay for the food. It's too delicious. One of the Yang Hongxing looked at Qin Shiryu with pity. How could the food be this good? This meal made up for all his grievances at the army cafeteria. It was so tasty, so moving. He even felt like crying.
Dream on.
Qin Shiryu glared at him with a bit of annoyance. Yang Hongxing was just joking. There's no way he would actually come to Qin Shiryu for help. They, the couple, have 2 children and usually have to work and take care of the kids. Their lives are very busy, so they can't really trouble them. Everyone finish eating and don't just sit around. Clear your bowls and utensils, wash up and clean things, Hu Jianjun said, glancing at them. Hearing this, everyone immediately got up. No need, leave it be, Yun Jiji said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She didn't want them to help clean up. Gigi, don't worry about them. Let these kids move around a bit. It's good for digestion. I have something to talk to you about, Hu Jianjun said. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu, who nodded, so she didn't say anything more. While they were tidying up, Hu Jianjun finally said, Su Guanghui told me about the hemostatic powder. That's a formula you developed yourself. Are you really willing to give it to the country for free? Commissar, I've thought it through, Yunjiji replied. At first, Qin Shiyu didn't understand what was happening, but after hearing their conversation, he finally understood. Yunjiji donated her developed hemostatic powder formula to the country. I discussed with the battalion commander. Our idea is to set up a pharmaceutical factory in our military district where the hemostatic powder will be produced. Later, other military districts can come to buy from us. This might be a bit difficult, but we want to try. The clan leader and I also have our own interests. If your hemostatic powder is produced in our military district's factory, all the achievements will count for our district, which is very beneficial for us. In fact, our military district is short of money, which affects the development of our soldiers in many ways. The old training equipment was a warning. If we had more funds, we could buy better equipment and reduce injuries among soldiers. Of course, we won't forget to give you your fair share. We need to report this to the division commander and the brigade commander first to see if it's feasible. But since the hemostatic powder is yours, I wanted to share our thoughts with you first. If you don't agree with this plan, you can just give it to the country directly, as you said. When Su Guanghui found the two of them, they went together to discuss the matter with Gu Wenbin. In the end, they decided that they could open their own pharmaceutical factory. This way, they could better utilize available resources and prioritize their needs. Later, they could also bring new medicine formulas to their military district factory for production. Political Commissar, what about the medicinal herbs? We don't have enough factories for all of them, Yunjiji said. My idea, along with the battalion commanders, is to first send some hemostatic powder for the Chief Military Doctor's Research Institute to study its effectiveness. Once approved, we won't need to apply ourselves. The Research Institute will submit the formula. Then, applying to set up a factory will be much easier. If the hemostatic powder meets the standards or even works better than current market options, the country will support us. So, we can try to apply first, he explained. Initially, the government will support us with resources. Later, nearby villages and communes can grow medicinal herbs suitable for our factory. For herbs we can't grow here, we can also cooperate with other provinces and towns, he added. This way, we can meet our needs and have enough raw materials, he said. Also, I heard Su Guanghui mentioned a soothing skin ointment. Su Cheng'en said it feels very comfortable to use. If we produce it, could it be used by the military district? Yunjiji asked. The corner of Yunjiji's mouth twitched. Political Commissar, you're quite ambitious. If we open a pharmaceutical factory, one hemostatic powder alone won't be enough, Hu Jianjun said, awkwardly scratching his nose. I will accept the organization's plan, Yunjiji said seriously after thinking about Hu Jianjun's words. She believed this plan was really feasible. Making the hemostatic powder right under her nose would reduce mistakes. Moreover, in this era, jobs are hard to find. Each position is precious. Many military wives in the family compound are free at home. Yunjiji thought that if the factory could really get started, it would be a good thing. It could at least help some of the military wives find work. However, all right, you have such determination. That's really a blessing for our military district. Don't worry, as long as the division commander and the military commander approve, you will definitely be involved, Hu Jianjun said happily. He was worried Yunjiji wouldn't agree and had prepared to persuade her, but unexpectedly, she agreed without much thought. This made him very happy. Cloudweave looked at Hu Jianjun with a smile and said, Political Commissar, I found something today. I think you should see it. What is it? Hu Jianjun asked, feeling a bit nervous. Cloudweave stood up and went inside, then came out holding a glass bottle containing 2 worms. She pushed it toward Hu Jianjun and said, Stone static worms, a poisonous insect from Sakura country. I took them from the 2 soldiers who were poisoned today. Yesterday was the Little New Year in the north. Happy Little New Year to baby Bei Fong. Today is the Little New Year in the south. Happy Little New Year to the southern babies. Also, Happy Little New Year to the author. Please send some free flowers heart emoji. When Hu Jianjun heard this, his face instantly turned grim. Why did you only tell me now? Hu Jianjun was annoyed by her calm and unhurried attitude, which made him very angry. Just moments ago, Hu Jianjun was moved by Cloud Weave's selfless heart. But now, when she slowly took out the poisonous worms from Sakura country, Hu Jianjun pointed at her with his finger, feeling both love and hate. This girl. Poisonous worms from Sakura country appeared in our Huagua, which clearly means they were brought in by those people from Sakura country. Obviously, they are not giving up. I'm just worried that if I took it out too early, you wouldn't even be able to eat, Cloudweave said calmly. Since this has already happened, and the people from Sakura country have infiltrated, they must have some plans. Their training ground is not far from here, so those people are probably still on the mountain. Commissar, who didn't know what to say anymore. If she had taken it out earlier, he really wouldn't have eaten. Thinking about how he just ate so happily, he felt guilty. Hu Jianjun didn't stay any longer. He got up and called Shinfeng. Come back to the army with me. Commissar. Qin Shiyu hurriedly called out. Don't forget your wife's contribution. This time, Shinfeng is on the mission. Didn't you plan to bring your wife and kids back to the village for the new year? We don't know how long this mission will last. You should go back and handle some things early. Hu Jianjun said. Qin Shiyu had already endured enough over the past 3 years. Because he hadn't gone back for 3 years, the people in Yunhe village had been bullying Yunweizi and her family. Since that's the case, they should get justice for their grievances and revenge for their hatred. Those people are living freely and happily, and they must pay some price for it. If Yun Jiji hadn't come to the military district, the mother and her 2 children might have already starved to death in Yunhe village, and there might not have been anyone to collect their bodies. Shinfeng, be careful. Qin Shiyu said to Shinfeng. Wait a moment. Yun Jiji suddenly spoke and then said, Political Commissar, come find me again before you leave. I will go to the military hospital later to get some medicine powder to prevent stone insects, and I will bring it for you. Okay. Hu Jianjun didn't stay any longer and quickly went outside. A phone. Be careful. I'll wait for you to come back, Tang Wan said anxiously, looking at Shinfeng. She knew that soldiers might be called on missions at any time, which was unavoidable. She was Shinfeng's fiancée, but she was also a soldier. She wouldn't stop him from moving forward. All she could do was tell him to be careful, pray for his safety every day, and hope he returns safely. Shinfeng came to her, reached out, and pulled Tang Wan into his arms. Don't worry, I will come back and marry you.
Tang Wan not dead strongly.
Wait for me to marry you when you come back. After Shinfeng let her go, he turned around and walked away without looking back with Hu Jianjun. He didn't dare look back, afraid that doing so would make him feel too sad. He could only grit his teeth and move forward, hoping to finish the mission early and return safely. That was what family, loved ones, and close friends wanted most to see. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and looked worriedly in the direction Hu Jianjun and the others had left. I'll go to the hospital to get the medicine. You handle the family matters first. Go ahead. Gigi, I'll help you, Tang Wan said quickly, tidying her mood. She didn't know exactly when Shinfeng would leave, but now all she could do was quickly prepare the medicine powder Yun Jiji mentioned. Okay. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu.
Go.
The children are with me, Qin Shiyu said hurriedly, knowing Yun Jiji was probably most worried about the 2 children. So, he quickly spoke. Hearing Qin Shiyu, Yun Jiji thanked him, then hugged Tuanchuan and Yuan. When she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and hurried into the kitchen. When she came out again, Yun Jiji was holding a lunchbox. What is this? Tang Wan asked curiously. It's for Lia. She has a night shift tonight, so I made her a late-night snack, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Wan understood. Now she and Xionglia are friends. When they ate such delicious pickled fish, Tang Wan also thought of Xionglia. But today, since Yun Jiji was hosting, she didn't feel it was right to eat and take food again. Unexpectedly, Yun Jiji had already prepared some for Xionglia from the start. The 2 quickly headed toward the health clinic. Xionglia had just come back from the army canteen and saw them rushing anxiously toward the clinic from afar. Her heart tightened. Could there be another injured person? Thinking this, Xionglia instinctively quickened her pace. Before long, she caught up with Yun Jiji and Tangwan. Jiji Wanwan, what happened? Xiong Lia asked anxiously. Yun Jiji replied, it's nothing, just returning to prepare some insect repellent powder for the comrades about to go on a mission. When she heard they were just coming back to prepare medicine, Xiong Lia relaxed. She had thought there might be more injured soldiers. If it was just for preparing medicine, she felt much more at ease. Do you need help? Xiong Lia saw her anxious expression and guessed she was in a hurry to get the powder.
Yes.
Help me grind some medicine powder, Yun Jiji quickly said. Without saying more, the three of them hurried into the health clinic. Here, this for you. When Xiong Lia saw the food box handed to her, she was slightly surprised. I've already eaten. This is Gigi's pickled fish, very delicious. She specifically left some for you. Since you're working the night shift tonight, it's perfect as a late-night snack. I believe once you try it, you'll love its taste. Tangwan said seriously. She had already eaten this pickled fish and knew exactly how good it was. Honestly, her stomach was really full now. But she was already starting to look forward to the next time. She didn't know when she would get to eat such delicious pickled fish again. While thinking about that, she also wondered how Yun Jiji could make such a tasty dish. What about her other dishes? At this moment, Tangwan was already looking forward to the hot pot on New Year's Day. Yun Jiji saw Tangwan's expression and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Now it was clear, Tangwan was definitely a little foodie. Smells so good. Xiong Lia opened the food box. When she smelled the aroma wafting out, her eyes lit up. Lia, really, it's super delicious. Tangwan guaranteed, then added, this is the kind of food people should eat. As for the cafeteria meals, forget it. Just being able to stay alive is enough. Tomorrow night after my shift, I have a day off. I will prepare some meat sauce for you all to enjoy with your meals. Usually you can use it to mix with rice or noodles. Yun Jiji saw Tangwan looking so pitiful and felt a bit sorry for her. She also thought about preparing some food like meat sauce, which she herself wanted to eat. Jiji, you're so kind. Just tell me what ingredients you need, and I'll buy them myself, Tangwan said immediately upon hearing this. Seeing Yun Jiji's expression now, she thought Yun Jiji looked almost like a fairy. From now on, their stomachs would really rely on Yun Jiji to feed them. There's no rush for that now. Let's prepare the medicine first. They had already entered Old Hua's office. Yun Jiji didn't say much to them but turned around to get the necessary medicinal ingredients. However, she found that one of the herbs was missing from the medicine cabinet. She took a deep breath, then turned back and handed one of the herbs to Tangwan, saying, Wanwan, what we need is herbal powder. Okay, I'll do it right away. Tangwan replied, taking the herb from Yun Jiji and then using a mortar to grind the powder. After placing the fish back, Xiong Lia also came back to help. Yun Jiji handed her one of the herbs as well. She took it and went out. They all knew that Old Hua's pharmacy was not open to everyone. Today, they were able to come in solely because of Yun Jiji's connection. Right now, their main focus was to quickly prepare the medicinal ingredients and deliver them to their comrades who were about to go on a mission. They didn't have the energy to think about anything else. Yun Jiji and the others came specifically to prepare this medicine, which suggested that their mission might involve going into some primitive forest or similar place. Such places are full of poisonous insects, snakes, and various toxins. Earlier, a young soldier had been bitten by a poisonous insect and died without treatment. This was a huge insult to them. As soldiers, even if they died at the hands of enemies, it would be considered a sacrifice for duty. But dying from a poisonous insect was just too frustrating for them. This made them very upset, and they hoped it wouldn't happen. Seeing that both of them were seriously grinding the herbal powder, Yun Jiji then took out the powder of the herb she had previously cut from her space. She also threw 2 herbs into her space and ground them into powder using a grinding machine inside the space. Another herb was directly ground using a stone mortar. Xiong Lia and Tangwan were both making herbal powders for the first time. Their hands felt sore and numb, but thinking about the soldiers waiting for their medicine powder, they felt less pain. Jiji, do you think this is okay? Tang Wan and Xiong Lia had finished grinding their herbs and brought their powders over. On the nearby table, there were already several kinds of herbal powders. Yun Jiji was also grinding herbs in a stone mortar, and her powder was ready. They looked at each other and felt like they were both useless. They were both grinding herbs, but Yun Jiji had already finished all the remaining powders, while they had only finished one type of herb. Jiji, I have a feeling you don't really need our help at all. Maybe she was faster on her own. Yun Jiji chuckled. You two are not helping me much. Without you, I would have to grind 2 more kinds of herbs and it wouldn't be as quick. Tang Wan felt comforted, and a small smile appeared on her face. Jiji, do you need us to do anything else?
Xiong Lia asked.
I'll prepare the medicine now. Once it's ready, I'll need your help to put the powders into these small bags, Yun Jiji said, pointing to some gray little pouches that looked like small cloth bags, about the size of a treasure pouch. Jiji, when did you prepare these? Tang Wan asked curiously. She remembered she hadn't seen these before. Yun Jiji replied, I prepared them earlier. Some of the powders we made are not for drinking, only for carrying close to the body, so I sew these small cloth bags when I have free time. Actually, she made these herself, but she did so during her previous life. When she first started learning medicine, she lacked patience. Her master made her sew these small cloth pouches to train her character and prevent her from slacking off. Every day, she had to sew at least 50 of them. She could only sew by hand, no sewing machines allowed. She sewed for a whole month, nearly 2,000 pouches in total. At first, her speed was slow because she had never done this before, so naturally her sewing was slow. But once she got the hang of it and learned some techniques, she sewed faster and faster. Later, she occasionally sewed cloth pouches because she still had some left over, and now her space is full of them. This time, she took out 50 pouches. The quantity wasn't large, so it wouldn't attract suspicion. Your stitches are very tight, but they are also crooked. Tang Wan looked at them carefully and honestly gave her opinion. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched and said, Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Yun Jiji didn't argue anymore and quickly mixed the medicine powder according to the recipe. Then, she and Tang Wan packed it into small cloth bags, sealed them tightly, and tied them up. With their help, the work was much faster. By the time they finished, it was already dark outside. Yun Jiji looked at the two women and smiled. It's done. Let's send it to the troops. Tang Wan said eagerly. They didn't know when Shinfeng would leave, so they decided to send it quickly. They also hadn't seen anyone come to pick it up yet, probably because the previous arrangements weren't finished. Go ahead and send it. Also, take some to Shinfeng. Yun Jiji handed the medicine to Tang Wan. She knew Tang Wan was probably very worried, and maybe seeing Shinfeng one more time would make her feel a little better.
Jiji.
Just have them keep the medicine close to their bodies, she added. Jiji, thank you. Tang Wan said gratefully. Don't worry too much. Shinfeng is a good person, and everything will be fine, Yun Jiji comforted her. She knew that when soldiers go on missions, their families worry the most. She wasn't sure how dangerous this mission was or what unknown challenges awaited them. No one knew what dangers lay ahead, and all they could do was wait at home. Every day, they could only pray for their safe return. After watching Tang Wan hurry away, Yun Jiji began tidying up the mess on the table. Bunya also had nothing to do now, so she helped out. But Bunya didn't ask what Shinfeng's mission was this time. Although they were military doctors, they were also soldiers, and they never asked about things they shouldn't. Leah, thank you for your hard work, Yun Jiji said gratefully. No need to be so formal. It's getting late. You should go back. The whole family must be missing you. Bunya looked outside. It was already very dark. Compared to daytime, the night was really cold. Bunya couldn't help but tighten her clothes and thought about her night shift later. She felt very discouraged. Then I'll go back now. If you're cold, light a stove and don't tough it out, Yun Jiji said.
Got it.
Bunya's tone was very calm, but her heart was truly warmed by Yun Jiji's care. She had worked night shifts before, but no one had ever cared for her like this. Yun Jiji was even better than she imagined. Then I will go back now, Yun Jiji said. Xiong Lia waved her hand. Yun Jiji chuckled softly and stepped outside. She looked up at the sky. Tonight, it was really very dark. Not a single star could be seen. Looking around, it was pitch black, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She thought that halfway through her walk, she should take a flashlight from her space, or else the road would feel very creepy.
But
Just as she was thinking this, a beam of light shone toward her. She looked up and saw Qin Shiyu standing nearby, holding a flashlight. Sweetheart, I came to pick you up. Everyone, Happy New Year. Are you going home? The author is going home too. The cold in the south is really biting. Writing is so painful during this time. Yun Jiji was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Qin Shiyu to come pick her up. Why are you here? Yun Jiji asked. Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji and said, I came to pick you up. Let's go home. He looked at the dark sky, noting that there wasn't even a hint of starlight. The small path back from the clinic was not only very dark, but also very narrow. One wrong step could cause a fall off the field ridge. Where is Tuan Tuan? Yun Jiji asked. He came out, so what about the child? Please ask Sister Chun Tao to watch over us, Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and said, then let's go back quickly. Okay. Qin Shiyu responded, and the flashlight beam shone on the path under Yun Jiji's feet. Yun Jiji took a deep breath and stepped forward. You must be exhausted. Qin Shiyu looked at her, clearly noticing the tiredness in her brow. He knew the clinic had been very busy in the afternoon. The soldiers who went up the mountain for training had returned, many injured, some bitten by insects. He had heard from Su Qingyan that those poisonous insects inside the bodies were also removed by Yun Jiji. Both of them had been handled by her. Although Qin Shiyu didn't understand medicine, he knew that doctors needed to be highly focused during surgeries. Their training also required intense mental concentration. In such situations, no one could avoid feeling tired.
she admitted.
She was indeed a bit tired. Qin Shiyu looked at her with concern. He had also thought that his monthly allowance was enough to support 2 children and Yun Jiji, so she wouldn't have to be so exhausted. But Qin Shiyu also knew he couldn't say such things. She was doing what she liked, and he guessed it. After so many things had happened before, Yun Jiji thought that men might not be reliable at all. She never relied on him or expected him to help. He sighed silently, feeling that he wasn't good enough and hadn't given her enough sense of security. He wanted her to feel that she could depend on him. The water is already boiling. When you get back, wash up quickly and go to sleep, Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji responded, okay. Thank you. Jiji, we are married. You don't need to be so polite with me. Yun Jiji turned her head to look at the man beside her. Through the faint light of the flashlight, she could see that his brows were tightly furrowed, seeming uneasy about how unfamiliar they were with each other. Be careful. Suddenly, before she could react, a large hand appeared on her waist, and the man directly pulled her into his arms. Yun Jiji was momentarily stunned. She could smell the clean scent of soap on him, and she pressed close to his chest. The noise around them seemed to fade away at this moment. His embrace was broad and strong, wrapping her up completely, making her look especially small. Thump, thump, thump. In her ear, she could hear his strong heartbeat, pounding like drums, loud and steady. At this moment, the man lowered his head to look at the little woman in his arms. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, her face showing surprise, but he also noticed her ears blushing pink, which was very cute. Her waist was slim, and he had a strange feeling. If he pressed a little harder, he might break her waist. His grip gradually loosened, afraid he might hurt her. Yun Jiji seemed to realize what was happening and quickly took a step back. Her arms left his embrace, and he immediately felt a bit disappointed. He reached out and pulled her back into his arms. What are you doing? Yun Jiji was startled and looked up sharply at Qin Shiyu. The romantic atmosphere from before vanished instantly. There's a gap there. You might fall, Qin Shiyu quickly explained. Yun Jiji looked back and saw that his flashlight shone on the spot. There was indeed a large hole on the path. If she stepped into it, she could fall straight down to the rice field below. There were many sharp stones underneath, and falling would definitely cause injury. Thank you. Yun Jiji hadn't noticed this earlier, but Qin Shiyu had. This man was very careful.
Let's go home, he said.
Okay. On the rest of the way, both of them remained quiet. But Yun Jiji could feel that the man's gaze was always on her. Too intense. It's hard not to notice. Qin Shiyu really seems to want to live a good life with her. On New Year's Day, I invited Tang Wan and Xiong Lia to my house for hot pot, Yun Jiji said. I'll buy the ingredients that morning. Qin Shiyu was actually quite surprised. He also knew Xiong Lia. That woman is very proud and cold to everyone. They had worked on missions together before. When they saw Xiong Lia, no one liked talking to her. Qin Shiyu still remembers a former team leader who liked Xiong Lia and confessed to her.
But
they didn't really know what happened, but when she returned, he completely lost hope in Xiong Lia. He even thought that his previous feelings were crazy, liking someone like her. After being rejected, he looked down on women, which many people disapproved of. Love isn't about judging someone by appearance. One time, at a celebration banquet, he got drunk and cried, recounting how Xiong Lia had rejected him. Everyone then realized he had gone to confess to Xiong Lia, who had belittled him from head to toe, saying he was a frog wanting to eat a swan, worthless and full of. She told him to look at himself in the mirror and see what he looked like, and questioned if he even deserved her. It was a huge. Since then, he would avoid seeing Xiong Lia. After that banquet, he realized what he had done. When he got the chance, he requested a transfer to another military district.
She's not easy to get along with.
It seems you get along well with her, Qin Shiyu said. You're talking about Lia? Qin Shiyu nodded. Lia is actually quite nice. When I have work, she often brings Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to draw. She also plays with them. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan really like playing with her. That day, when Hualao came to the clinic for an assessment, she didn't say much, but she was worried I wouldn't pass Hualao's test. Honestly, Lia is a pretty interesting woman. When I first met her, she said I wasn't good enough for you, and that you only married me because you were blind. She probably admires you a lot, Yun Jiji said. As for someone like Xiong Lia, she thought Lia might be somewhat competitive. If someone is too weak compared to her, Lia might not even want to be friends with them. However, if the other person's abilities are far above hers, she would be willing to make friends. How can she talk nonsense? Qin Shiyu frowned. Why did Xiong Lia go to Yun Jiji and start talking nonsense? Yun Jiji looked at the man, feeling strangely amused. Maybe he was angry because he heard Xiong Lia say she was not good enough for him? Lia is just a cold person. People don't understand her personality, so they misunderstand her. Previously, Tang Wan also thought Lia was difficult to get along with, but that was just her opinion. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, why do I feel like there's also a misunderstanding between you and her? Qin Shiyu then told her about the previous confession from Director Deng. There might be some misunderstanding here. After all, that was just one-sided words. Did anyone ask Lia about it? Moreover, Lia is so cold by nature. Would she really belittle someone like that? With her personality, if she doesn't like someone, she just doesn't like them. She would never say such useless things. Yun Jiji thought that Xiong Lia would directly refuse and wouldn't give the other person a chance to speak. If she really pushed Lia to the point of cursing, who knows if Director Deng said something else? Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked. When Qin Shiyu heard Yun Jiji say this, she also felt that they truly misunderstood Xiong Lia. They only heard that Director Deng said Lia refused her, but in reality, they didn't know what else had happened at that time. Also, no one had asked Lia to clarify. I was too biased from the start. Qin Shiyu admitted her mistake very directly. We don't really know what happened back then, so we shouldn't criticize those events too much, Yun Jiji said. It's my fault. Seeing how quickly the man admitted his mistake, Yun Jiji glanced at him sideways. She was a doctor. In her past life, she met many people, especially men. Most of them were unwilling to admit their mistakes and would instead blame women. They often assumed that Lia had belittled Director Deng, thinking that her personality must have caused him to do something to upset her, which led her to curse him out. The couple no longer discussed Leah's private matters and soon arrived at the family compound, quickly heading home. Spring Peach sister, sorry to trouble you again. Yun Jiji said apologetically. Don't be so polite. You also have important things to do. Besides, they are very well behaved. I only need to glance at them to be satisfied, said Lu Chuntao with a smile. If it weren't for Sister Chuntao, I wouldn't feel comfortable going out. Qin Shiu also expressed his gratitude. When he saw how dark the sky was tonight, he felt uneasy about Yun Jiji. He guessed that Yun Jiji would return soon and worried she might not see the road clearly, which made him very anxious. Fortunately, Lu Chuntao was watching over Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, so he could go and pick up Yun Jiji without worries. Jiji, I've already bathed Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. When you come back, just take them to bed. I'm going home now, Lu Chuntao said with a smile and didn't stay any longer. Seeing Yun Jiji look grateful, she knew she wanted to say something and immediately said, Don't be so polite. Don't say those things. If you say that, I will feel even more embarrassed. Hearing this, Yun Jiji chuckled, then Sister Chuntao, take your time. Okay. Lu Chuntao didn't stay any longer and went straight back to her yard. I'll take the kids to bed. You go wash up first. There's hot water in the pot, Qin Shiu said quickly. Yun Jiji nodded softly. Okay. Yuan Yuan, go inside with Dad. Mom will be there soon. Yun Jiji gently rubbed the little one's head and kissed his forehead tenderly. Good night, baby. Good night, Mom. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan weren't fussing, showing they understood that Qin Shiu had already told them earlier. They knew their mother was tired from work, and after dinner, she had to go busy again. Although they didn't understand everything, they knew what being tired meant. Yun Jiji quickly washed up in the kitchen. When she was about to carry Yuan Yuan back, Qin Shiu stood at the door. Are they asleep? Yes. They're asleep. You rest well tonight. Yuan Yuan can sleep with me, Yun Jiji said softly. Both children would wake up during the night. Yuan Yuan often woke 2 or 3 times, and Yun Jiji was already very tired. Qin Shiu didn't want her to get up again tonight. The weather was so cold, especially at night, making it even colder. If she wasn't careful, she could easily catch a cold. Yun Jiji was already exhausted, and waking up multiple times at night was too much for her body. Yuan Yuan, I've already told her that if she wakes up in the middle of the night and refuses to go back to sleep, I'll bring her to you. You should rest well first. Yun Jiji looked inside the house. The 2 children were sleeping soundly. She didn't say anything more and didn't insist further. Good. Rest early, Qin Shiu said. Yes. You should rest early too. Qin Shiu looked at her back, a slight smile on his lips. His wife wanted him to rest early. If Yun Jiji knew what this man was thinking, she would probably be speechless. He is a man who can motivate himself. After returning to her room, Yun Jiji didn't rest immediately. She closed the door and lay on the bed, but her mind entered the space. Right now, Yun Jiji had things she wanted to do. The space's medicinal field was starting to expand, and she planned to plant rare herbs there. Old Hua's medicine cabinet had many herbs, but most of the rare ones were missing. The Chinese Materia Medica records over 8,900 kinds of herbs. Old Hua's cabinet mainly had common medicines, but rare herbs were absent. There are over 10,000 types of folk herbs. Most of the time, they used herbs for injuries or colds. But when she saw the stone cicada today, Yun Jiji knew some herbs might not be necessary, but she had to prepare them. Since her space could grow herbs, she saw no reason to waste the opportunity. Especially the emergency herbs, which she absolutely couldn't be without. She planted all the prepared seeds in the medicinal field, watered them with spiritual spring water, and then took a comfortable bath inside the space. She threw her dirty clothes into the space's washing machine and started a combined wash and dry cycle. That way, she could wear clean clothes when she woke up tomorrow. That night, because Yuan Yuan and Qin Shiu slept, she didn't need to get up in the middle of the night. She slept very soundly. When she woke up the next morning, her complexion had improved a lot. Thinking about how busy she had been recently, she realized she hadn't prepared breakfast for them. Yun Jiji got up and went to the kitchen. She planned to make fresh meat flatbreads. The ingredients were simple: fresh meat, green onions, and flour. Remembering how Yuan had asked Qin Shiyu to try the crossing the bridge rice noodles last time, she knew she couldn't prepare that many ingredients at once. So she decided to make a simple version of the crossing the bridge rice noodles with the most common ingredients. But when the rice noodles were ready, the dish looked quite abundant. Qin Shiyu was awakened by the aroma coming from the kitchen. When he got up and went to the kitchen, he saw Yunjiji busy inside. "Wife, why did you get up so early?" Qin Shiyu's eyes were still a bit sleepy. Tuan and Yuan are not the same when they wake up at night. After holding Tuan to wake up, he felt he had just fallen asleep when Yuan started to whimper again. He remembered Yunjiji saying before that if Yuan whines while sleeping, she probably needs to go to the bathroom. He quickly got up and took Yuan to the bathroom. He woke up 3 or 4 times during the night, and Qin Shiyu hardly slept at all. Because of this experience last night, Qin Shiyu realized how tiring it is to take care of children. He went to Yunjiji and suddenly reached out and held her hand. "What are you doing?" Yunjiji was startled. She looked up and saw the man's eyes filled with guilt and apology. He said, "Wife, I know I've been unfair to you all these years. I've caused you so much hardship, and you've worked so hard to take care of the 2 children.
I'm sorry.
I really am sorry." Yunjiji looked at the man with a confused expression and asked, "What's going on?" He hadn't been like this before, so why did he suddenly act like this? His eyes showed obvious guilt, and she even felt like he might cry at any moment. "I didn't realize before how tiring it is to take care of children. Do they wake up like this every night, several times? You probably haven't had a full night's sleep in those 2 years." Qin Shiyu knew taking care of children was hard, but since he hadn't done it himself before, he didn't feel it as deeply. When he only took care of Tuan before, he didn't experience it so intensely. Tuan might have only woken once or twice a night. Last night, they drank a lot of water before bed, so they kept waking up. He kept waking up to take care of Tuan and Yuan. This was just at night, getting up to help the children go to the bathroom, change wet diapers, or wash dirty ones. Yunjiji had been taking care of both children alone. Thinking about everything she had endured before, Qin Shiyu felt deep pain and guilt. If he hadn't been so harsh, Yunjiji might not have had to go through so much, and maybe she wouldn't have gotten pregnant on their first try. And it was twins. Pregnant with twins is more exhausting and difficult than with one baby. During her pregnancy, she also had to take care of her parents and a big family. After giving birth, she was driven out of the house. Or maybe, when Yunjiji was postpartum, they probably wanted to kick her out of the house. However, because the 4th brother was busy with wedding preparations, Qin Weimin and others were worried about rumors spreading or damaging their daughter's marriage. So, Yunjiji stayed at home, appearing to have a peaceful postpartum period. But during that time, Yunjiji still had to wash clothes for the whole family and do other chores. Qin Shiyu couldn't even imagine what Yunjiji had gone through during that period. Yunjiji looked at the man and guessed that he was probably feeling the effects of taking care of the children last night, which made him suddenly come to talk to her. "Yes. I've never slept through a whole night. Besides the children waking up at night and making noise, do you think we 3 women can rest peacefully living in a place like the barn? Sometimes, people come to cause trouble. Some want to steal our money, and others want to bully me. There are quite a few such people. When I sleep at night, I have to keep a kitchen knife beside me. Sometimes I even hold it in my arms or I can't fall asleep." Yunjiji had no reason not to tell this man about the hardships and suffering her family had endured over the years. These things really happened. She wondered, in a place like Yunhe village, could a woman with 2 children really have nothing to worry about? When living in the Qin family, although they still couldn't eat enough or stay warm, at least no outsiders dared to do anything or come to cause trouble. But after she was driven out of the Qin family, they lost all protection. Anyone would want to step on them. Qin Shi looked at her with red eyes, then suddenly reached out and pulled Yunjiji into his arms, holding her tightly. Yunjiji was slightly stunned, not expecting this man to hug her. For a moment, She didn't react and just let him hold her. Gigi, give me a chance. Let me take good care of you and the children. I have owed you too much before, and you've suffered so much because of me. I can't turn back time, but the only thing I can do now is to do my best to be good to you and the kids in the days ahead. I will try to be a good husband and father. Give me a chance, okay? Qin Shi released her, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at her. From his eyes, it was clear he felt very guilty. Let's just keep going like this. I wasn't planning to insist on divorcing. After all, Yunjiji looked at him with some helplessness. When Qin Shiyu heard her words, he once again pulled her into his arms and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Gigi. Thank you. Thank you for giving me another chance. I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities as a father and husband." Yunjiji struggled to break free from his embrace, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, "Will you go back to Yunhe village for the new year?" Yesterday, because of what happened later, Yunjiji hadn't had a chance to ask Qin Shiyu about this. Qin Shiyu's face darkened as he said, "Some debts should be settled with them. They're your parents and you." A single word of filial piety could crush him. Qin Shiyu is a soldier, and a soldier must have no blemishes. Whether I am their child or not, I can't say for sure, Qin Shiyu said in a deep voice. No parent would be so cruel to their own child, right? Although he was still unsure now, he felt that he might really not be their child. That's why they could so comfortably hurt his wife and his child. This time, when he goes back, he will definitely find out the truth. Even if they are truly my parents, the money I sent home over the past 3 years includes more than 1,000 yuan for you and the kids. They must return it. Also, the family needs to be divided. Over the years, I've been supporting their whole family. My eldest and second brothers are also children of the family. If they want money, then their families should also contribute. Otherwise, the family must be split, Qin Shiyu said firmly. He used to think they were all one family. He didn't want to argue too much and believed that since he could earn money and didn't have many expenses in the army, he should help his family live better. Every month he would send his allowance home on time. But what did he get in return? He was actually using his money to support a whole family of ungrateful people. Thinking about it, it was truly ridiculous. Would they agree? Yunjiji asked curiously. Qin Weimin would definitely not agree, and Zhao Suliang might even cry, make a fuss, or threaten suicide, putting moral pressure on Qin Shiyu. They have no choice. Seeing the cold aura radiating from the man, Yunjiji knew that his parents had completely broken his heart. This time, Qin Shiyu would not compromise again. But if you think about it, all of this was their own fault. They don't have to be completely fair, but they shouldn't be blatantly biased either. Just see how you plan it. Cloud Weave Dao. Qin Shiyu nodded and said, "I'll go to morning training first." Hearing this, Yunweave asked, "Won't you eat something first?" Qin Shiyu glanced at the time and replied, "I'll eat first, and then go." Yunweave served him some rice noodles and also added a few fresh meat-filled flatbreads. The aroma made Qin Shiyu's stomach growl twice at the right time. "Honey, your cooking is really delicious." Yunweave glanced at the man and saw he didn't ask about the rice noodles, so she didn't say anything. Seeing that the 2 children hadn't woken up yet, she also came over to eat breakfast with Qin Shiyu. The fresh meat flatbreads were fragrant and crispy, very tasty. Yunweave could tell that Qin Shiyu loved eating them. He ate almost 2 bites at a time very happily. And he finished the large bowl of rice noodles, leaving no broth behind. "Honey, leave the bowls and chopsticks here. I'll wash them after I return from morning training. Don't touch them." Qin Shiyu saw that there wasn't much time left and quickly ate all the remaining flatbreads in 2 or 3 bites. Then, as if he remembered something, he came over to her. Yunweave hadn't reacted yet when the man reached out and hugged her briefly, saying, "Honey, I'm going to morning training now." It seemed he was worried Yunweave might get upset, so he only hugged her lightly, quickly let go, and then hurried out. A man in this era shouldn't be very reserved, right? Why is Qin Shiyu so bold? Although they were at home, when did their relationship become so close? Or maybe, in Qin Shiyu's view, Their relationship was already very close. Thinking about his personality, Yunweave took a deep breath. Anyway, she had nothing to be embarrassed about. They had 2 children together, so a hug was nothing special. In foreign countries, there are many greeting customs like cheek kissing or other gestures. Qin Shiyu only hugged her like this, without doing anything inappropriate. He didn't say anything about it. Mom, when Yunweave finished the last bite of her noodles, she heard a round voice coming from inside the house. She got up and left the kitchen. When she entered the room, she was slightly stunned. The man's room had a faint scent of pine wood, very pleasant. It seemed to be a natural smell of the man himself. Usually, he used ordinary soap for bathing, which didn't smell like pine wood. The room was simple, just a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk with no extra things. If there was anything out of place, it might be the toys on the desk, belonging to the children. Yuan is now holding her sweater and struggling to put it over her head. Yunjiji glanced at her and burst out laughing. Mom Choo-Choo baby Yunjiji couldn't help but laugh and stepped forward to help her. She gently took her head out of the sleeve. Got her out. Baby, this is a sleeve. Your little head can't fit through. Yunjiji looked at the little girl with a smile, feeling how adorable she was. How can she be so cute? Mom Yuan saw Yunjiji and immediately snuggled into her arms, hugging her waist and rubbing against her. Since she hadn't slept with Yunjiji all night, she was very clingy. Yunjiji reached out and gently rubbed her head. She noticed that recently, Yuan's hair had become thicker, no longer sparse like before, with only a few dry strands. Children absorb nutrients very well, almost taking in all the nourishment. Now her hair is shiny and black, and her face has become chubby. Let's put on her clothes. Mom made something delicious this morning. Yuan's eyes lit up at the mention of food, and she looked at Yunjiji expectantly, saying, "Next meal then, shall I help you get dressed, okay?" Yunjiji asked. Baby was seeing that the little girl was a bit clumsy. She still managed to put on her clothes. Watching her, Yunjiji felt very happy. The children are really growing up day by day and are slowly learning to dress themselves. Looking at her little one, she felt warm inside. At this moment, Tuan also woke up. The little one, still soft and sleepy, crawled over to Yunjiji, snuggling against her and calling softly, "Mom, Tuan is awake too. Shall we get up and eat? Mom has to go to work soon." Tuan obediently got out of her arms and put on her clothes by herself. Seeing how well-behaved the little girl was made Yunjiji feel very warm inside. After they finished dressing, Yunjiji took the 2 children to wash up and eat. The fresh meat pancake was fragrant and crispy, and biting into it made crumbs fall apart. The 2 little ones had oil all over their mouths from eating. "Mom, this is so good, yes. Eat more if you like it and finish the rice noodles too." "Okay, Dad." While Yuan was halfway through eating, she suddenly realized that Qin Shiyu was not nearby. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Yunjiji. "Dad went to morning training after eating." Oh, hearing that Qin Shiyu had already eaten, she felt at ease and continued eating her own food. Yunjiji helplessly shook her head. This little one really worries a lot. Until the 2 children finished eating, Yunjiji also got up and said, "Go wipe your mouth clean. Mom will clean up the dishes and then go to work." Okay, Yunjiji cleaned up the dishes. Put them into the pot. The water in the pot was already hot, so washing them quickly was easy. There weren't many dishes, so it was a simple task. After finishing, she packed some pancake wraps into a food box, put it into a small cloth bag, and headed out. The 2 children were ready, each carrying a small bag, standing obediently waiting for Yunjiji. She closed the door and took the 2 children outside. When they arrived at the health clinic, Xionglia was just about to finish her shift and go home. Li Auntie Yuan happily called out when she saw Xionglia. "Why are you here so early?" It was only 7 o'clock now, and they started work at 7:30, but she had brought the children over so early. "We got up early and there's nothing else at home, so we just came over first. Then I'll tidy up and go back."
I'm exhausted.
Xionglia yawned. Last night was fine, but in the middle of the night, 2 little warriors came, probably ate something bad, and their stomachs hurt. They stayed at the clinic until almost dawn before leaving. Xiong Leah couldn't rest either. The noise from the bathroom was loud enough to disturb sleep. When there were patients, she couldn't rest either. Right now, she was really tired. Eat something first, Yun Jiji smiled, taking out the food box from her cloth bag and handing it to Xiong Leah. Xiong Leah was slightly surprised, not expecting Yun Jiji to bring her breakfast. I made rice noodle soup and fresh meat pancake wraps. Try some, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Jiji, you're so kind. Yun Jiji chuckled. Try it quickly, it'll get cold and not taste as good later. Hearing this, Xiong Leah stopped cleaning and sat down. After eating Yun Jiji's pickled fish last night, she was completely impressed by Yun Jiji's cooking skills. It was so delicious. Xiong Leah isn't like Tangwan, who doesn't care much about food. As long as she can eat enough, it's fine. So, she thought cafeteria food was fine as long as it was cooked thoroughly. But after eating the pickled fish last night, she realized fish could be prepared so deliciously. Jiji, did you bring something tasty? I could smell the aroma from far away. Such a pig's nose. When Tangwan heard Yun Jiji's voice, Xiong Leah was speechless. How can this person's nose be so good at smelling? She immediately caught the scent. Eat your own. I also brought something for her, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Tangwan is really a foodie. She truly loves to eat. Hearing Yun Jiji, Xiong Leah felt relieved. But when she looked up, she saw Tangwan coming in. She had already rushed to Xiong Leah's table and stared wide-eyed. Crossing Bridge rice noodles. Jiji, how did you know I wanted to eat Crossing Bridge rice noodles? Yun Jiji chuckled. It's included for you. Tangwan looked at Yun Jiji with sparkling eyes. Sure enough, she took out 2 food boxes from her bag. Eagerly, she took one and sat next to Xiong Leah. When she tasted the delicious food, her eyes truly lit up. So tasty. So tasty. Actually, Tangwan had already eaten in the morning. She had bread from the army canteen. The bread there was probably the best, and the men there were strong, kneading the dough with great effort. It was much tastier than other bread. Jiji, you're so amazing. Whatever you make, it's always so delicious. She was very curious. Yesterday's pickled fish, this morning's Crossing Bridge rice noodles, and now this pancake. All right there, okay. I'll make more for you in the future. Jiji, how can you be so excellent? You must be sent by heaven to save my poor stomach, Tangwan said seriously. She was genuinely worried that after eating Yun Jiji's dishes, she wouldn't be able to stomach the food from the canteen anymore. Hurry up and eat. If everyone comes later and takes it all, what will you do? Tangwan immediately shut her mouth when she heard that. She hurriedly started eating. Xiong Leah and Yun Jiji exchanged a smile. Sometimes, Tangwan was really very adorable. Yun Jiji didn't bother with them anymore. She took the children and turned directly to her office. As for the food boxes, they would naturally bring her share after they finished eating. Seeing the 2 little ones already playing on their own, Yun Jiji began to handle her own work. The health clinic usually had no big tasks in the morning, so she set up a small stove to make medicinal ointment. This was for Chief Zhong's leg wound. She had already made some earlier, but this ointment could be used on many injuries, so she spent her free time each day simmering it here. At first, the people at the health center were not used to the smell of the medicine, but after spending some time together, they realized that Yun Jiji's ointment was very effective. Naturally, no one said anything anymore. After tidying up, Xiong Leah went back to her dormitory to rest. However, because she enjoyed a delicious breakfast, she felt quite happy when she left. Everyone could see the change in Xiong Leah's face. Today, there wasn't much happening at the health center, so Yun Jiji felt very relaxed. But tonight was her night shift, so after having dinner in the evening, she returned to the health center. Since there was nothing urgent, Yun Jiji continued to prepare medicine. Once it was ready and no patients came, she decided to rest in her space for a little while. Wife. Just as she was about to enter her space, she heard a voice. She quickly stood up and went to the door. When she opened it, she saw Qin Xiu standing outside. Why are you here? Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan aren't. I brought you a late-night snack. I'll go back soon, Qin Shi said, handing her a food box. Then he draped a military coat over her shoulders. It'll be colder later in the night. Wear it properly. Don't catch a cold. I have a stove inside. It's not cold. Yun Jiji replied. Just wear it. I'm going back now. Qin Shiyu didn't dare stay longer. Although he wanted to stay and keep her company, the children at home were still sleeping. If they woke up and found him gone, they might get scared. Go back quickly. Be careful on the way.
Got it.
Qin Shiyu turned and hurried away. Yun Jiji stood there for a moment, watching his figure disappear into the night. Only then did she take the food box, tighten her military coat, and walk inside. After closing the door, she sat at the table and opened the box, feeling a bit surprised. Inside was a bowl of egg-fried rice, with more eggs than rice. A little chopped green onion was sprinkled on top, and just smelling it was very fragrant. Yun Jiji had originally planned to make some egg-fried rice in her space for a late-night snack, but she didn't expect Qin Shiyu to bring it first. Looking at his thoughtful gesture with the military coat, she appreciated his care. The fried rice tasted very good, with a hint of saltiness. He also cooked her a small bowl of seaweed and vegetable soup with a bit of pickled vegetables added. Yun Jiji found it very delicious. After finishing the fried rice, her stomach felt full. Seeing no one around, she started to feel sleepy. Leaning to the side, she took a nap, expecting to be woken up later in the night. But surprisingly, the night was very quiet. She woke up several times during the night, feeling cold, but nothing else. However, by the next morning, she felt very refreshed. After Tang Wan and the others arrived for work, Yun Jiji also finished her shift and went home to rest. You're back. Breakfast is ready in the pot. Wash up and eat something first, then take a nap, Qin Shiyu said to Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji shook her head. I won't sleep anymore. Last night there were no patients, so I mostly slept late into the night. Make your own arrangements. If you're tired, just take a short nap. Yun Jiji nodded. I want to go to the city today. How should I get there? Qin Shiyu was a bit surprised. I'll ask around later. If anyone needs to go to the city, I'll ask them to give you a ride. Okay. Qin Shiyu looked at the time and said, I should head back to the army now.
All right.
Qin Shiyu greeted the two children and quickly left the house. He had taken leave from morning training today because Yun Jiji hadn't returned from her night shift yet, and he didn't want to leave the children alone at home. Hu Jianjun was happy to approve Qin Shiyu's leave when he found out. With his almost devilish strength, he didn't really need training every day. Missing a day wouldn't cause any problems. Hu Jianjun knew that Qin Shiyu would make up for any missed training by working twice as hard next time. Seeing Qin Shiyu like that, Hu Jianjun was never worried. He was a very responsible person. Today, someone really did go to the city. Yun Jiji had already packed up at home, expecting it to be later, but soon a sentry came to call her. After temporarily leaving her children with Lu Chuntao, Yun Jiji hurried out. She took the military vehicle and quickly arrived in the city. Today, Yun Jiji didn't plan to buy much, but intended to secretly take some things out of her space. Knowing that the military vehicle would return to the family compound around 10:30, Yun Jiji didn't waste time. After arranging a meeting point with the other party, she turned to leave. Get lost, old hag. Stay away. If you dare to come to my house to steal again, I'll beat you to death. A burly man shouted at a woman, pointing at her. The woman was dressed shabbily and had a strong smell of sweat and dirt. I didn't steal anything. It's not me, she said, shrinking back and shaking her head hard.
Bah.
After cursing a few times, the man turned and walked away. Yun Jiji's face darkened. She had planned to leave directly, but as she passed by the woman suddenly looked up and their eyes met. Yun Jiji was slightly stunned. Second aunt. When she saw the woman's face clearly, Yun Jiji's eyes widened in shock, and she looked at her with disbelief. Realizing this, she quickly reached out to help her up. I'm dirty, don't touch me, Yang Linxiang said. Although she hadn't recognized the young woman in front of her, she didn't want her to touch her because of her smell. Second aunt, it's me, Jiji. Yun Ji quickly spoke, noticing she hadn't been recognized. Yang Linxiang was stunned for a moment. When she reacted, her face showed surprise as she looked at Yun Ji and asked, "Shiryu's wife, how are you here?" When Yang Linxiang first heard that Yun Ji was missing, she went to ask Qin Weiman and others. They all said Yun Ji ran away with a man. Yang Linxiang didn't believe it and argued with them, but they didn't take her seriously. The villagers also scolded Yun Ji badly, accusing her of running away with the man. Because of this, she argued with the villagers, and when things got worse, she fought with them. Qin Yue felt ashamed and directly kicked her out, even getting the team leader to issue a certificate, severing their marriage. Yang Linxiang felt hopeless and left Yunhe village, wandering aimlessly. Second aunt, why are you in Haicheng? And why do you look like this? Yun Ji was very confused. Normally, Yang Linxiang should have stayed in Yunhe village, but she appeared in Haishur in this state for no reason. I divorced your second uncle and came to Haishur alone. Yang Linxiang forced a weak smile. Yun Ji was stunned. She hadn't expected this. Second aunt, let's find a place to talk. Yun Ji quickly helped her up. It was obvious that Yang Linxiang was begging for food. Yun Ji knew well what kind of person Qin Yue was. He was just a coward who was bossy at home, always obedient to the head of the Qin family and Qin Laosan, Qin Shiryu's father, Qin Weiman. He was completely indecisive and would not oppose anything Qin Weiman asked him to do, even if it meant eating dirt, an utterly foolish man. Second aunt, please eat something first. Yun Ji reached into her cloth bag, took out a warm steamed bun, and handed it to Yang Linxiang. Seeing the warm bun in her hand, Yang Linxiang couldn't help but shed tears. She looked up at the woven clouds and then smiled happily, saying, "Weave, where do you live now?" Compared to when she was in Yunhe village, she looked much healthier and less thin, no longer as fragile as before, when she looked like she could away in the wind. Now, Yun Ji has gained some weight. Although still slim, she looks much healthier and more energetic, no longer appearing as if she might faint at any moment. I went to the team leader to get a certificate, and after exchanging my work points for money for the second half of the year, I brought Tuan and Yuan to the military district to find Qin Shiyu. Now I am with the troops, Yun Ji explained. Yang Linxiang nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes, you should have come to see Shiyu earlier. That way, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much in the countryside. Looking at you now, does Shiyu treat you well?
Yang Linxiang trusted Qin Shiyu as nephew.
Even a bad bamboo can produce a good shoot, and only Qin Shiyu is such a person. He treats me and the children very well. Indeed, Qin Shiyu has done a good job in this regard, and she had no complaints. Whenever he realized there was a problem, he was the first to reflect and apologize to her. During those 3 years when he didn't come back, do you think it was because of you? Yang Linxiang looked at Yun Ji with some worry. Auntie, please eat your food first. I will tell you everything slowly, Yun Ji quickly said when she saw her holding a steamed bun but not eating. Hearing this, Yang Linxiang nodded quickly. She looked at the bun in her hand, brought it to her mouth, and took a bite. The rich, sweet aroma filled her mouth. Having lived most of her life and being close to the end, she never thought she would have the chance to eat such delicious white flour buns. Actually, their Qin family's conditions in Yunhe village weren't bad. They had a large house and plenty of labor, plus Qin Shiyu, who was in the army. Their life was almost the best in Yunhe village. They couldn't eat white flour buns every day, but during festivals, they could enjoy some fine noodles. However, that was never for her. Yun Ji then told her about Qin Shiyu not returning to Yunhe village for the past 3 years. When she learned that Qin Shiyu had been on a mission for 2.5 years, was injured, and had been recovering in the hospital for half a year, Yang Linxiang looked worried. She quickly asked Yun Ji about his situation. After hearing that Qin Shiyu was safe, Yang Linxiang's previously tense heart finally relaxed. She was originally very worried, but Yun Ji said that if Qin Shiyu's health really had a problem, he wouldn't be able to stay in the army and would have retired and gone back home long ago. This finally made Yang Linxiang feel completely at ease. Second aunt, Is your divorce from uncle related to me leaving Yunhe village? Yun Jiji looked at Yang Linxiang with serious eyes. She felt this matter was definitely connected. Yang Linxiang opened her mouth to say it wasn't her fault, but when she looked into Yun Jiji's eyes, her words changed. Yun Jiji's face suddenly turned serious. Second aunt, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, what does it have to do with you? Now the children at home don't need anyone to take care of them. Those who should be married are already married. There's no need for me, an old woman, to help manage things. If I were gone, they could save a portion of the food. She chuckled bitterly. Over the years, she had seen through Qin Yue's character. But who doesn't just get by with their marriage for a lifetime? If Qin Yue hadn't driven her away, perhaps Yang Linxiang would still be suffering and working hard in that house, enduring beatings and scoldings her whole life. Jiji, from now on, I and your second uncle will have nothing to do with each other. You can call me Aunt Yang from now on, Yang Linxiang said. Yun Jiji sighed softly. Okay, Jiji, thank you for the steamed bun. You're here in the city for work, right? Go ahead and get busy. Yang Linxiang wiped her face, thinking about her current state. Recently, she hadn't eaten a full meal, but just now, after eating this bun, she felt like she had come back to life and had the strength to move forward. She thought, wherever I can go, I will go there. She really didn't want to meet someone like Qin Yue anymore. Just thinking about him made her feel very uncomfortable. Seeing Yang Linxiang stand up to leave, Yun Ziji quickly also stood up and held her back. Jiji, is there anything else? Yang Linxiang looked at Yun Jiji with confusion. Yun Jiji looked at her and took a deep breath. Aunt Yang, come back to our family compound with me. From now on, stay with us at the family compound. Yang Linxiang looked at Yun Jiji in surprise, clearly not expecting her to say that. Aunt Yang, I won't hide from you. Qin Shiyu is in the army every day, sometimes on missions. I work at the military hospital, and sometimes I have night shifts. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are at home, but I feel I can't do everything alone. I was thinking if you could come live with us in the family housing, you could help take care of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan during the day, so we can focus on our work. We also thought about hiring a nanny, but that didn't feel safe and people might gossip. We've been troubled by this, so I want to ask if you'd be willing to come help us in the family housing. We'll cover your food and accommodation, and I'll pay you for your work, Yun Jiji quickly explained. They had indeed considered finding someone to help with the children before, but they never found the right person. However, Yang Linxiang's words made it clear she was willing. She was originally Qin Shiyu's second aunt, and in this era, many people naturally asked relatives to help at home. Everyone accepted this without question. They had planned to find a suitable nanny when they returned to Yunhe village, but since they met Yang Linxiang, no one else was more suitable. In the Qin family, when no one else was willing to speak up for her, only Yang Linxiang was willing to stand up and speak for her. Yun Jiji also knew that Yang Linxiang often secretly wanted to bring her and Tuan Tuan some food. But Yun Wanrong and the Qin family often gave benefits to the village children, watching over the cowshed area. If Yang Linxiang had some extra food, those children would report it to Yun Wanrong or Qin Weiman. Yang Linxiang didn't know about this, and each time she was caught, she was scolded and beaten afterward. She always remembered this kindness. Jiji, the army is so good. Do they still assign work? Yang Linxiang was very surprised, but mostly happy. Before, when I lived in the cowshed, I learned medical skills from 2 elderly exiled people. Now I am a military doctor, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Yang Linxiang was very surprised, and at that moment, she took her hand. Jiji, Shiyu marrying you is his good fortune. Even in such circumstances, you still. Who else could do what you do? She had seen how difficult Yun Jiji's situation was. Knowing the difficult situation Yun Jiji was in at the time, she still managed to learn medical skills despite her hardships. Yun Jiji never gave up. She simply divorced Qin Yue. The future is long, and she believes she can still live a good and exciting life. So, Aunt Yang, please come back to my family compound with me. I earn 70 yuan a month now, plus Qin Shi's income. Having you at home would help us a lot. You can help me look after the children, and I'd feel much easier. Please come back with me. Yun Jiji looked at Yang Linxiang sincerely, hoping she would agree. Yang Linxiang thought carefully about Yun Jiji's words. Now, it's hard to find work, and Yun Jiji's monthly salary is only 70 yuan. Many families don't earn that much in a whole year. Seeing her hesitate, Yun Jiji didn't interrupt. She quietly waited for Yang Linxiang to decide. Jiji, I'm willing to help you both. Since you already provide me with food and shelter, you don't need to pay me wages, Yang Linxiang said. She had no money now and relied on begging every day. If lucky, she could get some leftover food. If unlucky, she might go days without eating. Sometimes, she was so hungry she ate grass. Everyone wants a peaceful life, but Yun Jiji and her family really needed help. They couldn't trust others to do it, and she didn't want others to take care of her or her children. All right, I'll do as you say, Yun Jiji replied with a smile. Whether she gets paid or not depends on her own decision. She was originally just helping out, so there's no real reason not to pay her. For now, she was just agreeing in advance. Aunt Yang, I'm going to town today to buy some things. Let's go shopping first, and then I'll take the military vehicle back to the military district at noon, Yun Jiji said. Jiji, you go ahead. I'll wait here. I smell bad. Those shops don't let me in, Yang Linxiang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She hadn't showered in almost a month. Her clothes hadn't been changed, and she was very smelly. Sometimes, when she passed by the supply store, people would chase her away. She felt uncomfortable inside, and no one liked being disliked. Please wait here for me. I'll be back quickly after I buy what I need. If you leave, I'll have to search all over town to find you, and I might miss the bus back to the family compound, Yun Jiji said seriously. Yang Linxiang chuckled softly. Jiji, since I promised you, I won't run away. I'm waiting here for you, really? Yun Jiji responded with a nod, and then headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. She kept looking back every few steps to make sure Yang Linxiang hadn't left, then quickened her pace toward the cooperative. Since Yang Linxiang was there, she couldn't smuggle out certain items, but she could still take a small part. Her visit to the cooperative was just a cover to secretly take some things back to the residential area. She could also wait until she returned home and hide the basket from Qin Shiyu, claiming she brought everything from the city. Qin Shiyu wouldn't keep checking repeatedly. However, she still needed to go to the cooperative to change Yang Linxiang's clothes. She had to change everything, inside and out. She couldn't buy ready-made clothes because, given Yang Linxiang's personality, she would feel uncomfortable. It was better to get a set for her to change into, and then cut some fabric for her to make her own clothes. She also wanted to gather some fabric scraps to store in her space, so later she could have the space produce fabric and patterns she liked. This way, she could use it without arousing suspicion. The fabric in her space was as soft as modern fabric, much more comfortable than the fabrics of this era. She planned to make some clothes for her 2 children, so they would be more comfortable to wear close to their skin. Next, she found a small alley, made sure no one was around, and took out a large piece of pork with a good mix of fat and lean, dried mushrooms, and other ingredients from her space. She also took 2 packs of milk powder and some small snacks the children liked. Items from her space could be wrapped in packaging that looked very characteristic of this era, saving her some trouble. Unable to think of anything else at the moment, she decided to take the opportunity to smuggle the items later. Then she carried her heavy basket toward Yang Linxiang and the others. Yang Linxiang saw Yun Jiji from afar and quickly came over, helping her carry the basket on her back. She was surprised and said, Jiji, what did you buy? So quickly? Take it off, I'll carry it for you. Yun Jiji chuckled, and Yang, I can carry it. Here, this is for you. Yun Jiji handed a package to Yang Linxiang. Yang Linxiang paused and looked into her bag. Her eyes turned red. Jiji, Aunt Yang, please don't do that. People might think I'm bullying you. You need to change and wash your clothes, right? You can't just leave them dirty and not wear them, Yun Jiji teased with a smile. Yang Linxiang scolded her gently. They must be expensive. I have a ticket, so it doesn't cost much. Let's go quickly, or we'll miss the train, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Yang Linxiang knew she was just trying to comfort herself. Clothes made for adults are never cheap. Besides fabric, there's cotton and both need tickets. Carry the basket for me, Yang Linxiang insisted. Hearing this, Yun Jiji chuckled. Okay, if I can't carry it later, you'll help me. If we delay any longer, we'll really miss the train. Hearing that, Yang Linxiang didn't dare to delay anymore. She hurried to walk with Yun Jiji. When they reached the place where they had arranged to meet the young soldier in the morning, he was already waiting there. Yun Jiji felt sorry. He had just arrived, too. Yun Jiji quickly loaded her things onto the car. Yang Linxiang was worried about her smell and didn't want to get on the car. She kept thinking about sitting in the back of the truck. It was only after Yun Jiji made a mask from orange peel for the young soldier and herself that Yang Linxiang was willing to get on and sit. The smell of orange was very soothing. Back at the family compound, Yun Jiji took Yang Linxiang to register, then led her into the compound. It was noon. When everyone saw Yun Jiji bringing back a woman who looked like a beggar, they felt confused. But they remembered this was the family compound. Without proper registration, you couldn't enter. Although curious, no one dared to gossip in front of Yun Jiji because Yun Jiji was now a military doctor at the army hospital. No one wanted to offend her or cause unnecessary trouble. As they passed by Lu Chuantao's house, they also brought Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan back. Aunt Yang, sit here for a while. I'll go make some hot water for you to wash, Yun Jiji said. Yang Linxiang was very clean, and everyone knew that from before when they lived in the family compound. Jiji, I'll light the fire, Yang Linxiang said, not wanting Yun Jiji to do everything alone. She hurried into the kitchen to start the fire. Yun Jiji saw this and didn't stop her. If she didn't let Yang Linxiang help, she would feel uncomfortable inside. At this moment, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked curiously at Yang Linxiang, not understanding why their mother had gone out and brought back a grumpy old lady. Baby, this is second grandma. Do you remember second grandma? Yun Jiji asked the children. Probably they didn't remember. Yang Linxiang wanted to get closer to them, but she was always stopped, so they never had a chance to bond. Second grandma brings food, and second grandpa hits, Tuan Tuan suddenly said. Yang Linxiang and Yun Jiji looked at Tuan Tuan in surprise, clearly not expecting him to remember that. Tuan Tuan, how do you know that? Yun Jiji asked. I saw it, Tuan Tuan replied obediently. Yun Jiji looked at Yang Linxiang with sympathy and said, Aunt Yang, you must have suffered a lot back then. Actually, you didn't have to worry about us. I didn't help you either, and how could I not care about you? In the old Qin family, only Shiryu respects me as the second aunt. Every time I go back, he brings me things. But my own children never remember me, their mother. In that family, only Shiryu. I thought maybe I could help a little, but I never expected I couldn't do anything. I even wanted to secretly give you some food, but I couldn't do that either. Yang Linxiang also felt very guilty. How could she be so stupid? Every time she brought food to Yun Jiji, it was always discovered. She should have realized someone was watching them. If she had noticed earlier, she could have asked someone else to bring food to the three of them. Maybe then, the food would have reached their hands. Aunt Yang, it's not your fault. Who could have guessed they would be so cruel? They were just waiting for us to starve so they could take all of Qin Shi's benefits. How could they let you give us food? Yun Jiji said sarcastically. In their eyes, those 3 lives didn't matter as much as money. How ridiculous. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, from now on, you won't be second grandma anymore. You will be Auntie. Annie will live with us, and when Dad and Mom go to work, you can stay at home with Annie and wait for them to come back, okay? Yun Jiji gently said. She was worried that the children might find it hard to accept this arrangement. Baby likes Auntie and plays with Annie. Tuan Tuan, probably recognizing Yang Linxiang, obediently agreed. Since Mom has to go to work, they can't always follow her, or it would disturb her. Yuan Yuan looked at Yun Jiji, and then at Yang Linxiang. Baby wants to stay with Mommy and also play with Big Brother, Yuan Yuan said with a confused look. Little sister, Mommy has to work and earn money to buy you meat, Tuan Tuan said seriously while holding Yuan Yuan's hand. Not working, no meat? Yuan Yuan asked softly. Working means more meat, Not working means no meat, Tuan Tuan replied earnestly. Yuan Yuan frowned and thought for a while, then said, Yuan Yuan wants to eat meat, mommy works. Then she looked at Yang Linxiang. Maybe because she felt her kindness and saw her loving, gentle gaze when she looked at them, Yuan Yuan didn't dislike Yang Linxiang. Probably because when they were in Yunhe village before, they received too many glares and mean looks, so they are more sensitive to others' kindness and unkindness than other children. The kindness they felt from Yang Linxiang and her love for them made the two little ones want to get close to her. Gigi, don't worry. They are not very familiar with me yet. I will play with them this afternoon, and once they get used to me, it will be fine, Yang Linxiang said calmly. She hadn't spent much time with the children, so it's normal for them to worry. She didn't think it was a big deal. In fact, she thought it was very normal. The water is boiling. Aunt Yang, let's wash up first. Okay. Yang Linxiang stood up and poured hot water into a bucket. Just as she was about to go to the bathroom, Qin Shiyu came back. Yang Linxiang put down the bucket and looked at Qin Shiyu a bit awkwardly. Suddenly, she remembered that Yun Jiji had brought her back and left her here without discussing with Qin Shiyu. Would Qin Shiyu agree? Aunt Yang, you go wash first, I'll talk to him. Happy Lunar New Year, everyone. Wishing you wealth, beauty, good looks, slimness, and lots of money. May the author also be super rich. Yang Linxiang looked at Qin Shiyu but finally listened to Yun Jiji's words and went to wash up with the water. If Qin Shiyu didn't want her to stay, she could leave later. But she really smelled bad and the water was ready, so she decided to take a good shower first. After Yang Linxiang entered the bathroom, Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji with a puzzled expression. Honey, why is second aunt here? Wasn't she supposed to stay in Yunhe village? Given his second uncle's personality, he could make Yang Linxiang leave. Your second uncle kicked her out and even went to the village committee to get a separation certificate. Back then, most couples in their village just held 2 small wedding banquets, and after bringing the bride home, they were considered married. Even now, many rural people still don't bother to get official marriage certificates. They simply don't see it as necessary. What's going on? Qin Shiyu frowned, feeling this was somewhat related to them. Yun Jiji explained the situation with Yang Linxiang to Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu's face grew darker as he listened, and his mood became more serious. Yun Jiji looked at him and could tell he was very angry. Qin Shiyu were both working. I can't always bring Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to work with me. Since Aunt Yang has nowhere to go, I thought of letting her stay and help us take care of the children in the future, Yun Jiji said firmly. Qin Shiyu was a bit surprised. Wife, you. Is that not okay? You and I are thinking the same. I was planning to bring over Aunt Second when we returned to Yunhe village, so we wouldn't have to split the money with my second uncle and his family later, Qin Shiyu explained. Hearing this, Yun Jiji was truly surprised. From now on, don't call her Aunt Second anymore. She's no longer part of the Qin family. Just call her Auntie, okay? Yun Jiji thought for a moment and said immediately. Calling her Aunt Yang wouldn't be appropriate. It might make others think she was just a helper. But calling her Aunt E was different. Okay. This settled the matter. I'll go cook. When Aunt E comes out later, you can talk with her, Yun Jiji said. Today, Yun Jiji bought a lot of groceries, so she planned to cook a good meal. Qin Shiyu knew she went to town today, but didn't know what she bought. Still, he wanted to have a serious talk with her, so he didn't rush into the kitchen. Yang Linxiang felt nervous inside, worried that Qin Shiyu might not agree to let her stay. Although he always respected her as his second aunt, their relationship was different, and she had her own worries. She was afraid Qin Shiyu wouldn't agree, and then she wouldn't know where to go. Her heart was full of anxiety. Second aunt, she called out when she came out. Qin Shiyu finally called out, Shiyu-I. Let's go inside and talk. Yang Linxiang nodded slightly and nervously followed Qin Shiyu into the main room. Yun Jiji was busy in the kitchen, glancing over briefly but not paying much attention. Since Qin Shiyu had already planned to bring Yang Linxiang to help take care of the children, she didn't refuse her stay. Now, she probably wanted to ask about some things that happened in Yunhe village over the years. Yun Jiji took out a lot of dishes from her space, planning to make kung pao chicken, sweet and sour fish, yam with wood ear mushrooms, tomato and egg beef, and pork ribs with corn for lunch. When the two people in the main room smelled the rich aroma, their stomachs couldn't help but growl. Yun Jiji wondered, what exactly was she cooking? How could it smell so good? The delicious smell was almost enough to make everyone dizzy. Qin Shiyu, lunch is ready. Yun Jiji called out from the table. Soon they came out. Yang Linxiang's eyes were red, and Qin Shiyu looked a bit pale. Though she didn't know exactly what they had said, she could tell it wasn't good news. Yun Jiji didn't ask. They didn't need to share their sad stories. Second aunt lunch. Okay. Yang Linxiang responded, clearly aware that Qin Shiyu had already told her about the new way to address her. But when she saw the rich dishes on the table, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Is it really this abundant? Second aunt, from now on, this is your home. Don't be shy in your own house, Qin Shiyu said kindly. Yang Linxiang's eyes turned a little red, and she nodded firmly. Qin Shiyu had already filled a big bowl of rice and placed it in front of her. Second aunt, eat up. Yang Linxiang's eyes turned red again. This was plain white rice, and it was such a big bowl. She lowered her head without speaking, but when she tasted the rice, her eyes couldn't help but tear up again. It was delicious, so good. The white rice smelled so wonderful. Yun Jiji gently added some more dishes to her bowl with clean chopsticks and softly said, Second aunt, eat more. Okay, you all eat too. You all eat, she said, her eyes red with happiness. Mostly, she was happy. She also felt very comforted. If Yun Jiji hadn't come to find Qin Shiyu at the military district that day, she and her children. Yang Linxiang stopped thinking too much. Tears welled up in her eyes as she ate heartily. The food was truly delicious. It was really too tasty. Although Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were small, they learned to serve Yang Linxiang like their mother. This moved Yang Linxiang deeply. Everyone ate happily during this meal. Yang Linxiang was the happiest, as she hadn't had a hot meal in a long time, especially since the food was so delicious and plentiful. Thinking back to the times at old Qin's house, she never had such good meals even during the New Year. After eating, Yang Linxiang eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu didn't stop her, knowing that if they did, she would feel worse inside. It was better to let her do something. After finishing her meal, Yun Jiji stood up to go to the kitchen to take out the meat and ingredients she bought. She promised to make some meat sauce for Tang Wan and Xiong Lia, so she was planning to prepare everything. Just as she was about to leave, Qin Shiyu grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Yun Jiji frowned, looking at the man in confusion. Qin Shiyu also stood up, his eyes deep as he looked at her. Eventually, he couldn't hold back and pulled her into his arms. Yun Jiji was startled. How is this man becoming more daring? Does he even know what he's doing? Qin Shiyu, what are you doing? She struggled to get free, but he held her tighter. Honey, let me hold you for a little while. Just a moment, Qin Shiyu said in a muffled voice. Yun Jiji was surprised and could hear something unusual in his tone. She asked calmly, what's wrong? Qin Shiyu took a deep breath. Second uncle and second aunt told me everything. I only knew part of it before, but now I realize how hard you've had it these past 3 years. What do you want to do? The situation has already happened. Can you go back home and kill your parents and everyone else? He wouldn't do such a thing, so Yun Jiji was curious about what Qin Shiyu planned to do. Trust me, I will handle it, Qin Shiyu said. Seeing his determination, Yun Jiji didn't say more. You haven't gone to work yet. Stay with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan for a while. I need to make the meat sauce, Yun Jiji said. Making meat sauce? He asked in slight confusion, looking at her. Yes, for Tang Wan and Leah. They gave me money and meat tickets, asking me to help make some meat sauce, she explained. How should I do it? Let me handle it, Qin Shiyu offered. Making meat sauce involves cutting the meat and vegetables, which takes time and effort. Yun Jiji had already been busy since morning, and Qin Shiyu hadn't gone out yet, so he wanted to help with some of it first. You have training this afternoon. I'll handle it myself, Yun Jiji said. It's just a little work. Yoon Jiji saw that he insisted, so she turned and went into the kitchen. When she came out again, she carried the large basket from this morning, placed it in front of Chin Shiyu, and said, "Wash this meat and cut it into small cubes." Seeing several pounds of meat in the basket, he was momentarily stunned. Then he reached out, picked it up, and headed to the water well. After pouring out and washing all the meat, he cut it into suitable sizes according to Yoon Jiji's instructions. "Jiji, you really bought good meat." Yang Linxiang came out of the kitchen and was quite surprised when she saw the meat. The meat was really good, well-marbled, shiny with fat, and looked very fresh, full of juice. Such meat isn't easy to get, and Yoon Jiji had bought such a large piece. "Going early isn't as good as going smart," Yoon Jiji smiled. "When I went to buy the meat, a pig had just been brought in. I was the first to choose, so I picked these good pieces. Of course, this pork wasn't bought from the supply store, it was from the space, so it was definitely top quality. Compared to the pork bought outside, this meat was even tastier." "That's true," Yang Linxiang said with a smile. "Do you have a kitchen knife? I'll help. And second, please help me wash those green onions." "We only have one kitchen knife at home," Yoon Jiji said. In this era, buying a kitchen knife required an industrial ticket, which was hard to get. Having a single knife at home meant using it year after year. "Okay." Yang Linxiang didn't say much and turned to help wash the green onions. Seeing such a large bunch, she was a bit confused but didn't ask further. She also overheard in the kitchen that Yoon Jiji was helping someone else. The money for the meat was still from others, so these things were probably bought with their own money and didn't cost Yoon Jiji anything. As for the two people Yoon Jiji mentioned, Yang Linxiang wasn't sure who they were, but since Yoon Jiji was willing to help, they must be good friends. Chin Shiyu was quick and strong, cutting the meat fast, and he was very skilled at handling it. This was thanks to his experience in the kitchen team before, good knife skills, and fast speed. If Yoon Jiji had cut the meat herself, it would probably take an hour to finish such a large amount. Looking at the big bowl of white meat cubes, Yoon Jiji also brought out the soaked dried shiitake mushrooms. She first rinsed them with salt to remove impurities, then washed them with clean water and cut them into small mushroom cubes. She liked her meat sauce to have a chewy texture, something you could bite into and feel the meat, not just minced. "Wife, I am almost done, and then I will leave for the army." When the time came, Chin Shiyu couldn't help anymore and had to put down his work. "Go ahead. I can handle it myself." Chin Shiyu quickly ran outside, clearly feeling the time was very tight. Yoon Jiji looked at the man's back, then went to cut the remaining dried mushrooms and some onions. After that, she carried them into the kitchen. "Jiji, how do I make this?" "Teach me," Yang Linxiang asked. She didn't know much about cooking and had no idea how to do it, so she could only watch Yoon Jiji. Yoon Jiji smiled and said, "Second aunt, I will first take Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan for their nap, and then I'll come back to cook." "Okay." Yoon Jiji prepared milk for Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. After they finished drinking, she took them to bed for their nap. Seeing the milk on the table and thinking about how Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had lived in Yunhee village, despite having a capable father, they might not be rich, but they wouldn't be as poor as before. She felt grateful for Yoon Jiji's sudden realization, and for leading Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to the military district to find Chin Shiyu. She also knew Chin Shiyu sent monthly allowances back, and quite a lot. If the Chin family members had been reasonable, Yoon Jiji and Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan wouldn't have nearly starved. She sighed softly. Past pain was hard to forget, but those things were behind them now. In the future, she, Chin Shiyu, and Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan would live better lives. Thinking this way, Yang Linxiang felt more hopeful about their days ahead. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan took their naps very punctually every day. After drinking milk, Yoon Jiji just read a story, and they fell asleep. "Second aunt, can you help me light the fire?" "Okay." Yang Linxiang didn't know how to make this meat sauce, but she wanted to help Yoon Jiji. A fierce fire blazed in the stove, and Yoon Jiji poured the pork into the pot. Today's pork was fatty and full of oil, so she needed to extract some of the fat first. Then she poured the pork fat into a clay jar. This oil is really plentiful. Yang Linxiang's eyes widened in surprise. There was so much oil. Yun Jiji chuckled, yes. There's really a lot. Although the pork yield was low, the quality was truly good. Just looking at the oil made Yun Jiji smile happily. Jiji, do we need to give some of this pork fat to those two comrades?
Yang Linxiang asked curiously.
No need. Tang Wan and Laya are my colleagues at the health center. They live in the dormitory and usually don't cook. The reason I make them some meat sauce is because the food at our military district canteen is bland and tasteless once cooked. Is it that bad? It fills you up, but doesn't taste good. Yang Linxiang was surprised to hear this. She couldn't imagine how flavorless it must be. But she didn't say much, knowing that Yun Jiji's comrades had enough pork fat to last them several months. As Yun Jiji cooked the meat sauce, Yang Linxiang silently memorized the steps. Next time they asked Yun Jiji to make meat sauce, she could do it herself, saving Yun Jiji time after work. There was no time even to rest properly. Jiji, what delicious thing are you making now? I smell something good from far away. Zhongshan's voice came from outside the yard. Yun Jiji quickly went out to open the door for Zhongshan and asked, Aunt Zhong, why are you here? She hurriedly led Zhongshan inside. Aren't you cooking something in the kitchen? Let's talk in your kitchen, Zhongshan suggested. Yun Jiji thought it made sense, so she went toward the kitchen with her. When Zhongshan saw Yang Linxiang, she paused for a moment and looked up at Yun Jiji. Aunt Zhong, this is my second aunt. She will be living with us in the family compound and helping us take care of the children, Yun Jiji explained. When Zhongshan heard this, she understood. Then she introduced Yang Linxiang, second aunt. This is Aunt Zhong, the wife of our regiment commander. Happy New Year, everyone. Wishing you happiness, health, wealth, leisure, safety, good luck, success, and prosperity. When Yang Linxiang learned that the woman was the wife of the regiment commander, she was also startled and felt a bit nervous standing there. The wife of the regiment commander must be a very high-ranking official. Second aunt, don't be nervous. Aunt Zhong is very kind, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Although she said that, Yang Linxiang was still nervous, having never met such a high-ranking official before. Seeing this, Yun Jiji didn't make her uncomfortable but smiled at Zhongshan and asked, Aunt Zhong, why are you here? My dad asked me to bring you some things, Zhongshan replied with a smile. She had visited her father today, and his condition was better than the last time she saw him. He was speaking fluently, and didn't seem to have had a. Now, besides his leg injury, he is not fully recovered, but he can eat, drink, sleep, and smile every day. This really reassures Zhongshan and makes her even happier. Old leader, you are too kind. Yun Jiji was a bit surprised and noticed 2 boxes beside her. These were brought by my dad's old soldier when he visited him. He couldn't finish them, so I brought them here for Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to enjoy, Zhongshan explained. Aunt Zhong, I can't accept this. Yun Jiji quickly waved her hand. Fruits are precious now, and she couldn't take her gift. This is my dad's way of saying thank you. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't be able to say a word now. Every time I visited him before, he looked so hopeless, as if he had no will to live. It's your presence that gave him hope. Now he's happy every day. Jiji, I really appreciate you. Compared to what you did for my dad, these 2 boxes of fruit are nothing, Zhongshan said. At first, her father had lost all hope of living. Whenever she saw him like that, she truly didn't know what to do. Of course, they hoped her father would live well and stay with them. But, just thinking about how her father looked back then, if she had become like that, Zhongshan felt she wouldn't have the courage to go on. If you don't accept it, my dad will come here himself. Seeing Yun Jiji hesitating, Zhongshan immediately used her trump card. This startled Yun Jiji. Aunt Zhong, can I accept it? Please don't invite the old leader over, it might scare him. Seeing her accept, Zhongshan finally relaxed. What are you cooking? It smells so good, Zhongshan said, having smelled the aroma outside the yard earlier. Now in the kitchen, the rich smell of meat was truly tempting. I'm making meat sauce, Yun Jiji explained. Hearing it was meat sauce, Zhongshan was also surprised. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll head back first, Zhongshan said. Yun Jiji also stood up. Aunt Zhong, wait a moment. She turned around and went to the backyard, then came out holding a fish. Aunt Zhong, take this back to add to your dishes. Qin Shiyu caught it from the river. Zhongshan looked at the plump black fish handed to her and smiled. I won't refuse then. She knew if she didn't take it, Yun Jiji would just bring it home for her. And she also knew Qin Shiyu was good at catching fish, so she didn't hold back. I'm leaving now. You take care of your work, Zhongshan said.
Hey.
After seeing Zhongshan off, Yun Jiji returned to the kitchen. When Yang Linxiang looked at Yun Jiji with curiosity, Yun Jiji knew that Yang Linxiang was also confused about what she had done. Zhongshan was so polite as to send her fruit. Yun Jiji simply explained to Yang Linxiang that she was helping Long Lao with his illness. At first, Yang Linxiang thought Yun Jiji was just assisting at the military hospital because she knew some medicine, maybe just helping out there. But after hearing this, Yang Linxiang became curious about how good Yun Jiji's medical skills really were. She could even diagnose A, which showed that Yun Jiji must have cured her father's illness. Otherwise, why would Zhongshan have such a good attitude? Yun Jiji didn't say much. After cooking the meat sauce, she put it into a clean, boiled food container and let it cool. During this time, she went back to her room to rest for a bit. She had worked the night shift, and although she felt fine in the morning, after a busy day, she was very tired. The next day, when she brought the meat sauce to Xionglia and Tang Wan, they were both surprised. Tang Wan couldn't help but taste a spoonful, and that made her even more eager to try more. They knew Yun Jiji was a good cook, but they didn't expect her cooking to be this good. When Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan didn't come to work with her, they were curious for a while. When they learned someone would take care of the children, both Tang Wan and Xionglia felt relieved. Yun Jiji had to work and also take care of the children, which was physically exhausting. Since Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan didn't come to work, Yun Jiji had more free time. When there were no patients, she used the time to prepare new medicines and make ointments. On the same day, Yun Jiji placed the medicinal patches she made in the military hospital. If soldiers came by, they could try the ointment directly. After seeing how effective Yun Jiji's hemostatic powder was, the nurses paid special attention to her products. They carefully kept them aside, and if soldiers came, they would prioritize recommending Yun Jiji's ointments. The young soldiers who had seen Yun Jiji's medical skills were eager to try her products once they learned she made them. Even if they might be used as test subjects, they were very willing to try. Soon, it was New Year's Day. At noon, Yun Jiji invited Tang Wan and Xionglia to her house for hot pot. She also called Zhongshan, Lu Chuntao, and a few others to join. Eating hot pot is best with many people, so everyone brought some ingredients. The meal was very rich, and after eating, everyone was so full they had to hold their stomachs as they went to the auditorium to watch the New Year's performance. In previous years, Tang Wan and Xionglia didn't go because there were always some shows they found boring or unnecessary to watch. This year, since Yun Jiji was going, they decided to go together. When they arrived at the auditorium, it was already crowded. Most of the military wives from the family compound had come. Why are there so many people today? It's not usually this crowded for the performances, Tang Wan said with a frown. Besides the show, there's also an awards ceremony today, Xionglia replied. Hearing this, Tang Wan sighed and said, Shenfeng isn't here. What a pity. Thinking of Shenfeng, Tang Wan couldn't hide her worry. She didn't know how he was doing or if his mission was going smoothly. She didn't care if the mission succeeded perfectly, but she hoped Shenfeng would return safely. She knew she couldn't say this in front of Shenfeng because he was a soldier. Every mission was important, and they all hoped to complete it safely without mistakes. Captain, over here. Just then, while they hadn't found a good spot, they saw Su Qing'en waving in their direction from nearby. Qin Shiyu saw this and said, Let's go over there and sit. When did you find them a spot? Yun Jiji was a bit surprised and looked at them. It was clear Qin Shiyu had already arranged for them to save the seats from the beginning. Good morning, Qin Shiyu said softly. They couldn't have come so early, and with children like Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, They wouldn't sit quietly waiting for the show to start. When Yun Jiji and the others arrived, Su Ching'en and the others happily ran over. They directly helped them save seats in the second row, right behind the leaders' seats. Yun Jiji was quite surprised and a bit confused, not expecting this at all. "Is it okay for us to sit here?" she asked quietly. "No need to worry, we're not sitting in the leaders' seats," Qin Shi replied. Tang Wan and Xiong Lia also nodded at her. When there's nothing urgent, Yun Jiji's previously tense heart finally relaxed completely. They sat in the back, but when the children stand up or sit on adult shoulders, it can block the view of those behind. She prefers sitting in the front row because it offers the best view. "Jiji, will your husband help you reserve a seat every year?" "When I first came here, I was curious to watch the performance too, but I arrived late and all the front seats were taken. Since I can't compare in height with those men, I couldn't see anything. I stopped coming after that," Tang Wan said. "Watching from here is much better than straining to see from behind." "Shen Feng doesn't reserve a seat for you?" "He does, but I didn't enjoy the experience the first time, so I didn't want to come again."
Tang Wan zip lip.
She also felt a bit regretful. Maybe Shen Feng could really help her get a front row seat. Yun Jiji chuckled softly. After chatting for a while, the host came on stage. The first program was a group singing of the national anthem, which got everyone singing along enthusiastically, creating a lively atmosphere. Next were dance performances, singing, comedy sketches, and more, all very enjoyable. Even new soldiers from the army performed a funny comedy sketch, making the audience laugh loudly. It was a very lively event. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan watched the show for the first time. Their eyes sparkled, and their little hands turned red from clapping. But they were very happy and watched very seriously. "Comrades, on this passionate and spirited day, we gather here to hold this grand commendation ceremony for the military district, looking back at the glorious years. First, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Commander Zhao Changjing to give a speech at this meeting." The applause was loud, like thunder. Next was the speech by the commander. The scene was quiet and respectful, with all soldiers sitting upright, eyes focused on the stage. The exciting moment has finally arrived. "Comrades whose names are called, please come on stage one by one." The first round was for soldiers who received third-class merit. They went on stage to receive their medals, walking down proudly amid enthusiastic applause, heads held high, enjoying the admiration of the crowd. Then, each soldier stepped down, showing proud and excited expressions. Next were the soldiers awarded second-class merit. This time, Qin Shiu's name was called. "Daddy, Daddy Yuan Yuan" happily cheered. Many people looked over, and Yun Jiji felt like crawling into a hole out of embarrassment. Qin Shiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently ruffled the little one's head. "Wait until Dad comes back." Yes, okay, Dad." The little one nodded obediently. 5 people received second-class merits. When they took their medals from Gu Wenbin, their faces showed great excitement. They earned these honors through excellent performance in their tasks. Finally, there was the first-class merit. When only Qin Shiu went up to receive it, Yun Jiji also raised an eyebrow. Qin Shiu not only received a personal first-class merit, but also a team second-class merit. The leader announced on stage that Qin Shiu was officially promoted to deputy squadron leader. Everyone was surprised by how impressive Qin Shiu was, but they also knew that Qin Shiu was considered the strongest person in their military district. Though everyone was a bit envious, they understood that Qin Shiu was someone they couldn't compare to. Yang Linxiang had come to watch the event. When she heard about Qin Shiu's promotion to deputy squadron leader, she was overjoyed. That was a big step up. Next, she could become a squadron leader, and then Yang Linxiang knew very well that all their efforts were worth it. Their hard work had paid off, so how could they not be happy? Actually, there's one more thing today. I believe everyone knows that some time ago, our military district seized a large number of cultural relics and stopped tomb raiders from stealing our national treasures. Today, we want to thank our military wives. If it weren't for her quick discovery and timely report to the military district, our treasures might have been lost overseas, making them impossible to recover. After discussions among the leaders, we've decided to reward this brave military wife. Gu Wenbin finished speaking, and everyone was very surprised, especially the military wives in the family compound. They looked at each other, wondering who it was. But no one knew who the person was. As everyone was curious, Yunjiji also looked stunned. She really hadn't expected there to be such a segment today. The mission was already completed, and all the relics had been recovered. Everything had been taken care of. This wasn't a secret mission that needed to be kept confidential after completion, unlike some classified missions that remained secret even after they were done. "Commander, who is it?" one bold military wife asked, full of curiosity. "Who is so bold and brave?" "Comrade Yun." Commander Gu looked at Yunjiji. Yunjiji, who was called out, wished she could find a hole to hide in. Some military spouses were also surprised when they learned it was Yunjiji. Then, countless eyes suddenly focused on Yunjiji. Yunjiji opened her mouth but didn't want to go up. "Wouldn't it be better if we stayed low-key?" "Comrade Yun, come up quickly." Seeing Yunjiji didn't move, the host hurriedly urged her. Tangwon had already taken the round object from Yunjiji's hand and said, "Jiji, go quickly." When Yunjiji heard this, she could only stand up. She thought her face must look worse than crying right now. Usually, she could be confident when treating patients, but in this situation, Yunjiji really couldn't stay calm. She looked at the crowd in the hall, all packed tightly, and her heart started pounding faster. "Commander, can we be a little more low-key?" Yunjiji looked at Gu Wenbin for help. Gu Wenbin was also stunned for a moment, looking at Yunjiji with some surprise, then sighed. "You can stay calm when dealing with those tomb raiders, giving them medicine to faint them and reporting back. Why are you afraid to come up and accept the award? Do you want the prize money? Do babies act like this?" Usually, they're lively and energetic, but when it's time to go on stage, they act like turtles, wishing they could hide in their shells. Yunjiji's eyes lit up when she heard, "There's prize money?" "Of course. It's a reward from the army. Do you want it?" "If not, yes," Yunjiji quickly said. Everyone burst into laughter. They thought Yunjiji had such a cute side. They didn't see her as petty. Yunjiji then hurriedly stepped onto the stage, but seeing the dense crowd below, she hesitated again. "Commander, let's hurry up." Gu Wenbin was both amused and speechless. "I see you're quite brave when treating patients normally." "That's different," Yunjiji replied. "How is it different?" Gu Wenbin asked. "Doing surgery and treating patients isn't the same as facing so many people," Yunjiji said seriously. Gu Wenbin chuckled, but saw she was genuinely nervous. Since she'd never encountered such a situation before, he understood her nervousness. He then said, "Thanks to Comrade Yunjiji for providing such useful clues. Here's your prize money and a banner." Seeing her truly nervous, Gu Wenbin guessed she had probably never faced such a situation before, or she wouldn't be so tense. He originally wanted Yunjiji to say a few words, but after she took the envelope with the prize money and the banner, she suddenly rushed off the stage. However, she did remember to thank him before leaving. Gu Wenbin couldn't help but laugh and say a few official words, but he also warned those eager military wives. If they encounter such situations, they can be as bold as Yunjiji. But Yunjiji is a doctor. She can use sedatives to make patients faint. They need to consider whether they have that ability first. If they don't, they should give up such unrealistic ideas early. Money is important, but life is more important. Some military wives were very excited at first, but after hearing Gu Wenbin's words, many gave up the idea. Still, some believed that if they ran fast enough, they could win the prize. "Jiji, why are you so afraid to go on stage?" Tangwon thought about Yunjiji's earlier behavior. Her legs were trembling wildly, showing she was really nervous. "Yes, I'm nervous. Just thinking about so many people below makes me feel a lot of pressure." Back in her previous life, she was also asked by the medical community to give a lecture, but she refused when she thought about facing so many audience members. She would rather stay in her lab, developing medicines that benefit the country and people, than give such lectures. It's not a waste of time, but Maybe she's just naturally afraid of facing audiences. What does a lot of pressure mean? Xionglia asked curiously. Like a mountain of pressure. Yun Jiji explained. Xionglia thought about Yun Ziji's earlier reaction and felt her pressure was indeed quite high, with so many people watching her. Jiji, you're not afraid at all when facing those tomb raiders, but you get nervous in front of everyone. You really are. Tang once said with some helplessness. That's different. Those are bad guys. I can still fight them. You guys are different, Yun Jiji said helplessly. Tang Wan thought carefully and agreed that Yun Jiji was right. Different situations have different challenges. Yeah, that's true. Jiji's sister. As they were walking back, they suddenly heard some noise. Yun Jiji turned around and saw several military wives approaching, and she was a little surprised. Hello, sisters. Some people looked at Yun Jiji with envy, especially since she had received a bonus from the army today. The money was in an envelope, but they didn't know exactly how much was inside. Yun Jiji and her friends left the large hall early and waited until the crowd dispersed before leaving. They hurried their steps and caught up with the others. Jiji, we're going back to the dormitory now. See you at the clinic tomorrow. It was getting late, and they had to work tomorrow, so they didn't stay any longer. Okay. See you tomorrow. Yun Jiji replied, and watched them leave. Qin Shiyu had some other matters to attend to, and would come back later. Right now, only Yun Jiji and Yang Linxiang were with the two children. Madam Yun, you're so amazing. You weren't afraid of those tomb raiders at all. Yun Jiji heard this and said, There's no one who isn't afraid. I just know how to make medicine, and I bring protective herbs when I go mountain foraging. After all, I'm a woman. If I encounter prey or something similar, I need to defend myself. When I met those tomb raiders that day, I was scared too, but I remembered I had some sleeping powder. I used it on them and they fainted. That gave me time to go down the mountain and get Qin Shiyu and the others to come up and catch them. Yun Jiji knew they would ask about that day, so she chose to tell only what she could. She wanted them to understand that she was also afraid, but because she was a doctor and knew how to make medicine and carried sleeping powder, she felt capable of protecting herself. That's why she dared to do what she did. If they didn't have the ability to protect themselves, they definitely couldn't do the same. Young sister Yun, how much bonus did the army give you? Kai Chahua asked curiously. She was thinking about how much bonus Yun Jiji received, so she could decide how much to borrow from her later. She never expected that Yun Jiji had such skills. She had thought Yun Jiji was thin and weak, so she didn't think much of her abilities. But it turned out that Yun Jiji was quietly capable of such things. Truly surprising. Everyone looked at Kai Chahua with disbelief. They were curious about how much bonus Yun Jiji received, but they didn't dare ask directly. Soon, they understood why Kai Chahua was asking. She wanted to borrow money again. Kai Chahua, how much bonus Yun Jiji got has nothing to do with you. Why are you asking so many questions? Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin had already left the large hall and didn't see Yun Jiji and her group, including Kai Chahua, so they guessed that Kai Chahua was probably chasing after Yun Jiji. The two hurriedly caught up and finally arrived. As soon as they arrived, they heard Kai Camellia asking Yun Jiji questions. They exchanged a quick look and stepped forward, immediately pulling Yun Jiji behind them for protection. Everyone in the family compound knew Kai Camellia's personality well, and they were surprised that she and others had come to listen in. Was she trying to find out something? I'm just asking what's wrong with that. Aren't you all curious? Kai Camellia said with a sneer. If they weren't curious, why did they come along? They all looked curious, but didn't dare to ask. Only she dared to speak up. We're not curious, Lu Chuntao said calmly. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. Stop pretending you're just asking out of curiosity. Are you sure you're not here to borrow money from Jiji? They knew Kai Camellia well. She loved to take advantage of others and often borrowed money, but never paid it back. In the family compound, she had borrowed from almost everyone. What's wrong with borrowing some money for urgent needs? I'm not paying it back anyway, Kai Camellia said with a dismissive shrug. She found Lu Chuntao really annoying. Yun Jiji hadn't even said anything yet. Fine, Then pay back the 2 yuan you borrowed from me earlier, Lu Chuntao said with a half-smile. Lu Chuntao reached out with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, looking at Kai Camellia. If I had money, I wouldn't be borrowing from you. Kai Camellia thought quickly. Paying back money was impossible, since the money was already in her pocket. It was hers.
All right.
Then we'll go ask Lu squad leader, Lu Chuntao said with a teasing look. Hearing this, everyone else decided to go find Lu squad leader. If everyone agrees we should ask Lu squad leader, then we must get clear answers. Lu squad leader gets a monthly allowance of 40 yuan. Why is Kai Camellia living so tightly? Does Lu squad leader not give his wife money? How does he treat her? Seeing them ready to go find her husband, Kai Camellia was quite frightened. She borrowed money secretly from outside, without her husband knowing. If he found out, it would be a big problem. Thinking of this, she quickly said, I will pay back the money. Cloud's sister doesn't want to borrow money, nor does she need to. She was just asking to borrow some, but it was made to seem like she was asking for her life. You and Deputy Commander Chin both have jobs, and your monthly allowances are more than what we earn in several months. Life is hard for us, so what's wrong with you helping a little? We're all from the same family compound. Isn't helping each other supposed to be normal? Kai Chawa thinks that if Yun Jiji didn't refuse to lend, Lu Chuntao and others wouldn't meddle so much. Without Yun Jiji's approval, they wouldn't behave like this. After hearing this, Yun Jiji just found it funny. So, Sister Chahua, even if Qin Shiyu and I earn a lot, isn't that our own business? Are we eating your rice or your meat? Whether we earn more or less and how well we live, that's all our own matter. Why should I lend you money just because you ask? I also said our water jar isn't enough. Shouldn't you help each other by giving us your water jar, kitchen knives, and so on? Since Commander Lu didn't give you your allowance, maybe next time we can go pick it up for him. I believe Sister Chahua, who loves helping others, wouldn't mind, right? Yun Jiji crossed her arms and looked at Kai Chahua with a half-smile, finding it truly amusing. Kai Chahua never expected Yun Jiji, who usually stays silent, would suddenly say something like this. It shocked her. That belongs to our family. Why should I give it to you? Kai Chahua blurted out. Everyone heard this and started laughing.
Someone said, "Oh."
Kai Chahua, you still know that someone else's stuff? As someone borrowing money, I thought you were the boss. Exactly, it's funny. Yun's sister and her husband are doing well because Qin Deputy Commander is capable. He earned a first-class merit, and his team got a second-class collective merit. They fought hard for it. Why should they lend you money just because you open your mouth? Everyone kept teasing and mocking her, not giving Kai Chahua any face. Originally, people like her, who have no shame, wouldn't expect others to show her respect either. Kai Chahua wanted to argue back, but then she saw Lu Commander walking over from afar. He glared angrily at the group and turned around to leave quickly. Yun Jiji frowned slightly. Kai Chahua seemed to be afraid of Lu Commander, so why would she still dare to borrow so much money outside? Her husband really doesn't know? All right, everyone, what are you all standing around for? Go home, Lu Chuntao said firmly, glancing at the remaining group. Although they were still curious about how much prize money Yun Jiji had won, they didn't dare say anything more and quietly left. Jiji, we're going home too, Lu Chuntao said. Yun Jiji smiled and replied, Sister Chuntao, Sister Shuqin, thank you both. That Kai Tanhua person can't stand others having money. She always wants to borrow when she sees someone with cash, but she never pays it back. Don't be fooled by her. If you're too kind, she might take your money, Lu Chuntao warned. Sister Chuntao, Lieutenant Lu also gets a good allowance every month. Why does he do such things? Yun Jiji asked curiously. It seems to be because of her family background, Lu Chuntao replied, not entirely sure herself. Yun Jiji didn't ask further, thinking it was probably a typical family drama involving favoritism. Kai Tanhua was notorious for borrowing money in the housing area and never paying it back. Everyone was probably afraid of her. Yun Jiji decided not to say more. No matter what, her actions were quite disliked. Yun Jiji took a deep breath and said, it's getting cold. Let's go home quickly. Let's go. The two immediately changed the subject and didn't ask about the prize money. However, Lu Chuntao expressed concern, advising Yun Jiji to stay away from such situations next time if possible, to avoid trouble. If those people found out, it could be very costly. The prize money was tempting, but in their view, life was more important than money.
Thank you, Sister Chuntao.
I understand, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Seeing her say that, Lu Chuntao didn't press further. Yun Jiji was not reckless. She had 2 young children to care for. Even for their sake, she wouldn't joke with her own life. That's good. No matter what happens, your life is the most important. Do you understand? Lu Chuntao added. Sister Chuntao is right. Money is good, and I like it, but life is more important. Yang Shuqin also expressed her worries, unable to hold back. Sister Chuntao, Sister Shuqin, I won't do that, Yun Jiji said sincerely. Seeing she truly understood, the others felt a bit more at ease. They returned to the housing area together. It was already late, and Lu Shuqin didn't stay long, heading home first. Lu Chuntao and her family lived nearby, so they walked back together. When they reached outside Lu Chuntao's courtyard, Yun Jiji said, Sister Chuntao, tomorrow at noon, when I finish work and come back, I will visit Xiaoman. If he recovers well, he can start going out a little. Lu Chuntao was surprised and excited, her eyes wide, and she held Yun Jiji's hand tightly. Jiji, really? It's not certain yet. We need to see after tomorrow noon. But for now, don't tell Xiaoman, so he doesn't get his hopes up, Yun Jiji replied. She was about 90% sure, but anything can happen unexpectedly, so she couldn't guarantee it completely. Okay, I understand. I'll wait at home for you tomorrow noon, and I won't go out, Lu Chuntao said quickly. Good. Yun Jiji responded and, after saying goodbye to Lu Chuntao, returned home. I'm going to the kitchen to boil water for Tuan Tuan, and Yuan to wash up, Yang Linxiang said thoughtfully. Yun Jiji hadn't checked how much money was in the envelope, but she probably would now. Second aunt, we're family. You don't need to hide like this, the children said. Kids, be careful when setting off firecrackers during the new year. I'm going to light fireworks, and I saw someone setting off big fireworks near the electrical box. Scared me half to death. Yang Linxiang was touched. Over the past few days, she realized that Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu truly cared for her sincerely. Because she knew their true attitude toward her, Yang Linxiang felt she should set some boundaries, especially regarding money. Jiji, I know you and Shiyu treat me well, but when it comes to money, we need to be careful. No matter how close our relationship is, you should be a little cautious with me, Yang Linxiang said, sincerely. She was too honest. If everyone trusted so easily, Yang Linxiang worried she might get hurt later. Yun Jiji chuckled when she saw this. Second aunt, I trust you. I believe in you. Others might need to observe more, but if it's Yang Linxiang, Yun Jiji trusted her completely. She remembered that she had given them gifts before. If Qin Yue and the others found out, they might scold her. But Yang Linxiang still secretly sent gifts a few times. Although the gifts never reached her hands, Yun Jiji knew her kind heart. If one day Yang Linxiang truly betrayed herself, it could only mean she failed to see people's true nature, and others could not be blamed. Yang Linxiang looked at Yun Jiji with reddened eyes. Her life had been so miserable since marrying Qin Yue. She felt like she had lost herself. Her husband, children, and even her parents never believed in her. When her husband wanted to kick her out of the Qin family, her son blamed her for meddling in others' affairs. She had been scolded many times before and still hadn't learned her lesson. Her daughter blamed her for favoring Yun Jiji, a stranger, as if she had never loved them. At that moment, Yang Linxiang felt she had lived too badly, failing to raise her children properly. Jiji, thank you. I promise I won't betray your trust, Yang Linxiang said with red eyes. Seeing her eyes well up again, Yun Jiji could imagine that when Qin Yue threw her out, her children must have done something that hurt her deeply. Otherwise, Yang Linxiang wouldn't be so moved just because she said she trusted her. Yun Jiji comforted her a few words, but Yang Linxiang still found an excuse to leave. After all, this involved money. Yun Jiji trusted her enough, but if she had no boundaries, that would be another matter. Seeing this, Yun Jiji didn't say much more. She took out an envelope, opened it, and took out the large bundle inside. When she first received the envelope, she felt it was a bit thick. She counted it and raised an eyebrow, surprised. 500. This bonus was quite generous, especially for this era. No wonder those military wives were so curious earlier. Yun Jiji stored the money in her space, feeling quite happy. This was her first income in this time. The previous money was given by Qin Shiyu. She didn't spend much, but she still spent some. However, that money wasn't entirely for her. It was also for the children and Qin Shiyu. Now, Yang Linxiang was added to the list. She had thought about trading money or goods on the black market, but since she stayed in the military district's family compound, she had few chances to go to the city. But if she had money, who would want to go to the black market? She looked at the banner hanging nearby and decided to put things away. Wife, what are you going to do with that? Qin Shiyu saw her and reached out to take the banner from her hand. When did you come back? You scared me. Yun Jiji glared at him and patted her chest. This man really? How could he be so quiet, like a wandering spirit? You were just too focused? Qin Shiyu smiled and then looked at the banner he was holding. After a moment of gesturing on the wall, he found a suitable spot, grabbed a nail from somewhere, and hammered it into the wall. He then hung the banner up directly. Why are you hanging it? Yun Jiji asked helplessly. Her face was a little hot. Of course, it has to be hung. This is your first banner, Qin Shiyu said with a smile. Yes, it should be hung so that everyone coming in and out can see it. They'll know how amazing Jiji is. Yang Linxiang said happily when she saw Qin Shiyu hanging the banner after bringing back the wash basin for Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Jiji, we know you don't care much about these things, but people do care about reputation. These are good things, so they should be shown. Some people only look at things superficially, so sometimes you can't be too low-key. Yang Linxiang knew that Yun Jiji wasn't the type to care about such matters. Second aunt, I understand, Yun Jiji said, without overthinking. Everyone will probably talk about this for a few days, but once that passes, they will be distracted by other new things. Thinking this way, she felt there was nothing to worry about. Shiyu, congratulations. Yang Linxiang looked at Qin Shiyu again. She was very happy to hear he was promoted to deputy battalion commander. Thank you, second aunt, Qin Shiyu replied politely. Tomorrow, we'll add some dishes to celebrate for you too, Yang Linxiang said with a bright smile, then took Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan back to their room to sleep. I'll go wash up first, Yun Jiji said quickly as she headed out. Qin Shiyu saw this and slightly curved his lips. She seemed particularly uncomfortable with such things. Thinking about how she looked when she received her award on stage earlier, Qin Shiyu thought this little woman was really adorable. But he also understood. She had never experienced something like this before, nor stood on stage in front of so many people. She must have been nervous. But with Yun Jiji's abilities, after a few more experiences, she would gradually get used to such moments of being in the spotlight. She was so talented. After winning awards on stage, her opportunities would only increase. He looked again at the banner on the wall. Suddenly, he started to look forward to it, his wife shining brightly in her field of expertise. That evening, when Zhao Chongzhen came to talk to them, Qin Shiyu could faintly sense from his tone that the leader attached great importance to the idea of establishing a military pharmaceutical factory. As long as their leader valued it enough, Qin Shiyu believed that the factory's establishment was only a matter of time. His gaze fell toward the bathroom, but quickly withdrew. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he chuckled softly. Yun Jiji finished washing up simply in the space, and then pushed open the bathroom door. She immediately met Qin Shiyu's gaze. She paused slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and turned her face away. Because Qin Shiyu was at home, she didn't dare stay in the space for long. But she didn't expect to see this man waiting for her as soon as she opened the door. Did I take too long to wash? Yun Jiji asked uncertainly. No, not at all. Tonight, the moon was full, casting a hazy glow on her face, which was faintly blushed. Her bright eyes seemed to hold a pool of autumn water, and her long, thick eyelashes were sprinkled with tiny water droplets that dripped as she blinked. The man's Adam's apple moved up and down, and his voice became a little hoarse. It's cold outside. Come inside quickly. Yun Jiji glanced at the man. I'm going back to my room. His gaze on her was too intense. What does it mean when a man shows such an expression toward a woman? Yun Jiji knew very well. She tightened her clothes and hurried back to her room. Yang Linxiang saw her return and smiled. What happened? Were you chased by a wolf? Hearing Yang Linxiang's teasing, Yun Jiji felt a bit awkward. It's just cold. Seeing her discomfort, Yang Linxiang smiled. She looked outside and saw Qin Shi still standing nearby. Yang Linxiang immediately understood what was going on. Jiji, both of you have children now. Why are you still shy? Although your second aunt says these things aren't appropriate, you and your husband can't keep sleeping in separate rooms forever, Yang Linxiang said. She was surprised when she saw Yun Jiji and Qin Shi sleeping in separate rooms before. But she didn't want to say too much, as it was their private matter. Qin Shi had been on missions for the past 3 years, and Yun Jiji had suffered a lot of grievances. She couldn't act as if everything was fine and be affectionate with Qin Shi, which was obviously impossible. Second aunt, take your time, no rush, Yun Jiji replied. Yang Linxiang nodded and said, all right, you should go to bed early. I'll go back to my room too. Yun Jiji responded, okay, good night, second aunt.
Good night.
Yang Linxiang then left Yun Jiji's room and saw Qin Shi standing in the yard. She reached out to pat his shoulder. Looking at her height, he finally just placed his hand on Qin Shi's arm. Shiyu, don't blame Jiji. She's really had a hard time these years, suffered so much unfairness. That's not something ordinary people can handle. If she were more ruthless, she might have abandoned the 2 kids and run away long ago. Auntie, I understand. I've never blamed her. I only regret that I knew what my parents were like. I should have brought her to the army that night. At least, she could have been a bit more comfortable in the family housing. When he went on missions, the leaders also considered that his wife was pregnant, so they asked the military wives in the housing area to help watch over him.
It was better than
living like they did in Yunhe village, enduring such hardships. Don't you realize how cruel your parents are? Don't be to yourself. Just treat the 3 of them well in the future. Things that happened before can't be changed, so cherish every day ahead.
Yang Linxiang said.
Hearing this, Qin Shi nodded and said, Auntie, I'll remember that. It's cold now, go wash up and sleep early. You have to go to work tomorrow. Okay. Yang Linxiang didn't say anything more. She had said what she needed to. The matters between her and her husband were for them to resolve themselves. Although they respected her, she was still an outsider. In matters of feelings, too much interference from outsiders is the worst. The couple weren't reckless people. She believed they understood that. Qin Shi stood in the yard for a while longer before turning to the kitchen to get water and wash up in the bathroom, then went back to his room to rest. Meanwhile, in Yunhe village, Yun Wanrong was curled under an old quilt, the cold wind seeping through the drafty walls, slowly blowing into the house. She had wrapped herself very tightly, but she was still shivering from the cold. Can you be more still? Moving around so much. Aren't you going to sleep or not? He Mingyuan said angrily. He had finally warmed up the bed, but as soon as Yun Wanrong moved, the cold wind sneaked back in, making him shiver too. Yun Wanrong looked at him with tears in her eyes and said, Mingyuan, let's fix the house tomorrow. It's so cold, and the wind keeps blowing in. I really can't stand it. If you don't move, you won't be cold, He Mingyuan replied, not wanting to move himself. His hands weren't for fixing things. If she really wanted to tidy up, he could do it himself. His hands were only for writing and reading. Mingyuan, please go to Mom's room and bring back a blanket I brought when we got married. I am really freezing. Yun Wanrong had never suffered like this before. At her parents' house, her room wasn't the best, but it was warm. When it was very cold, they even burned charcoal inside to keep warm. In her past life, after marrying Qin Shiyu, she endured some hardships too, but she was sweet-tongued and good at comforting others. Zhao Suliang wasn't too harsh on her. Later, after Qin Shiyu sacrificed himself, her life became easier. She kept all of Qin Shiyu's money, but Zhao Suliang and others had to live by her rules. Living in a small house with a heater in winter and a fan in summer, she enjoyed the comfort when air conditioning became available. At first, she thought she could endure a little longer, waiting for He Mingyuan to earn more money, and then her life would be better. But on such a cold day, she really couldn't hold on anymore. Rong, Mom is too old to stand the cold. We're still young. I'll hold you to sleep, and then I won't feel cold. He Mingyuan said, his face darkening a bit, trying to comfort her. Yun Wanrong's temper was already bad. Hearing this, she immediately sat up and grabbed a piece of clothing to put on. What are you doing? He Mingyuan quickly pulled the blanket over and wrapped himself tightly. Seeing him like that, Yun Wanrong was also quite angry. She quickly put on her clothes and said angrily, I'm going back to my mom's to sleep. If I keep sleeping here, I'll freeze to death. Before He Mingyuan could react, Yun Wanrong had already opened the door. The cold wind rushed in, making her teeth chatter. Rong, wait a moment. He Mingyuan seemed to think of something and quickly got out of bed, hurriedly putting on his clothes. Let's go. What are you doing? Yun Wanrong asked with a serious face. I'm going with you. I can't sleep without you by my side. He Mingyuan wasn't afraid of the cold, but he definitely wouldn't fix the house. His hands were meant for writing with a pen, not for repairing things. Now, hearing Yun Wanrong wanted to go back home, he thought about the blue brick tile house at Yun's family, which must be warmer than their place. If that could be their house. Thinking this way, He Mingyuan's mind started to get lively. Yun Wanrong looked at him in disbelief, not expecting He Mingyuan to actually want to go back with her. Are you not cold?
She teased.
The more Yun Wanrong spent time with He Mingyuan, the more she doubted whether he was truly someone she could trust. Could he really become the richest person in Huagua, like in her past life? Whenever she thought about this, Yun Wanrong felt she was overthinking. She was confident she could become the richest, especially since in her previous life, He Mingyuan became the wealthiest after the country opened up, starting small and gradually growing richer. He didn't know the future like she did, so that was why He Mingyuan was like this. Thinking of this, Yun Wanrong adjusted her mood. Let's go quickly. If it's too late, my mom will be asleep. However, Yun Wanrong didn't understand that summoning a spirit was easy, but sending it away was hard. Dear friends, happy February, please kindly give some free flowers. Thank you. Now, it was officially 1976. With Yang Linxiang helping to take care of the children, Yun Jiji had more free time. Besides making hemostatic powder and soft skin ointment for the army, her medicated patches also received high praise from everyone in the unit. Later, all the young soldiers who came to the clinic for medicated patches specifically asked for Yun Jiji's products. Hu Jianjun thought about applying for a special brand for Yun Jiji's ointments, similar to how Snowflake Cream has Yashuang, Chiojia, or Shanghai brand. Her hemostatic powder, soft skin ointment, and medicated patches should also have a name that clearly shows they are Yun Jiji's products. He wanted people to recognize that these were made by Yun Jiji. When Hu Jianjun mentioned this, Yun Jiji was surprised. Think about it. Do you have a better name? When we establish the pharmaceutical factory, even if other doctors develop medicines later, it will be easier to tell them apart. Hu Jianjun looked at Yun Jiji and hoped she understood his point. Yun Jiji nodded and asked, Political Commissar, have we decided on the factory's name? It's still under review. It probably won't be finalized until after the Spring Festival. We'll decide on the name then, Hu Jianjun replied. The approval process was very complicated. No one really knew what was going on. In short, it was very troublesome. For now, they could only hope that Zhao Changzheng would see how good Yun Jiji's medicines were and push the matter forward. Meanwhile, Gu Wenbin also went to see old Chief Zhong and told him about the effectiveness of Yun Jiji's hemostatic powder, soft skin ointment, and other medicines. I also want to inform Commander Zhong about the connections there to better facilitate communication between higher and lower levels. If this weren't a good thing for the country and the people, they wouldn't bother to use so many connections. Just the effect of stopping bleeding and dispersing medicine could save many soldiers from suffering. Political commissar, I mean the name of the pharmaceutical factory should mainly be under our military's name, so that people can see at a glance that it's produced by the troops. As for the hemostatic powder and other medicines I developed, we can create a separate series, rather than giving it a completely different name, Yunjiji said. Having the military is naturally the best. Currently, the public trusts soldiers and the military blindly. She believes that medicines produced by the military will also gain more trust from the people. So, what do you think our pharmaceutical factory should be called? Hu Jianjun looked at Yunjiji, wanting to hear her opinion. First Pharmaceutical Factory of the Haishur Province Military District. Hu Jianjun twitched his mouth. That's not very creative. But just hearing the name, people will know it's from our Haishur Province Military District, Yunjiji said with a bright smile. Hearing this, Hu Jianjun immediately patted his thigh. Then let's go with that name. As for your series, what do you want to call it? I'll think carefully about it, Yunjiji said. In her heart, she already had a good name, but she didn't plan to say it yet. It hadn't been officially approved, and maybe it would go smoothly, but she still wanted to wait until it was confirmed.
All right.
Hu Jianjun nodded, then quickly stood up. I'll go talk to the battalion commander and others about the factory's name. Okay. Hu Jianjun was in a good mood now. First Pharmaceutical Factory of Haishur Province Military District. If they later open branch factories, they could be the second, third pharmaceutical factory, and so on. Thinking this way, Hu Jianjun felt quite happy and couldn't help humming a tune.
But
just as Hu Jianjun took his first step, he saw Li Jie rushing over, sweating profusely. Political commissar. What's the matter? Hu Jianjun's mood was good, but seeing Li Jie's anxious expression, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Commissar, Captain Shin Feng and the others are missing. The battalion commander asked me to call you, and also to bring Dr. Yun along. Li Jie hurriedly said, his gaze also falling on Yunjiji. At this moment, Tang Wan came out of an office nearby, just overhearing the conversation. She dropped her enamel cup with a loud clatter, making a huge noise. Commander, Shin Feng. Tang Wan hurried over, her voice trembling. If Yunjiji hadn't quickly supported her, Tang Wan might have collapsed to the ground. Don't worry first. Since the message was sent back, they should be safe. Don't panic. You know Shin Feng's abilities well. Hu Jianjun comforted her and then looked at Yunjiji. Come with me to the army. Since the brigade commander asked me to bring you, it probably means you need to go on a mission. Okay. Yunjiji reached out and patted Tang Wan's hand. Don't worry. If I go, I will bring him back safely.
Jiji.
Tang Wan looked at Yunjiji with red eyes. Yunjiji looked at her with firm eyes, and when Xiong Lia heard the noise and came out, she also came over. After handing Tang Wan over to Xiong Lia, Yunjiji said, Don't worry. Then she quickly followed Hu Jianjun to Gu Wenbin's office. Inside the office, Qin Shiyu was already waiting. When Yunjiji entered, he wasn't surprised. Shin Feng went missing on Xingui Mountain. Shiyu, gather some people and go to Xingui Mountain now. No matter what happens, bring him back. Gu Wenbin's face was serious. He thought this mission wouldn't be so difficult, but he didn't expect such an incident to happen. Even if they're all ready, we still have to bring them home. Gu Wenbin's face grew even more serious. No one wanted it to be like this, but from the injuries of the people who came back to report, they didn't know what kind of torture Shin Feng and the others were suffering. For soldiers, it's better to die on the battlefield than to become prisoners and endure torture. That is more painful than losing their lives. Brigade commander, don't worry. We will complete the mission. Get ready. We leave in half an hour, Gu Wenbin said. They couldn't afford to delay now, but they also knew that Qin Shiyu and his wife had 2 young children. Although their second aunt was taking care of them now, they still needed to go back and say something. Otherwise, their sudden departure might make them more worried. Yes. The two didn't stay long and quickly left Gu Wenbin's office. They walked back home in silence, neither of them speaking. When Yang Linxiang saw them return at this time, she was also startled. Why are you two back so early? Auntie, I need to go on a mission with Qin Shiyu. Please take care of the family and the children, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, these days. I feel reluctant to leave them. But I know from the moment I became a military doctor that I will have to go on missions eventually. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Alright, you two go ahead. Be careful in everything. I will take good care of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Don't worry about the family. Protect yourselves and return safely soon. Yang Linxiang was also momentarily stunned but quickly responded. Yun Jiji didn't have time to talk much with Yang Linxiang. Instead, she went to Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, gently pulling the little ones into her arms for a hug. Living in the family compound for so long, the children understood what going on a mission meant. When Shun Hongjun went on a mission before, Shun Tiantian cried when she came to visit. At that time, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan didn't understand, but Shun Jin explained to them what a mission was. Mommy, I will take good care of my sister. Tuan Tuan looked at Yun Jiji with an obedient face. Yun Jiji gently hugged him. Mommy will be back soon. You and your sister must listen to Auntie and Grandma. Be good and follow their instructions, okay? Mommy, I understand Yuan Yuan's bright eyes, though red, remembered what Brother Shinjin said, that parents go on missions to save people and fight bad guys. Even though she was reluctant, Yuan Yuan promised to be good. Yun Jiji hugged the two children again, then hurriedly finished packing. She took some medicine from her space and placed it in the hospital's first aid kit, some of which she kept in her space for convenience. The medicine box was used to hide her supplies and to easily access medicine when needed. After packing, Yun Jiji saw that Qin Shiyu had already prepared himself in the yard, holding Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, comforting them. Dad will protect Mommy, Tuan Tuan solemnly told Qin Shiyu. Don't worry, Mom and Dad will come back safe and sound. Dad won't let Mom get hurt, Qin Shiyu promised seriously. Dad also wants to stay safe, Yuan Yuan said obediently. Qin Shiyu responded with a sound and hugged the two little ones for a while. Second aunt, here is 50 yuan and some tickets. Don't hesitate to buy what you need at home. If you run out, just find Commissar, who later. We should be back before the new year. If anything comes up, you can also ask Sister Chun Tao next door for help. Yun Jiji was worried that Yang Linxiang might feel embarrassed later, so she decided to handle everything herself. Don't worry about you two. Just leave the house to me. I will take good care of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, so you don't need to worry. Okay. Yun Jiji replied. She hugged Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan again before leaving with Qin Shiyu. Passing by Lu Chuantao's house, she still called out to Lu Chuantao. When they learned about their mission, Lu Chuantao quickly agreed to reassure them. Now that Xiaoman can go out, he also often let Xiaoman find the two children to play, so they wouldn't think too much. Since these two children are experiencing being away from their parents for the first time, they naturally feel uneasy. The only thing they can do now is help take care of the children and watch over them more in daily life. Lu Chuntao also told Yun Jiji to be careful before watching them leave. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were very sensible. They stood there eagerly watching Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji leave until their figures disappeared at the door. Then, the two little ones couldn't help but cry out loud. Yang Linxiang quickly hugged and comforted them. Seeing this, Lu Chuntao hurried over to help soothe the children. Not long after, Xiaoman also arrived, playing with the two little ones, telling stories or playing games. Eventually, even Xinjin and Xin Tiantian came over, playing with the children for a while. Only then did the children stop crying. But they knew that when night fell, the two little ones would still feel upset. However, there was little they could do about it. Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji are now part of the country, and such missions are quite common. Yang Linxiang's only job was to take good care of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan so they wouldn't worry. It only takes half a day by car from their place to Xingui Mountain. When they arrived, everyone else was already prepared and waiting there. This time, Su Qing'en was also present. Get in the car, Qin Shiyu ordered in a deep voice. Yun Jiji turned her head slightly to look at the man. His expression was serious, very different from usual. Everyone boarded the car in order. When Yun Jiji stepped up, Qin Shiyu reached out and held her back.
Why?
Yun Jiji looked confused and watched the man without understanding. Right now, we don't know what the situation is at Xingui Mountain. Once we enter the mountain, stay close to me, Qin Shiyu said seriously. Okay. Yun Jiji appeared very obedient and did not argue with Qin Shiyu. Her obedient look was quite pleasing. But Qin Shiyu felt she agreed too quickly and worried she might cause other problems. He would have to watch her more closely then. The two of them no longer delayed and got into the car. Safe return, Gu Wenbin said as he looked at them. Yes, we will. After everyone was in the car, it drove out of the military area. The team had 15 people, and the space in the car was large. After Yun Jiji got in, she took out medicines from her medical kit to prepare. Older sister-in-law, do you need help? Su Ching'en quickly came over when he saw this. His father was a doctor, and although he didn't study medicine himself, he had learned some from being around doctors. I'm preparing the medicines. Help me put these into cloth bags and distribute them to everyone to wear close, Yun Jiji said. Su Ching'en nodded and started helping. Qin Shiyu also came over with a serious look and looked at Su Ching'en. His deep gaze made Su Ching'en shrink back in fear. The deputy group's look was really intimidating. Older sister-in-law, what are these powders for? Su Ching'en quickly changed the subject and asked curiously. To prevent bugs and poisonous insects. She didn't explain in detail. They probably knew about the stone insects. Since they were going on a mission to rescue Shinfeng and others, it showed they had indeed encountered trouble. Gu Wenbin would also tell them the full details so they could be prepared mentally.
Hearing this, Shu Chenggen understood.
He distributed the tightly packed medicine bags, saying, keep them close at all times. You all know what injuries Li Wenbing and the others had. No matter when, the medicine bags must stay on you. Yes. Everyone responded quickly and started wearing the medicine bags. Wife, you should rest for a while. Once we reach Xingui Mountain, it will be dark and you probably won't get to sleep tonight, Qin Shiyu said to Yun Jiji. When they go on missions, sometimes they really can't rest, sometimes for several days. Okay, Yun Jiji replied. Since it was her first time on a mission and she didn't understand many things, she had to listen to Qin Shiyu. After packing the medical kit, she leaned over to rest. Qin Shiyu glanced at her from the side and saw many people looking over. His gaze swept across them, and they all silently lowered their heads. The deputy leader is truly different in front of his sister-in-law. I wonder if he would still act this way during a mission. The car swayed gently as they drove into a hidden forest on Xingui Mountain and stopped. From here, they would have to walk into the mountain. This path might be difficult. If you can't keep going, tell me right away, Qin Shiyu said softly. I can do it. Let's go quickly. It gets more dangerous at night, and Shinfeng and the others don't know what's happening. Finding help early will make things safer, she replied. Jiji, the mountain is my world. Yun Jiji understood that the mountain forest at night was very dangerous, full of unknown risks. She could control plants, but Qin Shiyu and the others didn't know that. She couldn't say it openly, nor could she let anyone find out she had this ability, to avoid being treated as a monster and captured. Qin Shiyu led his people up the mountain, occasionally checking on Yun Jiji. When he was sure she was fine, he quietly relaxed. The moonlight was dim tonight. After entering the mountain, they couldn't see the path clearly and moved very carefully. I'll hold your hand. I have good night vision and can see the way, Qin Shiyu said as they entered the mountain. Yun Jiji hesitated slightly, wanting to say she could see, but there were some things she couldn't reveal. She replied, just follow behind me. I can manage. You don't need to take care of me. Let's hurry up. A strange feeling of disappointment arose in Qin Shiyu's heart. After confirming she was safe, he didn't say much. During their walk, Yun Jiji's hand rested on the plants, quietly releasing her spiritual energy to help the plants find Shinfeng and the others. Xingui Mountain seemed small, but once deep inside, the surrounding trees looked like lurking monsters. Their leaves intertwined overhead, forming a dense barrier that blocked out the moonlight completely. Occasionally, the wind rustled through the leaves, creating a spooky atmosphere. Boss, which way should we go?
Shu Chenggen asked softly.
The feeling was really frightening now, and they had lost their sense of direction, as if trapped in a maze. Don't rush. First, figure out which way to go, Qin Shiyu said. It was his first time on Shengui Mountain, and with the darkness and unclear paths, they didn't know exactly where they were or which way to go. The only thing they could do was wait and see. There's a light over there, Yun Jiji suddenly said. Qin Shiyu looked in the direction indicated by Yun Jiji, his expression darkening. He raised his hand and said, "Everyone, be careful." Seeing the light in the mountains, they all understood what it meant. That direction definitely had people. Since they couldn't tell if the other side was friend or foe, they needed to be extra cautious. Move toward that direction, but stay alert, Qin Shiyu instructed. The group then lowered their bodies and slowly moved toward that place. When they got closer, they kept their bodies low and moved carefully. Qin Shiyu kept an eye on Yun Jiji, but saw she was completely still, crouching with them as they advanced.
He was a bit surprised.
Suddenly, the leaves rustled loudly, as if some animal was jumping through them, occasionally making sounds. It was the sound of squirrels. This made everyone breathe a little easier. They continued toward the light, and when they were about to get close, Qin Shiyu made a hand signal, and everyone crouched down in place. Not far away, near a campfire, several men were gathered, chatting in a language called Sakura language. Not far from them, some people tied with colorful ropes sat in the trees. They had visible injuries on their bodies, probably from being hurt, and they looked down so their conditions weren't clear. From their clothing, it was obvious they were Shun Feng and his group. Yun Jiji turned her head slightly. Seeing the angry expressions on Qin Shiyu and the others' faces, she knew they were upset. She quickly reached out and grabbed Qin Shiyu's hand, holding it firmly. The man was surprised at first, then looked back at Yun Jiji. She gently shook her head at him. Shun Feng was his best brother, and seeing Shun Feng like that made Qin Shiyu furious. But this man had a very strong presence, which made him easy to notice. Qin Shiyu closed his eyes briefly, calming his breath. When he opened his eyes again, he looked very calm. The people nearby, who had felt the place was gloomy earlier, soon dismissed that feeling. They thought it was just their imagination. "Boss, should we make a move?" Su Cheng'en had already sneaked close to Qin Shiyu and whispered softly. They were all very angry, especially since these people dared to do such things to their brothers. Seeing the whip marks on Shun Feng and the others showed they had been tortured. "Not yet," Qin Shiyu replied quietly. "They haven't yet figured out exactly how many people there are, nor whether there are hidden Sakura country members lurking in the shadows. If they act rashly, they might reveal themselves if enemies are still hiding nearby. They need to gather more information first." Yun Jiji carefully observes Shun Feng and the others. Her hand silently rests on the ground, quickly receiving news from the plants she brought back. All of Shun Feng's group have injuries. The most serious is Shun Feng, who has many whip marks and 2 deep knife wounds on his face, with the attackers even writing shameful words on him. Yun Jiji's expression darkens. These people are truly despicable. 2 young warriors also have broken fingers and toes. Yun Jiji's face grows more grim, almost ready to act immediately. "Jiji." Qin Shiyu notices her change and looks at her with confusion. "They're badly hurt," she whispers. "I know," Qin Shiyu responds. Yun Jiji looks at Qin Shiyu. "I will go find some medicine. The supplies I have are not enough. Even if I save him without medicine, they might still." She has something urgent to do, but cannot do it openly in front of Qin Shiyu and others. If she leaves quietly alone, it will be easier to act. As long as she extinguishes the fire, she can create chaos among them, making them turn on each other. Plants are her weapon. She plans to manipulate them to attack her enemies. She has many ways to do this. "Have Cheng-en go with your sister-in-law," Qin Shiyu says, unable to leave himself, so he instructs Su Cheng-en. Yes. Through the firelight, they can now clearly see Shun Feng and the others' injuries. "Cover your mouths and noses. I'll check if there's any illusion-breaking medicine." Qin Shiyu signals Yun Jiji with a gesture, then silently says 2 words as he pulls her hand. Yun Jiji understands and quietly steps away. After they are a short distance apart, Yunjiji takes out a small flashlight from her bag. The light is very weak, so it's hard to see anything clearly unless she shines directly at something nearby. Su Chang'an was worried about being discovered, but soon he relaxed because Yunjiji's light was indeed very faint. They had to be very close to see the plants clearly. Yunjiji was surprised. There are quite a few medicinal herbs in Shungui Mountain, especially since they are deep in the mountains, making the supply even more impressive. She quickly gathered herbs into her space when Su Chang'an wasn't paying attention, also using plants to bring her more medicine. Found it. At this moment, Qin Shiyu was also very worried and unsure about Yunjiji's safety. Just then, the fire among the cherry blossom people in the distance suddenly became strange. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu shouted, "Cover your mouth and nose." The others were stunned, but immediately followed his command. Soon after, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The normally cheerful cherry blossom people suddenly seemed possessed, as if they had gone mad. Some hugged trees and kissed them wildly. Others pointed and shouted wild boar at each other. They swung their long knives at themselves, blood splattering everywhere. Some bodies twisted into impossible shapes, bones cracking loudly as they broke themselves apart. Despite the pain, their faces showed excitement and happiness, as if doing this gave them an indescribable pleasure. In the deep mountain at night, there were terrifying screams, the sound of knives cutting flesh, shouts and roars. It made people's scalps tingle. However, Qin Shiyu saw something unusual. While his teammates were terrified, he noticed that their hands seemed to be tangled by vine-like branches, as if the vines were controlling them, making them do things step by step. Qin Shiyu thought of Yunjiji, who earlier said she wanted to make some illusion-causing medicine. But what kind of medicine could be so powerful? Could it really make people go crazy like this? How did she do it? He felt uneasy. While they kept watch, he stepped back to find Yunjiji. When he found her, he saw her pressing her hand against a tree, while Su Chang'an was lying nearby, watching the reactions of the cherry blossom people as if he was sleepy. He noticed that Yunjiji's palm seemed to emit a faint green glow, and the vines on the tree beside her appeared to sway in the wind, giving him a strange feeling that they were happy. Instead of moving, they seemed to be dancing happily around Yunjiji's figure.
"Wife,"
Qin Shiyu whispered softly. Then he took a few steps forward and reached out to gently pull her hand away. The vines relaxed and quieted down as her hand was released, and the green glow in her palm disappeared. Qin Shiyu kept his eyes fixed on Yunjiji, deep and serious. He wanted to ask many questions, but with Su Chang'an present, he couldn't. Yunjiji didn't expect this man to suddenly come over. Seeing his serious face, she knew he had probably discovered something. He is smarter than she thought. Yunjiji didn't have time to say more. She pulled her hand back from his grip and pressed it against the tree again. The vines started to dance wildly once more. The previously calm Sakura people suddenly went crazy, raising their knives to attack their own. Qin Shiyu reached out to hold Yunjiji's hand, intending to stop her, but the faint green glow grew stronger than before. Yunjiji could feel that the tree was absorbing more spiritual energy. Although she had recovered quite a bit, she knew her spiritual power was limited. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy suddenly became very strong, as if an endless source of power was flowing from Qin Shiyu into her dantian and then into the tree. In her mind, she seemed to hear a voice saying, "Comfortable, comfortable, so comfortable." This was the voice of the tree spirit. How come? Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu, surprised. Qin Shiyu also looked at his hand, unable to understand what just happened. Why did the green glow become even brighter when he pressed Yunjiji's hand?
"And he
heard that old voice. After a moment, everything returned to calm. Yunjiji withdrew her hand and looked at Qin Shiyu with a stunned expression. First, save the people. Qin Shiyu opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and finally spoke. Yunjiji also knew that now was not the time to talk about these things. They could only focus on saving Shinfeng and the others. Yunjiji patted Su Chang'an on the shoulder. He stood up and opened his mouth. He.
"He
Are they possessed?"
쇼챙갱 웨스탄.
The scene just now had shocked all his nerves. Watching those people go crazy like they were possessed by ghosts, he felt terrified. But he didn't dare say these words. If it got out, people might think it was some superstitious nonsense, and it could cause trouble for his family. They're not good people, and the illusion medicine I made can make them act according to their inner fears and desires, Yunjiji explained. It was like the person hugging the tree and kissing it wildly, obviously wanting a woman. Su Ching'en didn't expect the medicine to be so powerful. But such medicine was also very terrifying, almost like peeking into their inner thoughts. However, making this kind of medicine requires a very important herb. The only one I have is the same as what the two elders left behind. Now that it's used up, I don't know if I will have another chance to find this herb in the future, Yunjiji sighed and said casually. Qin Shiyu didn't speak, but listened carefully as Yunjiji talked seriously about nonsense. He was still surprised that she could communicate with trees, but when his hand touched hers, he also sensed the plant's emotions. Now, he could only think that Yunjiji's medicine was too powerful. Save the person first,
Qin Shiyu said.
Su Ching'en quickly followed Qin Shiyu inside. The others kept watching their situation. When they saw Qin Shiyu come out, they hurried out too. They took down Shinfeng and the others, who were from the trees. When Qin Shiyu saw the injuries on Shunfeng's face, his expression turned cold. Those people had carved some words on Shunfeng's face with a knife, very insulting words. Qin Shiyu's face darkened. He used his hand to wipe the blood on Shunfeng's face, smearing it on his own. He couldn't imagine how Shinfeng would feel when he woke up and saw those words. How could he bear it? I can treat him. Don't worry. Yunjiji was right beside him and saw the words on Shinfeng's face. Suddenly, she felt it was a waste to give these people medicine. They should stay awake and feel the fear just now. Watching their teammates being cut to death before their eyes, completely out of control. The injuries are deep. He was afraid Shinfeng couldn't handle it, and they all dared not let Shinfeng see his own face. If he saw those words, no matter how strong his mind was, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Trust me, Yunjiji said. After Qin Shiyu released everyone, Yunjiji first checked their pulses one by one. They are just superficial wounds, but because of excessive blood loss, they have been unconscious. After speaking, she reached into her medicine box and took out a bottle of medicine from her space. She handed it to Qin Shiyu and said, "Give each of them one to protect them." Okay. Qin Shiyu didn't say much. He took the medicine from her hand, poured out one, and fed it to Shinfeng. Then he handed the rest to Su Ching'en to distribute to everyone. Yunjiji took out the hemostatic powder to treat their wounds, then said, "First, apply the medicine. After that, we need to leave quickly. Someone has died here, and the strong smell of blood will attract wild animals." Guess what words are written on Shinfeng's face? Qin Shiyu also shared this idea. They didn't dare to stay any longer. After Yunjiji applied the medicine, she quickly treated their wounds. Then they hurriedly left with their people. They also took the person from Sakura country who had previously clung to a tree and escaped danger. When leaving, they dared to turn on the lights, so the evacuation went smoothly. Before dawn, they went into the forest to get the car, then drove directly back to the army with Shinfeng and the others who were hurt. Gu Wenbin didn't expect them to return so quickly. When he saw Shinfeng and the others injured, his face turned very cold. Comrade Yun, about Shinfeng's injuries. Hu Jianjun looked at Yunjiji. When he saw the humiliating words carved on Shinfeng's face, he became very angry. They can be treated, but I need more medicine. Shingui Mountain has many herbs. I need to take a day to gather herbs there, Yunjiji said. Let Qin Shiyu go with you, Hu Jianjun suggested. They weren't comfortable with her going alone to Shingui Mountain, but if Qin Shiyu went with her, they could feel more at ease. Okay, Yunjiji agreed, without hesitation. Qin Shiyu had already discovered her secret. He probably wanted to ask clearly, so it was better to find a quiet place to talk. Going to Shingui Mountain to gather herbs was a good idea. Additionally, they needed to revisit that place and check on Shi Jingchong. They still couldn't be sure if Shi Jingcheng was still on Shingui Mountain. If he was, they had to find a way to eliminate him. After Vice Commander Shin's face is treated, it's best he doesn't see the injuries on his face. We're leaving now, and it will take at least until tomorrow to return. I'm worried he won't be able to handle waking up, Yunjiji said. Most people can't bear to see injuries on their face, especially if they carry humiliating words. He is a soldier and a man, a strong, upright man. No matter who they are, experiencing such things causes great mental suffering. I understand, he replied. Hu Jianjun sighed. He had just ordered people to remove everything in the ward that could reflect his face, worried that Shinfeng might wake up and be unable to accept seeing his own face. Let's go. Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu, not wanting to delay anything. Drive the military vehicle, Hu Jianjun said to Li Jia. Li Jia understood immediately and went to help start the car. They hadn't slept last night. On the way back, seeing Shinfeng and the others so badly injured, they couldn't sleep either. But now, driving would be their bodies, so with Li Jia there, they didn't refuse.
Gigi.
Tang Wan ran out of the ward, her eyes red and swollen from crying. She looked nervously at Yunjiji. Don't cry. If you look like that, he'll be sad when he wakes up. Trust me, his face can fully recover. After using my medicine, the scars won't stay, Yunjiji comforted her. Then she reached into her bag, took out a box of ointment, and handed it to Tang Wan. Use this first. It can cover his face, so it's best to keep it covered. Okay. His mood is very important now. If you cry like that, he'll definitely notice. Tang Wan quickly wiped her tears and said, I understand. I won't cry anymore. Yunjiji patted her shoulder, and at that moment, Li Jia arrived in the car. Yunjiji didn't say more to Tang Wan. Trust me, I'll be back as soon as I get the medicine, she said. Be careful. Tang Wan watched Yunjiji leave, then took the medicine and returned to the ward. Shinfeng had many whip marks on his body from being beaten. Lu Xiangbua had already disinfected his wounds and applied hemostatic powder. When Lu Xiangbua saw the injuries on Shinfeng's face, he silently turned away and comforted Tang Wan with a few words. Dr. Lu, please help me apply this ointment to his face and cover it up. Tang Wan's hands trembled, unable to steady herself.
Okay.
Lu Xiangbua took the ointment from her, applied it to Shinfeng's face, and then helped wrap the gauze around it. Lu Xiangbua didn't know how to comfort Tang Wan. After such an incident, they didn't know what to say. The reason Qin Shiyu and the others sent Shinfeng directly to the military district clinic was because it was less crowded and wouldn't reveal too much information. But at the military hospital, many people come and go every day. It was hard to prevent others from seeing Shinfeng's injuries. If that happened, Shinfeng's future would be even more difficult. Li Jia was driving and Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu had both dozed off for 2 hours. After waking up, they felt a bit more alert. Finding herbs on the mountain was not easy, so they didn't ask Li Jia to come along. They also had things to talk about. They walked silently up the mountain, with Qin Shiyu following behind her, not in a hurry to speak. Husband, the herbs you're looking for, what are their properties? Shingui Mountain isn't very big, but it's not easy to find them. Yunjiji looked around carefully, and when she was sure no one was nearby, she approached a tree. Since Qin Shiyu had already discovered her secret, she didn't hide anything. She placed her hand on the tree and closed her eyes to sense. Over there. When Yunjiji opened her eyes again, she pointed in a direction and then stepped toward it. The plants on Shingui Mountain were lush, and even in winter, the greenery in the southern mountains was vast and vibrant. The two walked through the mountain. Husband. Qin Shiyu finally couldn't help but call out. I don't know why I can communicate with plants. I've been very sensitive to herbs and plants since I was young. Before I came to find you, I was unconscious for a whole day and night. When I woke up, Yuan Yuan was crying so hard her eyes were swollen. They thought I was dead. I even thought I had died once. After I woke up that time, I soon realized I could sense and control plants, Yunjiji honestly explained, but she skipped over her space and the matter of her being split from her soul since childhood. She knew that mentioning that would only make others more frightened. Can you also do it? Is it only after you touch my hand tomorrow night that you can hear the tree's spirits speak? Yun Jiji turned to look at Qin Shiyu, her eyes full of confusion. However, Qin Shiyu shook his head. No, it's only when I touched you last night that I felt it. I never experienced this before. After saying that, Qin Shiyu placed his hand on the plants, as if he could feel them, but also as if he couldn't.
It seems not, he said.
Then, to confirm, Qin Shiyu took Yun Jiji's hand and pressed it together on the tree. The feeling appeared again. Although not as intense as last night, he could sense the direction the tree was pointing to, the direction Yun Jiji needed to find. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu in surprise and asked, "Only when you're with me can you feel it?" From what it looks like now, that's indeed the case. Qin Shiyu also found it hard to believe, but this was the current situation. When he tried to sense, he couldn't feel anything at all. However, when he was with Yun Jiji, he could clearly sense her abilities. Qin Shiyu thought that Yun Jiji truly had such powerful skills. If he could work with her, it might become easier to find the enemy's hideout during future missions. But then, Qin Shiyu dismissed this idea. Some missions are very dangerous, and he couldn't risk her safety just for convenience. Have you told anyone about this? Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji with concern. No, she replied. Such incredible abilities were something Yun Jiji would never share with others. It wasn't just disbelief. If people thought she was a monster, it would be a huge loss. Yun Jiji wouldn't joke about her own safety either. Don't tell anyone, and next time, don't use your powers in front of others. We can't be sure if the enemy can see as I do. If someone with bad intentions sees it, other accidents could happen, Qin Shiyu said seriously, genuinely worried that Yun Jiji might foolishly reveal her abilities to others, bringing unnecessary trouble and danger. Understood. Yun Jiji nodded. She wasn't stupid and knew these things shouldn't be shared with outsiders. Let's go pick herbs first, Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji responded and followed Qin Shiyu into the mountains. The two didn't say much more. Guided by the plants, they quickly gathered all the herbs needed to make scar-removing medicine. Yun Jiji took a deep breath. There are so many herbs in Shungui Mountain. It's a pity we don't have enough time this time. Next time, I'll come back with more time and bring back more herbs. Qin Shiyu looked at her regretful expression and said, I'll take leave and come with you. Yun Jiji glanced at Qin Shiyu and said, hurry back down the mountain. It'll be dark soon. We didn't eat lunch. Are you hungry? Qin Shiyu asked. Yes, a little, Yun Jiji nodded. Eat something before going down, Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji looked at the man curiously. Eating something before heading down? They had come in such a hurry and didn't bring any food with them. Although she could take food out of her space, her wood-type powers had already been discovered by Qin Shiyu. She knew she couldn't reveal too much anymore. If she did, Qin Shiyu would find out all her secrets. She needed to keep some cards hidden. Wait for me here, I will be back soon. After saying this, Qin Shiyu directly entered the forest. Yun Jiji remembered the existence of the stone insects. She took some medicinal powder from her space, handed it to the plants, and used them to spread throughout the forest, especially near water sources. This way, she could completely eliminate the stone insects. Her powder made it impossible for them to hide. The stone insects liked to stay near water. If they left the water source and couldn't find a host, like a human blood vessel, they would die. Soon, Qin Shiyu returned, carrying 2 clean fish and some wild eggs wrapped in his clothes. He placed the items on a clean leaf, and they found a clear spot to start a fire. Qin Shiyu found a flat stone, washed it at the water's edge, and placed it between 2 rocks. He laid the fish on it to cook. He also used his ceramic cup to boil the wild eggs. From his skill, it was clear he had done this many times before during missions. In the mountains, if there's no food, almost everything can be eaten. Qin Shiyu also found some plants, mashed them into a paste, and used them to season the fish. When they finally tasted it, Yun Jiji was quite surprised. She was worried that cooking it this way might leave a fishy smell, but when she ate it, she found the fish had no fishy taste at all, even carrying a hint of fruity wood aroma. The flavor was very special. They were really hungry. After finishing one fish, each of them ate a wild egg. They packed up the leftovers and prepared to go down the mountain. The mountain during the day was not as frightening as at night. The weather was still very good today, with sunlight filtering through the dense canopy onto the ground. But the sun was about to set, and Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu didn't dare to stay longer. Li Jia was waiting for them at the foot of the mountain, and Xin Feng and others were waiting for the medicine to treat the sick. However, just a few steps out, they heard footsteps coming from not far away. They exchanged a quick look, then quickly hid behind a lush tree, watching in the distance. Sure enough, they saw a group of people heading into the mountain. Although they wore ordinary farmer clothes, their uniform steps showed they were not ordinary farmers. In fact, they looked like trained warriors. They were from the Sakura Kingdom. Yesterday, Qin Shiyu felt something was strange. With Shun Feng's abilities, it shouldn't have been so easy to be caught. Also, there weren't many people around yesterday, yet Xin Feng and the others still got captured. But now, seeing these people, Qin Shiyu suddenly realized. The people from Sakura country disguised themselves as ordinary farmers living in the village. Probably, when Xin Feng and his team entered Xingui Mountain, these villagers noticed them, which is why they were captured by Sakura country's people. Yesterday, they chose a path without villages to sneak into the mountain, avoiding detection, so the Sakura people didn't get any news. They didn't dare take Xin Feng and his team away from Xingui Mountain, probably worried they might be discovered and ruin their plans. Qin Shiyu's face darkened as his gaze fell on Yun Jiji. I'll try to use the underground routes to see what they're doing in the mountain, Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu knew that if they rushed to follow now, they might be spotted. Also, they didn't know exactly what the others were planning. Okay, Qin Shiyu nodded. Yun Jiji took a deep breath. Using her hand, she directed the greenwood spirit beneath her to grow through the roots of the plants in the soil, following the direction of the people. However, Yun Jiji felt her wood spirit almost vanish. Qin Shiyu seemed to sense her face was not right and quickly placed his hand on hers. When their hands touched, the wood spirit began to flow continuously into her. The wood spirit, which was nearly exhausted, seemed to pour into her dantian like a rushing sea, filling her entire body. Meanwhile, the roots below became more active. She saw the Sakura people entering a cave, then going underground, where some devices were placed and some people were tied to pillars. Among them, a man in a white coat was drawing blood from one person, then injecting something into his body. They saw the person start to struggle violently, as if suffering intense pain. After struggling for a while, the person spat out large amounts of blood and finally took his last breath. Idiot! Another failure. Where are the Chinese soldiers I told you to catch? Those soldiers are strong and probably can withstand our holy medicine better than these useless ones. Qin Shiyu's face darkened. Go down the mountain first. Should we wipe them all out? They will definitely realize we rescued Xin Feng. If they move somewhere else, it will be hard to find them. Maybe we should just attack their research lab directly. Remember, everyone, be careful with food and drinks during the new year. From their earlier conversation, Yun Jiji could tell they probably didn't know that Xin Feng and the others had been rescued. But Xingui Shan is a small place, and they have many people. They captured Xin Feng and his group, so they will definitely bring them here. If they follow this trail, they will soon find the bodies of those people. All their own people have been killed, not a single one left. Xin Feng and the others were rescued, and anyone who sees the scene can tell that reinforcements arrived. Qin Shiyu carefully considered Yun Jiji's words and thought this plan might work. However, they only have 2 people. They still captured some of our people, Qin Shiyu said. We need to save them first before attacking. Yun Jiji thought for a moment. Let's hide behind these trees. They only have 2 people, while the enemy has over 30. And then what? Qin Shiyu came to gather herbs today and didn't bring any equipment. The things inside those iron barrels are poisonous. They use our people for experiments. Why not let them suffer the consequences? Yun Jiji said with a cold smile. Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji and was surprised by her expression. I'll get our people out first, Yun Jiji said. Her hand once again touched the ground. With her previous supplies, her wood spirit was now full. She activated the roots beneath the mountain cave. Soon, the Sakura country people inside the cave felt the ground shake violently. The support pillars sank down, creating a huge pit. The bound people fell into it. The falling dirt buried them instantly, leaving no trace. The Sakura country people had already moved away. Seeing the deep pit, their faces looked very grim. In their view, their captives were buried below and didn't care about their lives. Since those captives were dead, they would just capture more. They glanced at the scene and then nonchalantly stepped back to the side. Wife, if the things inside that iron barrel are toxic, wouldn't pouring them out damage the plants in the mountains? Earlier, Yunjiji mentioned that Xingue Mountain has many herbs. If these toxins contaminate them, it would be a great loss for them. Anyway, I hope such things do not happen. Then let them go into the barrel, Yunjiji sneered. She has never been soft-hearted toward these people. Their harm to their own countrymen is extremely cruel. From the previous person's situation, it's clear how much damage that medicine caused him. If such medicine appears on the market or falls into the hands of the military, how many lives could it end? Yunjiji's eyes narrow slightly, a dangerous, angry light flickering within. Qin Shiyu also hates these Sakura country people. Many of their own countrymen have died at their hands, and these deaths are not worth mourning. Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji exchanged a glance, then slowly moved forward, soon reaching outside the cave. Outside the cave, there was a tall, ancient tree. The two of them didn't speak and silently climbed into the tree. Hidden among the branches, they wore green clothes that blended perfectly with the leaves, almost invisible unless looked at carefully. Yunjiji took a deep breath, placed her hand on the trunk, and activated her with spirit energy to nourish the tree. Qin Shiyu thought last night's scene was unforgettable, but what was happening now might be just as shocking. Several vines fell from the big banyan tree, entering through a hole above the mountain cave. Maybe because they were close to Yunjiji, he could see the vines lifting the Sakura country people and throwing them into the iron barrel. Is it okay? On the way down the mountain, Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu, noticing his serious expression. Perhaps the previous scene frightened him? That scene was indeed very shocking, probably more frightening than last night's. Wife, if you can avoid using this ability in the future, please do, Qin Shiyu said to Yunjiji. He was truly frightened, but not by what happened last night. It was her face turning pale after dealing with those people. If he hadn't noticed in time, Yunjiji might have fallen from the tree. It was as if she was risking her life to fight the Sakura country people. She was safe today because he was nearby, but what if next time he wasn't there? When Yunjiji's energy runs out, or if she hasn't finished dealing with all the enemies, what should she do? Cloud Jiji looked up and saw the worry in the man's eyes. She asked, "Are you worried that I might run out of energy and get hurt?" Yes, Qin Shiyu admitted without hesitation. He reached out, excited and serious, gripping her shoulder gently. Wife, those people are terrible, but in my eyes, your life is more important than theirs. So no matter what, please take care of yourself first, okay? Seeing the concern on his face, her heart beat faster. She thought Qin Shiyu was frightened by what just happened, but now she was sure he wasn't scared. He was worried because her wood spirit had been exhausted after dealing with those people earlier. He was worried about her health. I can nourish the trees, and they will protect me if I'm in danger, she explained. But what if there are others around? Qin Shiyu asked. She was caught off guard by his question. She wanted to describe her safety, but his question hit her deeply. I understand. I won't be careless in front of others. I still can't fully understand how you give me such strong power, but my own strength is limited. I've only been gathering it for half a month, and last night's amount was just a little, she said, feeling helpless. Her wood spirit was limited, and Qin Shiyu's presence made her feel so full of energy. It wasn't as much as when she was at her peak, but it was the most she had felt in this era. Gigi, I'm serious about this. You must take it seriously, Qin Shiyu said, worried she might not fully listen. She stopped and turned to look at him, her expression serious. I am very serious and take it seriously. Even if I don't consider myself, I will think more about our 2 children. I won't joke about my safety. Today is special. If they find out Shinfeng and the others were rescued, they might move somewhere else. By then, finding them again will be very difficult. You saw what's in those iron barrels. Those substances can kill instantly. If they leak into the market or fall into the military's hands, how many people could be harmed? I know you're worried about my safety, but today, it's just you and me. She took a deep breath and looked into Qin Shiyu's eyes. Qin Shiyu, will you tell others about my strange ability? Seeing the woman's serious gaze on him, Qin Shiyu's heart pounded quickly. When she finished speaking, he immediately shook his head without hesitation. So, why should I worry? Isn't it because you're protecting me? Yun Jiji smiled happily. Qin Shiyu was stunned for a moment, watching the little woman walk down the mountain. He quickly followed. Wife, do you trust me? He asked eagerly, wanting an answer. Yun Jiji turned her head slightly to look at him and said, as long as you're worthy. Qin Shiyu was even happier. I am definitely worthy. Trust me. Yun Jiji had a faint smile on her lips as she hurried down the mountain. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu also quickly caught up, his lips curling up at her happy expression. He immediately ran to her side. The subtle atmosphere between them lasted all the way down the mountain. Li Jie had been waiting for them in the forest at the foot of the mountain. When he saw them arrive, he hurried forward. Deputy Qin, Dr. Yun, take me first to the military supplies department, then take your sister-in-law home. Qin Shiyu's expression was a bit serious. Although everyone on the mountain was dead, there were still follow-up matters to handle. Li Jie, though a loyal guard under Hu Jianjun, was also a soldier. Seeing Qin Shiyu's expression, he knew they must have found something else on the mountain today.
Yes.
Li Jie quickly responded. The group got into the car and headed into the city. When they left Qin Shiyu at the military supplies department, Li Jie planned to drive Yun Jiji back to the unit first, since Shin Feng and the others were still waiting for the medicine.
Qin Shiyu.
Yun Jiji rolled down the car window to look at Qin Shiyu.
Wife.
The man looked at Yun Jiji with surprise. Yun Jiji reached into her cloth bag, took out a knife from her space, and handed it to him. Keep it for self-defense. Also, these powders can target the poisonous insects on the mountain. I've already spread some medicine to deal with the stone insects, but it's not fast enough. You still need to carry some for protection. Feeling Yun Jiji's care, Qin Shiyu's mood was incredibly good. Be careful when you go back.
I'll be back soon, he said.
Yun Jiji nodded lightly, but didn't say much. They exchanged a glance. After she stepped back, Li Jie drove toward the military area. Halfway there, they encountered several military vehicles led by Gu Wenbin. Apparently, they had already received Qin Shiyu's call and were rushing to Shengui Mountain. Yun Jiji thought about the situation there, and it was normal to send Gu Wenbin to investigate. After all, discovering such a place would naturally attract attention. With Gu Wenbin leading the troops, Yun Jiji no longer worried. Qin Shiyu would definitely be waiting at the foot of the mountain, and they also needed to check the nearby towns. The Japanese people who disguised themselves as villagers might have already infiltrated the village. Since they had found out, they had to root out these people completely and prevent them from harming their citizens again. Older sister-in-law, don't worry. Vice Commander Qin is the second most capable in our military district. No one dares to say they are the best. Li Jie said, worried she might be anxious. Yun Jiji smiled and replied yes. Li Jie focused on driving and didn't say more. The car traveled along the road, and after reaching the military base, they went straight to the military district clinic. Tang Wan saw Yun Jiji return and hurried to stand up. Seeing the dark circles under Tang Wan's eyes, Yun Jiji knew she hadn't slept all night. We've found the medicine, Yun Jiji said quickly. Hearing this, Tang Wan didn't breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, tears suddenly fell.
Jiji, Shenfeng knows everything.
He woke up last night and locked himself in the ward. He hasn't come out since.
Jiji.
What should I do? He even said he wanted to cancel our engagement. Tang Wan sat quietly all night, feeling very upset inside. She knew that Shenfeng couldn't accept what had happened. They thought that as long as they gave him medicine and wrapped his face, he wouldn't notice his injuries. They planned to hide the injuries from him, telling him they hadn't scabbed over yet, but still needed medication. As long as he didn't see it, Shen Feng wouldn't find out. After applying Yun Jiji's medicine, his face would heal, and he would be fine. But Shen Feng knew everything. Those hateful Japanese people, after writing humiliating words on his face, even took a mirror to show him. They forced Shen Feng to look, even though he was unconscious. He already knew about his injuries before losing consciousness. Yun Jiji's expression darkened, feeling that those people were truly despicable. Manhwa, at this moment, you must not fall down. If you do, he will become more trapped in his pain. As long as you believe in me, I can make medicine to remove his scars and help his face fully recover. With time, those painful memories will fade. You need to understand that Shen Feng is very fragile right now. He cannot accept himself like this, and is afraid that if his scars do not go away, they will stay with him forever. He cannot bear the thought of you seeing his broken self, as it might scare or disgust you. Yun Jiji gently held Tang Wan's hand and softly comforted her. Manhwa, think about it. If you were in his place, could you act like nothing happened? Shaken, Tang Wan looked at her with red eyes. Manhwa, put yourself in his shoes. If you face this, could you pretend everything is fine? He's a soldier. If those scars on his face can't be removed, they will stay with him for life. He might not even be able to leave the house. Wherever he goes, people will stare and talk. No one can handle that, do you understand? After hearing Yun Jiji's words, Tang Wan nodded hard. At this time, a loved one should stay by his side and give him strength, Yun Jiji said. But he doesn't want to see me, Tang Wan said with tears in her eyes, crying more loudly. She was scared, so scared. She worried Shen Feng might give up, or truly not want her anymore, and she feared he might lose hope of living. I'll go with you to see him, Yun Jiji said. Tang Wan nodded and followed Yun Jiji. They arrived outside Shen Feng's hospital room. 2 young soldiers were guarding the door, clearly not wanting more people inside. Yun Jiji and Tang Wan showed their IDs before they were allowed in. Yun Jiji reached out to open the door, but found it was locked from inside. Shen Feng, open the door. Yun Jiji's face darkened. He still had so many wounds, yet he locked the door now. Was he trying to ignore them? If you don't open the door, we'll break it down, Yun Jiji said coldly. But there was still no sound from inside. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji worriedly. Jiji, do you think he's alright? She was even more scared. Yun Jiji's expression grew colder. Breaking the door now might only upset Shen Feng more. As a soldier who had been captured and treated badly, he might be in a fragile mental state. Most of the lingering effects are emotional, besides physical damage to body functions and reproductive health. Psychologically, there can be post-traumatic stress disorder, adjustment issues, guilt, and shame. Shen Feng clearly feels more shame, especially because of the pain of having words carved on his face. She took a deep breath and said, Shen Feng, I can treat the injuries on your face. Are you planning to live with those scars forever, or get them fixed, and then go after those? Friends, please give a free flower and encourage more updates. Yun Jiji only said this one sentence, and then waited quietly. Tang Wan was getting anxious. She held Yun Jiji's hand tighter. Time passed second by second. Tang Wan's face showed more worry. Finally, Yun Jiji gently patted her hand to comfort her. With a click, the old wooden door was pulled open from inside. Shen Feng's face was wrapped in bandages, only his eyes showing. It was clear they tried everything to hide his injuries from him. I want to get revenge on them. Shen Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Let's go inside first, Yun Jiji said. This time, Shen Feng moved aside. But when he saw Tang Wan, his eyes couldn't help but avoid hers. Yun Jiji saw feelings of inferiority in his eyes. Maybe telling Tang Wan those words was just as painful for Shen Feng as cutting his heart. Seeing this, Tang Wan's eyes turned red. She wanted to hold Shen Feng's hand. Yun Jiji held her hand first and led her into the ward. She also closed the door to block outside eyes. Sister-in-law, can you really heal my face? Shin Feng looked at Yun Jiji with eager eyes. Yes. But your injuries are deep, and the treatment will be very painful. It's not an exaggeration to say it's like being cut open and scraped. If you can endure it, your face can recover completely, Yun Jiji said seriously. She saw Shin Feng's face last night. His cut was deep enough to see bone. To fully recover, the process would definitely be painful. I can endure it, Shin Feng quickly said. He didn't want to keep those words on his face. If he could heal, he wanted to. As long as you're willing to treat it and can bear the pain, you'll have many chances for revenge in the future. Also, you all need psychological counseling. I will treat you later. You must be honest with me and not hide anything.
Can you do that?
Cloud Jiji looked at Shin Feng seriously. She knew they had all been through some suffering, so she needed to explain clearly and help them with their mental health. Otherwise, they might never recover. Mental health support? Tang Wan didn't understand this. When she heard Cloud Jiji say that, she looked confused. I'll explain it to you later, Cloud Jiji said. Tang Wan trusted Cloud Jiji for some reason and nodded quickly. I can do it. Shin Feng didn't understand these things. Maybe because he was familiar with Qin Shiyu. When he heard Cloud Jiji say that, he was willing to believe her. Okay, Wanwan, you two talk for a while. I'll go make medicine, Cloud Jiji said. Jiji, please. Tang Wan looked at Cloud Jiji with tears in her eyes. Cloud Jiji reached out and patted her shoulder, then got up and walked out. When she reached the door, she seemed to think of something. She turned back and looked at Shin Feng, saying, Shin Feng, your sword tip should be pointed at the enemy, not at the people who love you. Cloud Jiji left. When Tang Wan heard her words, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Shin Feng was startled. He reached out to wipe her tears, but saw the bandages on his hand and felt helpless. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Wanwan, don't cry. Shin Feng realized he had done wrong and looked at her nervously.
You idiot!
She yelled. Yes, I'm an idiot, Shin Feng said. Seeing her injuries and feeling sorry for her, Tang Wan reached out and wiped her tears randomly. Her eyes were red as she looked at Shin Feng. Shin Feng, don't underestimate me. If I've decided on you, I'll be yours for life. If you don't want me, then I will. Shin Feng was startled. He quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Sorry, I was wrong. When Shin Feng woke up, he remembered the scars and words on his face. He didn't dare think about what would happen if he couldn't recover. Those words would stay with him forever. By then, she would have to suffer the judgment of others just because of him. He didn't want that. She should live freely and happily, not be judged and pointed at her whole life because of him. He was also afraid that if he stayed in that condition for too long, his mind would become more twisted. Then he might really hurt the person he loved. Cloud Jiji's words woke him up. I will cooperate with the treatment and won't be like before. Please give me another chance, Shin Feng said with tears in his eyes. Only heaven knows, pushing her away was as painful for him as tearing his heart apart. After he drove her out, Shin Feng thought a lot. Thinking about her marrying someone else, having children with another man, and living a happy, loving life made Shin Feng feel very hurt. Shin Feng, I will stay with you. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. If we can't cure this, we can find a remote mountain village and live quietly. Please don't push me away again. I love you, and just want to be with you. This is your hero's medal. I've never disliked you. If you think your face is hurt and you can't be with me, I will cut my own face. Hearing her increasingly unreasonable words, Shin Feng quickly reached out to cover her mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Then you can't push me away anymore, Tang Wan said with red eyes. It will never happen again. Hearing the man's words, Tang Wan finally smiled through her tears, reached out, and hugged Shin Feng, but she was mostly feeling upset. Thinking about everything that happened today, she was truly too scared. Fortunately, Yun Jiji returned. Fortunately, he was awakened. Tang Wan was very grateful to Yun Jiji. Even though they were about the same age, Yun Jiji seemed to live more wisely than they did. She also felt lucky to have met Yun Jiji. While they were talking, there was a knock at the door. Tang Wan wiped her tears, stood up, and went to open it.
Gigi.
Seeing Yun Jiji, Tang Wan was momentarily stunned. At the same time, she saw Yun Jiji holding 2 bowls of noodles. People need food, and food is essential. If you don't eat or drink, how can you recover? Both of you need to eat. Jiji, thank you. Yun Jiji shook her head, handed her the noodles, and said, I've started making medicine. If anything happens later, go find Leah and the others. The process of making medicine must not be interrupted. Okay. Tang Wan didn't say much more. Yun Jiji then left. She went to Old Hua's medicine cabinet to get some medicine, then carried some firewood into her office, locked the door, and stayed inside without coming out again. Everyone could only smell the strong medicinal scent and didn't know what Yun Jiji was doing inside. But since everyone saw how effective Yun Jiji's medicine was, no one dared to disturb her at this time. To make the medicine more effective, she even replaced the boiling water with spiritual spring water from the space. Shen Feng's condition was very serious. To see results faster, although his mental state was not entirely clear, it was obviously not good. They were tortured so badly that they almost lost their humanity. They didn't understand the process, but it was definitely not pleasant. The scar removal ointment was brewed all afternoon, and in the end, only a small jar of ointment was made. Looking at the small jar of ointment, Yun Jiji finally stood up from the office and opened the door. Jiji, how is it? Outside the office, several people were standing there, including Xiong Lia, Lu Xiangbua, and Su Guanghui, all watching Yun Jiji nervously. It's done. I'll go first to change Shen Feng's dressing. Seeing this, everyone nodded repeatedly. Yun Jiji went to Shen Feng's ward. When she saw their current state, she also relaxed a little. With Tang Wan accompanying him, Shen Feng looked much more lively. At such times, having a loved one nearby can bring some comfort to the injured person.
Jiji.
Tang Wan immediately called out when she saw Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji smiled and nodded. I'm here to change his dressing. Is it ready? Tang Wan looked happy. Yes. But after applying the medicine, he might feel a lot of pain. If you can't stand it, I suggest you go out first, Yun Jiji said. Actually, everyone had their own thoughts and wanted to show their best side to their loved ones. I'm not going out, I'll stay with him. Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji with firm eyes. No matter how painful the process, she wanted to stay by Shen Feng's side and not let him suffer alone. Wan. However, Shen Feng didn't want her to see his vulnerable side. I'm staying with you. Don't send me away. Seeing Shen Feng's expression, they said nothing. Yun Jiji then came over to remove the bandages from his face and carefully clean the ointment on his face. Shen Feng was worried it would be very painful, as the wound was deep enough to see the bone, but when Yun Jiji cleaned his wound, he surprisingly didn't feel much pain. Instead, he felt a soothing sensation on his wound. Yun Jiji's expression was serious and focused, but her movements were very gentle. Seeing that Shen Feng didn't seem to be in pain or grimace from the pain, Tang Wan also found it quite amazing. Yun Jiji used spiritual spring water from her space, mixed it into the medicine to clean his wound. The spring water had a pain-relieving effect, which helped reduce the pain on his face. After finishing the cleaning, she began to apply medicine, using sterilized bamboo slices to scrape the ointment and spread it on his wound. Once the medicine takes effect, it will start to hurt a lot. Don't try to endure it. If it hurts, just shout. He should not be touched or handled roughly. This medicine is very strong and can heal his wound in about 2 days, but it also causes more pain than other medicines. After applying the medicine, Tang Wan came over. Jiji, let me bandage him. You've been working all afternoon. Yun Jiji nodded and handed the gauze to Tang Wan. Keep this medicine for yourself. Do not give it to anyone else. Jiji, this medicine contains a special ingredient that my 2 masters left me. Now, it's almost impossible to find. Without that ingredient, the medicine won't work as well. This amount is enough for Shen Feng, but if others want it, there's none left. Do you understand? Yun Jiji said seriously. The special ingredient she referred to is spiritual spring water. She has enough in her space, but She cannot let others know about it. She is willing to give Shinfeng some because he is Qin Yu's good friend and Tang Wan's fiancé. Most importantly, Shinfeng is a brave soldier. She doesn't want him to lose hope because of the injury on his face.
Gigi, I understand.
Tang Wan looked at Yun Jiji with gratitude. She knew how kind Yun Jiji was, and they still owed her. That special ingredient is very precious. Now, Yun Jiji is giving it to Shinfeng. In the future, such medicine might not be available anymore. How could she not be thankful? Be careful with it. Don't give it to anyone else, Yun Jiji said. She didn't leave immediately, but kept an eye on Shinfeng. The medicine's effect quickly took hold. Watching Shinfeng's pained expression, she felt a bit sad. Tang Wan clenched her teeth, afraid to make a sound or look directly at him. Tears uncontrollably rolled down her face. Eventually, Shinfeng couldn't hold back and let out a loud cry. There were many people outside watching. When they heard the noise, they felt worried. But Yun Jiji had told them before that this medicine would be very painful. As long as he endured the first time, the pain would lessen afterward. Yun Jiji's medicine could make Shinfeng's face look as if it had never been injured. It not only heals the wound, but also removes scars. Everyone hoped Shinfeng's face would fully recover. His injury was a shame to him. If their faces were marked like that, they would also feel deep pain and even want to die. So, even though they heard Shinfeng's painful cry, no one went inside or left. They silently stayed outside. They never saw Shinfeng's capture as shameful, nor did they look down on him. They only hated the people from Sakura country. Now, the only hope is to completely eliminate the Sakura Nation people and let them experience what it feels like when someone writes insulting words on their faces. What expressions would they have? Time passes second by second. After about 10 minutes, Shinfeng's sweat-soaked body and the skin-peeling pain on his face disappeared. Yun Jiji brought some hemostatic powder and asked Tang Wan to change his medicine. After cleaning up, Yun Jiji came out. Dr. Yun, how is he? Su Guanghui hurried over. Everyone was worried about Shinfeng's condition. They didn't dare go in earlier, afraid of disturbing his treatment. It's fine. After enduring the first pain, the rest of the treatment won't be so painful, Yun Jiji said. Dr. Yun, about that medicine. Hu Jianjun glanced inside and looked at Yun Jiji. It can't be mass-produced. One ingredient was secretly hidden by my 2 master teachers. Now, it's hard to find again. If you want a result like Shinfeng's, it's impossible, Yun Jiji replied. Although Hu Jianjun felt a bit disappointed, he nodded and sighed. Can you draw the pattern of that medicine? Later, let the comrades on missions pay attention. If they find it, bring it back to you. Although Hu Jianjun hadn't seen the effect of Yun Jiji's ointment, he trusted her completely. He thought that if it could be produced, maybe soldiers with injuries wouldn't have to carry scars for life. Both men and women care a lot about their appearance, especially on the face. If they could have their scars healed, who wouldn't want that? I don't know what it looks like, Yun Jiji said seriously. When my master gave it to me, it was already dry, just a small piece, like a withered branch. Hu Jianjun sighed softly, feeling very disappointed. Political commissar, come to my office.
There's something else I need to tell you, she said.
Seeing her serious expression, Hu Jianjun was curious, but nodded in agreement. He followed her to her office. She also shared with him the psychological issues of a few of them. Hu Jianjun's face darkened. I'll report this and ask the country to send a professional psychological expert. Shinfeng's situation will be handled by you, and the others will be taken care of by other specialists. If it's just you, you won't be able to handle everything. Yun Jiji agreed. We need to act quickly. Understood. There's nothing urgent here. You should hurry back to the family compound. Last night, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan felt quite uncomfortable after being separated from you both. Hu Jianjun sighed. Yun Jiji listened and responded with a quick nod. She packed her things and headed straight to the family compound. She missed her children, especially after learning they were upset last night because they couldn't see her. Yun Jiji felt very sad. When she arrived home, she didn't even greet the fellow military wives she met along the way. She hurried inside. As soon as she pushed open the gate, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan saw her and immediately started crying with their eyes red, sobbing, "Mommy for love's energy." Yun Jiji hadn't seen Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan for 2 days, and they found it very hard to get used to. Since they were born, they had never been apart from her like this, especially overnight, when she didn't come back. Last night, they slept very restlessly and cried for a long time before sleeping. Today, they looked sad all day. Even when Xin Jin, Shin Tian, and Xiao Man came to play with them and try to cheer them up, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan kept their eyes fixed on the door, waiting anxiously. At noon, they knew Yun Jiji had returned, but Uncle Shun had an accident, so their mother went up the mountain to pick herbs and help Uncle Shun. The 2 little ones kept watching, waiting for Yun Jiji to come back. When they saw her, they ran straight to her, hugging her tightly around the neck without letting go. Seeing this, Yun Jiji felt heartache. Jiji is back. Yang Linxiang was in the kitchen cooking. When she heard the noise, she came out and saw Yun Jiji returning. She immediately turned back into the kitchen, washed some rice, added it to the pot, fetched a bucket of water to pour into the pot, and added firewood to the stove. She also poured a cup of warm water for Yun Jiji. "Jiji, you must be exhausted. Drink some water first," Yang Linxiang said hurriedly, noticing her clothes were muddy and her spirit didn't seem as good as usual. It must have been a tiring mission. But now, everyone knew that Yun Jiji and her team went on this mission to save Shin Feng and others. "It's okay. On the way back and going there, I slept on the car," Yun Jiji said with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Linxiang nodded. She looked at Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, who were almost glued to Yun Jiji, showing how scared they were that she might go on another mission suddenly. "Is Captain Shin okay?" Yang Linxiang asked worriedly. Did anyone see Qin Shiyu and the others returning? They were carrying several injured people, all covered in blood. I wonder what happened to them. Who hurt them so badly? But at least they came back alive. As long as they are alive, these things don't matter. They should rest and recover well. Sooner or later, they will be fine. Nothing serious. Just need to rest, Yun Jiji replied. Hearing this, Yang Linxiang knew she couldn't reveal too much. She nodded and said, "It takes 100 days to heal from a broken bone or a strained muscle. You should rest well. I'm going to prepare dinner. Will Shiyu come back tonight?" Since she didn't see Qin Shiyu's figure, Yang Linxiang felt a bit worried. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were happily waiting for their mother to return when they heard Yang Linxiang's words. They looked up at Yun Jiji. "Oh, right. Dad went on a mission with Mom." "Where is Dad?" Yun Jiji shook her head lightly. "He won't be back. He still has some finishing work to do, and it will take some time." Yang Linxiang decided not to ask more and said, "Then you stay with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. I'll go cook." "Okay." Yang Linxiang got up and went to the kitchen. "Mom, Dad, it's okay. Dad will be back after he finishes his work," Yun Jiji said. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were happy to see Yun Jiji. They believed that Qin Shiyu would come back once he finished his work, so they didn't keep asking. They looked at Yun Jiji with joy. Yun Jiji knew the kids hadn't seen her for a couple of days, so she didn't go into the kitchen to help Yang Linxiang. Instead, she hugged the children and talked with them. After feeling her mother's love, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan's moods improved. They no longer looked as gloomy as before, and their smiles grew more. After dinner, Yun Jiji bathed them and told stories to help them sleep. Only then did she have time to enter her space. Since yesterday, she had clearly sensed changes inside her space. But because she was on the mountain and busy, she couldn't be sure what was happening or check inside. When she entered her space, she immediately felt the difference. Her space had grown larger, and the available food had increased. Yun Jiji was surprised. She quickly went into the mall, where the variety of food in the food section had increased, similar to how the milk tea shop had more flavors of milk tea. Seeing her favorite mango pomelo sago, Yun Jiji didn't hesitate and made herself a cup. The space-produced mango pudding is made with spiritual spring water. During its peak, the space grew its own fruits, and now, although the orchard hasn't fully developed, the fruits inside are still many and varied compared to outside. She walks inside the space holding the mango pudding, looking around. Soon, she notices that besides the increased variety of food in the market, the area of the medicinal fields has also grown. After planting some herbs in the empty medicinal fields and watering them, she finishes her cleaning and leaves the space. Seeing the two little ones sleeping soundly, Yunjiji gently kisses their foreheads before closing her eyes and falling asleep. On Shimgui Mountain, Gu Wenbin looks at everything in front of him with a serious yet confused expression. After a long moment, he turns to Qin Shiyu and asks, "Are you saying that your wife made some medicine and when it was sprinkled through the hole above, these people just fell into those iron buckets and all died?" The more Gu Wenbin listens, the less he believes it. "Yes, Commander," Qin Shiyu replies seriously. But when he sees Qin Shiyu acting so earnest and considers her character, he thinks she wouldn't lie. Since the Cherry Blossom Country sent so many people, and he roughly counted about 25 fallen, with Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu's strength, it wouldn't be easy to take them all down directly. However, Gu Wenbin has seen some clues about Yunjiji's ability to make medicine from her hemostatic powder. His wife Qin Shiyu is very capable, but no one told him just how powerful she was. But soon, he remembers how Su Qing'en and the others described the situation vividly when they found Shin Feng and others last night. It was only after Yunjiji used her medicine to confuse the Cherry Blossom Country people that they had a chance to rescue Shin Feng and the others. He feels there's some inexplicable element in all this, as if there's a loophole he can't grasp. These hostages? Some hostages are also in the cave, but they are unharmed. Now Gu Wenbin is curious. If Yunjiji's medicine is so powerful, why are these 4 hostages okay? The Cherry Blossom Country people use medicine on them, Qin Shiyu explains. Gu Wenbin thinks about it and agrees. Since these people took hostages and used them for testing medicine, they wouldn't let them stay awake. That explains it. But when Gu Wenbin sees the medicine, his face darkens. It was especially shocking to see behind one side of the mountain rocks, where many bodies were piled up. Some had already turned into skeletons, with black bones, clearly indicating they died from poisoning. The bodies that hadn't yet become skeletons emitted a strong, foul smell, and just being near them caused several young soldiers to. The rotting parts of the bodies were black and purple, with an unbearable stench. All of this was caused by the people from the Cherry Blossom Country. Take all these medicines back and give them to the relevant authorities for proper research. We need to find out what they are really planning. They couldn't understand how someone could poison others to this extent or what their real intentions were. Gu Wenbin ordered a thorough search of the cave. Besides the bodies, they quickly found a small room separated by stones, where they discovered many drawings, like notes. Gu Wenbin immediately told everyone to pack everything up and take it back to the military headquarters. After confirming that they had searched the entire cave, they took the bodies of the Cherry Blossom Country people away from Shimgui Mountain and also brought back 4 hostages to the military hospital for treatment. There were still some questions they needed to ask. The bodies were all carried down the mountain, and they also checked nearby small villages to prevent more Cherry Blossom Country people from hiding there and harming other villagers. After 3 days of treatment, Shin Feng and the others' injuries had mostly healed, but they were still pale and looked weak from blood loss. Yunjiji gave them medicine daily, pouring it into bowls to help improve their faces. However, Shin Feng's ward was still mostly empty, with Lu Xiangbei usually changing his dressings and Tang Wan bringing him food and medicine. Yunjiji checked his wound recovery every day. Today marked the 3rd day of Shin Feng's medication. Yunjiji, Tang Wan, and Lu Xiangbei were all in the ward, preparing to change his dressing. Shin Feng sat there very tense, and he was equally nervous. He took deep breaths repeatedly, trying to calm himself. Over the past 2 days, he had noticed his face starting to itch. Yunjiji had told him that if his face itched, it meant the wound was healing. He could feel it, but he wasn't sure how his injuries were doing. "Don't be nervous. Trust Jiji," Tang Wan said, holding Shin Feng's hand, knowing that this was the most nervous moment for him. These past few days, she had been watching Shin Feng's face closely. Every time she changed his dressing, it brought her great surprise. Shen Feng also saw her happiness, but wasn't completely sure because he couldn't see his own face clearly. Okay. With Tang Wan there, Shen Feng felt much more at ease. Yun Jiji carefully untied the gauze little by little. Lu Xiangbo watched nervously, and when the gauze was fully removed, he widened his eyes in shock and said, "Dr. Yun, your medicine is really powerful." Tang Wan was also very happy when she saw this. She quickly ran to get a mirror and said, "A phone. Look for yourself." From their expressions, Shen Feng could tell the effect was very good, so he was no longer as nervous as before. His eyes also fell on the mirror. When he saw his reflection and his healing progress, Shen Feng's eyes widened in amazement. He had known that his wounds had probably healed somewhat, but he wasn't sure how well. Now, seeing his face, he was deeply moved, with tears in his eyes. He had thought he would carry scars on his face forever, always worried about being judged or pointed at wherever he went. But now, his scars had healed, with only a few shallow wounds remaining. The scars looked faint, and if someone hadn't seen his original injuries, they wouldn't be able to tell what his wounds looked like at first.
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
"Thank you so much." Shen Feng's eyes were red, and he couldn't hold back his tears. He was overwhelmed with emotion. He never expected his wounds could heal like this. Before, he had almost given up hope about his face, thinking it might never fully recover. But now, seeing his progress, he felt hopeful. He believed that with continued treatment, his face could return to normal. Just as Yun Jiji had said. Now that he saw hope, he knew he just needed to keep using the medicine and take good care of himself.
"But,
sister-in-law, the ointment is finished. What should I do next?" Shen Feng looked worriedly at Yun Jiji. The ointment had run out yesterday. What should he do today? Seeing his concern, Yun Jiji chuckled and took out a box of ointment. "Here it is. The medicine's effect isn't as good as the previous bottle, and one ingredient is missing, but it can still heal your face. The herbs are the same as before, just prepared with ordinary water. Naturally, the healing isn't as strong, but it can still fully heal his face." In the past, when Yun Jiji said this, Shen Feng probably wouldn't have believed it, thinking it impossible to fully repair the damage. But after just 3 days, such results appeared. Shen Feng truly didn't expect this. Normally, if his wounds were treated in a hospital, it would take at least 3 months for the scars to heal. 3 days is really incredible. I understand, but that medicine must be very precious, or perhaps your master left it for you. Shen Feng knew about these things, and because he did, he felt quite guilty. However, Yun Jiji still took the medicine and used it on him. Medicine is meant to save lives. If it just sits there, it's useless, but if it can save someone, then it's the most valuable, Yun Jiji said with a smile. "I'll apply the medicine for you," Tang Wan said. Although his wound had healed, he still couldn't stop using the medicine. If he stopped, the scars on his face might stay with him forever. Dr. Yun is right. Compared to a person's life, even the most precious medicine is just a dead thing, Lu Xianghua added. Shen Feng was very touched and silently remembered Yun Jiji's kindness. As for that medicine, it is said that Yun Jiji herself didn't even know what it looked like. When her master handed it to her, it was only a small piece of dry branch. Even if he wanted to find this medicine later, it would be very difficult. After applying the medicine, Yun Jiji and the others left, leaving the space for Tang Wan and Shen Feng, who probably had many things to talk about. They handed the task of changing the medicine to Tang Wan and then came out. "Comrade Yun, will this scar-removing ointment be available for production later?" Lu Xianghua asked curiously. Although it wasn't as strong as the previous version, if it was better than ordinary scar removal ointments, it would be very rare for ordinary people. "We'll consider it later. But this version still has high costs for some ingredients. When I have time, I'll do more research. It needs to be affordable enough for everyone," Yun Jiji replied. The second version of the scar removal ointment she made for Shen Feng also used some very rare herbs, all from her space. She wanted to find them in Hua Lao's medicine cabinet, but unfortunately, Several ingredients were missing. That's true. This medicine must be very expensive to produce. Lu Xiangbo couldn't hide his disappointment. But he also knew that precious herbs cost even more. As they were talking and walking out, they saw someone quickly approaching the entrance of the health clinic. The person hurried over to Yunjiji and said, "Wife, I'm back." Dear readers, how many pounds did you gain during the Spring Festival? The author has gained 3 pounds. Send the author a free little flower, and you can lose 1 pound. Just kidding. Press the update button. Qin Shi looked at Yunjiji with intense eyes. Although his face showed tiredness, his eyes were surprisingly bright. Seeing this, Lu Xiangbo silently stepped back, letting the young couple talk. Is it done? Yunjiji asked, slightly surprised, looking at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu nodded. Yes. Everything is handled. The follow-up tasks, such as submitting reports and inspections, were completed. As for what comes next, Gu Wenbin and Zhao Changzheng had their own plans. Shunfeng is changing his dressing.
Do you want to go see him?
Yunjiji asked. Qin Shiyu came straight over as soon as he returned, clearly worried about Shunfeng's condition. Wait until he finishes changing his dressing, then I'll go see him, Qin Shiyu replied. He wasn't there just to see Shunfeng. After completing a mission, he wanted to see his wife as soon as possible, so Yunjiji could feel at ease. Seeing Shunfeng was just a side reason. Since learning about Yunjiji's abilities, Qin Shiyu felt there was nothing she couldn't handle. Shunfeng's ward is that one. Wait there, I'll go back to the office, Yunjiji said. But when she turned to go to her office, she saw Qin Shiyu following behind her. She paused slightly, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you following me?" "Wife, I've returned from a mission," the man said seriously. "Okay, you're back." And then, she knew very well that if his mission wasn't finished, he wouldn't be here. Yunjiji had already entered her office. Recently, the main patients in the clinic were the injured from this mission. She had just changed the dressings for the patients who needed it this morning. Now, her main focus was Shunfeng. After handling Shunfeng's situation, there was nothing else pressing. She was planning to make some more medicine blood tonics to help with blood loss. The injured had lost a lot of blood this time. Although she gave them medicine, it was only a temporary measure to protect their hearts. She remembered a medicinal recipe from her medical books in her space, which had a strong blood-boosting effect. She wanted to find it out and see if she could make it using some common blood-boosting herbs. Yunjiji still wanted to try making it. Usually, Qin Shiyu and others went on missions, and she could let them carry some for emergency rescue. However, Qin Shiyu suddenly closed the office door and pressed Yunjiji between himself and the door. "What are you doing?" Yunjiji was startled and looked at the man in front of her with confusion. Was he crazy? Qin Shiyu's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Yunjiji passionately. "Wife, you don't care about me." He looked at her sadly, as if a wronged little wife. Yunjiji's mouth twitched. "Aren't I fine? That's different. Even though I wasn't hurt, I still need my wife's concern," Qin Shiyu said seriously. He was not injured and came back safely, but Yunjiji never asked about his condition out of concern. Did he come back? Was he hurt? Was he tired? Was he hungry? Any of these questions would make him feel cared for, but Yunjiji didn't ask any. She thought he came to the military hospital because she was worried about Shunfeng and wanted to check on him urgently. This made Qin Shiyu feel a bit upset. Yunjiji looked at the man in front of her and said, "I'm a doctor. I can tell whether you're hurt or not, so." "That's different," Qin Shiyu interrupted. Yunjiji looked at him confused. "What's different?" Qin Shiyu felt a wave of helplessness. He couldn't feel any concern from her. Does Yunjiji really not like him at all? So she doesn't care about him at all? Qin Shiyu let go of his hand in disappointment, but then he suddenly remembered something. His whole body seemed to fill with fighting spirit. He reached out and pulled Yunjiji into his arms, leaned close to her ear, and whispered softly, "Wife, don't you think we're a match made in heaven?" The man's warm breath instantly enveloped her. His thin lips pressed against her ear, and she could even feel the softness of his lips. His deep voice sent a jolt through her, flowing from her earlobe and spreading all over her body. Don't talk nonsense here. Yun Jiji finally found her voice after a long while. She felt her cheeks burning and her heartbeat speeding up uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. She seemed to be able to hear her own heartbeat, pounding faster and faster. Is it only I can see this? Only when we're together can I become stronger. Qin Shiyu deliberately lowered his voice. He knew his voice was attractive. The drama troupe had once asked him to help host performances, saying he had a broadcast voice that made people feel warm inside. If he lowered his voice even more, it would be even more tempting. At that time, Qin Shiyu thought those words were nonsense. Could just hearing someone talk make you fall in love? Would the child be running everywhere, having his own little ones all around? But now he seemed to understand what those words really meant. Just like now. Yun Jiji's face was red, and he could hear her heartbeat. She was standing there tense, breathing quickly, looking very nervous. He knew she was shy. As long as she wasn't angry, it meant he still had a chance. Jiji, try to accept me. I won't let you down. The man's warm breath brushed against her ear. Though he couldn't see her expression, her ears were so red they looked like they might bleed, showing just how nervous she was. Right now, Yun Jiji's mind was in chaos. She was completely surrounded by the man's scent. His faint grassy fragrance kept drifting into her nose, making her feel like the only two people in the world were her and him. Everything became very intimate, making her heart race even more. It felt like the whole world was just the two of them. Qin Shiyu, let go of me. Yun Jiji reacted and reached out to push the man away. They were too close, and her mind was a mess, almost unable to think. She had lived a whole lifetime in this world and 22 years in this life, but except for that night when she was drugged with Qin Shiyu, she had never been so close to someone of the opposite. Now, held tightly in his arms, even though there was a gap between them, their breaths had completely merged. Jiji, we have a long future ahead of us, the man sighed softly, showing some helplessness, but also knowing he shouldn't rush. Just as he was about to step back, he looked down at the little woman in his arms. It was as if he thought of something and gently pressed a kiss on her forehead. Yun Jiji was stunned, standing there blankly, not reacting for a long time. When she turned around, the man had already left her office. The warmth from her forehead had faded, but it felt as if it had been branded there, something she could always feel. She reached up, covering her chest, her heart pounding much faster than usual. Why is this man so bold and reckless? He doesn't seem afraid that she might get angry and refuse to continue living with him. But clearly, this man is not afraid at all. She stands by the window and sees him talking to Su Guanghui in the yard. Although he isn't smiling, he looks approachable. How does this man act as if nothing is happening? Jiji, why is your face so red? Were you just in the office with Qin Shiyu? What were you doing? Banyu Yaya stands by the window, smiling as she watches Yun Jiji inside. Seeing the window pushed open and Yaya's teasing face, Yun Jiji responds. Normal couple intimacy. Are you curious? Yaya raises an eyebrow. Yun Jiji looks up and meets Qin Shiyu's gaze. The man looks at her with interest, barely able to hide his smile. Yun Jiji clears her throat. I'm going to make medicine. You can do your thing. She turns and heads straight to the back door of the office, where she usually makes the medicine. But her behavior looks like she's fleeing in a hurry. Qin Shiyu's lips curl into a smile, feeling very pleased. Yaya turns around and, seeing Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji, seriously says, You don't deserve Jiji. Qin Shiyu. Yun Jiji. They both hear this. Yun Jiji's mouth twitches. It's like a boomerang. Suddenly, the words fly from Yun Jiji to Qin Shiyu. Yes. My wife is so excellent. I really don't deserve her. But I will work hard to be as good as her, to be the one most qualified to stand by her side. Qin Shiyu looks serious, his gaze always on Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji is a bit stunned and turns around just in time to meet his eyes. He is very serious about this, and she can see pride in his eyes. He seems happy that his wife is more capable than he is, not jealous at all. In Yun Jiji's mind, Most men are afraid their wives are better than them and might overshadow them. They feel they lose dignity and control in the family. Yaya looks at them and suddenly feels a bit full. I'll go busy myself. After saying that, she turns and leaves immediately. She's afraid that if she stays any longer, she won't even want to eat. Qin Shiyu entered Yun Jiji's office and saw her preparing medicine. He asked softly, "Wife, is there anything I can help with?" Shen Feng hadn't finished changing his medicine, so Qin Shiyu didn't go into her office. No need. Yun Jiji glanced at him. There wasn't much he could help with. After finishing the medicine, she started boiling herbs, then moved on to making ointments. This process was very long and required constant supervision. It couldn't be done without someone present. "Wife, tell me how to do it. I'll sit here and help you." Qin Shiyu saw her sitting in front of the stove and immediately pulled over a small stool to sit in front of her. "Shen Feng's medicine is ready."
Go see him.
As Yun Jiji stood up, she saw Tang Wan coming out of Shen Feng's ward with the used gauze, indicating she had already changed his dressing. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu felt a bit upset but responded with a nod. He was indeed there to see Shen Feng and to check on the situation that day. Now that Tang Wan had come out, Qin Shiyu couldn't stay much longer. He stood up and followed her out, feeling a bit gloomy but cautious not to upset Yun Jiji. Their relationship had only recently become closer, and he didn't want to scare her away with too much boldness or enthusiasm. Some things needed to happen gradually, step by step. He believed that if he worked a little harder and showed her his sincere feelings, she would slowly accept him as her husband. Their relationship would become even closer over time. Yun Jiji looked at the man, noticing he was quite considerate. She secretly let out a breath of relief. Although this man could sometimes be overly bold, catching her off guard, she knew from the start he didn't want a divorce. She didn't expect him to start taking actions so quickly. She took a deep breath, looked at the bubbling herbal decoction in the pot, composed herself, and focused on boiling the herbs. Qin Shiyu saw that Shen Feng's face was wrapped in gauze but looked quite good, which surprised him a little. He closed the door of the ward and went to the bedside, staring at Shen Feng for a long time. "Do you think I look too energetic?" Shen Feng smiled at Qin Shiyu. "Yes, you seem in good spirits." Qin Shiyu didn't deny it. Shen Feng looked at him for a moment and said with a smile, "Old Qin, you're really lucky." Qin Shiyu felt a bit confused. "My sister-in-law is truly a good woman and very capable. I used to think that even if my scars healed, the marks would never disappear. They would remain on my face forever, making me unable to lift my head, ashamed to see others, and even subject to gossip and blame." When Shen Feng thought about this, his expression darkened, but he quickly recovered. He smiled and said, "Do you know how skilled my sister-in-law is at healing? Do you know how I felt when I saw my face healing today?" Shen Feng excitedly talked about seeing his wound heal, but no one knew how happy and excited she was when she saw her own face. She saw hope. At that moment, his heavy heart felt lighter and happier than ever before. She has always been very capable, Qin Shiyu said proudly after hearing this. Seeing his expression, Shen Feng couldn't help but smile and asked, "Did your sister-in-law tell you to go back to your room?" Qin Shiyu. He looked at Shen Feng with a serious face, clearly avoiding the topic. When Yang Linxiang came, she found that they were sleeping in separate rooms and asked him privately. Qin Shiyu only made an excuse that the two children were still too young and needed their parents, and the bed was small, so they could only sleep separately. But after so many days, Qin Shiyu believed that Yang Linxiang could see that there were still some issues between them. She endured so many hardships over the past 3 years. If I can't make her feel at ease and believe that I can protect them, the mother and her 2 children, then why would she trust me with her life? I can't rush. I need to give her some time. I believe that our marriage will get better and better, Qin Shiyu said with firm eyes. Shen Feng patted his shoulder gently and said softly, "Good brother, keep going." Qin Shiyu stopped talking about his own matters and asked about how they were captured at that time. As expected, their situation was similar to what Qin Shiyu and the others had guessed. When they entered the mountains, They were discovered by people from Sakura country hiding in the village. After entering Shungue Mountain, they fell into the trap set by their enemies. Shenfeng knew he was careless this time. Otherwise, how could their group be led into the trap by those villains in such a large mountain? In the end, everyone was captured. If he hadn't realized something was wrong and sent someone back to report, their entire team might have been lost on Shungue Mountain. Fortunately, they returned victorious. Shenfeng suddenly remembered something and saw Qin Shiyu. He hurriedly asked, "Old Qin, about the words on my face." "Don't worry, no one saw them. When my wife and I saw the words on your face, we covered them up. When you returned, your ward was private, and Dr. Liu only came in after signing a confidentiality agreement to treat you. No need to worry." Qin Shiyu reassured him. Shenfeng sighed, "Although I am loyal to the army, to the country. They carved the traitor's mark on my face. I'm worried my identity will be suspected. I can't do this anymore." Thought of many angry words, but this one feels the most humiliating. Dear friends, please support me with free flowers and 5-star reviews. Love you all. Thinking of this, Shenfeng couldn't help but tear up. He loved his country, even though it was still a bit behind other nations. But Shenfeng was very reluctant because these words made him a suspect among his own people. When he saw those words, he truly felt like dying. Compared to being killed or having his appearance ruined, those words were like a knife stabbing his heart. Nothing was more painful than being misunderstood by his own people, especially if those words left scars on his face. No one would ask why. They would just think he was a spy planted by the Sakura country within the military, a hated traitor. This was more painful than death for him. For a soldier, this was a deep insult to his soul. How could he bear it? I am lucky. I met my sister-in-law. If it weren't for her, my face would probably be. He sighed softly. Only 3 days. It only took 3 days. The lighter scars had faded so much that they were barely visible now. Even if people saw the scars on his face, they probably wouldn't recognize what the words were. This made him feel truly lucky. Take good care of yourself. Everyone in the army knows what kind of person you are. They won't misunderstand your loyalty just because of those provocations from the Sakura country. Qin Shiyu comforted him. Shenfeng nodded, looked up at the window. There was a white gauze hanging there, brought by Yunjiji. It didn't block the light, but outsiders couldn't see inside. He was initially very afraid that others would see his wounds and the words on his face. When doubts about his loyalty arise, although he is not afraid of being questioned, planting a seed of suspicion in a person can lead to future problems. In this world, few people want trouble or are eager to face it. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath. You focus on healing. I will handle these matters for you. Shenfeng nodded. After using Yunjiji's medicine, his wounds no longer hurt. Shenfeng is a soldier. He has been injured many times. Sometimes, even minor wounds require a long rest. Changing dressings is painful, and sometimes, if the wound is left covered too long, it can become infected and need to be cut open and cleaned, which is very painful and time-consuming. This time, his body was covered with cuts and bruises. Although it was very painful, he thought the healing and dressing change would be difficult. But after using Yunjiji's medicine, Shenfeng felt surprisingly relaxed and comfortable, unlike any previous injuries. This time, healing was truly easy. Now, Shenfeng begins to hope that the military hospital's pharmacy will be completed soon, so medicines like hemostatic powder and soothing ointments can be made available to everyone faster. This would help injured soldiers reduce pain and recover more quickly. Qin Shiyu stayed in the ward talking with Shenfeng for a long time, making sure his emotions were stable. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he returned, Hu Jianjun had already mentioned that Yunjiji was still providing psychological treatment for Shenfeng. Like a group of captured soldiers, he had different levels of post-traumatic stress. If not treated promptly, it could cause mental or physical health problems, or even lead to withdrawal, social isolation, and impaired daily functions. But after talking with Shenfeng, Qin Shiyu felt a bit more at ease. It was clear Shenfeng was actively cooperating with the treatment. Or perhaps, Without Yun Jiji's medicine, Shen Feng's wounds might not have healed so quickly, and he could have become hopeless or given up on life. He was very grateful for his wife's incredible skills, grateful for her extraordinary abilities. If she couldn't communicate with plants, they wouldn't have found the necessary herbs so quickly. Therefore, he believed that Yun Jiji's abilities were not a bad thing. As long as he protected her and kept her powers from being exposed to others, it would be fine. Since she has this ability, it must be a blessing from heaven. Perhaps. Maybe heaven saw that they were struggling too much, constantly oppressed by outsiders and falling behind in many ways. So, it decided to reward Yun Jiji with blessings. Wife, Qin Shiyu came to Yun Jiji's office and saw her busy making medicine. He felt a little sad for her. It is said that when making ointments, one must watch the fire carefully, keep stirring the herbs in the pot to prevent sticking, and monitor the heat. If the fire is too strong, the medicine will burn. If it's too weak, the medicine's full effect won't be achieved. Although he doesn't understand medicine, he knows this process is very exhausting. Did you talk well with Captain Shin? Yun Ji asked curiously when he returned. Qin Shiyu nodded and sat beside her, softly saying, Wife, thank you. Thank you for being by my side. I can't imagine what might happen if you weren't here. Whether Shin Feng can hold on. Thinking about Shin Feng's situation, if his face never recovers and he also suffers psychological wounds, Qin Shiyu once wondered if Shin Feng might eventually choose to end his life. You and Captain Shen are very close, Yun Jiji said. We joined the army the same year. At first, we wanted to compete in everything, which led us to get punished together. Once, we argued so fiercely that we were both sent to the cooking squad. During that time, neither of us accepted the other's way, but since we were the only two familiar with the kitchen, our relationship gradually improved. Later, we were transferred back. After our first mission, we realized that our teamwork was better than others. We completed that mission together. We were both commended for it. Later, our leaders also arranged for us to train together, especially in understanding each other. Even after I was promoted to deputy battalion commander and we were assigned to different battalions, we had already become the best brothers in arms during those earlier missions. Qin Shiyu thought back to when he first joined the army. He now felt he was really naive back then, but it also helped to make a close friend. If he could go back to that time, he would still be best friends with Shin Feng. They were probably friends who only grew closer through fights and misunderstandings. Wife, about his face. Use the medicine properly. It will recover fully. Yun Jiji knew he was worried and didn't waste words. Instead, she was straightforward, making sure the man understood clearly. Shen Feng's face will get better. After receiving a positive reply, Qin Shiyu suddenly hugged Yun Jiji tightly. Wife, marrying you is my luck. Yun Jiji was slightly surprised and turned her head to look at Qin Shiyu, noticing his eyes burning with passion. She took a deep breath. Please let go of me quickly. If someone sees us, it might cause trouble. Although Qin Shiyu felt a bit reluctant, he still released her. Wife, how much longer do I need to apply the ointment? Just a little while longer. You should go back now, Yun Jiji said. The ointment was almost finished, and at this stage, it needed careful attention. If she left now, it could ruin everything. Teach me how to do it. Let me handle it, and you rest, Qin Shiyu said seriously. Yun Jiji glanced at him. Tuanchuan and Yuan miss you very much. You should go back and spend time with them. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji and asked, And you? Wife, do you miss me? Yun Jiji hadn't realized before that this man had such a playful side. But now, looking at Qin Shiyu, she realized he was more mischievous than she had thought. He used to seem very serious. Why has he changed so much after coming back? Qin Shiyu. She sighed and looked at him. Qin Shiyu felt a bit disappointed and reached out to gently rub her head. I made some food for you. Seeing that her ointment still wasn't finished and wouldn't be ready soon, he decided to go back first and bring her the food later. Thank you. Qin Shiyu opened his mouth, wanting to say that they didn't need to be so polite with each other, but their relationship wasn't quite there yet, so he just kept quiet for now. He stood up and saw her enamel cup was empty, so he poured her some hot water and placed it beside her. He thought about buying her a thermos when he went to the city next time so she could keep her drinks warm. Since it was so cold outside, the hot water in the enamel cup would cool down quickly. Qin Shiyu didn't bother her further. As he left her office, he looked back once more. Although he felt distressed, he understood she was busy with meaningful work. After several days of treatment, Shen Feng and the others' injuries had improved significantly. The two younger soldiers with lighter injuries had fully recovered and no longer needed to stay at the clinic. They could return to their dorms and rest for a while before resuming training. By the time of the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, Yun Jiji finished applying medicine for Shen Feng, checked his pulse again, and completed his last psychological therapy session. He no longer needed psychological treatment. His mind was much stronger than they had imagined. Yun Jiji's annual leave was approved. Jiji, I think I won't go back with you and the others this time. Yang Linxiang felt a bit uncomfortable knowing they were returning to Yunhe village. She never wanted to see Qin Yue's family again in her life. Now she has come to understand that since he and his children no longer want her, she still has the strength to help Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji take care of the children, earn some living expenses, and save up. When she gets old, she plans to find a place to live. When she is close to passing away, she wants to go to the mountains, find a scenic spot, and dig a grave for herself. She hopes to see beautiful scenery after death. That would make her life worthwhile. Second aunt, Qin Shiyu, and I don't plan to go back to live in the village. When the time comes, you can watch over Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan in town. We'll handle things ourselves and don't want the children to see those upsetting matters, Yun Jiji said to Yang Linxiang. Whether it's the Qin family or the Yun family, both are complicated and upsetting. She doesn't want her children involved or to see such cruelty. Children should grow up happily and healthily, not burdened with things they shouldn't have to face. That's true, Yang Linxiang thought, feeling their plan was good. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are still very young. When Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji go back, they might argue with them. Neither Zhao Suliang nor Qin Weimin are good people. Their harsh words could harm the children's ears. Yang Linxiang used to not understand this, but since living with Yun Jiji and others in the family compound and becoming familiar with educated and cultured relatives, she gradually began to understand some things. She realized that a child's growth and education are closely related to their parents and environment, even if she didn't understand everything. But she knew that her own children, raised by Qin Yue and the Qin family, had become disrespectful to their mother and irresponsible. That was already very frightening. There aren't many children like Qin Shiyu who are so mentally strong and have clear goals from a young age. He joined the army at 18, learned many things, and understood more about human nature and social rules. Together with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan every day, Yang Linxiang hopes they can be like Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji, rather than like the rest of the Qin family. Jiji, how many days are we going back? Qin Shiyu and I have 10 days for the holiday, Yun Jiji replied. That's quite a long time. Yun Jiji nodded. It takes 2 days to travel back and forth, so there are 8 days left. That's enough. These 8 days are enough to do many things. Yes, it is. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu exchanged a look. This time, when they go back, they will definitely cause a big fuss. Yunhe Village, Qin family. Qin Weimin just returned from the post office, looking very angry. Qin Shiyu still hadn't sent money back, which made him extremely furious, his brows furrowed tightly, like he could squish a fly. Seeing this, the Qin family guessed that Qin Shiyu still hadn't received his money. Old Qin, is Qin Shiyu really dead? Otherwise, why hasn't he sent money home for 2 months? Zhao Sulian thought more and more that something was wrong. Before, Qin Shiyu always sent money on time every month. Even if he was late, it was only by a day or 2. But 2 months in a row, no money was sent, and when they called the army to ask, the operator said they didn't know Qin Shiyu's whereabouts. If he wasn't dead, then he was missing. Qin Weimin's face was dark. He leaned toward the idea that Qin Shiyu was missing. Because they couldn't confirm whether Qin Shiyu was dead, the army was still searching for him, so they temporarily stopped giving him allowances. If Qin Shiyu really sacrificed himself, the army would directly give a condolence payment. After the new year, I will go to the army. Qin Weimin sat at the door, smoking a pipe heavily, and finally made a decision. Dad, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Qin Jingye's eyes flickered, and he immediately said, If I don't go with you, who knows how much of that money will actually come to me? I know very well that Qin Weimin and Zhao Sulian love their second son Qin Jingyi the most. Over the years, they secretly gave Qin Jingyi a lot of money. I don't know the exact amount, but it's definitely not small. So this time, to get Qin Shiyu's death benefit from the army, he must go along. He plans to find a way to persuade Qin Weimin, so he can get some money in advance. Thinking this way, Qin Jingye already had a plan in mind. What are you going for? Who will do the work at home if you go? Stay honestly in the village. Zhao Sulian immediately said with a dark face when she heard this. She knew what her eldest son was thinking. Mom, my father is getting old. This time, he might need to bring back the ashes of the third brother, and the third brother is gone. Dad is very sad and upset. His body can't handle much. If I go with him, I can help. We can't leave the third brother's body outside after he passes away. Don't you think so? Qin Jingye quickly stepped forward to support Zhao Sulian. To them, Qin Shiyu hasn't sent money home for 2 months and hasn't been heard from at all. They already believe that Qin Shiyu has died on a mission. Now they're thinking, if Qin Shiyu is dead, how much funeral allowance will the army give? After they get the money, how much can they get for their house? If Qin Weimin and Zhao Sulian are unfair this time, they might consider splitting the family. Third uncle, I saw Brother Shiyu. At this moment, a young man ran in, looking very excited. When he reached Qin Weimin's house, he said quickly, Third uncle, Brother Shiyu is back. He also brought a pretty female soldier, dressed in military uniform. She must be a female soldier from their unit. The battlefield has arrived. Battle begins. Qin Weimin and Zhao Sulian looked at each other, both seeing greed and scheming in each other's eyes. Sure enough, he's not dead. And he dares to come back. Not sending money home for 2 full months is truly hateful. Old man, that brat has gotten cocky now. You can't be too easy on him. He hasn't been back for 3 years, probably on many missions. He must have a lot of bonus money. We need to get it all, Zhao Sulian said, her eyes flickering as she pulled Qin Weimin aside and lowered her voice. I know what to do. Don't worry, Qin Weimin snorted coldly. Qin Shi wouldn't think that just because he's in the army and married, he doesn't have to send money home.
Dream on.
The money he has doesn't belong to him. It's all from the Qin family. 2 months without sending money home shows he really thinks he's something special. If he doesn't give back all the money this time, he won't leave easily. Dad, I want the watch I saw last time. Qin Jingye didn't expect Qin Shiyu to actually come back. He immediately went to Qin Weimin and said in a flattering tone, Mom, I also want a bicycle. Qin Jingyi quickly followed.
Buy
Everything. Qin Weimin nodded directly, his eyes full of greed and scheming, almost overflowing. In their eyes, Qin Shiyu's life or death never mattered. They only cared about how much money they could get from him. How much bonus did the third brother earn in these 3 years for completing missions? Yun Jiji glanced at Qin Shiyu and saw that he looked calm, with no sign of emotion. She lowered her voice and asked, Have they always been like this? Qin Shiyu didn't answer. Thinking about what happened over the past 3 years, Yun Jiji showed a look of mockery. She reached out and patted Qin Shiyu's shoulder. After they entered the village, they took a small path around, but they didn't come out right away. They really didn't disappoint at all. Qin Shiyu said sarcastically. He was already disappointed, and now hearing all this, he felt nothing. If he had to say, it was that he used to be really naive, holding on to a little hope for such parents. He thought that as long as he sent more money home each month, life there would improve, and they would realize that their son was successful. That was his old way of thinking. But after marrying Yun Jiji, even though they gave more allowance each month, what did he get in return? What kind of suffering did his wife endure? What hardships did his children face? If Yun Jiji hadn't taken the kids to the army, they might have starved to death. Maybe when he returned. Old man, about Yun Jiji and those two kids. She ran off with some wild man, and the worst part is, she ran away with another man. Men can't stand that. He won't investigate, and even if he did, there wouldn't be any proof. Listening to their vicious words, Qin Shiyu clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, as if they were about to burst. Yun Jiji lowered her head and saw the scene. Her hand gently rested on his hand. The cold, hard man suddenly seemed to be touched by a gentle spring rain, melting like ice, and his coldness began to fade. He turned and held Yun Jiji's hand, looking at her with firm eyes, softly saying, "Wife, from now on, only you and the two kids are my family. I have nothing to do with this family anymore." Yun Jiji's heart skipped a beat, thinking about when they arrived at the county. And recalling what just happened, she nodded gently. Qin Shiyu tightened his grip on her hand. If the situation hadn't been inappropriate, he really wanted to hug her. This was the first time she responded so clearly to him. Qin Shiyu felt very happy. "It's about time we go home," he said softly. Yun Jiji nodded lightly. "Did my wife run off with someone?" "Mom and Dad, tell me who she ran off with. There should be a name, right?" Qin Shiyu looked at a few people with a half smile, as if amused. A few people from Qin Weiman's group were startled and turned around to see Qin Shiyu looking at them with a serious expression. His deep, cold face and commanding presence made Qin Weiman and the others feel somewhat nervous. Qin Weiman looked displeased. He had never liked Qin Shiyu. This young man, barely an adult, sometimes exuded such a strong aura that it overshadowed him, his father. Qin Weiman didn't like that at all. "Who told you to hide behind and eavesdrop on your parents' conversation? Did you learn such manners in the army?" Qin Weiman asked sternly, looking at him angrily. "Are you worried about what your parents are planning that you don't want me to hear?" Qin Shiyu replied. Meanwhile, Zhao Suliang's gaze was fixed on Yun Jiji. Her military uniform was very eye-catching. She was a female soldier. Her uniform was new and neat, and her tall, straight posture was impressive. Her small face was hidden under her military cap, so her appearance wasn't clear. But it gave the impression that her face under the hat must be stunning. Zhao Suliang also noticed her shoulder insignia. She was a military doctor. Why would a female officer come back with Qin Shiyu? Zhao Suliang's expression darkened. She had just dismissed Yun Jiji, but she couldn't let a woman stay close to Qin Shiyu again. This woman was a military doctor, and Zhao Suliang knew that those who could be military doctors in the army were either very capable or had strong family backgrounds. That was why she was worried. She looked at the woman carefully, scrutinizing her from head to toe, her eyes full of suspicion, planning how to send her away later. "Third brother, how do you talk to your father? Your wife ran off with another man, and everyone in the village already knows," Zhao Suliang said in a serious tone. Then she added, "Third brother, Yun Jiji isn't a good person. Since she married in, your parents have been very kind to her. We thought we should care for her more since you're often away. But she's lazy and spoiled, relying on the allowance you send home each month, acting like a queen. She only drinks water when you feed it to her, and that makes her happy. Your parents think she's your wife, and since you're not home, they support her. But who would have thought? She actually started seeing other men outside. 2 months ago, she took money from the family and ran off with some man. Don't believe me? Everyone in the village knows. If you don't believe it, you can ask anyone. See if your parents are lying to you. If she hadn't done such things, would Mom and Dad be so angry?" Zhao Sulian felt from helplessness to anger, then sat directly on the doorstep, patting her thigh and sighing repeatedly. What a mistake. Why did he marry such a troublemaker? If I had known it would turn out like this, I should never have agreed to the match with the Yun family back then. When Qin Weiman saw that the moment was right, he looked at Qin Shiyu with some anger. "Where is your allowance? Yun Jiji spent all the family money waiting for your allowance to arrive for emergencies. But now, your wings are strong, and you haven't sent money for 2 months. Are you hoping Mom and Dad will go hungry? Also, What about the bonus for not completing tasks these past 3 years?